Chapter 536. A grand welcome for the resplendent sister's return. At last, she has returned, the illustrious sister is back. I wonder what expressions those three rascals will wear upon her arrival. A sly smile crept across the corners of Tao Tie's mouth, only to swiftly transform back into his beastly form. Ling Guang, this is the Hall of Heavenly Dao. From now on, you may reside in the beastly origin of Heavenly Dao. However, should you prefer to dwell upon the peak of Heavenly Dao, that option is also available. During their journey home, Xie Chen provided Ling Guang with a brief overview of the Hall of Heavenly Dao. Besides Tao Tie and the other three, there were two additional individuals and a great serpent named Xiaoming within the hall. Moreover, Tao Tie informed Ling Guang that within the Hall of Heavenly Dao, there exists a primordial tree, mightier than the Jianmu, which would undoubtedly astonish her. This revelation piqued Ling Guang's anticipation. Everything shall be as the master commands. Ling Guang smiled as she spoke to Xie Chen. The group then entered the beastly origin of Heavenly Dao. Upon stepping into the beastly origin of Heavenly Dao, Ling Guang was greeted by the expansive celestial mountains and seas of clouds surrounding her, alongside the majestic primordial tree standing at the heart of the realm. That is the primordial tree. At the first sight of the tree, Ling Guang's pupils widened in astonishment. As one of the four spirits of heaven, it is a divine entity born alongside chaos. Its existence is timeless. The celestial emperor has likely encountered countless treasures and wonders, yet she had never before laid eyes upon a divine artifact, such as the primordial tree. No, it would be more accurate to say that the primordial tree transcends the realm of mere divine artifacts. It embodies the essence of origin and indescribable existence. No divine language can adequately capture its essence. A single tree, astonishingly, bears the weight of all worlds. Such a phenomenon is truly unfathomable. It is certain that anyone who beholds it will be struck with awe and wonder. Indeed, the primordial tree is beyond comprehension. Even I am witnessing it for the first time. Ling Guang gradually emerged from her state of shock, uttering a heartfelt exclamation before turning to Xie Chen with a smile gracing her face. I never imagined my master possessed such a divine tree. Your abilities truly leave Ling Guang in awe. Hearing this, Xie Chen chuckled softly and replied, "The existence of the primordial tree is the greatest miracle in the world. The continent we inhabit and the Dao we cultivate both derive sustenance from the primordial tree. Even the Heavenly Dao cannot surpass it." Qi and Ling Guang nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence with his words. Xie Chen then looked at Ling Guang once more and asked, "So, what do you think of this place? Are you satisfied?" Ling Guang smiled at his inquiry. Hey, what are you saying, master? Of course I am content. This place is far superior to the outer heaven I previously resided in, and since it was arranged by you, I am exceedingly happy. As Ling Guang spoke with a smile, Tao Tie was glancing around, seemingly searching for something. Strange, it has been a while since we arrived here. Why have we not seen the others? At that moment, Tao Tie voiced its concern, not spotting Xianxia or Tongwu. A sense of urgency began to swell within. It was still eager to witness how the others would fare under the illustrious sister's divine punishment. Could it be that they are all outside the hall? If they are not within the beastly origin of Heavenly Dao, then they must be. Qi speculated. Sister. Before Qi could finish her thought, a voice filled with chaos rang out from beyond the horizon. Everyone turned to look. They beheld the embodiment of chaos racing through the void, swiftly approaching Qi before landing on the ground and nuzzling its head against her. Sister, you have finally returned. I have not seen you for 2 days. Oh dear, I missed you so much, Qi said with a smile as she stroked its head. Sister came back to seek the illustrious sister for you. Look over there, who might that be? Qi gestured for Chaos to direct its gaze toward Ling Guang. Chaos turned its head to see Ling Guang looking back at it with a faint glance. Instantly, a blush crept onto its previously dazed face, soon followed by a smile. Illustrious sister. Chaos leapt from Qi's embrace, stretching its limbs wide, eager to envelop Ling Guang in a warm embrace. Ling Guang extended a hand to gently press against Chaos's forehead. Bang! Chaos collided with an invisible wall, tumbling to the ground before quickly rising again, shaking its head and smiling at Ling Guang once more. It truly is you, illustrious sister. I missed you so much. Ling Guang chuckled as she patted its head. It seems you have grown a little during our time apart, but your silly demeanor remains unchanged. Thank you for the compliment, big sister, Xie Chen chuckled upon witnessing the scene alongside Qi. Although Hun Dun was somewhat obtuse and bore a hint of foolishness, there was an undeniable charm in his simplicity. Among the four beasts, it was Hun Dun that Ling Guang treated with the utmost leniency. The frequency of his burns was significantly less compared to the other three beasts. Tai Ao turned to Hun Dun and inquired, "Hun Dun, where have Xiongqi and Tao Wu, along with the younger brothers, gone? The master and big sister have returned, yet they still fail to make an appearance to greet us. This is truly unacceptable. Who says we did not come out to welcome you?" Just as Tai Ao finished speaking, another voice suddenly sounded. Not far away, Xiongqi and Tao Wu appeared, their forelimbs crossed over their chests, their hind legs supporting their bodies as they stood, each holding a branch in their mouths. Behind the two beasts, the venerable Hong Yun and Zhang Dong hung their heads, their hands drooping and mouths agape, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. It was uncertain what the two had been up to, but they appeared utterly spent. "Master," Hong Yun and Zhang Dong said weakly. Xie Chen was momentarily taken aback by their antics. What were these fellows up to? "What are you doing?" he inquired. Xiongqi repositioned his forelimbs on the ground and replied with a grin, Master, were you not off to find Big Sister? We have not been idle either. In anticipation of Big Sister's return, we utilized these past couple of days to accomplish quite a bit. Indeed, Master and Big Sister, to celebrate your return, we have prepared a special gift for you, one that is sure to astonish you." Tao Wu chimed in, also placing his forelimbs on the ground. "Is that so? If it fails to surprise me, I shall impose severe punishment," Ling Guang stated calmly. Typically, these fellows had not been shy about provoking her ire. She certainly did not believe they could concoct any genuine surprises for her. At that moment, Tai Ao leaned closer to Ling Guang's ear and whispered, "Big Sister, these two are surely up to no good. You must punish them thoroughly later, ideally by singeing off all their fur." Xiongqi and Tao Wu, overhearing Tai Ao's words, could not help but shiver in apprehension. That wretched Tai Ao had undoubtedly experienced Big Sister's retribution and, harboring resentment, was now attempting to drag us into his mischief. It was truly despicable. Chapter 537. The Stirring of the Tianchen Continent. Ling Guang smiled and remarked, "Am I truly that fearsome? However, when it comes to you four brothers, I shall treat you all equally. How to proceed, I shall decide shortly." He chuckled, "Fear not, Big Sister. I implore you to accompany us alongside the master. The revelation is imminent." "Indeed, Big Sister, we have prepared a grand gift for you." Chaos interjected, extending his forelimb in an exaggerated gesture. Xie Chen couldn't help but smile. These fellows have indeed learned the art of suspense. In the blink of an eye, Xie Chen and his companions arrived at the volcanic realm of the Tiandao Beast Plains. Compared to before, a celestial residence now graced the area, adorned with the totem of a divine bird, exuding an aura of immortality. Above, the sky resembled a starlit night, with shimmering stars aligned to perfectly form the constellation of the vermilion bird. Upon stepping into this locale, one might feel as though they had ascended to an ancient realm. Ling Guang paused momentarily, taken aback, before turning to look at Xiongqi and Tao Wu, a flicker of disbelief in her eyes. "Did you two create this?" Upon hearing her, Xiongqi and Tao Wu immediately lifted their heads, donning expressions of pride. "Indeed, to celebrate Big Sister's return, we personally restored the celestial abode you once inhabited, ensuring you feel at home at all times." Nearby, Zhang Dong and the venerable Hong Yun exchanged glances at Xiongqi and Tao Wu, internally deriding them. "What do you mean you two restored it? It was we who did all the work. You two lounged about like lords, issuing commands while we toiled." Thankfully, Chaos and Xiaoming lent a helping hand, allowing this celestial residence to be erected, albeit barely. "How do you like it, Big Sister? Surprised?" Xiongqi and Tao Wu said proudly, facing Ling Guang with their backs to the celestial abode. Just then, a resounding crash echoed. The residence behind the two beasts suddenly collapsed, shattering into fragments that were swiftly consumed by the volcanic magma, gradually dissolving into oblivion. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. For an instant, Xie Chen, Ling Guang, Qin, and Tao Dai stared blankly ahead, as if rendered speechless. Zhang Dong and the venerable Hong Yun were equally stunned. Xiongqi and Tao Wu blinked their large eyes, mirroring their foolish expressions. Chaos sat frozen in place, tilting his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiongqi and Tao Wu turned to glance at one another, nervously gulping before returning to their previous position. Big Sister, I assure you this was not our doing. Do you believe me?" They stammered with forced smiles, beads of cold sweat forming. "So, this is how you prepared a surprise, is it?" Ling Guang closed her eyes, her brows and lips twitching. Behind her, a flickering flame of rage could be faintly seen. In an instant, Xiangxi and Taowu's minds conjured two words: doom. One day later, the Tianchen Continent was abuzz with commotion. The events that transpired in the Land of Inheritance yesterday spread like wildfire across the continent. A monumental event, indeed. Yesterday, the legendary master of the Tianchen Dao Hall made an appearance at the site of the Tian Emperor's inheritance. The master of the Tianchen Dao Hall? You mean the one who published the financial rankings and the talents list? Of course. Who else could it be? Is this for real? I find it hard to believe. Stop joking. At the inheritance site yesterday, both young Master Tang and young Master Wang from the two major trading houses were present, along with nearly all the prodigies from the talents list. Even the first of the first family Xianxia was there. They all witnessed it firsthand. Moreover, did you not notice the celestial phenomena across the Tianchen Continent yesterday? The figure of the Tian Emperor made an appearance. According to those who entered the inheritance site, besides the Tian Emperor, there was also a divine bird on par with an immortal emperor, alongside two immortal-level beings. Can you even fathom such a spectacle? What? There was another immortal-level divine bird? How could they possibly have survived? Two immortal-level beings could easily reduce them to dust with but a fraction of their power. Indeed, under normal circumstances, they would not have survived. But let us not forget, the master of the Tianchen Dao Hall was also present. And it was a 2-on-1 situation. The master faced off against two immortal emperors alone. Can you guess the outcome? The master of the Tianchen Dao Hall emerged victorious, annihilating both the Tian Emperor and the divine bird. What? Both immortal emperors were exterminated? This is impossible. How could that be? Such is the truth. Inquire with anyone, and the result will be the same. The master of the Tianchen Dao Hall is indeed that formidable. My goodness, this is simply astonishing. As the crowd remained in shock, another voice chimed in. Moreover, it is said that at the Tianhe auction the day before, the first of the first family, the Tianlong, inadvertently provoked the master of the Tianchen Dao Hall and was slain on the spot. All the powerful figures from the first family fled in terror. The Tianlong. Isn't he the brother of the Xianxia? He was killed as well. Well, he brought it upon himself by provoking someone he shouldn't have. And after learning of this incident, the Xianxia dared not utter a word, instead acting exceedingly respectful before the master of the Tianchen Dao Hall. Damn, I regret not witnessing such a scene firsthand. It would have been a rare opportunity to see the first family humbled on the Tianchen Continent. On the other side, within the first family, the master of the Tianchen Dao Hall is shockingly powerful. Even the legendary vermilion bird is no match for him. Inside the grand hall, a voice, ancient yet potent, resonated. The Xianxia of the first family stood below, his head bowed in contemplation. At that moment, the master of the Tianchen Dao Hall told us not to put him in a difficult position, though he did not explicitly name anyone. I could sense it was a warning directed at me. The Xianxia spoke coldly, his fists clenched tighter, to defeat two immortal emperors. The master of the Tianchen Dao Hall's strength is indeed formidable. Yet this is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that you have acquired the ancient stone. For years, our first family has been striving to enter the Tian Emperor's land of inheritance. Now, in your generation, we have finally succeeded. The Xianxia smirked coldly. I told you I would not let you down. Indeed, after such a long wait, our first family has finally arrived at this day. The grievances of yesteryear must come to an end. Accompanied by the ancient voice, a figure opened his eyes. It was the patriarch of the first family. His profound gaze pierced the heavens, transcending boundaries and distances, as if traversing time itself, seeing through all. On the other side, in the immortal sea of all beings, Xie stood at the shore, watching the boundless spirit sea surge before her, her gaze fixed on the horizon. In that fleeting moment, both the patriarch of the first family and Xie's eyes met, becoming sharp and focused. Strange, what is happening? In the Tianchen Continent, suddenly, someone felt a chill down their spine and looked up at the sky. An invisible might enveloped the surroundings. Between heaven and earth, two formidable gazes seemed to intertwine, gazing across the void, locked in a silent confrontation. Chapter 538, The Old Tortoise's Past. In the hall of Heavenly Dao, Xie Chen sat alone. Shi Yin and Hun Dun remained outside on Zhixiao Mountain, while the others were still within the beast domain of Heavenly Dao. As anticipated, neither Qiongqi nor Taowu managed to escape the flames of Ling Guang's grace yesterday. Tao Tai, in high spirits, watched on, chuckling with delight. However, Zhang Dong and Ancestor Han Yuan found themselves increasingly apprehensive, for this outer sky residence had primarily been constructed by the two of them. With its collapse, it was inevitable that Xiongqi and Taowu would vent their frustrations upon them, and it would be no surprise if they were to suffer a severe reprimand. Thus, they devised a plan to ingratiate themselves with Ling Guang under the pretense of long-standing admiration, choosing to linger by her side for the time being. Ling Guang, indifferent, acquiesced. Yet, Xiongqi and Taowu's heads still occasionally peeked from the shadows. their crimson eyes vigilantly tracking the duo. This sent a shiver down the spines of ancestor Han Yun and Zhang Dong, making them involuntarily tremble. Beep, stupa wall, valued at 15 million Heavenly Dao points. Would you like to exchange? Exchange. Beep, exchange successful. Hearing the system's notification, Xie Chen felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that the stupa wall bestowed upon him by the Emperor of Tian would be worth such a fortune. A valuation of 15 million Heavenly Dao points was simply unfathomable. The treasures presented by an immortal emperor were undeniably extraordinary, starting at tens of millions of Heavenly Dao points. This transaction was indeed remarkable. Although this item was a powerful treasure given to him by the Emperor of Tian, it held little utility for Xie Chen. So he opted to convert it into Heavenly Dao points. After the conversion, Xie Chen now possessed over 60 million Heavenly Dao points, rapidly approaching 70 million. His current goal was to amass 1 billion. Aside from the conversion of the stupa wall, Xie Chen chose not to touch the remaining items. Artifacts such as the Supreme Bone, the Divine Wheel, and the Pearl of Heaven and Earth, if exchanged, could potentially make reaching his goal of 1 billion a mere formality. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided against it. He had already devised a plan for utilizing the Pearl of Heaven and Earth. The rest, he would keep for the time being, as they might prove useful in the future. Now that he had located the vermilion bird, it was time to finalize the remaining announcements. Previously, he had only completed 11 announcements, when suddenly, the four-spirit compass began to tremble, revealing a lead on the vermilion bird. In comparison to the announcements, the vermilion bird was undoubtedly of greater importance. Now that the vermilion bird had been retrieved and rested for a day, it was time to complete the remaining announcements. As Xie Chen prepared to rise, he paused, suddenly lost in thought. He felt as though he had forgotten something. After a moment of contemplation, an epiphany struck him. He then spread open his right hand. Instantly, an old tortoise materialized in his palm, gliding and wandering about. With so much on his mind, he had temporarily overlooked this matter. Noticing the tortoise in his palm, Xie Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Subsequently, with a flash of white light, the old tortoise was released, landing smoothly within the hall. However, its size was not as grand as before. If it were to return to its original size, the entire hall would be insufficient to contain it. Here, the old tortoise blinked, surveying its surroundings. The melodious sounds of celestial music caressed its ears, and wisps of ethereal mist enveloped its limbs, evoking a sense of wonder within it. It then turned its gaze back to Xie Chen, who regarded it with a gentle smile. "My lord, is this your residence?" The old tortoise exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed. What, with your vast experience, are you also taken aback by this place?" Just a tad. This location is quite splendid. Although the hall appears somewhat simple on the surface, the mysteries it harbors are beyond my comprehension. It is more wondrous than any place I have ever visited." Xie Chen chuckled, choosing not to delve further into that topic. Suddenly, the old tortoise seemed to sense something and gasped, "My lord. It seems we are not on the Heavenly Continent." "Indeed, we are on the Tianchen Continent." "Tianchen Continent?" The old tortoise pondered for a moment before shaking its head. "I have not heard of it. Is that where you were born, my lord?" Xie Chen smiled but did not answer, instead saying, "Let us not dwell on my origins for now. Let us discuss you. Although you were suppressed by the Emperor of Tian in the land of inheritance, it appears you are not a being of the Heavenly Continent." The old tortoise nodded. "Correct, I am not from the Heavenly Continent, but from the Tohai Continent." "Tohai Continent?" Xie Chen mused, the name sounding somewhat familiar. Isn't that one of the continents I previously announced? Among the remaining announcements yet to be made, there is indeed one regarding the Tohai Continent. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on Xie Chen's lips as he playfully teased, "Since you hail from the Tohai Continent, how is it that you were captured and suppressed by the Emperor of Tian in the land of inheritance?" Upon hearing this, the old tortoise paused momentarily before sheepishly smiling. "Well, my lord, you are all-knowing. You should be quite familiar with such matters. I shall refrain from elaborating." With that, the old tortoise lowered its head, seemingly reluctant to speak further. Observing this, Xie Chen could not help but chuckle, jesting. "Who would have thought that despite your advanced age, you would still engage in such unseemly behavior, attempting to sneak a glimpse at a maiden bathing? How scandalous. Please, my lord, just knowing is sufficient. Do not expose my past indiscretions. It would be utterly embarrassing." The old tortoise's face flushed crimson as it hurriedly pleaded for Xie Chen to cease. "Moreover, I did not see anything. I was captured the moment I arrived. I was truly innocent." In truth, the old tortoise had brought this upon itself. After arriving from the Tohai Continent to the Heavenly Continent, it fortuitously discovered a spiritual sea brimming with abundant energy. Just as it was resting there, it happened upon a strikingly beautiful young woman clad in a white-blue gown, her feet skimming the water's surface, causing ripples to form. It appeared she intended to bathe. Instantly, The old tortoise grinned mischievously, harboring ulterior motives, and began to stealthily approach. However, as it drew nearer, it lifted its gaze only to find the woman had vanished. Just as the old tortoise was left bewildered, a thunderous blow descended from the heavens, striking it, and eliciting a pained cry. The woman then revealed herself. Descending gracefully before the old tortoise, her expression one of righteous fury. Faced with her inquiry, although the old tortoise had seen nothing, it readily admitted, "And so what? With my robust shell, what can you do to me?" It retorted disdainfully. Its words, of course, only served to infuriate the woman. Yet, regardless of her attempts at various attacks, she could not breach its formidable defenses. As long as the old tortoise retracted into its shell, it was invincible. This gradually darkened the woman's expression. Just as the old tortoise reveled in its triumph, suddenly, a powerful man descended from the heavens, landing beside the woman. What? An immortal emperor? The old turtle's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 539. The Four Spirits Compass begins to rotate again. The old turtle's heart trembled. Yet, it quickly regained its composure, restoring its previous arrogance. Humph. So what if you are an immortal emperor? What, do you intend to come to her aid? Don't think for a moment that I fear you just because you hold such a title. Attempting to breach my formidable shell? Even if you are an immortal emperor, you shall not succeed. Is that so? The immortal emperor became intrigued and unleashed his divine powers against the old turtle. However, the outcome mirrored that of the woman before him. His assault merely caused the old turtle's shell to vibrate a few times before it shattered with a resounding crash, leaving no trace of a crack upon its surface. Although the old turtle felt a twinge of pain, it remained steadfast. This result astonished the immortal emperor. Ha ha! How does it feel to recognize my might? Since you are powerless against me, it's time to bid you farewell. The old turtle provocatively addressed the immortal emperor and intended to turn away. However, it was intercepted by the immortal emperor. Provoking an immortal emperor is an act intolerable to any of their kind. Although he could not penetrate the turtle's shell, he could certainly subdue it. Thus, the old turtle found itself ensnared by the immortal emperor and cast into another realm. Whenever it showed remorse, the bindings would vanish, and should it wish to depart, it must rely on its own wits. Xie Chen, witnessing the old turtle's shameful demeanor, could not help but chuckle. Of all beings, why provoke an immortal emperor? You must realize that the Emperor of the Singing Sky has already shown you leniency by merely suppressing you and leaving you in this place of inheritance. If he were to take you seriously, even if your shell remains unbroken, you would still face dire consequences. The old turtle fell silent, seemingly weighing Xie Chen's words. Suddenly, it broke into laughter. My lord, I have indeed recognized my error. I have already spent countless eons in that realm and have paid the price for my impulsiveness. Please let this matter pass without further mention. Xie Chen chuckled softly. Whether you truly acknowledge your mistakes is known only to you. However, it so happens that I have business to attend to in the Tianchen Continent and can escort you there, fulfilling my prior promise. In that case, I thank you, my lord. As the words left its mouth, a flash of white light enveloped the old turtle, and it vanished from the hall, reappearing in Xie Chen's palm. Xie Chen stowed the old turtle away. If I recall correctly, the Tianchen Continent is predominantly inhabited by exotic beasts, he mused. He remembered that the first announcement made there was the list of prodigies. However, the prodigies there paled in comparison to those of the Xianling continent, hardly warranting his attention. Nevertheless, the air was thick with the presence of exotic beasts, some of which were exceedingly powerful. This led Xie Chen to speculate that the Tianchen Continent might very well be a world dominated by such creatures. Next, Xie Chen communicated with Qin outside the hall, as well as Zhang Dong and the venerable Han Yun, who remained within the realm of the heavenly beasts, summoning the three into the hall. Hall Master. Soon, the three stood before Xie Chen. After resting for 2 days, it was time for them to undertake their duties. Zhang Dong and the venerable Han Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had received Xie Chen's summons, and neither Xianxi nor Taowu had troubled them, as their master's affairs took precedence. Let us take note of this for now. However, when they return, it shall be a different story. Days later, Xie Chen returned to the Heavenly Dao Hall. Only one list remained. He gazed at the last remaining list, falling into silence. This final list was the exotic beasts list of the Tianchen Continent. Xie Chen had saved it for the final announcement. For reasons unknown, he felt an instinctive sense that something significant was about to occur in the Tianchen Continent, prompting him to wait a little longer. As for the old turtle, it had already waited for such an extended period. A few more days would make little difference, and sending it back now would not be too late. Just as Xie Chen prepared to journey to the Tianchen Continent, he suddenly sensed a tremor within the system space. It was the Four Spirits Compass. Initially startled, he was soon filled with joy. The compass was exhibiting unusual activity at this moment. Could it be? Xie Chen hastily retrieved the Four Spirits compass. Focusing intently, he saw that indeed, the compass's needle began to rotate. This time, it pointed northward, towards a location marked by a turtle snake emblem, the Xuanwu, the divine spirit of the north. Following the Zhuke, the next search was for the Xuanwu. Xie Chen observed the Four Spirits compass intently. Shortly thereafter, four golden characters materialized above the compass. Tianchen Continent. Upon seeing these four characters, Xie Chen's pupils flickered with surprise, and a smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, I had a premonition that something good was about to unfold, and it has come to pass. The southern Zhuke and the northern Xuanwu, gathering the four spirits of heaven, seems imminent. As Xie Chen reveled in his excitement, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. For unlocking the side quest, seek the shadows of the four spirits, part 2. Task success, Xuanwu, Quasi-Emperor, 1. Task failure, none. Task duration, none. Note: this will be the host's final opportunity to undertake a Four Spirits task. Once this task is completed, the Heavenly Four Spirits quest will no longer be available. Xie Chen was momentarily taken aback. What does it mean that it will no longer be available? After acquiring the Xuanwu, would the Four Spirits quest cease to exist? What about the Qinglong and the Baihu? System: why will the Four Spirits task no longer be available? You must clarify the reason. System: the Qinglong and Baihu have already found their allegiances or have affiliated powers, and the host can no longer claim them for the Heavenly Dao Hall. What? Hearing the system's explanation, Xie Chen was instantly stunned. The Qinglong and Baihu have found allegiances? This revelation was utterly unexpected. Who or what force possessed the capability to have claimed both the Qinglong and Baihu? System: can you ascertain which factions the Qinglong and Baihu have joined? System scanning. Ding. The affiliations of the Qinglong and Baihu have been detected. Would the host like to spend 5 million Heavenly Dao points to view the results? Upon hearing this, Xie Chen hesitated, falling into silence. However, his silence stemmed not from the cost of 5 million points, but from a sense of familiarity with the situation. It felt as though he had already discerned the answer. Then, a smirk appeared on Xie Chen's face as he softly replied, "No need." Subsequently, he lifted his gaze, casting a cold smile towards the sky beyond the hall. The words Hunyuan Hall naturally surfaced in his mind. Chapter 540. The announcement of the list. Then let it be, Xie Chen expressed, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Though it is somewhat regrettable, since the Azure Dragon and White Tiger have found their respective places, one must accept the flow of fate. However, given that the Hunyuan Palace may inevitably lead to confrontations in the future, it is best to await those encounters when they arise. With such thoughts, Xie Chen found solace, casting the matter aside and focusing on the pressing announcement. As the Four Spirits compass pointed towards the Tianchen Continent, he mused that perhaps clues regarding the Black Tortoise could be gleaned from the beast rankings. Thus, Xie Chen set forth to the Tianchen Continent. Upon arriving at the Tianchen Continent, the surroundings of Xixiao Mountain revealed an endless expanse of peaks, shrouded in mist and winding elegantly into the horizon. This land teemed with strange beasts, their formidable presence palpable in the air. Standing atop Xixiao Mountain, Xie Chen could faintly hear the roars of various beasts echoing through the range. Yet, it appeared they harbored a certain trepidation towards this mountain, daring not to encroach too closely, especially towards the summit, which radiated an overwhelming aura of dread. Xie Chen released the old turtle, restoring its original form. Its massive limbs touched the base of Xixiao Mountain, with its head towering above, nearly reaching the summit, even surpassing it slightly. One could not help but marvel at its immense size. Sniff, sniff. The old turtle instinctively inhaled deeply, its eyes suddenly widening in realization. This was the Tianchen Continent. I have returned. As it surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings yet sensed a familiar aura, a wave of nostalgia washed over it. Recalling memories from eons past, after tens of thousands of years, it had finally returned to the Tianchen Continent. Huh, what is that in the sky? Suddenly, the old turtle's gaze was drawn upwards, where it beheld the illustrious talent rankings suspended in the air, a look of astonishment crossing its face. It turned to Xie Chen. My lord, there is a talent ranking here as well? During its time in the Land of Inheritance, it had seen the golden rankings hanging over the Xianling continent. However, upon discovering they were merely the wealth rankings and talent rankings, its interest had waned. To the old turtle, such rankings pertaining to the material wealth of mortals held little allure. Yet, should there be a beauty ranking, its interest would surely pique. What astonished it even more was that upon returning to the Tianchen Continent, it still encountered the talent ranking, which truly took it by surprise. Xie Chen chuckled softly. Who told you that only the Xianling continent has the talent rankings? Every continent possesses the existence of the Hall of Heavenly Dao. I neglected to mention that the grand hall you saw earlier is the Hall of Heavenly Dao, and I am its master. The old turtle fell silent for a moment. then exclaimed, "Wait." Its eyes widened in shock as it looked at Xie Chen. The voice echoed like thunder, startling the surrounding beasts, who trembled and hurried to hide. The old turtle gazed at Xie Chen in disbelief. Could it be that he was the master of the Hall of Heavenly Dao? After contemplating, it realized that while it was aware of Xie Chen's extraordinary abilities, it had never inquired about his identity. Always referring to him as my lord. Back in the Zhuke Immortal City, it seemed to have vaguely heard someone address him as master, but had paid little attention to it. It was utterly astonishing to discover that this master was indeed the one behind the creation of the talent rankings, leaving the old turtle utterly astounded. Are you truly the master of the Hall of Heavenly Dao? What else would you think? The old turtle paused, then said, "No wonder you possess such formidable power and can create the talent rankings. It is no surprise that even Zhuke and Intian Emperor are not your match. By the way, my lord, you mentioned you had business to attend to in the Tianchen Continent. What is it? Do you require my assistance? You have brought me back. And if there is any way I can serve you, please do not hesitate to ask." Previously, the old turtle had only admired Xie Chen's power, unable to fully comprehend his words. Now, it regarded Xie Chen with not only a hint of reverence, but also a deep-seated admiration. The master of the Hall of Heavenly Dao, the creator of the talent rankings, who ranked all beings and generously distributed rewards, each reward more enticing than the last. Some even related to ascension, was a figure worthy of respect. The old turtle thought to itself, I must cultivate a good relationship with this esteemed individual. Perhaps in his good graces, I might receive some rewards in return. Xie Chen smiled. There is nothing much to it. I simply returned you to the Tianchen Continent and am about to announce the rankings of this world. Announce the rankings? Before Xie Chen could finish his sentence, the old turtle interrupted, astonished. My lord, are you saying you plan to release the rankings in the Tianchen Continent? Xie Chen merely nodded nonchalantly. Seeing this, the old turtle's eyes sparkled mischievously. Hee, my lord, what kind of ranking are you about to announce? Will there be? Xie Chen chuckled, fully aware of what it intended to inquire. As a creature of the Tianchen Continent with considerable strength, perhaps you might find yourself on the list. As for what the list entails, you will see for yourself shortly. Xie Chen left the matter ambiguous, not revealing it immediately. However, the old turtle was unconcerned. At that moment, it was already exhilarated by the prospect of appearing on the list, envisioning the splendid rewards that might await it. If it could claim the top position, what splendid rewards might it receive? Lost in its thoughts, the old turtle began to chuckle to itself. Observing the old turtle's blissful demeanor, Xie Chen remarked, "Your shell is already the finest treasure, capable of withstanding even the attacks of celestial emperors. Do you truly care for these rewards? My lord, one cannot say that. While my shell is indeed formidable, if not the best, it is certainly among the rarest. It would not be exchanged for even an imperial artifact. But who would ever refuse to have more treasures, wouldn't you agree?" Xie Chen paused and nodded. "Very well, then I wish you good fortune." My lord. May I remain here to observe and accompany you during the announcement? Feel free. If you wish to watch, then watch. Subsequently, Xie Chen produced the beast rankings of the Tianchen Continent and prepared to release them. Ding! Release successful. The rankings will soon descend upon the Tianchen Continent. Rumble! Rumble! The skies of the Tianchen Continent suddenly erupted with a deafening roar, a profound and overwhelming pressure filling the air, accompanied by an aura of celestial might. In an instant, countless strange beasts were roused from their slumber, all lifting their heads to gaze at the heavens. What is this? The people of the human race and other tribes looked up, their hearts racing with trepidation. Such a formidable presence. Could it be that an unparalleled beast was emerging? Most shared this thought, yet some linked it to the talent rankings suspended in the sky. Soon, they beheld a new ranking descending from above, landing beside the talent rankings. Chapter 541. Announcement of the Tianchen Continent Beast Rankings. Boom. As the beast rankings radiated golden light, a voice emerged from the talent rankings. The second ranking of the Tianchen Continent. The Tianchen Continent Beast Rankings will officially be announced today, at noon. In this iteration of the exotic beast rankings, the top 100 exotic beasts of the Tianchen Continent are to be ranked, with rewards for those who make the list. As the announcement concluded, a collective sigh of relief emerged from the crowd. Phew, it seems a new ranking has arrived, startling me momentarily. I initially feared the emergence of some terrifying beast. How delightful. It's the exotic beast rankings, which are far more intriguing than the talented ones rankings. Hee. While the prodigies of our Tianchen Continent may be somewhat lacking in comparison to those from other continents, our exotic beasts are indeed formidable. If our continent were to rank second, the others would not dare claim the top spot. Indeed, I have a brother in a major sect. His ancestor recently returned from the Tianchen Continent, sharing insights and glimpsing their talented ones rankings. Can you guess what? The top-ranked prodigy there is actually at the 6th stage of the transformation realm. This is akin to a dimensional strike, utterly flattening our Takai prodigies. What? Sixth stage of the transformation realm. How is that possible? Are you certain they are under 30? Of course, that ranking was published by the Hall of Heavenly Dao. And it is indeed the genuine top of the talented one's rankings. He mentioned that the individual S name escapes me, but it sounded something like First Sparrow, perhaps. First Sparrow? What a rather unremarkable name. Who knows, perhaps it's a matter of personal preference. I say, forget about the talented ones. We should focus on the exotic beast rankings, which I am eagerly anticipating. I wonder if those two from the Dream Cloud Abode will make the list. Hiss. Those two are true powerhouses. There is no doubt they will appear on the list, and their ranking will surely be high. I concur. Yet it is somewhat regrettable that with millions of exotic beasts in the Tianchen Continent, only 100 can be ranked. In an instant, discussions erupted throughout the Tianchen Continent. Even some exotic beasts roared toward the sky, displaying their excitement and impatience for the unveiling of the rankings. In the Dream Cloud Abode, deep within its dim and tranquil recesses, suddenly, two pairs of eyes opened. Behind one pair, several wings unfurled, adorned with white feathers that cascaded an endless glow of white light. The other pair, coiled behind it, possessed limbs akin to black serpents, covered in dark scales. Could they be some great serpent-like exotic beast? As these two pairs of eyes flickered open, the entire sky of the Dream Cloud Abode was suddenly adorned with colorful clouds and bathed in warm afterglow. A fierce wind began to blow, and the rivers surged rapidly, casting a shadow over the entire Dream Cloud Abode. Surely, this signifies the inhabitants of the Dream Cloud Abode, along with the exotic beasts, paused, gazing at this scene with astonishment. Such a spectacle had not been witnessed in a long time. However, now that it has transpired, it heralds the awakening of those two esteemed beings of the Dream Cloud Abode. At Xixiao Mountain, the exotic beast rankings? The old turtle pondered for a moment before turning to Xie Chen. My lord, am I considered an exotic beast? Xie Chen cast a bemused glance its way. What do you think? Heh. I suppose I could be counted as one. Xie Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. This old turtle has lived for so long, yet still questions its own nature. Could it be that prolonged time in the inheritance land has dulled its wits? However, Xie Chen paid it no mind. Currently, his concern lay solely in whether he could uncover clues about the Xuanwu from this exotic beast rankings. His intuition suggested a strong possibility. Gradually, noon arrived, and the Tianchen Continent fell into silence. The rankings are about to be revealed. Who will be the first exotic beast to grace the list? The crowd buzzed with uncontainable excitement. At that moment, the exotic beast rankings began to rise, and in an instant of golden brilliance, the 100th name was finally disclosed. The Tianchen Continent exotic beast rankings are officially unveiled. Ranked 100, the dream-eating ancient dragon. Realm, pinnacle of the celestial immortal stage. Habitat, nightmare illusions. Origin, an entity born from the gathering of nightmare spirits, cultivated over many years, adept at devouring the nightmares of living beings, luring and eroding the mind. Reward, 2 nightmare luminaires, capable of collecting nightmares and amplifying their cultivation effects twofold. The mention of the dream-eating ancient dragon caused many to change countenance, shuddering in fear. It is indeed the dream-eating ancient dragon, a notoriously cunning and treacherous beast. I have suffered at its hands before. So have I. That wretched creature invaded my dreams, causing me to awaken in terror, only to find my pants and bed soaked. To make matters worse, an elder from the sect discovered this while I was airing my bedding, and the incident was reported, leading to my disgrace throughout the entire sect. A disciple, appearing barely in his 20s, exclaimed in anger, "That's not right. Those plagued by the dream-eating ancient dragon turn pale, lose their vitality, and tremble. They can hardly awaken. I've never heard of such symptoms as yours." Isn't it like that? The disciple froze, a jolt of realization striking him. It seems more like you simply couldn't hold it in and wet yourself in the dream. Don't go blaming the dream-eating ancient dragon. Besides, at your golden core stage, it wouldn't even bother with you. Only the dreams of those above the immortal realm would attract its attention. I know way, brother. You seem barely over 20, and here you are wetting yourself. How impressive. Ha. At the sound of laughter from around him, the disciple, filled with shame, quickly dashed away. Damn it. Had I known, I would have kept quiet and spared myself another humiliation. In the nightmare illusions, dream, come forth. With these 2 nightmare luminaires, I can devour more nightmares and become even stronger. A 6-clawed figure, its eyes ablaze with blue flames and radiating blue demonic flames from its back, circled eagerly around the direction of the exotic beast rankings, seemingly expressing its exhilaration. Indeed, it was the dream-eating ancient dragon. I found you. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind it. What? The dream-eating ancient dragon whirled around, its eyes widening in panic. Ah, humph, the dream-eating ancient dragon. I shall rid the world of you in due time. I am going to dream now. An elder of the celestial immortal realm, increasingly infuriated, lay down to sleep. Snoring instantly. It appeared he harbored a significant grudge against the dream-eating ancient dragon. Impressive. The disciples below couldn't help but admire their elder's prowess. At least in the realm of slumber. However, how could one rid themselves of the dream-eating ancient dragon? Just as everyone pondered this, the exotic beast rankings suddenly experienced an anomaly. The crowd assumed it was time for the next name to be revealed, only to find that all content displaying the 100th rank had abruptly vanished. What is happening? Where has the ranking gone? The entire Tianchen Continent was engulfed in confusion. Not only them, even Xie Chen found himself momentarily stunned. Such a situation had never occurred before. What on earth is happening? However, shortly thereafter, the rankings of the beast list re-emerged. Top 100 of the Tianchen Continent. War Beast Heavenly Wolf. Realm, Peak of Celestial Immortal. It was perplexing. How could the 100th position on the beast list have changed? Though the rankings had been revealed anew, the name of the dream-eating ancient dragon was conspicuously absent, replaced instead by that of the war beast Heavenly Wolf. This incited a flicker of doubt among them. Yet, Xie Chen immediately discerned the underlying reason. It appeared that just moments ago, the dream-eating ancient dragon had met its demise. Chapter 542, The Sea-Swallowing Dragon Catfish. The dream-eating ancient dragon is dead. Even the powerful figures recognized the implications, their eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and shock. Considering that the dream-eating ancient dragon had been supplanted by the war beast Heavenly Wolf, there was only one possibility. The dream-eating ancient dragon had been slain. The war beast Heavenly Wolf, a creature born of warriors, was fiercely combative, and although it too resided at the peak of the celestial immortal realm, its strength paled slightly in comparison to that of the dream-eating ancient dragon. Gulp. The previous disciples swallowed hard, turning their gaze towards the elder, who was fast asleep. Surely not. Could it be that the dream-eating ancient dragon was truly slain by the elder in his slumber? Wine, divine wine, fill it to the brim, he. Observing the elder's blissful expression in sleep, with drool trickling from his mouth, the disciples' faces fell, their expressions darkening as they promptly dismissed such a notion. Well, it seems we were overthinking it. Tianchen Continent Beast List, 99th place, Six-Winged Flying Fish. Tianchen Continent Beast List, 98th place, Copperhorned Beast. Tianchen Continent Beast List, 97th place, Shadow Dream Moth. Realm, Early Stage of True Immortal. Habitat, Nightmare Illusion Realm. Origin, a beast formed from the condensation of dream spirits. It feeds on nightmares and other beings within the nightmare realm, adept at controlling dreams and eliciting the roots of nightmares. Reward, Firefly Lantern, capable of releasing nightmare blue flames. Extinguishing illusions. The Shadow Dream Moth. I have never heard of such a beast before. Indeed, the so-called nightmare illusion realm is not solely inhabited by the dream-eating ancient dragon, but also by the Shadow Dream Moth, which has truly broadened my horizons. You should consider your own capabilities. Even the dream-eating ancient dragon looks down upon you, let alone the Shadow Dream Moth that precedes it. To attract the attention of such a dream beast, one must possess at least the strength of a celestial immortal. You all have a long way to go. Strangely, the previously mentioned six-winged flying fish and copperhorn beast were formidable, yet they were documented in the beast compendium. However, the Shadow Dream Moth was not listed within. Could it be an oversight in this tome? At that moment, certain esteemed individuals from the Tianchen Continent felt a surge of indignation. Damn it, this reward can indeed dispel illusions. How are we supposed to capture it now? Even though the Shadow Dream Moth was not recorded in the beast compendium, a few individuals were still aware of its existence. Its power to manipulate dreams is an exceedingly terrifying ability. If they could tame it, it would undoubtedly become a formidable asset, potentially elevating their sect's standing. Initially, they had devised a plan to ensnare it with illusions before compelling it to submit, and they were confident of success. Yet now, with the beast list's reward capable of nullifying illusions, how could they hope to subdue the Shadow Dream Moth? Their plans were dashed before they even commenced. Truly infuriating and yet disheartening. Within the nightmare illusion realm, Slurp, a beast with a human face and moth-like body, licked its tongue. Behind it sprouted a pair of black dream wings, adorned with patterns resembling demonic eyes. It exuded an aura of chaotic darkness, reminiscent of nightmares, sending chills down the spine of anyone who dared to gaze upon it. Just moments ago, this was the territory of the dream-eating ancient dragon, yet now, its presence had vanished, leaving only a trace of its essence behind. The scent of the dream-eating ancient dragon is quite delectable. Tianchen Continent Beast List. 87th place, Eight-Angled Divine Serpent. Realm, Mid-Stage of True Immortal. Habitat, Kingdom of Ascendant Qing. Origin: a colossal serpent that has survived from ancient times. Capable of devouring an entire nation with its massive jaws, and its shed bones could form a realm. Reward: feathered serpent vine ring, when wrapped around the serpent's body. Can invoke the power of the ancient serpent god. As the words fell, a group of individuals hurriedly flipped through the beast compendium, seeking information about the eight-angled divine serpent. Nothing. They quickly finished scanning, finding no clues regarding the eight-angled divine serpent. What a load of rubbish beast compendium. It has announced over a dozen beasts. Yet aside from the 5 documented in the rankings, the rest are entirely unrecorded, rendering it utterly worthless. Who penned this beast compendium? I will demand a refund upon locating them. Indeed, I am quite curious about what kind of beast the eight-angled divine serpent truly is. And I have never heard of the Kingdom of Ascendant Qing. Does it genuinely exist in the Tokai continent? At this moment, in a certain location of the Tokai continent, several disciples from prominent sects descended upon a colossal black city wall. The legendary Kingdom of Ascendant Qing lay just ahead. The old Coots map was indeed accurate. This place clearly harbors great fortune. Yet, little did they expect that a divine serpent resided here. Had it not been exposed by the beast list, they would remain oblivious. Hey, the eight-angled divine serpent. I truly wish to see what it looks like. Forget it, judging by the introduction on the beast list. The strength of the eight-angled divine serpent is indeed at the true immortal realm. Encountering it would not be a trifling matter. Rest assured, we are not so unfortunate. Such a powerful beast typically hides in places we cannot discover. It won't be that easy to come across. Precisely, you all stay here. I will step aside for a moment. You're so troublesome, take me with you. Refreshing. At that moment, at the far end of the city wall, something suddenly rose silently. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that what they thought was a city wall was, in fact, a gigantic black python, adorned with 8 horns upon its head. It flicked its tongue and widened its eyes, incredulously gazing at the tiny figures making use of its body. Tokai Continent Beast List. 71st place, Patterned Elephant. Tokai Continent Beast List. 72nd place, Sea-Swallowing Dragon Catfish. Realm: Peak of True Immortal, currently fallen. Habitat: Black Tide Sea. Origin: Master of the Black Tide Sea, governing the surrounding waters, its belly capable of encompassing an entire sea. It suffered a defeat in battle, resulting in a decline in its realm. Reward: Forgotten Immortal Essence. Consuming it can restore 1's realm. The Sea-Swallowing Dragon Catfish. At the sight of the Sea-Swallowing Dragon Catfish's name, countless individuals across the Tokai continent were left aghast. This was an exceedingly terrifying and powerful beast. Even some formidable figures at the celestial immortal realm faced certain doom against it. Just months prior, a renowned sect leader ventured to the Black Tide Sea, intent on capturing the Sea-Swallowing Dragon Catfish. This was a genuine peak celestial immortal powerhouse. Yet, even such a formidable figure was defeated in combat with the Sea-Swallowing Dragon Catfish, ultimately leaving his life behind in that treacherous sea. This matter has spread among the major sects, causing many who entertained thoughts of confronting the devourer catfish to abandon their intentions and instruct their disciples to steer clear of the Black Tide Sea. In a fleeting moment, the Black Tide Sea has become a forbidden territory for several prominent sects, deterring countless individuals. Such a formidable devourer catfish, who would have thought it had once faced defeat, and even had its cultivation level diminished. Chapter 543, The Unyielding Old Bull. The most terrifying aspect is that, despite its fallen realm, it can transcend a major cultivation stage to vanquish a formidable human xianxian-level expert, truly a fearsome creature. Otherwise, how could one explain the immense power of exotic beasts? Yet, against whom did this devourer catfish engage in combat that led to its decline in realm? I have indeed heard whispers of some secrets surrounding this. At this moment, an esteemed elder from a grand sect spoke up, smiling. Old senior, do you possess such knowledge? Certainly. I once passed through the Yunming Tianqing and heard tales from its inhabitants. It is said that eons ago, a great catfish arrived at the rivers of Yunming Tianqing, desiring to consume its waterways, but was thwarted by a divine bird that resided there at the time. Those who spoke of it described the great catfish as resembling this devourer catfish. It must indeed be the same. And as for the divine bird that stopped it, one can easily guess its identity, can't they? The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. The 2 figures from Yunming Tianqing, of course, were well known to them. Not only exotic beasts but even cultivators from various clans, as well as the masters of top sects, had to pay their utmost respect before them, daring not to exhibit any form of disrespect. To provoke the devourer catfish may still offer a glimmer of hope for survival. However, to anger those 2 figures, even a quasi-emperor would find themselves in dire straits, holding no illusions of salvation. So that's how it is. Yet, The devourer catfish exhibits considerable audacity, daring to provoke Yiming Tianqing. With those two present, it is fortunate it has not met its demise. Those two should also be listed, right? I can hardly wait to see their appearance. Exotic Beast Rankings of the Taohui Continent, 57th, Gale Feather. Exotic Beast Rankings of the Taohui Continent, 56th, Illusory Fruit Beast. Realm, Early Xianxian. Habitat, Divine Wood Immortal Forest. Origin, an exotic beast birth from the essence of heaven and earth, capable of dispelling all poisons and shattering illusions. Reward, Guardian Immortal Array of the Divine Wood Immortal Forest. The Illusory Fruit Beast. Upon seeing its name on the rankings, countless individuals from major sects rose to their feet, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The Illusory Fruit Beast is not only a creation of heaven and earth, but is also said to have once accompanied an unknown empress. Observing her numerous imperial techniques, for ages, countless individuals have sought its whereabouts. If one could capture it and extract its memories through various means, imprinting the empress's imperial techniques, they would undoubtedly prosper. Such techniques belong to an immortal emperor, a coveted treasure for many. Even quasi-emperors would not dare to dismiss it lightly. Naturally, this illusory fruit beast has drawn the attention of many influential figures. Its value is incalculable, even surpassing those exotic beasts ranked before it. At that moment, in the Divine Wood Immortal Forest, Little Gua, a young woman, with a basket slung over her shoulder, gazed up at a towering tree. Beep! Upon hearing her voice, a small head poked out from the lush branches above. Upon recognizing the girl, it joyfully swooped down, circling around her and chirping excitedly. Hee. Little Gua, you must be hungry. I brought you some food. The girl patted its cotton-like head, then presented the fruits she had gathered. Watching the illusory fruit beast devour the fruits adorably filled her heart with joy. Turning her gaze back to the sky where the exotic beast rankings were displayed, she remarked, Little Gua, you've been exposed. However, it's fortunate that the reward is a guardian immortal array. With that in place, those who covet you should find it difficult to lay a finger on you. Beep, beep. The illusory fruit beast squinted its eyes, waving its tiny hands, gesturing animatedly. It then closed its eyes, hands on its hips, striking a confident pose, as if to say, with me around, you need not worry. At Xixiao Mountain, the old turtle turned to Xie Chen and chuckled. My lord, upon seeing this ranking, I feel confident that I can secure the first place. Xie Chen regarded it with mild interest, saying, such confidence. What if you fail to secure the first place? If I do not rank first, I shall heed your command. Even if it means relinquishing this shell of mine. Such is my confidence. Very well, I shall await the outcome with bated breath. Exotic Beast Rankings of the Taohui Continent. 37th, Yaya Dolphin. Exotic Beast Rankings of the Taohui Continent. 36th, Starry Celestial Fox. Realm, Mid-Xianxian. Habitat, Baimi Mountain Gorge. Origin, an exotic beast birth from the celestial constellations. Cloaked in white mist, existing for several epochs, riding upon it can extend one's lifespan by a millennium. Reward, Star Moon Horn, capable of tearing through space to reach the stars above. The Starry Celestial Fox? Yet another exotic beast previously unheard of. Without a doubt, it is another entity unrecorded in the Exotic Beast Compendium. Not only them, but even some from major sects were hearing the name of the Starry Celestial Fox for the first time. My goodness. Riding it just once can extend one's lifespan by a millennium. Such a miraculous beast exists in the Taohui continent. Surely not. If riding it just once could grant me a millennium of life, I could remain on its back indefinitely and become immortal. I too believe there must be limitations, otherwise. With such miraculous abilities, it would not merely rank 36th. I have made up my mind. I must capture this Starry Celestial Fox. Seek your doom if you wish. I shall not stop you. You only see its ability, but have you not noticed its realm? It ranks 36th, a position considerably higher than that devourer catfish. Do you truly believe you stand a chance? It does seem that way. Old senior, do you know of this Starry Celestial Fox? Encountering an unfamiliar exotic beast, one naturally seeks the wisdom of the all-knowing elder from the grand sect. Yet, this elder shook his head. Despite his vast knowledge, he found the Starry Celestial Fox exceedingly unfamiliar. He pondered to himself, it seems my experiences are still insufficient. It may be time to depart from here and broaden my horizons. Gazing at the exotic beast rankings, his eyes gradually grew resolute. He must enlighten these mortals, for he did not wish for his position as an explicator to be usurped in the future. Exotic Beast Rankings of the Taohui Continent, 20th, 9 Nether Primordial Scorpion. Exotic Beast Rankings of the Taohui Continent, 15th, Xian Kuan Divine Bull. Realm, Mid-Golden Immortal. Habitat, Taizu Mountain. Origin, a relic species from epochs past. Infused with the essence of the mysterious yellow, exuding dragon might, capable of commanding 10,000 beasts. Reward, Ancient barbaric bull's divine power. Near Xixiao Mountain. What a ridiculous ranking. My grandfather the bull is only 15th. Is there some mistake? A voice thundered through the skies, causing even Xixiao Mountain to tremble. Xie Chen and the old turtle were drawn to the commotion, turning their gazes toward the source. At the foot of another mountain, a bovine creature with fur of a deep yellow hue stood, its face contorted in anger as it raised a foreleg. Gesturing angrily towards the sky where the beast ranking was displayed. With a powerful exhalation, it seemed to express its defiance. That one over there. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the ear of this yellow-furred beast. Taken aback, it turned its head to look behind. Come here, come here. Atop the mountain behind it stood a man in white, beckoning. A wave of unease washed over the yellow beast. Oh no. How did that esteemed figure from the mountain notice me? After a moment's hesitation, it broke into a wide grin and scampered up Xixiao Mountain. Chapter 544, the top 10 of the beast ranking. Oh, isn't that the Xuanquan divine bull? What a coincidence to find it here. The old turtle remarked in surprise. The Xuanquan divine bull bounded over to stand before Xie Chen, wearing an expression that was both playful and eager. Hee, esteemed one, did you call for me? Its figure was larger than that of an ordinary cow, yet it paled in comparison to the old turtle beside it. Xie Chen cast a casual glance its way. I just heard you cursing over there, and did you imply that my ranking is a disgrace? The Xuanquan divine bull's heart sank once more. It had already noticed the appearance of Xie Chen and the old turtle from another mountaintop. Naturally, it understood that the beast ranking originated from this very esteemed figure. Having just cursed the ranking, it was essentially insulting this powerful individual. The Xuanquan divine bull quickly shifted gears, attempting to salvage the situation. Esteemed one. You must have misheard. I am your loyal fan. How could I ever question your ranking? This beast ranking is undoubtedly the most just list I have ever encountered in my life. Being placed at 15th, I am truly impressed. Is that so? Xie Chen replied with a benevolent smile. Indeed, my admiration for you is as clear as day, evident to heaven and earth. Before it could finish its sentence, the Xuanquan divine bull found itself slumped on the ground, its eyes spinning and head slightly dizzy. Flattery doesn't seem to work anymore, huh? The old turtle remarked, reveling in its misfortune. At this moment, certain individuals across the Tianchen Continent revealed expressions of gritted teeth upon seeing the name of the Xuanquan divine bull. The troublemaker Xuanquan divine bull actually ranks 15th, and it's in the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. So it's that formidable? No wonder so many powerful factions have been unable to deal with it. I haven't seen this fellow in ages. It must be hiding in the Taizu Mountain, too afraid to show itself. Hey, that yellow cow fears neither heaven nor earth. It dares to provoke everyone. And those great factions and beasts must be too intimidated to confront it. The name of the Xuanquan divine bull had indeed become well known, sparking much discussion among the populace. Gradually, as the beast ranking continued to be revealed, it reached the top 10. Beast ranking of the Tianchen Continent, 10th place, gluttonous sheep. Realm, pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Habitat, base of the boundary mountain. Origin, a ferocious beast that has survived for several epochs, feeding on desires, memories, souls, and the remains of living beings, with an insatiable appetite. Reward, copper coin mask, wearing it can suppress one's own gluttonous desires. Upon seeing the name gluttonous sheep, countless individuals across the Tianchen Continent lost their color. Not only them, but even many beasts displayed expressions of terror. The gluttonous sheep was an exceedingly fearsome and powerful creature. According to legend, it had once consumed a portion of the sky due to excessive hunger, nearly distorting the entire Tianchen Continent, but was fortunately stopped by a powerful being at that time. Instead of slaying the gluttonous sheep, this powerful entity imprisoned it at the base of the boundary mountain. Since then, the gluttonous sheep had been confined there, posing no further threat to the Tianchen Continent. Xie Chen contemplated the introduction of the gluttonous sheep and mused. This gluttonous sheep bears a resemblance to the Tao Tai. Could there be some familial connection between them? At that moment, the Xuanquan divine bull regained its senses. Shaking its head, it looked up at the beast ranking. So soon to reach the 10th place? Gluttonous sheep? That fellow is indeed formidable. Even I wouldn't dare approach it. The Xuanquan divine bull recalled its last journey past the boundary mountain, vaguely remembering the gluttonous sheep's ravenous gaze directed at it, which had startled even itself. The look in its eyes was as if it saw the Xuanquan divine bull as a delectable steak. Fortunately, it was bound. Otherwise, it might have truly been devoured. At the base of the boundary mountain lay a creature covered in long black fur, resembling a human face, with hind legs like hooves and forelimbs like hands. It appeared emaciated, as if it hadn't eaten in a long while. Copper coin mask, should I wear it or consume it? Such a dilemma. Beast ranking of the Tianchen Continent, 9th place, 100-legged spirit centipede. Beast ranking of the Tianchen Continent, 8th place, fang-toothed horned tiger. Realm, pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Habitat, Qixi Mountain. Origin, an epical relic species, known for its combative nature. Once a battle commences, it will not cease until a victor is determined. Reward, ancient bronze immortal axe, can condense the essence of the blood sea. Within Qixi Mountain, a thunderous roar reverberated, shaking all creatures within. The immortal axe, and it can condense the essence of the blood sea. Yes, this is precisely what I desire. Ha! Atop Qixi Mountain, the fang-toothed horned tiger could no longer contain its excitement, roaring incessantly at the sky. It boasted a pair of formidable black horns akin to those of a bull. Years of battle had left it scarred, with various bronze blades embedded in its body, blood long dried and crusted. Nevertheless, despite its numerous injuries, its combative spirit remained unyielding, as if it were born for warfare. On Xixiao Mountain, the old turtle smirked at the Xuanquan divine bull. Little bull, you, like it, are a relic of the epic. How come its ranking is so much higher than yours? The Xuanquan divine bull shot a glance at the old turtle, seemingly displeased with being called little bull. Yet, this giant was also a significant figure, so it was perhaps wise not to offend it. Clearing its throat, the Xuanquan divine bull said, "Just give me a little more time. Now that I have this divine wilderness power, once I fully master it, I will surely be able to suppress it. Hee. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed one?" Xie Chen cast a gentle smile at the Xuanquan divine bull. "Is that so? I thought you looked down on the rewards for 15th place. How could that be? Esteemed one, please don't jest. I have never thought that way. You are." The Xuanquan divine bull once again lavished praise. Xie Chen chuckled softly, diverting his gaze back to the beast ranking, continuing to scan for further updates. Beast ranking of the Tianchen Continent, 7th place, one-horned divine behemoth. Beast ranking of the Tianchen Continent, 6th place, corpse of Ingro. Realm, pinnacle of golden immortal. Habitat, Red Sea divine ridge. Origin, the remains of a fallen great power, existing for several epochs, mischievous and delighting in chaos, feeding on fear. Reward, blood of the ancient corpse god, can refine all, transforming the corpse. As the words fell, countless individuals across the Tianchen Continent became intrigued. The corpse of Ingro? What manner of extraordinary beast is this? Can a corpse truly be considered a beast? Uncertain, none had heard of it before. The previous esteemed ancestor of a great sect shook his head in disappointment. I know it. Just as confusion enveloped the crowd, a young man suddenly spoke up. The crowd turned to him, encircling him with curiosity. Even the venerable ancestor fell silent, eager to learn. Chapter 545, The Co-Master of Cloud Dream Paradise. Though the Ingron corpse is indeed the body of a great power, its form resembles a monstrous creature with a human face and horse body. Its abdomen boasts a row of fangs, a supreme treasure capable of shattering all that exists. Especially during the last epoch, countless eminent sects sought to seize the fangs of this Ingron corpse. Alas, they all failed, with innumerable sects falling to its wrath. The scenes were truly harrowing. Hiss, is it truly that terrifying? Indeed, otherwise, how could it possibly rank 6th on the list of extraordinary beasts? Impressive, young brother. You appear so youthful yet possess such profound knowledge. How did you come by this? Since you wish to know, allow me to reveal it. I am it. Upon uttering these words, the young man transformed into a towering creature with a human face and horse body, fangs protruding from its abdomen. It raised its forelimbs and opened its gaping maw. My heavens! Run! At this sight, the crowd gasped in horror and fled in a frenzy. Within mere breaths, the vicinity became desolate. Ha! These humans are ever so amusing. With such abundant fear, I shall feast well. The Ingron corpse laughed heartily, licking its decayed tongue. An epoch had passed since it emerged from the Red Sea divine ridge, and it was naturally time to seek sustenance. Oh, why do you not flee? Are you not afraid of me? The Ingron corpse abruptly noticed an old man standing still, trembling and gazing at it in fear. It was the earlier esteemed ancestor of the great sect. I am taking notes. The ancestor held a paper and pen, diligently recording the words spoken by the young man, now revealed to be the Ingron corpse. One must commend his dedication. The next moment, the ancestor dropped his materials, raised his hands in surrender, and bolted away. This old man is truly perplexing. The Ingron corpse had yet to finish its words when suddenly, the ancestor swiftly returned, retrieving his fallen paper and pen, awkwardly apologizing to the Ingron corpse with a nervous smile. Then, he again yelped and fled. Ingron corpse, ranked 5th on the Tianchen Continent Extraordinary Beasts list, Sha Gulong Realm, Quasi-Emperor. Habitat, Gannan Fairy Kingdom. Origin, from beyond the heavens. Existing for several epochs, possessing azure serpentine ears, able to hear the myriad fluctuations of the world. Reward, fire spirit melting furnace, can refine all things, converting part into its own power. What, a quasi-emperor? And already at 5th place? With the announcement of the 5th-ranked extraordinary beast, some individuals widened their eyes in disbelief. In the current Tianchen Continent, neither the human race nor any other races publicly boast a living quasi-emperor. Even if one existed, they would likely be on the brink of decay, sealed away from the world. However, extraordinary beasts are different among those known. There are 2 quasi-emperor extraordinary beasts, the 2 from Cloud Dream Paradise. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that there are others. Yet, they had only considered one. The emergence of a quasi-emperor extraordinary beast at 5th place was rather unexpected. This means, at the very least, the Tianchen Continent must harbor 5 quasi-emperor extraordinary beasts. A revelation that left them astounded. Indeed, aside from the 2 from Cloud Dream Paradise, there truly exist other quasi-emperor extraordinary beasts. What a surprise. Xia Gulong. I don't think I've heard of it, but it feels oddly familiar. Gannan Fairy Kingdom. Didn't that kingdom vanish epochs ago? Could it still be in existence? Zishao Mountain. Lord Xia. Upon seeing the name of Xia Gulong, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox shuddered, seemingly filled with trepidation. What? Do you have a grudge against it? Xie Chen inquired nonchalantly. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox gazed at Xie Chen, hesitating as if reluctant to speak. Not exactly. During my last visit to Gannan Fairy Kingdom, I accidentally spilled the dragon marrow soup Lord Xia had prepared. If he were to catch me, it would be disastrous. So I promptly made my escape. You saw it yourself. That fellow's ears are remarkably keen. Wherever you are, he can perceive everything. Only within the Taizu mountain can one evade those ears' awareness. Xie Chen smiled lightly. So you chose to hide back in the mountain, afraid to venture out. Hee. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox chuckled awkwardly, not replying, tacitly conceding. You, indeed, seem to know everyone and have enmities with many, surely. You've angered a great number of the beasts on this list. Upon hearing Xie Chen's words, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox lowered its head, a look of grievance crossing its face. Hey, in my opinion, this little ox seems less like he spilled the dragon marrow soup and more like he drank it all. At this moment, the old turtle interjected. It seemed to strike a chord. Suddenly, with a thud, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox buried its head in the ground, its hooves digging into the earth as it concealed its head, leaving only its rear facing Xie Chen and the old turtle, trembling slightly. Xie Chen and the old turtle exchanged glances, feeling somewhat speechless. This fellow truly makes one want to give it a kick. Across the Tianchen Continent, people immerse themselves in discussions about Xia Gulong, speculating on who the next extraordinary beast to be ranked would be. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the extraordinary beasts list erupted in golden radiance once more. It's coming. It's coming. The 4th rank is about to be announced. Silence fell over the crowd as they held their breath, eagerly anticipating whether the next reveal would be one of the 2 from Cloud Dream Paradise. The result was swiftly unveiled. Soon, under the imposing presence of the great Dao's voice, the ranking emerged. 4th rank on the Tianchen Continent Extraordinary Beasts list, Gui Tu Jiuhuang. Realm, Quasi-Emperor. Habitat, Cloud Dream Paradise. Origin, one of the co-masters of Cloud Dream Paradise. Existing since the birth of heaven and earth, possessing dual-born celestial spirits, capable of foreseeing calamities and chaos. Reward, Divine Phoenix Ritual Robe, Spirit Witch. 3rd rank on the Tianchen Continent Extraordinary Beasts list, Jiutian Wanfeng. Realm, Quasi-Emperor. Habitat, Cloud Dream Paradise. Origin, one of the sovereigns of the Cloud Dream Paradise. Having existed since the dawn of creation, a dual-born celestial spirit, symbolizing auspiciousness and good fortune. Reward, Divine Phoenix Feather Garment, Celestial Spirit. As the announcement was made, 2 rankings were revealed in succession, momentarily silencing the vast expanse of the Tianchen Continent. Soon, a wave of excitement surged forth as countless individuals erupted in jubilation. They had appeared. The 2 esteemed lords of the Cloud Dream Paradise had ascended the ranks. The crowd cheered and shouted with fervor. The long-awaited names of the lords from Cloud Dream Paradise finally graced the list. Upon seeing their names, it felt as though the 2 lords were standing before them at that very moment. Whether they were denizens of the Cloud Dream Paradise or inhabitants from various corners of the Tianchen Continent, or even the exotic beasts, they were all enveloped in overwhelming excitement. For them, these 2 figures held a profound significance. Chapter 546, The Origin of the Old Tortoise. Lord Gui Tu Jiuhuang, Lord Jiutian Wanfeng. At that moment, the inhabitants of Cloud Dream Paradise and the exotic beasts alike found themselves kneeling in reverence, bowing before the names on the exotic beast ranking. To them, Gui Tu Jiuhuang and Jiutian Wanfeng were akin to guardian deities, perpetually safeguarding the Cloud Dream Paradise. Eons ago, a cataclysm struck the Tianchen Continent, causing the Star Palace to shift, awakening the sealed powers of catastrophe that had lain dormant, leading to their revival. Once infected, Even a golden immortal cultivator would lose their clarity of mind, becoming a vessel for chaos and indiscriminate slaughter. This calamity engulfed the entire Takuai continent. Be it exotic beasts or cultivators from various clans, none were spared, and the Cloud Dream Paradise was no exception. In response, the major forces united to confront the impending disaster. However, their strength was ultimately limited, capable only of temporarily staving off a portion of the catastrophic energies, unable to eradicate them entirely. In this critical hour, two formidable beings emerged to halt the disaster. They were two potent exotic beasts. One, a radiant holy spirit, with a white feathered head and 8 resplendent wings, akin to the queen of divine birds, dazzling and magnificent, shining like a phoenix. The other, cloaked in elegant darkness, with a red-crowned head and 8 ghastly visages upon its back, bore a somewhat intimidating demeanor but exuded an overwhelming celestial majesty. When these two exotic beasts descended, their divine aura gradually enveloped the entire Takuai continent, purging or absorbing all the catastrophic energies. Those previously corrupted, both human and beast, regained their senses and returned to normalcy. Thus, the turmoil was quelled by their intervention. From that moment on, Gui Tu Jiuhuang and Jiu Tian Luanfeng were revered and venerated by all. One inhabitant of the Cloud Dream Paradise remarked, "I have only heard legends of these two esteemed beings, yet I have yet to behold their true forms." Since that calamity, Gui Tu Jiuhuang and Jiu Tian Luanfeng had never revealed themselves again. "I have had the fortune to see them once. Perhaps that is the benefit of having been born early," another added, "though they have never shown themselves. I am certain that they are aware of everything transpiring in the Cloud Dream Paradise now. Perhaps they are watching us at this very moment. Elder, your words have ignited a desire within me to meet these two lords. Are they truly in Cloud Dream Paradise?" Deep within the Cloud Dream Paradise, a conversation unfolded. Sister? Hee, my rank is higher than yours. You insolent wretch, I see you are looking for a fight. Takuai Continent. Hey, everyone, what did I say? The two lords of Cloud Dream Paradise would undoubtedly make the list, and their ranking is surely not low. How astonishing. Even they only claimed the 3rd and 4th spots. Who could possibly surpass them? I don't know. I expected at least one of them to be first on the exotic beast ranking. Now it seems I was too naive. Hurry. I can barely contain my anticipation. Announce the 1st and 2nd places on the exotic beast ranking. The crowd engaged in fervent discussions. Amid their admiration for Gui Tu Jiuhuang and Jiu Tian Luanfeng, they speculated which two exotic beasts could possibly rank above them. Surely, those beasts must possess extraordinary power and lineage to surpass Gui Tu Jiuhuang and Jiu Tian Luanfeng. Zhixiao Mountain. Oh, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox lifted its head from the earth, resting its limbs on the ground, gazing up at the exotic beast ranking. Huh. Those two great birds are indeed on the list. What, do you know them too? Xie Chen asked the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox. Esteemed one. I have traversed the entirety of Takuai continent. There are hardly any exotic beasts in this circle that I am unfamiliar with. Is that so? You didn't happen to provoke them, did you? Not at all. I have only encountered them once. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox had a thought unvoiced. I do indeed know them. However, they do not know me. After all this time, those two sisters have grown so powerful. The old tortoise gazed at the names on the exotic beast ranking, a wave of nostalgia washing over it. It seemed to share a familiar bond with Gui Tu Jiuhuang and Jiu Tian Luanfeng. Oh, old tortoise, you know them? The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox looked at the old tortoise, curiosity evident in its voice. Of course, the old tortoise replied instinctively, a proud glimmer in its eyes. To it, Gui Tu Jiuhuang and Jiu Tian Luanfeng appeared almost as juniors. Suddenly, it sensed something amiss and blinked its eyes. What did you just call me? The old tortoise bellowed down at the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox. In an instant, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox stood upright, its fur bristling in shock. My apologies. I misspoke. I meant to say, esteemed senior. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox chuckled nervously. Xie Chen shook his head at the scene. Now he understood how the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox had managed to offend nearly every exotic beast on the ranking. Xie Chen continued to gaze at the exotic beast ranking, pondering. Now that we are down to the top 3, there should be some clues regarding the black tortoise. I say, Sho, let us refrain from speaking and watch closely. The inhabitants of Takuai continent gradually fell silent, all eyes fixed on the direction of the exotic beast ranking. Their hearts raced, pounding incessantly. At that moment, the exotic beast ranking shimmered with anticipation. They understood that the 2nd place was about to be announced. What exotic beast could possibly outrank the two lords of Cloud Dream Paradise? The long-awaited answer was on the verge of revelation. Exotic beast ranking of Takuai continent. 2nd place, sea-settling sun-swallowing tortoise. Realm, quasi-emperor. Habitat, the original Takuai continent S Dream Marsh. Origin: born from a drop of water from the forbidden heavenly treasure. Its massive shell can withstand myriad laws. Beneath the celestial emperor, none can breach its defenses. Reward: golden shell shield, doubles its own defense. The announcement of the second place sparked an intense discussion among the people of Tianchen Continent. Indeed, this second place was also a quasi-emperor realm exotic beast. The sea-settling, sun-swallowing tortoise. This was the beast that surpassed the two lords of Cloud Dream Paradise. From its name, it seems akin to a giant tortoise. How extraordinary. Such a quasi-emperor exotic beast exists within the Dream Marsh? It is impossible. I have been there myself and have never seen or heard of a quasi-emperor beast existing. After all, it is a quasi-emperor. How could it possibly be so easily encountered? Indeed, moreover, the beast ranking explicitly states that it is not present now, but was in the past. Did you not notice the character Yuan inscribed there? It is likely no longer in that location. If it is not there, then where might it be now? It should still be in the Tianchen Continent. Chapter 547. The top beast of the Tianchen Continent. Even though the second place has been announced, the name Xianxiaaudiobooks is virtually unknown within the Tianchen Continent. What? The forbidden heavenly treasure. Within the Tianchen Continent, an ancient and venerable relic has spoken, causing eyes to widen in astonishment. The shock is not regarding the Xianxiaaudiobooks, but rather the four characters of the forbidden heavenly treasure. Though he had not heard of the Bu Shizhou, he was well aware of the forbidden heavenly treasure. That was something even the celestial emperors could aspire to. Suddenly, he clapped his mouth shut, glancing left and right, appearing somewhat flustered. It seemed that there was something taboo within this matter. The people of Yunming Tianxiang also wore expressions of bewilderment. The Great Dream Marsh lies adjacent to Yunming Tianxiang, not too far apart. The inhabitants of Yunming Tianxiang are quite familiar with that place. However, even the cultivators who have lived there for tens of thousands of years have never heard of any quasi-emperor beast dwelling in the Great Dream Marsh. In the past, though, there was a mysterious and powerful elder residing there. The Great Dream Marsh, like Yunming Tianxiang, is also an ancient and enigmatic locale. As stated by an elder from Yunming Tianxiang. Elder, do you know of the Xianxiaaudiobooks? In response to the inquiry, the elder shook his head. Not at all. It was only when I was young that I encountered an immortal beneath the Great Dream Marsh. That immortal once said, as long as you offer your sincerity, you could assist me in achieving the great Tao, constructing a golden body, and even attaining the status of a celestial emperor would not be beyond reach. What? Attaining the status of a celestial emperor? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could one truly assist another in achieving the status of a celestial emperor? Surely, this world has gone mad. Elder, did you offer any sincerity? I had nothing to offer. I was utterly destitute at the time. However, do not doubt me. That immortal indeed possessed great capabilities, and what he said was likely true. Unfortunately, when the opportunity presented itself, I failed to seize it, which has become the greatest regret of my life. Xixiao Mountain. No. A deafening lament erupted from the old turtle. How could I only be ranked second? Why is this the case? Xie Chen looked at it with an expression of disbelief. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull widened its eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, Great Elder. Could it be that you are the Xianxiaaudiobooks? Yes, woe is me. The old turtle's countenance turned ashen, feigning tears. Ah, Great Elder. What troubles you? The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull inquired, puzzled. Shouldn't you be delighted for making the list? Why are you weeping? I am only ranked second. My shell is in jeopardy, my precious shell. Earlier, it had wagered with Xie Chen that it would undoubtedly secure first place on the beast ranking, or else it would surrender its shell to Xie Chen. Now that the beast ranking has been revealed, it has only secured the second position. This implies that it truly must relinquish its shell, which surely would not allow it to remain at ease. While the old turtle sobbed profusely, it discreetly glanced at Xie Chen, gauging his reaction. Xie Chen remained silent, causing the old turtle's lamentations to become increasingly irksome. If you do not cease, I shall believe you want me to sever your limbs for a soup. Xie Chen suddenly interjected. Hearing this, the old turtle instantly stopped its cries, raising its head in seriousness. Yes, my lord. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull was taken aback. Goodness, this old turtle changes its demeanor faster than I can. Xie Chen sighed lightly and said, There is no need for you to be anxious. You may keep your shell for now. I do not require it at the moment. The old turtle's expression brightened, and it burst into joyous laughter. Thank you, my lord, thank you. Xie Chen chose not to look at it again. He had long since employed the Heavenly Dao's insight technique to examine its origins and felt no stirrings in his heart. However, the forbidden heavenly treasure piqued Xie Chen's curiosity. Moreover, the power that the quasi-emperor of the Heavenly Dao Hall wielded at the time of its demise seemed to have emanated from the forbidden heavenly treasure. Xie Chen subsequently inquired with the system. However, the cost in Heavenly Dao value to investigate this forbidden heavenly treasure was far too great. So he decided to set it aside for the time being. Great Elder, You actually emerged from the forbidden heavenly treasure. That is the most powerful treasure in all the realms. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull exclaimed once more in astonishment. Of course, now you understand how formidable my origins are. Far beyond what you little ones can compare to, the old turtle boasted proudly. Hee, great elder, since you were born from Bushizhou. Do you know where it is? Perhaps we could. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull rubbed its hooves together, revealing a sly smile. Asking about such matters is futile. Whether you know or not makes no difference. The forbidden heavenly treasure is not something you can approach. Xie Chen interjected at this moment. Upon hearing this, the old turtle fell silent. Indeed, as Xie Chen stated, the forbidden heavenly treasure is beyond their reach. The very term forbidden implies its extraordinary nature. Even though it emerged from such origins, it could not pry into its secrets. Naturally, it also did not know the current whereabouts of Bushizhou. It only knew that it had been born from the Great Dream Marsh several epochs ago. Across the Tianchen Continent, discussions regarding the old turtle continued to be fervent. According to the description, the Xinhai Tunrigue is indeed formidable, as no power below that of a celestial emperor can penetrate its defenses. It is no wonder it ranks above those two esteemed beings. Such strength, how can it not be first? To think it is merely second? Hiss, upon reflection. That is indeed terrifying. If such power can only attain second place, then what of the first? It is unfathomable, inconceivable. Could it be boom? Just as the crowd speculated. A thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the sky. Instantly, silence fell over the crowd, and all gazed upward toward the direction of the beast ranking. The beast ranking was now undulating more violently than ever. Among the throng, the sound of gulping could be heard involuntarily. At this moment, including Xie Chen, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull, the old turtle, and even the ghostly Jiutian Luan Feng from Yunming Tianxiang, as well as other beasts both on and off the list. All focused their attention on the beast ranking. They were all curious about who would seize the first place. Humph. I shall see which fool dares to snatch my first place. The old turtle thought to itself. Then, with a roar, the beast ranking shimmered with a dazzling and powerful golden light, accompanied by a sweeping heavenly might, as a mighty shout resounded, shaking the heavens and earth, reverberating across the continent. Is it coming? Xie Chen suddenly squinted his eyes, with the sound of the great Tao resonating. The first place on the beast ranking was finally announced. First place on the Tianchen Continent beast ranking, Blackwater Xuanwu. Realm, Celestial Emperor. Habitat, return to the void's abyss. Origin, one of the four spirits of heaven, the black tortoise, severed its own life, resulting in the fall of the 7 stars. The remnants of these stars coalesced into the Blackwater black tortoise, which was abandoned on the Tianchen Continent eons ago. Reward, black tortoise seal, which can summon the true form of the black tortoise once. Chapter 548, Blackwater black tortoise. With the announcement of the top-ranked exotic beast, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Tianchen Continent in that fleeting moment. 1, 2, 3. People from all major realms stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed towards the direction of the exotic beast rankings. At that instant, it felt as though their minds had ceased to function, and their hearts had halted in rhythm. No thoughts, no words, only the trembling gaze of fear shared among the crowd, reverberating with boundless shock. Hey, finally. A few individuals, trembling, spoke in quivering tones. Occasionally, the sound of gulping could be heard. Is this real? Not only the cultivators of various races on the Tianchen Continent, but even the exotic beasts, both those ranked and those unranked, were shaken to their cores, rendered utterly speechless. Celestial Emperor, Celestial Emperor, the crowd murmured, their subdued tones gradually transforming into fervent exclamations. In an instant, a cacophony of cries erupted across the Tianchen Continent, which had been so quiet, now bursting forth as if to shatter the heavens, the momentum swelling to its zenith. A celestial emperor. Indeed, a celestial emperor. We, the Tianchen Continent, actually have a celestial emperor among the exotic beasts. My heavens, I've witnessed a celestial emperor beast. Surely, this cannot be a dream. A resounding slap echoed as a hand struck the face of the speaker. Ouch! Who was that scoundrel? If you can feel pain, then it must not be a dream. This is real. My goodness, it truly is a celestial emperor beast. I'm not sure if I'm dreaming, but I know you'll soon be dreaming. The crowd's emotions surged, and fervent discussions erupted everywhere across the Tianchen Continent, a scene reminiscent of a celestial dreamland. Who would have thought there existed a celestial emperor beast on our Tianchen Continent? Sister, what do you think? I'm more curious about the origins of this beast. The so-called Blackwater black tortoise seems not to be a being born of the Tianchen Continent. The exotic beast rankings mention it was abandoned here. And that was eons ago, in the Gannan celestial nation. Indeed, this newly brewed dragon essence soup tastes better than last time. I must keep it well hidden. I cannot allow that little rascal to steal it again. A large cauldron of dragon essence soup, shrouded in white spiritual mist, exuded an unparalleled ethereal aroma. Beside the cauldron stood an elder adorned with twin serpents and a pair of dark blue horns, none other than the Shaga dragon, ranked 5th on the exotic beast list. The Shaga dragon held a specially crafted ladle and savored a spoonful of the dragon essence soup. Then, he glanced towards the direction of the exotic beast rankings and noted the name of the Blackwater Black Tortoise. So, it's called the Blackwater Black Tortoise. Was it the one that caused the disturbance in the return to the Void's Abyss eons ago? A celestial emperor beast, quite formidable indeed. I suppose it is prudent for me to remain aloof. Sensing something, the Shaga dragon let out a sigh, becoming somewhat lost in thought. At Xixiao Mountain. Just as I imagined, Xie Chen murmured softly. He had indeed anticipated that the exotic beast rankings would contain clues about the black tortoise. However, there were some discrepancies. The black tortoise was indeed the black tortoise, but it bore the additional title of Blackwater, formed from the convergence of the fallen 7 stars. Though not the true form of the black tortoise, it maintained an inseparable bond with it. It seemed he would have to venture into the return to the Void's Abyss once more. A celestial emperor beast. My dear heavens, is this truly real? I, Old Neo, have traversed the entire Tianchen Continent and have yet to encounter a celestial emperor beast. Today has truly opened my eyes. The Xuanquan divine bull shuffled its hindquarters on the ground, staring in disbelief at the top rank of the exotic beast list. When did the Tianchen Continent produce a celestial emperor beast? I have no memory of this. The old turtle was equally startled. Having departed the Tianchen Continent long ago, it was utterly oblivious to the happenings of the last several millennia. It had thought a quasi-emperor beast had claimed the top spot, only to discover it was a celestial emperor beast, which took it quite by surprise. Well, if it's a celestial emperor, then so be it. The old turtle reconciled itself. If the other party was indeed a celestial emperor, there was little to be done, despite its own strength and substantial background. It knew that with its current power, merely relying on its formidable shell would be utterly inadequate when compared to a celestial emperor beast. Blackwater Black Tortoise, what a fine name. The black tortoise, like the vermilion bird, is one of the 4 spirits. Could it be? The old turtle glanced at Xie Chen. Previously, Xie Chen had come seeking the vermilion bird and had inadvertently rescued it, successfully taking the vermilion bird away. Now, the name of the black tortoise appeared on the newly released exotic beast list. Was this mere coincidence? No, this seemed too coincidental. It must be the old turtle's lips curved into a smile. Seeing the old turtle grinning for no apparent reason, the Xuanquan divine bull was perplexed. Elder, what's wrong? Are you familiar with that Blackwater Black Tortoise? Nothing much, little calf. Don't be overly curious. Just quietly listen, the old turtle replied. Clearing its throat, the Xuanquan divine bull, upon hearing this, sulked. Elder, while you may be stronger than me, you can't keep calling me little calf. I'm certainly older than many of those human ancestors. Despite the Xuanquan divine bull's seemingly carefree demeanor, its experience was quite profound. It merely had a penchant for playfulness. What did you just call me? Elder, what's the matter? Exactly. You just called me elder, whether in age, strength, or size. You are indeed smaller than me. So is there any issue with me calling you little calf? None whatsoever. Seems so. The Xuanquan divine bull rubbed its head with its hooves, then sprang to its feet, bowing deeply in respect to the old turtle. Elder, you are indeed wise. The old turtle nodded in satisfaction. Xie Chen cast a casual glance at the two. The duo, one large and one small, truly resembled a pair of lively treasures. The exotic beast rankings for the Tianchen Continent have been released. Those ranked are to prepare for reward collection. As the words fell, 100 beams of light emanated from the exotic beast list, darting across the Tianchen Continent. Among them, one beam manifested an indistinct image of a tortoise entwined with a serpent as it swiftly flew towards the return to the Void's Abyss. Vanishing in the blink of an eye. What was that just now? That was the manifestation of the black tortoise. It is said that among the 4 spirits, the black tortoise is depicted as a serpent coiling around a tortoise shell. Some recognized the black tortoise, not only the vermilion bird, but the other 3 spirits also had legacies preserved in various continents. Witnessing the earlier manifestation of the black tortoise, they were not overly surprised. Chapter 549. The release of the exotic beast rankings concludes. I have also heard of this legend. I never anticipated that the fabled 4 spirits, particularly the Xuanwu, would reside within our Tianchen Continent. This revelation is utterly astonishing. No, that is the Blackwater Xuanwu, which differs significantly from the true Xuanwu. What is the distinction? Did you not observe the introduction on the exotic beast ranking? They are quite similar, nearly indistinguishable. Atop Xixiao Mountain, 2 streams of radiant light soared from the heavens, merging into the forms of the ancient turtle and the Xuanquan divine bull. Hiss, this power, this sensation, is simply exhilarating. Ha ha ha. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull began to leap joyously, momentarily losing itself in exhilaration. This little calf is indeed just a little calf, lacking any semblance of maturity or composure. The ancient turtle shook its head, adopting a demeanor of elderliness, exuding an air of calmness. What's the matter? Are you not pleased? Do you not desire this golden shell protection? Xie Chen glanced at the ancient turtle, responding with a gentle smile. Oh, the ancient turtle, upon hearing this, instantly appeared flustered. Hee, my lord, please do not misunderstand. How could I be anything but delighted? This golden shell protection you have bestowed upon me is indeed the finest reward in the world, perfectly suited for me. You have saved me and granted me this reward. I am truly at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Xie Chen, upon hearing the ancient turtle's words, smiled once more. Very well, let it be so. The ranking has been announced, and now you two may depart. With this, the ancient turtle paused momentarily. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull also ceased its frolicking, blinking as it turned to Xie Chen. Can we leave now? I find it somewhat difficult to part. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull grinned playfully at Xie Chen. Big shot, can I really go? Xie Chen tilted his head towards it, displaying a warm smile. If you wish to stay, you may. If you feel restless, I can assist by giving you a good thrashing with a bullwhip. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull, upon hearing this, first recoiled its head, then shook it playfully. No. Esteemed one, you have many affairs to attend to. I shall not disturb you. Please, carry on with your business. The ancient turtle also took its leave. With that, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull bounded away, elated. Though it ranked only 15th, to receive such a magnificent reward for free was utterly delightful. Considering the power of this divine wasteland, I shall refrain from being overly critical of my esteemed elder. As the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull pondered this, it whistled cheerfully. Feeling quite pleased with itself, Xie Chen watched the frolicking figure of the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull, a faint smile appearing on his face. This little calf, so carefree and unrestrained, truly lives a life of leisure, the ancient turtle remarked. Xie Chen agreed. Indeed, a life devoid of worries is truly enviable. Many in this world long for such an existence. Gradually, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull vanished from Xie Chen's sight. And you, will you remain here, not intending to return? Xie Chen turned his gaze back to the ancient turtle. My lord, I am in no hurry. Since I have returned to the Tianchen Continent, I can depart at any time. As he spoke, the ancient turtle lowered its head, inching closer to Xie Chen. My lord, did you come to the Tianchen Continent for that matter? What matter? The first place on the exotic beasts ranking, the Blackwater Xuanwu? Xie Chen chuckled softly at this. You are quite astute. Indeed, I have come for the Xuanwu. Now that the Zhuke has returned, it is time for the next of the four spirits, the Xuanwu, to also return to the Hall of Heavenly Dao. Then my lord must be heading to the return of the ruins, correct? Xie Chen paused, looking at it with a teasing glint in his eyes. What? Do you wish to carry me there? I would be honored to serve you, my lord. The ancient turtle responded eagerly, seemingly having awaited such an invitation from Xie Chen. Xie Chen, somewhat taken aback, inquired, Are you certain you wish to carry me? It is but a trivial task. My lord has aided me greatly. It is only right for me to do something in return. Moreover, I am quite eager to see what the Xuanwu is like. Might my lord grant me this opportunity? Xie Chen gradually withdrew his gaze, as if in contemplation. Your willingness is commendable. While it would be quicker for me to go alone, it is not out of the question. Very well, let us proceed this way. It will also allow us to appreciate the magnificent landscapes of the Tianchen Continent along the journey. Thank you, my lord. The ancient turtle exclaimed excitedly. So, shall we set off now? Xie Chen shook his head. There is no rush. We shall discuss it tomorrow. Today, we have just concluded the announcement. Let us rest for now. You may stay here and wait. After exchanging a few more words with the ancient turtle, Xie Chen departed from the Tianchen Continent. In Tianchen Continent, within the Hall of Heavenly Dao, Xie Chen returned. Welcome back, my lord. Qi Yin, Elder Hong Yun, and Zhang Dong had been waiting for his return. Upon seeing Xie Chen, they hurried forward. Xie Chen nodded and proceeded to his seat. You three are quite swift. Is the ranking completely announced? Yes, my lord. It has all been announced, and everything is in order, Qi Yin replied. Xie Chen settled at the jade table. Very well then, you may all take your rest. Tomorrow, anyone who wishes may accompany me to the Tianchen Continent. It is not compulsory. The Tianchen Continent? The three exchanged glances, a hint of confusion evident. My lord, may I ask what the purpose of visiting the Tianchen Continent is? Zhang Dong inquired. Xie Chen took a small sip of the spiritual tea on the table before setting it down. As you all know, the Zhuke is remarkably powerful. One of the four spirits. You have all witnessed her strength. The three nodded in affirmation. Zhang Dong and Elder Hong Yun had heard of this matter from Qi Yin. The lord engaged in combat with the Zhuke and the Dao body of the Yintian Emperor. That spectacle was truly something to behold. I regret not being present. However, the outcome was unsurprising. Naturally, their lord emerged victorious. Xie Chen continued, now that the Zhuke has returned to the Hall of Heavenly Dao, we have a lead on the next fourth spirit, which is the Xuanwu. The Xuanwu. The three exclaimed in astonishment. Is there a lead on the Xuanwu? One of the four spirits of the heavens, so soon? It appears that it is indeed on the Tianchen Continent, as you mentioned, my lord. Xuanwu? Suddenly, another voice chimed in as Ling Guang emerged from within the Hall of Beasts. Following her were Qianxi, Tao Wu, Tao Tai, and Hun Dun. Hee, big sister, you have come out. Elder Han Yun and Zhang Dong stepped forward, greeting her with smiles. Big sister? Xie Chen looked at the two in confusion. Isn't big sister what Xianxi and the others call her? Why are these two following suit? My lord, it is as follows. Qin approached, providing a brief explanation to Xie Chen. The two, wishing to avoid punishment from Qianxi and Tao Wu, had deliberately cultivated a good relationship with Ling Guang. They had intended to call her big sister, but doing so would elevate their status above that of Qianxi and the others. Since they all called her big sister, daring to simply call her sister would surely invite trouble. Thus, they too began to refer to her as big sister. Xie Chen quickly grasped the situation. How should one describe these two? However, seeing them get along so harmoniously with Ling Guang is indeed a sight that pleases Xie Chen. Let them be, then. Chapter 550, Journey to Guishu Tianchi. Master, are you going to find Xuanwu? Ling Guang nodded to Zhang Dong and old ancestor Han Yun before turning his gaze to Xie Chen. Xie Chen affirmed, we shall set off tomorrow. It shouldn't take long. We will soon bring Xuanwu back to the Hall of Heavenly Dao. Is that so? Ling Guang appeared contemplative, as if recalling something. Xuanwu? Isn't he on par with the big sister? You intend to bring him back? Xianxi remarked, somewhat astonished. Tao Wu settled down, propping his chin on one arm. I remember having encountered him once before. His strength is nearly equivalent to that of the big sister, particularly in defense, which could be deemed unparalleled in the world. Perhaps even the big sister might struggle to breach his defenses. Yet, I dare say that Xuanwu pales in comparison to our big sister. In my eyes, she will always be the strongest, second only to the master, Tao Tai interjected, unable to resist flattering Ling Guang. Heh, big sister, I am undoubtedly your most loyal guardian, said Chaos, raising both arms in agreement. Enough of that. Ling Guang cast a mild glance at them. By the way, Ling Guang, Xuanwu is one of the four spirits of heaven. What are your thoughts on him? Xie Chen inquired with interest. Ling Guang pondered for a moment. As for thoughts, I have none in particular. Each has their responsibilities. And it has been a long time since we last met. This fellow is quite decisive, but has little fondness for constraints. If the master wishes to bring Xuanwu back, I suspect it will not be an easy task. Xuanwu is the most composed among the four spirits, yet he is also extremely resolute, rarely hesitating. Notably, he abhors confinement. Should anyone attempt to bind him, they must not be surprised if he turns hostile. Is that so? Xie Chen felt little concern regarding this. After all, he had the system at his disposal. Under its constraints, Zhuke was also absolutely loyal to the Hall of Heavenly Dao and to him. So it was likely that Xuanwu would be no different. However, the master need not fret. If he proves unruly, the master can simply subdue him, given your abilities. Handling him would be as easy as child's play. Of course, should the master require Ling Guang's assistance, she would be more than willing to lend a hand. Xie Chen looked at Ling Guang and smiled gently. Then, Xie Chen addressed everyone. So, who among you wishes to accompany me tomorrow to the Tianchen Continent? Master, I am willing to go. Me too. As soon as Xie Chen's words fell, old ancestor Han Yun and Zhang Dong immediately stepped forward. Such matters were, of course, their duty. The last time Xie Chen journeyed to the Tianchen Continent in search of Zhuke, they were left behind at the Hall of Heavenly Dao, toiling away and feeling unappreciated. This time, they were determined not to miss out. Xianxi, Tao Wu, and Tao Tai remained silent. They were not well acquainted with Xuanwu, and he was of the same caliber as their big sister. Having one big sister was already sufficient. They did not wish to recognize another elder brother. Qin was about to speak, but was halted by Chaos, who grasped her hand. Sister, will you stay and accompany me? Seeing Chaos's demeanor, Qin gently patted its head, smiling helplessly before turning back to Xie Chen. Then, Master, I shall not go this time. Chaos had been clinging to Qin, wishing to spend more time by her side. Xie Chen nodded in agreement. Very well, it is settled. Tomorrow, Han Yun and Zhang Dong, you will accompany me to the Tianchen Continent. The rest of you may continue with your own affairs. Yes, master. Everyone echoed in unison. Qin, come with me. I shall guide you in some of your cultivation during this time. Suddenly, Ling Guang turned to Qin and spoke to her. Okay, big sister. Qin smiled as she walked over. Big sister. Upon hearing Qin address Ling Guang, Xianxi, Tao Tai, Tao Wu, old ancestor Han Yun, and Zhang Dong were all taken aback. Even Xie Chen was momentarily stunned. Qin calls Ling Guang big sister. Well, as long as they are happy, That is what matters. When did this younger sister become so close with Zhu? We all refer to her as Big Sister, yet she dares to call the other Big Sister, Zhang Dong murmured quietly. Old ancestor Han Yun added. If Qin calls Zhu a Big Sister, then doesn't that make me inferior to her? I am still her brother. Don't worry, you two can each have your own titles. She is your sister, you can call her sister, and that does not contradict anything, Zhang Dong teased. Old ancestor Han Yun. The following day, at the outskirts of the Hall of Heavenly Dao on the Tianchen Continent, Xie Chen arrived at the summit of Xixiao Mountain, with old ancestor Han Yun and Zhang Dong beside him. Master, you have returned. The head of the old tortoise emerged from the mountains below, casting a shadow over the summit. What is going on? Old ancestor Han Yun and Zhang Dong were startled, instinctively taking a step back. What is this? Why is there a giant tortoise here? Xie Chen, upon seeing the old tortoise, thought to himself, I didn't expect it to actually stay here after what was said yesterday. Huh, who are these two little ones? What happened to that little girl from before? The old tortoise inquired, puzzled by the new faces beside Xie Chen, wondering where the previous little girl and the strange beast had gone. Little ones? Zhang Dong and old ancestor Han Yun exchanged bewildered glances. Did this giant tortoise refer to them? When did they become little ones? They too were part of the Hall of Heavenly Dao. After Xie Chen's brief explanation, both old ancestor Han Yun and Zhang Dong gradually understood. It turned out this was the giant tortoise Qin had mentioned, which she encountered with the master at the place of inheritance. And it was a quasi-emperor level giant tortoise, truly living up to its name, not only immense in size, but also formidable in strength. Master, shall we depart now? The old tortoise asked. Xie Chen nodded affirmatively. He then stood atop the old tortoise's back and glanced down at old ancestor Han Yun and Zhang Dong. What are you two waiting for? Xie Chen's voice echoed, causing old ancestor Han Yun and Zhang Dong to freeze momentarily. Are we really going to ride this giant tortoise to find Xuanwu? A quasi-emperor giant tortoise as their steed was indeed exhilarating. Hee. Once old ancestor Han Yun and Zhang Dong also climbed onto the giant shell of the old tortoise. It promptly turned around. Master, hold on tight. We are setting off for Guishu Tianchi, the old tortoise declared, leaping with a thunderous roar, causing Xixiao Mountain and the surrounding landscape to tremble. With Xie Chen and the others aboard, the old tortoise swiftly soared into the horizon, vanishing from sight. Chapter 551, Xuanwu City. The old tortoise carried Xie Chen and the others through the skies, heading towards Guishu Tianchi. Although its size was colossal, its speed was remarkably swift. Standing atop the old tortoise's back, Xie Chen gazed around. Mist swirled around them, occasionally revealing celestial birds soaring by, while below, mountains and seas stretched infinitely like a picturesque scroll. In such an ethereal ambience, Xie Chen found himself closing his eyes, experiencing a rare moment of relaxation amid the journey. The beasts of the Tianchen Continent are indeed formidable. A four-headed quasi-emperor beast far surpasses those found in the continent where I hail. The Blackwater Xuanwu, astonishingly, was formed from the self-immolation of a Xuanwu itself. But why would it choose to self-sacrifice? Zhang Dong and the venerable Han Yun gazed upon the beast rankings and could not help but engage in discourse. As time elapsed, the elder tortoise spoke, My lord, we have arrived, and subsequently leaned down towards the ground. Already? Zhang Dong and Han Yun exchanged glances, peering down to behold an immense divine city known as Xuanwu. It loomed majestically between mountains and seas, being the sole city of the Guishu Tianchi. With a thunderous rumble, the elder tortoise descended at the shoreline, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble. My lord, I shall take my leave here. Should you require my assistance, merely call, and I shall be at your service. Xie Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Go. Haha, I wish you success in advance. With that, the elder tortoise vanished into the sea with a splash. Subsequently, Xie Chen, accompanied by Zhang Dong and Han Yun, turned to enter Xuanwu City. Not long after their departure, several figures emerged, their bodies adorned with scales, angular horns sprouting from their heads. Distinctly non-human. The earlier tremor had originated from this vicinity. Could they be outsiders? The divine ceremony of Xuanwu City was imminent, and Lord Xuanwu would personally make an appearance. There could be no room for error. Let us return and report this, one suggested, and they departed. Upon entering Xuanwu City, Xie Chen and his companions were greeted by an abundance of turtle and snake totems, festooned with various sacrificial items, all emblazoned with the same motifs. The inhabitants bore scales, some donning turtle shell adornments, while bizarre beasts roamed the streets. Not a single human or other race was in sight. As Xie Chen and his companions stepped into the city, all activity came to a halt, and the denizens regarded them with incredulity. Why are they staring at us so strangely? Han Yun queried, bewildered by the attention. Zhang Dong squinted, analyzing. There's something amiss, it's evident. Isn't that obvious? Even a fool could perceive the peculiarity without you stating it, Han Yun retorted, casting Zhang Dong an exasperated glance. Xie Chen seemed to sense something, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Let us find a place to rest. Of course, my lord. The atmosphere was eerily silent, with some individuals frowning as they watched Xie Chen and his companions depart. Despite it being their first visit, Xie Chen appeared remarkably familiar with the surroundings, swiftly selecting the most upscale tavern within Xuanwu City. Upon entering, the atmosphere shifted. Outsiders. Silence engulfed the tavern as everyone, like the onlookers outside, widened their eyes in astonishment at the trio. Xie Chen maintained a placid demeanor, while Han Yun and Zhang Dong felt a sense of discomfort under such scrutiny. The tavern attendant approached, inquiring, "Esteemed guests, may I take your order?" Xie Chen remained silent, while Han Yun demanded, "Why are you all staring at us? And those people on the street, do we bear anything of peculiar interest?" The attendant hesitated, then replied, "You see, Xuanwu City has prohibited outsiders for millennia. Aside from the native beings and beasts of Guishu Tianchi, very few outsiders have ventured here in ages. It was evident you are from beyond, which is why we were surprised." "Ah, I see," Zhang Dong contemplated. "Since outsiders are forbidden, our presence here could pose a significant issue. Therefore, I advise you to leave promptly. It seems you arrived here unaware of the circumstances. Depart swiftly, for if the city guards become aware, your fate will not be pleasant," the attendant cautioned. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong and Han Yun exchanged glances, suddenly bursting into laughter. The rest of his words were fine, but that final remark about their fate was rather amusing. "Worry not, young attendant. We appreciate your concern, but we have our reasons for remaining here. So we shall not be departing just yet," Zhang Dong asserted. The attendant, recognizing their determination, ceased further persuasion. "As you are patrons, I have offered my counsel. Should you choose to ignore it, I shall not be held accountable. I only hope you do not come to regret your decision." Once the attendant departed, Zhang Dong and Han Yun turned their attention to Xie Chen. "My lord, what shall we do next?" According to the attendant, it may not be long before we are discovered, Han Yun inquired. Zhang Dong nodded in agreement. Indeed, the prohibition against outsiders in Xuanwu City presents a dilemma. While we are not averse to complications, we must also be mindful of your position, my lord. Xie Chen chuckled softly. "What do you mean it won't be long? We are already surrounded." "What?" Both Han Yun and Zhang Dong were taken aback. Outside the tavern, guards were amassed on the ground and in the air, encircling the establishment, their fierce gazes ensuring no one could slip away unnoticed. "This city has special restrictions, which is why you were unable to perceive it," Xie Chen stated nonchalantly. "I see." Zhang Dong and Han Yun nodded, realizing the uniqueness of Xuanwu City. Outside the tavern, an increasing number of guards gathered, and onlookers drew nearer. Meanwhile, across from the tavern, a yellow-furred bovine sat leisurely, munching on a cake, its expression one of amusement at the unfolding drama. Chapter 552, The Young City Lord is Thrown. Should Xie Chen lay eyes upon this scene, he would immediately recognize the yellow-furred bovine as the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull. After descending from Zixiao Mountain, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull had journeyed directly to the borders of Guishu Tianchi. Outsiders, what audacity! Just as the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull prepared to enjoy the spectacle, a voice echoed nearby. A man clad in blue silk, sporting dragon-like horns, arrived in a turtle-like beast carriage outside the tavern. Xin Wuhao. Several individuals recognized him immediately. He was the young master of Xuanwu City, a powerful being at the initial stage of true immortality. "Young master." The guard saluted him, reporting the current situation regarding the trio, as Xie Chen and his companions had entered Xuanwu City with great confidence, failing to disguise their presence. Their location was promptly relayed to the city guards. "Young master, in just a couple of days, the divine festival will commence. The invited formidable factions and exotic beasts will begin to arrive tomorrow, yet the 3 individuals currently within the tavern have been confirmed to not be on the guest list." "I understand," Xin Wuhao replied coldly. "Those who arrive uninvited treat my Xuanwu City as if it were a mere marketplace. The wretched stowaways shall be dealt with accordingly. By the way, what of the 2 from Yunming Tianxiang? The most crucial guests this time are the Jiu Tian Luan Feng and Gui, 2 Jiu Huang, 2 quasi-emperor beasts. Their presence is of paramount importance to the entirety of Xuanwu City." There has been no response as of yet, Xin Wuhao mused in silence. "Never mind for now. I shall first address these intruders." Gazing towards the tavern, his icy eyes narrowed, and he dismounted from the beast cart, flanked by 2 guards as they entered the establishment. This is disastrous. The stir caused by Xin Wuhao means dire consequences for them. One can only imagine their fate. Indeed, there have been instances in the past where individuals trespassed into Xuanwu City, but they were all apprehended by Xin Wuhao, and their fates were nothing short of tragic. The onlookers, witnessing this, could not help but feel a tinge of sympathy for the 3 who had just entered the tavern. How intriguing. I wonder what fate awaits those unfortunate souls inside. Shall we take a look? The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull, ever the enthusiast for commotion, was confident that its abilities would allow it to remain undetected by the guards. Just as it was about to sneak a glance into the tavern, oh dear! Suddenly, the tavern doors swung open, and 3 figures were hurled out, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The doors slammed shut behind them. So soon? The crowd gasped, and the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull was left momentarily stunned. As everyone turned their gaze to the fallen figures, their eyes widened in astonishment. For it was not the 3 unfamiliar men who had entered, but Xian Wuhao and his 2 guards. Young master? The other guards rushed forward to investigate. Discovering that Xian Wuhao was dazed, his cheeks marked with the print of a slap, and he had lost consciousness. It was indeed Xian Wuhao. How could this be? The crowd erupted in shock. They had expected the ejection of the previous 3 strangers, yet it was Xian Wuhao who had been thrown out. The sheer incredibility of a true immortal being so easily discarded left everyone bewildered. Could it truly be that this brat was the one tossed out? The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull felt a mix of surprise and intrigue, peering back at the tavern and chuckling to itself. How amusing. I must see who dares to act so brazenly within. Inside the tavern, where did this audacious fool come from? Bellowing upon entry? Such ill fortune. The elder Red Cloud clapped his hands, having dealt with Xian Wuhao, before resuming his seat. Lord, did that brat disturb you? Xie Chen replied with a faint smile, his expression unperturbed. The tavern fell into a heavy silence, the gathered patrons trembling as they beheld the scene, the sound of swallowed breaths echoing in the stillness. The earlier attendant trembled uncontrollably, wide-eyed and filled with dread as he gazed upon Xie Chen and the others. Ding! Detecting Xuanwu's presence. In 2 days, the energy in this location will reach its zenith, awakening the power of Xuanwu. Xie Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise at the system's sudden notification, finding it rather curious. 2 days, you say? Very well, I shall wait. He then gestured for the earlier attendant to come closer. Why yes, and my lord, what do you command? The attendant stammered, approaching Xie Chen, fearful of being treated like Xian Wuhao. Xie Chen, noticing his trepidation, offered a faint smile and exchanged a few words of instruction before casually tossing him a bag of spirit stones. Go on. Why yes, my lord. The attendant scurried outside, followed by the rest of the tavern's patrons, including the proprietor, as they gradually departed. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling tavern was left with only Xie Chen, Elder Red Cloud, and Zhang Dong remaining. Lord, what are we to do now? Zhang Dong and Elder Red Cloud inquired, puzzled as to why Xie Chen had ordered everyone to vacate. Xie Chen smiled. We shall remain in Xuanwu City for the next 2 days. Thus we have temporarily acquired this establishment. Zhang Dong and Elder Red Cloud nodded in understanding. 2 days is but a short span. While they were uncertain of what would transpire, they trusted Xie Chen's decision and resolved to wait. Outside the tavern, as the patrons trickled out, curiosity filled the air. The tavern attendant approached the leading guard. The esteemed one inside has instructed me to convey a message to you all. Speak. The attendant relayed. The esteemed one has requested that you remain here for 2 days. Once their matters are concluded, they will take their leave. It is advised that you do not provoke them, lest there be consequences. How absurd. Do they truly believe themselves to be of such importance, threatening Xuanwu City? This is a critical moment, and with Lord Xuanwu absent, we shall withdraw for now. We will decide our course of action once the young master awakens. Understood. The guards cast reluctant glances back at the tavern. Though they were uncertain of the visitor's identity, their strength was evidently formidable, especially after the incident with the young master. So they dared not act rashly. Additionally, with significant figures arriving tomorrow, they deemed it wise to clear the area first. Thus, they stationed a few guards to oversee the vicinity and dispersed everyone within a 10-mile radius of the tavern before departing. Meanwhile, in a corner beside the tavern, a pair of hooves rested against the edge, and slowly, a bovine head emerged. Chapter 553. The First Arrivals of the Great Powers. Let me see who resides within. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull narrowed its eyes, quietly scrutinizing the tavern's interior. Its gaze gradually shifted, quickly falling upon a venerable old man with white hair and a middle-aged man seated sideways. The true immortals of both the human and demon races possess considerable strength. It was these two who had cast that brat out. Oh, there is another. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull noticed another figure seated before them and leaned in for a closer look. Let me see who it is. What came into its view was a figure clad in white, accompanied by an exceedingly familiar face. At that moment, Xie Chen's gaze also turned towards its direction. Their eyes met. In that instant, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull felt as if it were frozen in place, unable to move an inch. Then suddenly, hey! The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull exclaimed in shock, limbs splayed as its eyes bulged in disbelief. The guard stationed nearby rushed over to investigate the commotion, only to find the area utterly deserted. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull had vanished without a trace. How strange. The sound had clearly originated from this spot. Inside the tavern. Hee, esteemed one. What a coincidence that we meet again. The Xian Kuan divine bull approached Xie Chen, wearing a playful grin. A yellow bull? Hong Yun Laozu and Zhang Dong gazed at the Xian Kuan divine bull with a look of surprise. Suddenly, a yellow-haired bull sprang into existence, startling the two of them. Xie Chen cast a casual glance at the Xian Kuan divine bull. Weren't you at Taizu Mountain? How did you end up here? Hee, esteemed one. I sensed your celestial aura and followed it here, the bull replied with a grin. Indeed, I am fortunate to encounter you here. So I made a special trip to pay my respects. Hearing this, Xie Chen chuckled softly. Stop flattering me. With your personality. Do you think I am unaware of your true intentions for being here? What? Are you bold enough to show yourself now, unafraid of being captured? The Xian Kuan divine bull, caught in the act, shrank its head and, still grinning, replied, Hee, esteemed one. I'm merely wandering about casually. But what about you? What brings you here? Xie Chen smiled again, choosing not to respond, and instead introduced the Xian Kuan divine bull to Zhang Dong and Hong Yun Laozu, ensuring they were acquainted. So, you are the Xian Kuan divine bull. On the way here, I discussed you with old Zhang, Hong Yun Laozu remarked. He was somewhat astonished that such an ordinary-looking bull had cultivated to the mid-stage of the golden, immortal realm. Of course, I am an ancient breed, renowned throughout the Tianchen Continent. My identity and strength are indeed formidable, the Xian Kuan divine bull proclaimed proudly, straightening up with hands on its hips, exhaling with a haughty demeanor. As it spoke, it even flexed its muscles, showcasing its physique. Zhang Dong and Hong Yun Laozu exchanged awkward glances. Finding the Xian Kuan divine bull somewhat different from their expectations, it appeared rather foolish. Gradually, Xian Wuhao awoke, rubbing his aching cheeks. Upon entering the tavern, he had barely exchanged a few words before being slapped twice by one of the demonic beings among the trio and unceremoniously thrown out in front of everyone. How embarrassing. Truly humiliating and utterly infuriating. Young master, how are you? Nothing much. What about those three outsiders? Are they still there? Xian Wuhao inquired. Yes. The informant reported the current situation to Xian Wuhao. Xian Wuhao pondered for a moment before replying. Well done. You did not act rashly. That is commendable. Let them remain there for now. We shall ignore them. An important day is approaching tomorrow, and we cannot afford any mistakes. The next day, within Xuanwu City, the number of exotic beasts increased, yet within a 10-mile radius of the tavern where Xie Chen resided, not a single soul could be found, as they had all been driven away. Today, a significant figure was arriving. More outsiders have come. The streets of Xuanwu City were suddenly shrouded in shadow, blocking out the sunlight, prompting everyone to look up. In the sky, several celestial ships appeared, inscribed with ancient characters, emanating a profound aura, floating above. This was one of the pinnacle forces of the Tianchen Continent, the ancient mist celestial island. At the forefront stood a young man with his hands behind his back, gazing down at Xuanwu City from the bow of the largest celestial ship, Gushing Shirwang, one of the masters of the ancient mist celestial island. A formidable presence in the mid-stage of the golden, immortal realm. With the arrival of the ancient mist celestial island, a figure riding a tortoise-like beast appeared at the front of the largest celestial ship, approaching Gushing Shirwang. I am Xian Wuhao, the young master of Xuanwu City, here to represent the return to the Abyss Heavens Pool, welcoming the esteemed guests of the ancient mist celestial island to Xuanwu City. Your arrival truly brings brilliance to our humble abode. Hearing Xian Wuhao's words, the crowd within Xuanwu City was momentarily taken aback. This group of outsiders was actually invited. For thousands of years, Xuanwu City had never experienced such an event. Why now? Gushing Shirwang smiled and returned the courtesy. Young master, you flatter me. It is our honor to come to Xuanwu City today. May I inquire where your esteemed father currently resides? Though Gushing Shirwang was more powerful than Xian Wuhao, in his presence, Xian Wuhao was merely a junior. Yet, he still made it a point to show respect, especially since Xian Wuhao's father was the lord of Xuanwu City. Not long ago, the list of exotic beasts had revealed the return to the Abyss Heavens Pool, which housed an emperor-level exotic beast. This warranted their utmost attention. My father is currently preoccupied with the divine ceremony, preparing for Lord Xuanwu's arrival tomorrow, which may cause some inconvenience. I hope the esteemed Gushing will not take offense. However, rest assured, even in my father's absence, I will do my utmost to serve you during this time. Gushing Shirwang nodded with a smile. Indeed, the young master is quite impressive. With someone of your caliber in Xuanwu City, the future will surely be more prosperous. What happened to the young master's face? Gushing Shirwang suddenly noticed that Xian Wuhao's face was somewhat swollen, as though he had been struck. This, Xian Wuhao found it difficult to articulate. That damned demonic being was quite heavy-handed. Even now, the swelling on his face had not subsided, filling him with anger. It's a long story, Xian Wuhao sighed. briefly recounting the incident involving Xie Chen and the others from the previous day. Preposterous. Upon hearing this, gushing Shi displayed an expression of righteous indignation. Young master, do not worry. Today, I, gushing Shi of the ancient mist celestial island, will take it upon myself to resolve this matter for you. At these words, Xian Wuhao felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a facade of caution. Esteemed gushing, we are still unaware of their true strength. I believe it prudent to avoid acting impulsively. There is no need for further discussion, young master. Gushing Shi shook his head and waved his hand. I have always detested those who occupy others' nests. Today, I must capture those 3 individuals, no matter what. This is a rare opportunity to establish a good relationship with Xuanwu City, and I will not let it slip away easily. Furthermore, it is a chance to showcase the strength of the ancient mist celestial island to Xuanwu City. Xian Wuhao's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he once again bowed to gushing Shi. In that case, I thank you, esteemed gushing. Chapter 554. The Xianxiaaudiobooks Divine Bull's Affection under the guidance of Xian Wuhao. The celestial ships of the ancient mist celestial island made their way directly toward the tavern, hovering above its entrance. Is this to seek trouble with those 3 from yesterday? The people of Xuanwu City gazed from afar, noting the formidable presence of the incoming celestial ships. It seemed quite clever for Xian Wuhao to employ outsiders to deal with outsiders. He truly lived up to the title of Young Master of Xuanwu City. Standing on the celestial ship, gushing Shi, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked down at the tavern. Friends within, please come out to meet. His voice resonated with an irresistible charm, echoing through the air. Who dares to disturb my rest? Do you not know that Grandpa Bull is sleeping inside? A voice, dripping with annoyance, came from within the tavern, and the doors swung open. Instead of the trio from yesterday, a yellow-haired bull appeared, lazily leaning against the doorframe and yawning. Xian Wuhua was taken aback, filled with confusion. What was the meaning of this? How did a hairy bull emerge from within? It's you. The pupils of the ancient sage stone king widened slightly, as if recognizing it, his eyes revealing a mix of shock and a hint of anger. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull cast a glance upwards. Oh, who do we have here? Isn't that the little brat from ancient Lawn Immortal Island? What brings you here? To pay respects to your bull grandpa? Unbelievable. The ancient sage stone king was seething with rage. I searched everywhere for you, only to find you here. Perfect. Today I shall deal with you once and for all, to relieve the resentment in my heart. The ancient sage stone king pointed at it, speaking furiously. It seemed that there was some unpleasant history between him and the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull. Just then, 2 figures emerged from the tavern. It was Zhang Dong and old ancestor Han Yun. It's you. Upon seeing old ancestor Han Yun's face, Xian Wuhua's face flushed crimson with anger, though, at that moment, his face already appeared swollen. Old ancestor Han Yun glanced at Xian Wuhua. Huh. Aren't you that brat from yesterday? What brings you back? Are you dissatisfied with your unevenly swollen face, wishing for me to refine it further? As he spoke, old ancestor Han Yun extended his right hand and gently blew. Bastard. Xian Wuhua's brows knitted tighter. When had he ever endured such humiliation? How dare they provoke him so shamelessly? The ancient sage stone king squinted at Zhang Dong and old ancestor Han Yun, a disdainful smile creeping onto his lips. So, it's merely 2 insignificant true immortals. You 3, with such meager cultivation, dare to wreak havoc in Xuanwu City? Truly unaware of your own mortality. Hearing such arrogant words, Zhang Dong scoffed, speaking up. Do not think that just because you stand high, we fear you. No matter who you are, mind your words, or you might find yourself regretting it. Ha ha ha. The ancient sage stone king laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. When did a mere true immortal dare to threaten him? It was utterly laughable. Regret, you say? Fine. I shall make you regret your words immediately. Annihilate them. With the ancient sage stone king's command, all the celestial ships raised their celestial cannons, aiming at the tavern below. The celestial cannons mounted on the ships could easily obliterate even an ordinary golden immortal. Now, with so many cannons targeting a single bull and 2 true immortals, the ancient sage stone king even felt it was a bit of an overkill. However, being in Xuanwu City, to showcase the might of ancient Lawn Immortal Island, it was indeed warranted. Were they doomed? The onlookers in Xuanwu City felt a chill run down their necks. Even from such a distance, they could sense the terrifying power of the celestial cannons. If they all fired, would they not destroy Xuanwu City entirely? Yet, Xuanwu City was rather special. Protected by the might of the Xuanwu, any attack below the celestial emperor level could not inflict significant harm. Let us see how audacious you dare to be. Xian Wuhua sneered. Boom. In that instant, the celestial cannons on the ships fired in unison, unleashing a terrifying wave of destruction towards the tavern below. The ancient sage stone king merely smiled faintly, thinking to himself, this is far too easy, lacking any challenge. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as an invisible giant palm surged forth from within the tavern, meeting the onslaught. In an instant, all the attacks launched by the celestial cannons were rendered null and void. What? The faces of the ancient sage Stone King and Xian Wuhua changed drastically, while countless onlookers were left astounded. Before anyone could react, bang, 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 the invisible giant palm pierced through the sky, causing all the celestial ships and cannons to explode into a fine powder. The ancient sage Stone King and Xian Wuhua let out cries of despair as they plummeted from the void. Immediately, during their descent, they felt an immense pulling force dragging them towards the tavern. Plop! The ancient sage Stone King and Xian Wuhua both knelt outside the tavern, their knees crashing into the ground, leaving indents. Their cultivation was also temporarily sealed. Let this serve as a lesson. If you refuse to comply, you shall be executed. Xie Chen's voice resonated from within the tavern, echoing in everyone's ears. There's someone else. The ancient sage Stone King was pained but startled. Guarantee there only 3 individuals? How could there be another presence, one seemingly of unfathomable strength? Slap, slap. Just as the ancient sage Stone King was puzzled, he received a slap on each cheek. Rest assured, this pair is in our capable hands. Zhang Dong and old ancestor Han Yun spoke respectfully towards the tavern. The ancient sage Stone King was momentarily stunned, unable to process the situation, before fury surged within him. You two dare strike me. Another slap resounded as old ancestor Han Yun delivered another blow to his cheek. I've even slapped an emperor before. What makes you think you can act so brazenly? I warned you to mind your tongue, and now you understand who should be regretting, don't you? Zhang Dong also followed suit with a slap. Heh! Leave this fellow to me. What a familiar face. Let me show him some affection. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull grinned mischievously, then leaped onto the back of the ancient sage Stone King's neck. You think? Before the ancient sage Stone King could finish his sentence, giddy up. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull swung a hoof, striking him on the rear. The ancient sage Stone King clasped his hands to his backside, letting out a pained yelp. With another giddy up, accompanied by another hoof strike, the ancient sage Stone King darted forward, scrambling on the ground. Giddy up, giddy up. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull thus rode upon the neck of the ancient sage Stone King, playfully smacking his rear while guiding him along. This scene left Zhang Dong, old ancestor Han Yun, and the onlookers of Xuanwu City utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Dong muttered to himself. Who knew it could be played like this? Xian Wuhua, still kneeling, swallowed hard, instinctively feeling a chill at his neck. With a resounding slap, old ancestor Han Yun struck Xian Wuhua's already swollen face, causing him to cry out in pain. What are you looking at? Do you think you can escape? Chapter 555, The Journey of a Steed. Xian Wuhua covered his face, gazing at old ancestor Han Yun with a somewhat aggrieved expression, though his eyes glared with fury. The guards of Xuanwu City around them dared not step forward. They were truly petrified by the earlier spectacle of the celestial ships being obliterated. Oh, you dare glare at me? Bang, bang, bang. After a flurry of lashes, Xian Wuhua, trembling, stepped forward, his face now swollen to the size of a pig's head, his mouth resembling 2 swollen sausages. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull was thoroughly enjoying himself, showing no signs of letting the ancient sage Stone King go. These few individuals are truly the onlookers of Xuanwu City, witnessing his dismal state, felt a chill in their hearts, their gazes trembling as they turned towards the tavern. Just then, a roar echoed from the horizon, as a group of individuals riding upon dragon-like beasts entered Xuanwu City. This was the pinnacle force of the demon tribe from the Tianchen Continent, the dragon-riding demon kingdom. We have arrived. The leader of the group is a formidable female warrior from the dragon sovereign demon kingdom, known as the Arrow Goddess, a mid-stage golden immortal. As they first set foot in the returning ruins, it is indeed an opportunity for us to witness their prowess. Upon the arrival of the dragon sovereign demon kingdom at Xuanwu City, another group swiftly approached from the horizon. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in white robes, the head of the Xianhua Dao sect, the holy monarch of Heaven's slaughter, also a powerful mid-stage golden immortal. The Arrow Goddess has arrived with remarkable speed. Upon seeing her, the holy monarch of Heaven's slaughter greeted her. The Arrow Goddess smiled gently. We have only just arrived ourselves. I did not expect your Xianhua Dao sect to receive an invitation as well, which comes as quite a surprise. Not at all. Goddess, you flatter me. Naturally, we wish to partake in the power of Xuanwu. After all, it is a genuine immortal emperor beast, he replied. You, too, have come for the same purpose. Have you not? The Arrow Goddess raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond, which was an acknowledgement in itself. The factions gathered at Xuanwu City today were undoubtedly there for the power of Xuanwu, the strength of an immortal emperor beast, one of the legendary 4 spirits. Its allure is simply irresistible to anyone. At that moment, Xian Wuhai approached the arrow goddess and the holy monarch of Heaven's slaughter, clasping his hands in a bow. I am Xian Hu Tong, Xian Hu Hao. However, his words were garbled and incoherent, leaving them perplexed. The holy monarch of Heaven's slaughter, witnessing Xian Wuhai's demeanor, felt somewhat bewildered. A guard standing beside Xian Wuhai stepped forward to clarify the situation. How outrageous! The holy monarch of Heaven's slaughter exclaimed in anger. These individuals dare to act so brazenly, disregarding Xuanwu City. Where are they? I shall deal with them. His thoughts mirrored those of the ancient Holy Stone King earlier. If they could assist Xuanwu City in resolving this trouble, wouldn't the relationship between their Shanhua Dao sect and Xuanwu City deepen? However, upon hearing this, Xian Wuhai's expression shifted. He babbled more hurriedly, signaling for him to refrain from any rash actions. Fear not, young city lord, leave this to me. With my strength as the holy monarch of Heaven's slaughter, subduing them will be a mere formality. The holy monarch, unable to comprehend his words, assumed he was merely expressing gratitude. Xian Wuhai attempted to say more, but the holy monarch of Heaven's slaughter had already taken the lead. Instructing one of the guards to lead the way to the tavern, the arrow goddess pondered for a moment. Although slightly puzzled, she chose to remain silent and followed along out of curiosity. Upon arriving outside the tavern, they were greeted by the sight of two true immortal realm men standing outside, with one of them riding a bovine creature as it crawled on the ground. Is that not the ancient Holy Stone King from Gulan Immortal Island? What is happening? Is that the Xian Kuan Divine Bull? What on earth is it doing? My goodness, it dares to ride on the head of the ancient Holy Stone King. Am I seeing things? The members of the Dragon Sovereign Demon Kingdom and Shanhua Dao sect were utterly astonished, their shock reaching new heights. How dare you treat my friend, the ancient Holy Stone King, in such a manner? Watch as I turn this bull into steaks. With that, the holy monarch of Heaven's slaughter angrily charged forward, secretly delighted at the ancient Holy Stone King's embarrassment, thinking, ha, this rascal finally gets his comeuppance. I must tease him later. Xian Wuhai's lips quivered, spewing saliva as he attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Moments later, go. Ouch. The Xian Kuan Divine Bull continued to crawl, though now the individual beneath it had shifted from the ancient Holy Stone King to the holy monarch of Heaven's slaughter. Marks from slaps adorned his cheeks, and a hoof print marred his forehead. Thank you, the ancient Holy Stone King muttered in a daze, kneeling beside them. Seeing the holy monarch of Heaven's slaughter come to his aid, he instinctively smiled and expressed his gratitude. From a distance, the members of Shanhua Dao sect and the Dragon Sovereign Demon Kingdom swallowed hard. Even the arrow goddess widened her eyes, her gaze trembling as she gradually turned to observe the inner tavern. Who else dares to provoke? Come forth and queue up. I, Old Master Hanyun, am in fine form today, ready to cure all itches and disputes. The crowd instinctively recoiled at his words, not out of fear of him, but rather of the formidable presence lurking within the tavern. The earlier scene had been utterly terrifying. At this moment, Zhang Dong stepped forward, pointing at the now swollen-faced Xian Wuhai. You little brat, I just spared you, and you have not learned your lesson, returning so soon to cause trouble. Do you truly wish to meet your end? Xian Wuhai was startled, hastily shaking his head and waving his hands. No, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Without further ado, he fled the scene. You all continue, I shall not disturb you. The arrow goddess squinted, smirking at them, choosing to ignore the chaos as she turned to lead her companions from the Dragon Sovereign Demon Kingdom away. The members of Shanhua Dao sect instinctively followed suit. Why are you from Shanhua Dao sect following us? Your sect leader is still there, being ridden by a bull. I didn't know. It feels safer with you all. The holy monarch of Heaven's slaughter, observing the Shanhua Dao sect members departing, felt a surge of irritation. A bunch of fools, leaving me here alone. Just wait until I return, I shall deal with you properly. Just as he was lost in thought, a sharp pain shot through his rear, eliciting another yelp of ouch, as the Xian Kuan Divine Bull continued its relentless journey. Chapter 556, a conversation between Xie Chen and the Blackwater Xuanwu. Following the arrival of the Dragon Sovereign Demon Kingdom and Shanhua Dao sect at Xuanwu City, more invited powerful factions began to arrive, including extraordinary beasts listed among the ranks of mythical creatures. Is that the place? A group gazed from a distance, 10 miles away from the tavern. Upon reaching this point, they had learned that there was a lavish tavern in Xuanwu City that was best avoided. It housed a mysterious figure of unknown identity and unfathomable strength. Even the young city lord of Xuanwu had faced repercussions, with both Gulan Immortal Island and Shanhua Dao sect suffering as well, and being treated with such indignity by a bull. To approach would be to invite unnecessary torment. Despite their curiosity, they could only maintain their distance, too intimidated to venture closer. Inside the tavern, my lord, please. The ancient Holy Stone King and the holy monarch of Heaven's slaughter stood respectfully beside Xie Chen, each presenting him with a cup of tea. Yet, Xie Chen sat there, eyes closed, completely ignoring them. The two exchanged furtive glances, swallowing hard, their heads bowed slightly, their hands trembling. Tap, tap. At that moment, the old master Hong Yuan rapped on the table, signaling them to pay attention. Have some sense. Do you not see the hall master is busy? What are you two still doing standing there? Surely, you know what you ought to do without needing me to instruct you? The ancient sacred stone king and the heavenly butcher Saint Lord glanced over, discovering that the two beings of the true immortal realm were seated there, wearing expressions that seemed to be a blend of amusement and mockery as they regarded them. Was it not you two who prompted us to act in this manner? Now you dare to cast blame upon us. It is truly detestable. Yet, they found themselves in a state of captivity, bound here against their will, forced to bow their heads in submission, with no other option. The two reluctantly held a cup of tea each, one extending it to Zhang Dong, and the other to the venerable Han Yun ancestor. Ah, delightful, truly delightful, Zhang Dong remarked as he lifted the tea offered by the heavenly butcher Saint Lord and savored a sip. A teachable child indeed. Though you are a rogue with a penchant for self-destruction, your tea brewing skills are undeniably commendable. The venerable Han Yun ancestor observed the ancient sacred stone king, a faint smile gracing his features. The heavenly butcher Saint Lord and the ancient sacred stone king stood side by side, their smiles betraying a facade of cordiality while their hearts seethed with indignation, mentally chastising the two before them. You two are but insignificant ants of the true immortal realm. Yet you dare to have us, mere golden immortals, serve you tea. Such arrogance is intolerable. Were it not for the presence of that esteemed individual, you would soon learn the true meaning of unbearable suffering. Suddenly, a heavy voice, laced with a snort, interrupted the tension. At another table, the Xian divine bull reclined comfortably, its front hooves resting behind its head, a relaxed expression adorning its face as it basked in leisure. Come, give your grandfather bull a back rub. After riding for so long, it's time to stretch these muscles. Fury and frustration surged within the heavenly butcher Saint Lord and the ancient sacred stone king. This insufferable beast had the audacity to consider itself a mount. They longed to strip its hide and mercilessly trample it. However, they complied, stepping forward as ordered. Gently now, gently. Ah, yes, little ancient. Your hands must apply the right pressure. That feels quite nice. The venerable Han Yun ancestor and Zhang Dong found themselves tempted by the prospect. In the past, they had always been the ones to massage creatures like Xianxia, Taowu, and Taotai. Now, they had the opportunity to experience the pleasure of being pampered themselves. Having such a rare opportunity, they resolved to relish it fully. The heavenly butcher Saint Lord and the ancient sacred stone king felt tears of despair welling up within them, their hatred palpable. Fortunately, no one was watching. Otherwise, their illustrious reputations would be irreparably tarnished. Yet, it was already nearly ruined, one a leader of a grand sect, the other a master of authority, reduced to being ridden like a horse by a bull, with many witnesses to their humiliation. Even if they returned home afterward, they would be too ashamed to face anyone. Xie Chen paid no heed to any of this. At that moment, he remained with his eyes closed. Although he was physically present, his consciousness had transcended to another realm. Surrounding him was a sea of chaos, akin to being adrift in an ocean or nestled among mountains, where 7 colossal divine pillars stood, each adorned with celestial totems. Who dares to intrude? A voice, heavy and ancient, resonated through the chaos. Xie Chen offered a smile, as if he had been patiently awaiting the other's words. The master of the Heavenly Dao Palace has come to retrieve your essence and return it to the Heavenly Dao Palace. The Heavenly Dao Palace? Is that not the place where you issued the beast ranking? Indeed. Silence enveloped the area momentarily before the voice re-emerged from the chaos. And you believe you are worthy to control me? Do you truly think you possess such qualifications? Xie Chen, unfazed, replied with a smile. I have long heard from Ling Guang that you despise constraints. It appears she was not mistaken. Ling Guang, the vermilion bird? You have tamed her. The voice grew incredulous, laced with astonishment. Indeed, Ling Guang is now with the Heavenly Dao Palace, thriving there. In time, you two shall find your place among us. A brief silence ensued before an angry voice erupted. You are deluded. The vermilion bird could never align with your so-called Heavenly Dao Palace. If what you say were true, she would no longer be worthy of being one of the 4 spirits, a traitor. Xie Chen shook his head, such bitterness. It seems you harbor deep grievances. Believe it or not, what I speak is merely the truth. To clarify, I am not here to take you away, but rather to claim the true essence of the Xuanwu, needing you merely as a conduit. An uproarious laughter echoed through the chaos, laden with scorn. The true essence of the Xuanwu? You think yourself worthy? Though I detest it, and shall eventually slay it, you will never succeed in taking it. Neither I nor it will allow your ambitions to come to fruition. Upon hearing this, Xie Chen sighed. It is always like this. I truly prefer not to resort to violence. However, If you insist on defiance, I shall have no choice but to compel your submission. Compel my submission? No one in this world dares to speak such bold words before me. With that proclamation, you are destined to remain here forever. As the words fell, the totems on the 7 divine pillars suddenly illuminated, emanating an unparalleled divine might. Ancient black runes entwined and interwove, forming a cage that ensnared Xie Chen's consciousness within. This place is sealed. You are bound and will remain imprisoned here forever. I know you are the Heavenly Dao, with powers beyond comprehension. But do not entertain the fantasy of escape. Each of us 4 spirits possesses the means to resist the Heavenly Dao. I advise you to accept your fate. The black runes encircled Xie Chen, suppressing the aura of the Heavenly Dao, as if this power were linked to the essence of the black water Xuanwu. Once again, Xie Chen shook his head, his countenance betraying no sign of distress. It seems our conversation has not been pleasant, but do you truly believe this can confine me? You may certainly try. Since the birth of the Xuanwu, countless have been imprisoned here, and none have ever escaped. My power is sourced from the Xuanwu itself. Even if you are the Heavenly Dao or an immortal emperor, you cannot transcend this fate. However, fear not. By tomorrow, all will conclude, and I shall come to escort you on your journey. Is that so? Xie Chen smiled faintly, an air of indifference about him. I hope that when the time comes, you can still speak with such confidence. Yet, the voice of the black water Xuanwu fell silent, offering no further response. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xian Wuhao's face had nearly returned to its normal state, though it still bore a hint of redness. Young master, the various factions have arrived, except what? Except for those 2 from Yunming Tianxiang. They have yet to respond. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Xian Wuhao's expression grew grave. The presence of the others mattered little. Those 2 from Yunming Tianxiang were of utmost importance. Should they fail to arrive, the power needed to coalesce for the divine ceremony tomorrow might fall short. Very well, let it be. Overthinking serves no purpose. Xian Wuhao contemplated for a moment, then touched his still red cheek. Quickly fetch some medicine. I must eliminate the swelling on my face before tomorrow. One day later, on the day of the divine ceremony, within the tavern, are you both satisfied? The ancient Sacred Stone King and the Heavenly Butcher Saint Lord were each massaging the shoulders of the venerable Honyun ancestor and Zhang Dong. The venerable Red Cloud ancestor and Zhang Dong were thoroughly relishing the moment, their faces adorned with expressions of serene delight. They had come to comprehend why the creatures Xiongqi, Taowu, and Taodai derived such pleasure from receiving massages. It was only after indulging in the experience themselves that they realized how truly gratifying such massages could be. It's passable, though a bit lacking in finesse. I shall need to practice more in the future, you know? Zhang Dong remarked, reclining with his eyes closed. Indeed, replied the Heavenly Slayer Saint, who was kneading his shoulders while contemplating. You, old fool, revel in this for now, but rest assured, one day, I shall make you pay for this. The ancient Saint Stone King inquired. Well, we have complied with your instructions and acknowledged our faults. Might we soon be permitted to depart? The Red Cloud ancestor, also reclining and savoring the ancient Saint Stone King's massage, cast a languid glance in his direction. Patience, have you not noticed that the Hall Master has yet to speak? We shall await his word, and if he consents, you both may take your leave. The 2 glanced towards Xie Chen, who remained seated in his previous posture, utterly motionless. This caused them considerable anxiety, as they still needed to meet the Lord of Xuanwu City. The Xuanwu power was on the verge of emergence, and they could not afford to squander this opportunity. Perhaps we should simply keep them here as our servants, so they may attend to us at any time, the Xiankuan Divine Bull suggested, only to suddenly sniff the air, his expression turning grave. What is it? Zhang Dong and the Red Cloud ancestor inquired, having detected nothing amiss. Nothing. Perhaps I was merely overthinking, the Xiankuan Divine Bull replied, momentarily silent before deciding it prudent to approach Xie Chen. He moved closer, settling at his feet. Oh. Proximity to a formidable being does provide a sense of security. In Xuanwu City, upon an expansive Dao platform, the invited powers converged, with the Arrow Goddess and other leaders standing at the forefront. Among them were various formidable beasts, all gathered in this locale. Before them stood a colossal stone figure of a tortoise and serpent, representing one of the 4 spirits, the Xuanwu. At that moment, Xian Wuhao stood quietly beneath the Xuanwu statue, observing the approaching assembly. Beside him stood another figure radiating an imposing aura, adorned in scales with a pair of horns atop his head, none other than Xuanwu City's lord, Xian Guangji, a peaked golden immortal. What troubles your visage? Xian Guangji inquired, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized Xian Wuhao's face. Xian Wuhao touched his cheek, which, though no longer painful, still bore a slight redness. It is nothing. I merely bumped into something, he replied evasively, unable to confess that he had been struck in public, a source of great embarrassment. Guangji narrowed his eyes, but chose not to pursue the matter further, instead addressing the gathered assembly. Esteemed friends, I thank you for gracing Xuanwu City with your presence. After millennia, the Guishu Tianchi is opening its doors to outsiders for the first time, and I am well aware of your intentions. Since the beast ranking was revealed, I trust you are all aware that one of the four spirits, the Xuanwu, now resides within the Guishu Tianchi. As his words resonated, excitement erupted among the crowd. Although they had anticipated this news, hearing it from the Lord of Xuanwu City himself ignited a fervor within them. The arrow goddess interjected calmly, Lord Xian, you previously mentioned that should we agree to assist Xuanwu City with a task, we would be granted a share of the Xuanwu power. Is this true? Indeed. That is the crux of the matter, she continued. We have come here for the Xuanwu power. Her words incited vigorous discussion among the assembly. While a powerful immortal beast was indeed impressive, it paled in comparison to the prospect of obtaining the Xuanwu power, which was their true motivation for attending. Guangji observed the eager expressions of the crowd and chuckled softly. Friends, do not rush. The Xuanwu power will be distributed as promised by Xuanwu City. However, prior to that, we require a small favor from each of you. We kindly ask that you each contribute 1/10 of your life essence to support the arrival of the great Xuanwu. The more you offer, the greater your share of Xuanwu power will be. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What? 1/10 of our life essence? Are you mad? Absolutely not. They collectively rejected, unwilling to part with such a precious resource. For powerful individuals, their life essence was invaluable, and the thought of relinquishing 1/10 was unfathomable. The arrow goddess frowned deeply, her gaze darkening at the proposal. Guangji remained unfazed by their reaction, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Esteemed friends, consider this. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Without some sacrifice, how can one hope to attain greater power? Moreover, this is the power of one of the four spirits, the Xuanwu. The strength of an immortal emperor is far more precious than your 1/10 of life essence, is it not? The crowd fell into contemplation. Indeed, while 1/10 of their life essence was precious, the potential to acquire the Xuanwu power was not without merit. After all, in comparison to the might of the four spirits, their own cultivation and life essence seemed trivial. As deliberation ensued, one elder from the Mountain River Dao sect boldly declared, "We are willing." In a flash, Guangji's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Mountain River Dao sect, they have taken the lead. Murmurs of surprise rippled through the crowd. To so readily offer 1/10 of their life essence, no wonder they have ascended to prominence. The elder of the Mountain River Dao sect stroked his beard with a smile. Contemplating, with our sect leader's fate uncertain, we must consider the future of our sect. Should we acquire the Xuanwu power, we might stand equal to the Yunming heavenly nation, making the loss of our leader bearable. I agree. We too shall comply. With the Mountain River Dao sect leading the charge, more prominent figures soon followed suit. Casting aside their hesitations, even some of the beasts expressed their agreement. The arrow goddess pondered for a moment before finally addressing Guangji. Very well. The Dragon Sovereign Kingdom shall also acquiesce. Excellent. The Guang era held great admiration for their decision. Since all of you have expressed your agreement, I now invite you to surrender your life essence, and soon, my esteemed companions, your wishes shall be fulfilled. As his words echoed, the once dormant Xuanwu stone statue suddenly emanated a radiant light, which swiftly dispersed into the heavens, forming 7 towering divine pillars that soared into the clouds. Standing majestically between the mountains and seas of Xuanwu City, these pillars, ethereal and translucent, were adorned with celestial totems and entwined with runes, subtly exuding divine might. What is this? The arrow goddess, along with all the inhabitants of Xuanwu City, gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. The 7 divine pillars encircled Xuanwu City like a cage, trapping them within. Inside the tavern, the Xiankuan divine bull, Zhangdong, the Red Cloud ancestor, the ancient sage Stone King, and the heavenly butcher, Saint simultaneously expressed their bewilderment. Sensing the anomaly, they halted their activities and stepped outside. What is this? The Xiankuan divine bull stared at the towering celestial pillars, momentarily taken aback. Could it be the legendary Xuanwu 7 pillars, specifically intended to summon one of the 4 spirits, the Xuanwu, and its divine offerings? The heavenly butcher saint, having perused ancient texts, noted that the current spectacle closely resembled the descriptions contained within those tomes. Summoning the Xuanwu. Upon hearing the heavenly butcher saint's words, Zhangdong and the Red Cloud ancestor were struck with astonishment. Had they not come to the Tianchen Continent precisely for the Xuanwu? Now that the divine pillars for summoning the Xuanwu had appeared, did this not imply that the Xuanwu was destined to descend? Coincidentally, the 2 days they had waited aligned perfectly with the timeline provided by the Hall Master. On the coastline outside Xuanwu City, the old turtle emerged from the depths. This entity, the old turtle squinted, observing the 7 towering pillars surrounding Xuanwu City. It sensed a subtle, ominous aura lingering in the air. Esteemed friends, infuse your life essence into the pillars, and upon the arrival of Lord Xuanwu, he shall bestow upon you his divine power. Xian Guangji proclaimed, arms wide open. Addressing the crowd, the gathered individuals felt a surge of exhilaration, eagerly channeling their life essence into the Xuanwu 7 pillars. The arrow goddess hesitated for a moment, but ultimately surrendered her life essence as well. As the life essence flowed continuously into the pillars, Xian Guangji's heart swelled with joy, edging towards madness. Continue. Lord Xuanwu, have you received this? With this abundance of life essence, you shall soon regain your completeness. Millennia ago, the Xuanwu had self-sacrificed, leading to the fall of 7 celestial bodies. Though it had manifested as the Black Water Xuanwu, its power remained indistinguishable from that of the Xuanwu, yet it lacked stability, necessitating the infusion of life essence to solidify its form. As the life essence steadily poured into the divine pillars, the once ethereal structures gradually transformed into tangible entities. Not enough. Xian Guangji growled in frustration. Despite the influx of life essence, it remained insufficient for the Xuanwu 7 pillars to fully materialize. The process was exceedingly slow. Father, it is regrettable that those 2 from the Cloud Dream celestial realm did not arrive. If only we had their powers, Lord Xuanwu would surely return. Xian Wuhao lamented. The life essence of 2 quasi-emperor beasts would constitute a formidable energy source. With their strength, even without the others, the complete materialization of the Xuanwu 7 pillars would be assured. Xian Guangji furrowed his brow, as if having made a momentous decision. If that is the case, only one course of action remains. Fortunately, I have a contingency plan, though I would rather not resort to it. As he spoke, Xian Guangji produced a blue orb. Upon seeing this orb, Xian Wuhao's expression shifted dramatically. Father, do you intend to? Indeed, since the strength of these inept beings is inadequate, let the people of Xuanwu City serve as substitutes. They will be honored to offer themselves for their divine lord. With that, Xian Guangji raised the blue orb high. Boom. As the orb erupted in a cascade of azure light, the entirety of Xuanwu City became enveloped in its glow. The arrow goddess paused, casting a quizzical glance at Xian Guangji. What is he planning? What is this light? The Xian Kuan divine bull, the red cloud ancestor, Zhangdong, and others were equally perplexed. They ascended into the air to survey their surroundings, gazing at the azure radiance above. Within it, there seemed to be a hint of mental control, exerting a certain influence over specific individuals. As the light enveloped them, the inhabitants of Xuanwu City suddenly exhibited vacant expressions, and wisps of white spiritual energy began to rise from their bodies, flowing toward the nearby divine pillars. Their life essence is dissipating. The Xian Kuan divine bull discerned the change among the crowd, instantly struck with astonishment. What is happening? Zhangdong and the red cloud ancestor wore expressions of confusion. Was the summoning of the Xuanwu not the goal? What is the situation now? It appeared that the pillars were absorbing the life essence of these individuals. Could this also be part of summoning the Xuanwu? Given that each individual from Xuanwu City contributed a tenth of their life essence, this should suffice. Though Xian Guangji felt a twinge of guilt towards them, there was no alternative. For the sake of Lord Xuanwu, they must sacrifice a portion. Xian Wuhao observed this scene with a complex expression. Although a tenth of their life essence would not undermine their foundation, it still inflicted considerable harm upon them. As the young lord of Xuanwu City, witnessing such a spectacle was utterly disheartening. Indeed, following the infusion of life essence from the people of Xuanwu City, the materialization of the Xuanwu 7 pillars accelerated significantly. With the combined life essence from the citizens of Xuanwu City, along with that of various factions and other beasts, the 7 divine pillars soon achieved complete materialization. It worked. As the Xuanwu 7 pillars fully manifested, a booming sound reverberated through the air. The 7 pillars radiated divine might, and the 7 celestial bodies seemed to come alive, soaring from the pillars and merging into the heavenly expanse. In that instant, the sky above the Tianchen Continent darkened, resembling a draping night curtain. 7 brilliant stars connected to form a tortoise snake pattern, illuminating the starry sky with an extraordinary brilliance. The arrow goddess, the Xian Kuan divine bull, Zhangdong, the red cloud ancestor, and the members of various factions in Xuanwu City stood mesmerized. Just as the crowd was engulfed in wonder, a tremendous roar erupted, shaking the very heavens and resonating throughout the entire realm. Chapter 559, the battle begins in earnest. In that moment, divine might surged, sweeping towards Xuanwu City, the Guishu Tianchi, and the entirety of the Tianchen Continent. This is, in an instant, the realms of Cloud Dream Celestial Realm, Gannan Immortal Kingdom, and others felt the tremor. The three quasi-emperor beasts, the 9 heavens wand phoenix, the ghost head 9 phoenix, and the Shi Gu dragon, each experienced a jolt of surprise, along with various other beasts and races. Their gazes turned toward the direction of Guishu Tianchi. It is the Xuanwu. The Xuanwu is about to descend. Within Xuanwu City, the inhabitants felt the overwhelming power, their hearts racing and excitement surging. Is it coming? Suddenly, the old turtle gaped, staring toward the northern realms of Guishu Tianchi. Boom! Between the mountains and the seas, a colossal creature emerged, a divine serpent entwined around the body of a turtle, its size surpassing even the mightiest peaks. This dark-hued behemoth, known as the Black Water Xuanwu, descended upon the earth with its immense limbs, shaking the very foundations of the land, accompanied by the thunderous roar of its turtle head and serpent skull. At that moment, the Xuanwu had arrived. Zhang Dong and the venerable Red Cloud ancestor stood entranced, their minds momentarily frozen upon witnessing the Black Water Xuanwu. The ancient Saint Stone King and the Heavenly Slaughter Saint Lord were similarly affected, their thoughts momentarily blank. My heavens! It is colossal beyond belief. The Xian Kuan Divine Bull gaped in awe, gradually lifting its head to gaze upon the titanic form of the Black Water Xuanwu, only to plop down in sheer disbelief, nearly tumbling from the void. On the platform, the Arrow Goddess and the others were equally dumbfounded. Even though they were supreme powers of their respective factions, they were genuinely shaken by this spectacle. Long live Lord Xuanwu! At that moment, Xian Guangji and Xian Wuhai knelt in reverence before the Black Water Xuanwu, paying their respects. The Arrow Goddess turned her gaze to Xian Guangji. Lord Xian, now that Xuanwu has descended, when shall we receive the promised power of Xuanwu? The power of Xuanwu? Ha! Xian Guangji stared at the Arrow Goddess, initially taken aback before erupting into maniacal laughter. He then sneered, who do you think you are? Mere outsiders, daring to covet the power of Lord Xuanwu? The power of Xuanwu belongs to our Gui Su Tianchi. Only the faithful followers of Lord Xuanwu are entitled to wield it. What did you say? The Arrow Goddess seethed with fury, indignant that Xian Guangji would dare deceive her. The accursed Xuanwu City. We aided you, and now you wish to renege on your promise? Since you have shown such treachery, Xuanwu City has no right to exist. With Xuanwu manifesting, she declared, if we cannot obtain this power, then neither shall Xuanwu City. The others from the major factions burned with rage upon hearing this. They had trusted each other, only to find themselves betrayed, a transgression deserving of death. However, Xian Guangji remained unfazed by their threats. Ha! You lot think you can destroy Xuanwu City? How deluded! As his words fell, countless armies erupted around the Arrow Goddess and her companions. Among them were the guards of Xuanwu City, and even more terrifying were the turtle and serpent-like beasts, their numbers rivaling the combined might of the major factions, including numerous beasts above the celestial realm. Did you think I had been idle these past few days? All of these are entrusted to me by Lord Xuanwu. Blame your own foolishness. According to Lord Xuanwu's command, today shall be your doom. None of you shall escape. The Arrow Goddess clenched her fists, her brows knitted in determination. When did anyone dare deceive her on this vast continent? Today, you shall perish, she roared, unleashing her celestial might as she charged at Xian Guangji. Everyone attack! Kill them! With a single command from Xian Guangji, the surrounding army surged forward, engaging all the major powers and beasts present. Kill! Kill! The members of the other factions and the beasts lunged forward, battling against the encircling army. Boom! The clash erupted into a fierce battle. Run! The people of Xuanwu City regained their senses and frantically fled, distancing themselves from the platform to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Something seems to be happening over there. The Xian Kuan Divine Bull observed the location of the Arrow Goddess and her allies, feeling the aftermath of the fierce conflict resonate throughout Xuanwu City. This is bad. My Mountain River Dao sect is over there. The Heavenly Slaughter Saint Lord exclaimed in panic. The ancient Saint Stone King remained calm, for their ancient Misty Fairy Island had already faced destruction at the hands of a certain powerful figure within the tavern. Now witnessing their misfortune, he bore an expression of schadenfreude. At that moment, numerous turtle and serpent beasts appeared outside the tavern, encircling the Xian Kuan Divine Bull, Zhang Dong, the Red Cloud ancestor, and the ancient Saint Stone King. Among them was a creature the size of a small mountain, resembling a smaller Xuanwu, possessing the peak cultivation of a golden immortal. Surely this cannot be. We are being dragged into this too? Zhang Dong remarked innocently. Hey, just as my bull grandpa has finished stretching, I'll use you rascals for practice. The Xian Kuan Divine Bull stood up, cracking its hooves, eager to showcase its prowess. What are we waiting for? Let us fight. The Red Cloud ancestor rolled up his sleeves, unafraid of the intimidation posed by these turtle and serpent beasts. With a resounding crash, the Xian Kuan Divine Bull, the Red Cloud ancestor, Zhang Dong, the ancient Saint Stone King, and the Heavenly Slaughter Saint Lord launched their assault against the beasts. The battle within Xuanwu City had officially commenced. In the northern realm of Guizhou Tianchi, where the black water Xuanwu resided, it roared once more, shaking the heavens. Under the starry sky, the entire continent trembled with thunderous roars, the ground quaking violently as mountains and rivers crumbled in a cacophony of destruction. Though it had returned to its complete form, it seemed insatiable, yearning to absorb more life essence. In the Yunming celestial realm, chaos ensued. What is happening? The people prostrated themselves, feeling the intense tremors, their faces pale with fear. Meanwhile, deep within Yunming celestial realm, sister? Let it begin. The Jiutian Luanfeng and the ghost head Jiu Huang exchanged glances, unleashing their divine might. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as two radiant beams, one black and one white, erupted from the depths of Yunming celestial realm, surging into the sky with immense power. What is that? The inhabitants of Yunming celestial realm looked up in astonishment towards the direction of the divine radiance. As the entire continent basked in the brilliant light, the darkened twilight was illuminated by the shimmering hues of dawn, creating a stunning interplay in the heavens. Two formidable figures emerged, descending upon the world. Chapter 560, Jiutian Luanfeng and Ghost Head Zhuang. There stood the two great beings of Yunming celestial realm. One adorned in a spirit shaman robe and crowned with a ghost phoenix ornament, barefoot, and stepping forth from the black divine light. As she gracefully lifted her delicate fingers, the spirits of the ghost phoenix appeared, flanking her sides. Simultaneously, another figure draped in celestial garments descended, equally barefoot, radiating purity as she floated in the void. Upon opening her eyes, 8 magnificent wings erupted behind her, transforming into a halo of divine phoenixes encircling her head. Truly, it is them. What a magnificent visage. The people of Yunming celestial realm and countless beasts were left in awe. The Jiutian Luanfeng and ghost head Zhuang, in such a divine form, had never been witnessed before nor recorded in any texts. Whether those who had seen them before or those who had not, all were struck with reverence. Their hearts compelled to worship, immersed in the divine spectacle before them. Sister, it suits you perfectly. And you as well. After exchanging compliments, the 9 heavens phoenix and the ghost-headed 9 phoenix stepped forth together, followed by the emergence of a spatial rift. The two sisters entered the rift and vanished from Xuanwu City. What could this mean? Some combatants, momentarily pausing their fierce battle, gazed up at the alternating white mist and ethereal light in the sky, astonished. Could it be? Xian Wuhao harbored a suspicion. Such an extraordinary phenomenon. Could it be that the two figures from Yunming heavenly land have emerged? With a fierce shout, the arrow goddess drew her bow, launching a divine arrow towards Xian Guangji, unleashing a tremendous force that sent him hurtling away. Impressive. Truly. The female war god of the dragon sovereignty is deserving of her reputation, possessing such strength in the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm, yet I, at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, will not be easily defeated. Take this, from your grandpano. At this moment, the Xian Kuan divine bull had transformed into a size akin to a small mountain. It swung its horns and charged at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, crashing into the turtle snake beast ahead. A resounding bang echoed as the creature let out a pained cry, being sent flying. Hee. The divine power bestowed by the Great One is indeed formidable. Even a being at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm cannot withstand a single blow from your grandpano. The Xian Kuan divine bull beamed with pride. Boom, boom. Zhangdong, Ancestor Red Cloud, Ancient Saint Stone King, and Saint Lord Tian II continued to exterminate one turtle snake beast after another, leaving dismembered limbs and scattered flesh strewn across the ground. Is this ever going to end? Ancestor Red Cloud expressed his growing impatience. Just how many of these creatures are there? It feels as though no matter how many we slay, they just keep coming. At that moment, Zhang Dong looked up at the starry sky, his gaze filled with uncertainty upon witnessing the phenomenon. Which powerful beings have descended now? In the northern region of the Guizhou Tianchi, where the black water Xuanwu resides, spatial rifts appeared above and behind him. Moments later, 2 figures stepped forth from the rifts. Instantly, an overwhelming imperial might enveloped the surroundings, radiating towards Xuanwu City and the entire vicinity, sweeping across all. Upon sensing this majestic presence, the inhabitants of Xuanwu City, along with the arrow goddess, Xian Guangji, Zhang Dong, Ancestor Red Cloud, and the Xian Kuan divine bull, were struck with astonishment. Their gazes drawn towards the direction of the black water Xuanwu. Is that the 9 heavens phoenix and the ghost-headed 9 phoenix? Even in their human forms, some instantly recognized their identities. They are the 2 magnificent birds from Yunming heavenly land. They have arrived, the Xian Kuan divine bull remarked, bewildered. Upon hearing the words of the Xian Kuan divine bull, Zhangdong and Ancestor Red Cloud suddenly understood. So, those two women are indeed the Nine Heavens Phoenix and the ghost-headed Nine Phoenix, second only to the Old Turtle and Blackwater Xuanwu on the beast ranking. Given their aura, could they be here to confront the Blackwater Xuanwu? A cold smirk crept across Xian Guangji's lips. What purpose does their arrival serve? Whatever they intend to do, it is all in vain. The Nine Heavens Phoenix and the ghost-headed Nine Phoenix positioned themselves, flanking the Blackwater Xuanwu as they regarded him. How dare these little birds obstruct my path? The Blackwater Xuanwu sneered, the serpentine spirit coiled upon his shell hissing angrily at them. Predecessor, your emergence has stirred turmoil in the Takuai continent. Yunming Heavenly Land cannot escape suffering either. We implore you to relent and calm down. The Nine Heavens Phoenix spoke with composure. Despite facing an immortal emperor, she felt no fear, her heart remaining remarkably serene. The ghost-headed Nine Phoenix added, a millennium ago, your arrival awakened the sealed calamity power of the epochs. Now that you have re-emerged, the Takuai continent may not withstand your pressure and could face disaster once more. Upon hearing the ghost-headed Nine Phoenix's words, the expressions of several powerful figures in Xuanwu City changed dramatically. That calamity from a millennium ago was actually caused by the Blackwater Xuanwu? But isn't the Xuanwu one of the four spirits, tasked with guarding the chaos? Logically, its presence should have quelled such calamities, so how did it turn out otherwise? The Takuai continent? I do not hold it in high regard. The Blackwater Xuanwu dismissed their concerns with disdain. If the true Xuanwu were here, chaos would not ensue. However, I am not the Xuanwu. I am the Blackwater Xuanwu. Since the Xuanwu chose to sever itself and abandon me to this place, it should not blame me for the ensuing chaos. With the fall of the 7 constellations, resentment breeds. The Blackwater Xuanwu is now consumed by hatred. One day, I shall exact vengeance, annihilate the true Xuanwu, and take its place. I am, after all, formed from the recondensation of the 7 constellations of the Xuanwu, and thus possess the rightful qualification to become one of the true 4 spirits. The Blackwater Xuanwu continued, hand over your life essence. When my power is sufficient, I shall leave the Takuai continent. Upon hearing the Blackwater Xuanwu's threatening words, the Nine Heavens Phoenix and the ghost-headed Nine Phoenix furrowed their brows. Predecessor, you jest. Should you insist upon this course, we shall not remain idle. The Nine Heavens Phoenix retorted defiantly. Seemingly provoked by her words, the Blackwater Xuanwu felt insulted. How dare a mere quasi-emperor challenge my authority? The Blackwater Xuanwu bellowed, and in an instant, an unfathomable divine might emanated from him. A tidal force that suppressed all around, causing the entire Goeishu Tianchi to tremor violently. In that moment, the imperial might of the Nine Heavens Phoenix and the ghost-headed Nine Phoenix was extinguished, their forms staggering back a few steps. Such power. Once the pressure dissipated, they steadied themselves, gazing at the Blackwater Xuanwu with shock and gravity. Is this the might of an immortal emperor? Even clad in these spiritual robes, they felt a sense of weakness facing the Blackwater Xuanwu. Nevertheless, they could not retreat. The calamity of a millennium ago must not repeat on the Takuai continent. Predecessor, since communication has failed, we must take our leave. With that declaration, the Nine Heavens Phoenix closed her eyes, extending her arms. Instantly, the divine phoenix halo behind her expanded, enveloping the starry seas, swelling ever larger. Around her, countless spatial rifts manifested, resembling miniature celestial bodies, from which the faint sounds of divine birds could be heard. Chapter 561, Quasi-Emperor versus Immortal Emperor, A Clash of Beasts. Simultaneously, the ghost-headed Nine Phoenix also closed her eyes, her hands coming together before her chest. As a miniature starry sky seemed to be birthed between her palms, the spirits of the ghost phoenix circled around her chest, radiating boundless might, commanding the 4 corners. Beneath the starry sky, 2 colossal divine bird apparitions gradually materialized behind the Nine Heavens Phoenix and the ghost-headed Nine Phoenix. One, with 9 heads and 9 wings, radiated pure, holy light, resembling a resplendent phoenix. The other, with 9 heads and a crimson crown, concealed in shadow, appeared ghostly and menacing. As these 2 divine bird apparitions emerged, the Takuai continent was suffused with a divine aura, a sacred and ethereal essence permeating the entire starry sky. They are truly about to confront the Blackwater Xuanwu. Zhangdong and Ancestor Red Cloud, while annihilating the beasts, looked on in astonishment at the 2. Gulp. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull swallowed hard. At this moment, its massive rear pressed down on the head of the pinnacle golden immortal beast. Observing this scene, it couldn't help but marvel. The aura of these 2 great birds is simply overwhelming. By the coast, the ancient tortoise gazed upon the Nine Heavens One Phoenix and the ghost head Nine Phoenix, feeling a tremor within as he witnessed their formidable presence. Did they possess such audacity to confront the black water Xuanwu? With divine grace, the phoenix unfurled its magnificent wings, and as the 9 heavens Yuan phoenix opened its eyes, the 9-headed celestial birds behind it spread their wings, emitting a resonant call. Surrounding her, a circle of spatial fissures, resembling twinkling stars, spiraled around her. With the rise and fall of her divine feathers, starry rings surged forth, descending upon the black water Xuanwu to punish the calamity deity. The ghost head 9 phoenix softly uttered, also opening her eyes, as a small expanse of starlight burst forth from her hands. The 9 mournful cries of the phoenix resonated behind her, chilling to the soul. Above the starry skies, the colossal heads of 9 ghostly birds emerged from the void, thundering down towards the black water Xuanwu. Upon witnessing this, the black water Xuanwu's gaze darkened, its eyelids lowered. In the next moment, a resounding boom echoed as the combined assault of the 9 heavens Yuan phoenix and the ghost head 9 phoenix struck the black water Xuanwu, crashing against its immense form. The earth quaked and the heavens trembled. A great upheaval ensued, causing the entire Tianchen Continent to shudder, with countless mountains collapsing into the plains. The populace, both human and beast, recoiled in terror. Yet, the inhabitants of Xuanwu City, including Zhangdong, the ancestor of red clouds, Xianxiaaudiobooks, the divine bull, the arrow goddess, and Xianguangji, managed to steady themselves, shielding their foreheads with their hands. Fortunately, the unique protective power of Xuanwu City mitigated the damage from attacks below the level of an immortal emperor. Nevertheless, the impact was still palpable. Do you two truly believe you can suppress me with your mere strength? The voice of the black water Xuanwu resonated, seemingly infuriated by the assault. With a powerful roar, it lifted its head and unleashed a shockwave that dispersed the attacks aimed at it. Instantly, the 9 heavens Yuan phoenix and the ghost head 9 phoenix staggered backward. Despite their combined might, the black water Xuanwu remained unscathed. Indeed, it seems insufficient, the 2 phoenixes thought, their brows furrowing as a weight settled upon their hearts, as if they were prepared for this inevitability. Though clad in the spirit robes rewarded by the beast ranking, their current power surpassed their previous selves. Yet subduing an immortal emperor beast still proved daunting. Suddenly, the black water Xuanwu rose, unleashing a furious roar as it swiped its foreleg toward the 9 heavens Yuan phoenix. Alarmed, the phoenix felt as though she were ensnared, unable to move. Sister, the ghost head 9 phoenix swiftly appeared beside her. Embracing her as her divine phoenix ceremonial robe shimmered, invoking the power of the spirit witch. Encased in this force, they vanished from their original location just as the black water Xuanwu's claw shattered the space, its overwhelming might aimed directly at the coastline. The ancient tortoise, watching in shock, realized that the fierce attack was now directed at him. Quickly, he withdrew into his shell. With a thunderous crash, the black water Xuanwu's strike collided with the tortoise's shell. The residual force radiated outward, affecting the entire Tianchen Continent. In an instant, the continent trembled once more, sending countless beings into a panic as they cowered down. Fortunately, the majority of the energy's impact was absorbed by the tortoise's colossal shell, sparing other realms from significant upheaval. After the black water Xuanwu's strike, the 9 heavens Yuan phoenix and the ghost head 9 phoenix reappeared beside it, their expressions resolute as they regarded the beast. The black water Xuanwu lowered its foreleg, gazing at them with a knowing look. Without ascending to the rank of a mortal emperor, you lack the qualifications to engage with one. Surely, you both understand this truth. The 2 phoenixes fell silent, their expressions grave. On the battered shoreline, the ancient tortoise's shell remained intact, its already invincible defense augmented further by its extraordinary resilience. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, a glint of crimson igniting within. You dare to insult me? Enraged, the tortoise straightened, glaring fiercely in the direction of the black water Xuanwu. Having endured the divine fire of the vermilion bird in the land of inheritance was one thing, but to be struck by the black water Xuanwu upon returning to the Tianchen Continent was intolerable. After all, it ranked second on the beast ranking and deserved respect. What did it matter if the opponent was an immortal emperor? With this shell, it was not to be trifled with. With a resounding roar, the ancient tortoise leaped into the sky. Within Xuanwu City, Xianxiaaudiobooks, the divine bull, Zhangdong, the ancestor of red clouds, the holy monarch of heavenly slaughter, and the holy king of ancient stone gazed toward the direction of the black water Xuanwu, sighing in unison. Indeed, it is futile. An immortal emperor cannot be contended with, even by the combined might of quasi-emperors, Zhangdong remarked, shaking his head. Boom. The arrow goddess and Xianguangji continued their standoff, parting ways. Xianguangji cast a glance at the black water Xuanwu before addressing the arrow goddess. Once Lord Xuanwu dispatches those 2 divine birds, you will meet your demise as well. The arrow goddess furrowed her brow, streaks of blood marring her visage. She then turned her gaze toward the black water Xuanwu, her frown deepening. How could they possibly extricate themselves from this predicament? The black water Xuanwu, fixated on the 9 heavens Luan Phoenix and the ghost head 9 Phoenix, prepared for its next move. I shall return the favor. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the starry sky. The 2 phoenixes looked up in unison. The black water Xuanwu also lifted its gaze. To their astonishment, a colossal entity, resembling a mountain and akin to a tortoise shell, descended from the heavens, plummeting towards the black water Xuanwu. In the next moment, with a thunderous crash, the massive being collided with the Xuanwu's shell, sending shockwaves reverberating throughout. Chapter 562, The Master in the Ancient Tortoise's Words. The immense impact from the ancient tortoise caused the black water Xuanwu's limbs to buckle slightly. Boom, boom. In an instant, a terrifying energy erupted, radiating in waves of overwhelming force that swept outward in all directions. Xuanwu City shook, the Guishu Tianchi trembled, and the entirety of the Tianchen Continent quaked in unison. A multitude of bewildered beings and creatures, gripped by fear, activated their defensive formations, gazing anxiously toward the direction of Guishu Tianchi. What transpired there? Was there a great terror battling? The black water Xuanwu was in Guishu Tianchi, and the 2 figures from Yunming Tianxiang had also emerged. Could it be they were engaged in combat? Impossible. After all, that was an immortal emperor beast, and even those 2 masters could not possibly contend with it. Would this powerful energy bring calamity upon them? Many formidable factions had previously ventured to Guishu Tianchi. Another attack on Lord Xuanwu. The sudden turn of events left the inhabitants of Xuanwu City astounded. Amidst the violent tremors, the arrow goddess and other powerful figures, including Xian Wuhua and Xian Guangji, were equally shaken. What colossal entity has descended from the heavens, daring to confront the black water Xuanwu? It is none other than that great tortoise. The Xian Kuan divine bull instinctively voiced its thoughts, equally astonished and perplexed. It pondered how this great tortoise could possibly be here. Indeed, it is truly it. Zhang Dong and the venerable Han Yun appeared relatively composed. After all, it had previously informed Xie Chen that it would be at his beck and call whenever summoned. Presumably, it had been lingering in the vicinity of this Guishu Tianchi all along. Its appearance now is hardly surprising. Could it be the Jinhai Tenai tortoise? The ancient Saint Stone King and the celestial butcher stared wide-eyed, their expressions a mix of disbelief as they gazed at the elder tortoise perched atop the black water Xuanwu's back. They were not alone in their astonishment. Even the Jiutian Luanfeng and the ghost head Zhuang were momentarily taken aback before they swiftly regained their composure. You are the esteemed elder tortoise. Observing the elder tortoise, its limbs flailing in the air as its shell collided with that of the black water Xuanwu, Jiutian Luanfeng exclaimed with surprise. The elder tortoise tilted its head back to gaze at the 2 of them, offering a smile. Ah, you 2 little girls, it has been quite a while. At that moment, the black serpent coiled around the black water Xuanwu opened its mouth wide, extending its tongue, hissing angrily at the elder tortoise pressed against the shell of the black water Xuanwu. Suddenly, the black water Xuanwu opened its eyes, its pupils narrowing. Following this, it let out a thunderous roar, erupting with divine might, and forcefully sent the elder tortoise flying from its back. With a resounding crash, the elder tortoise landed on all 4s, confronting the black water Xuanwu. In comparison, the elder tortoise's massive physique appeared smaller beside the black water Xuanwu. Dare you repeatedly challenge the majesty of this deity? Do you truly believe I will not annihilate you? The black water Xuanwu glared at the elder tortoise, its voice imbued with divine authority, reverberating throughout the Guishu Tianchi. Upon hearing this, the onlookers felt as though a colossal mountain pressed down upon their hearts, rendering them immensely burdened. This is, after all, the continent of my birth. How could I simply stand by and witness you wreak havoc upon it? The elder tortoise spoke, its voice equally commanding, resonating in the ears of the crowd. A deity? Jiutian Luanfeng and ghost head Zhuang were startled. The being before them, whom they referred to as the esteemed elder tortoise, was an exceedingly formidable entity. Not only was its origin extraordinary, but its strength was also unquestionable. With an impenetrable shell for defense, by the time they had attained the status of quasi-emperors, it had already achieved that rank. The notion of someone it revered as a deity made them unable to fathom the true extent of its power. Could it be that it was some celestial emperor? Equally astonished were the inhabitants within Xuanwu City. Xian Guangji, the flying arrow goddess, celestial butcher, and ancient Saint Stone King all bore expressions of incredulity. They too surmised the elder tortoise's identity, aware of its might. The utterance of the term deity from its lips left them astounded, their expressions shifting. What nonsense about a deity? There is only one deity, and that is the great Xuanwu. Regardless of who the elder tortoise referred to as a deity, before the great Xuanwu, all would be trampled underfoot. Xian Guangji snorted coldly, expressing disdain. In his eyes, the black water Xuanwu was a divine being, invincible. Even celestial emperors would be suppressed and crushed beneath its might. At that moment, however, Xian Wuhua fell silent. For reasons unknown, an ominous feeling began to rise within him, stirring a sense of unease. Zhang Dong and the venerable Han Yun exchanged knowing smiles. They were well aware of whom the elder tortoise referred to as a deity. To hold me back? You are merely a quasi-emperor, not even a celestial emperor. How dare you speak such audacious words? The Blackwater Xuanwu, unfazed by the mention of the elder tortoise's deity, instead felt a surge of anger at the audacity of its claims. Ah, you are unaware, are you? The elder tortoise proclaimed proudly, while I may not match your strength, my indomitable shell is unparalleled. Even celestial emperors, as well as Zhuke, one of the four spirits like you, cannot breach my defenses. What can you possibly do to me? Upon hearing this, the Blackwater Xuanwu's fury surged to new heights. Rather than just challenging its authority, such brazen arrogance was utterly intolerable. How dare you, mere beast, act so recklessly before this deity? With that, the Blackwater Xuanwu stomped the ground, and with a thunderous sound, boundless divine might erupted from its being once more. The overwhelming force surged like a cataclysmic wave, crashing relentlessly in all directions. Under such pressure, the elder tortoise's limbs began to shift backward, its massive form involuntarily pushed back several paces. This power must not be allowed to escape. Jiutian Wanfeng and Ghost Head Zhuang partially closed their eyes, gritting their teeth, channeling all their strength to withstand the onslaught, desperately resisting this overwhelming force. Yet, even so, the entire Tianchen continent trembled perilously, the earth fracturing with countless fissures, and the starry sky flickering incessantly. Within Xuanwu City, a ceaseless rumble echoed. Even with protective forces, several structures within began to crack and collapse. Why provoke this great tortoise? Damn it! The Xian Kuan divine bull could not contain a curse, rising to its feet and grasping the tortoise serpent beneath it, positioning it before itself as a shield. Fortunately, this pinnacle beast of the golden immortal realm was sufficiently massive, shielding Zhang Dong, the venerable Han Yun, and the tavern behind them, the flying arrow goddess, Xian Guangji, and others. At that moment, set aside their battles, hastily seeking refuge. However, this state of affairs lasted but a fleeting moment. Suddenly, from within the tavern, a brilliant white light flashed, instantly dissipating the divine might of the Blackwater Xuanwu. Chapter 563. The patrons of the tavern emerged. My heavens, I nearly thought I was done for. As the oppressive aura vanished, all within Xuanwu City gasped for breath, most collapsing to the ground. Is it finally over? The ancient Saint Stone King and Celestial Butcher also found themselves sprawled beside the Xian Kuan Divine Bull. Suddenly, with a thud, the Xian Kuan Divine Bull's posterior sank down, and the two, unable to utter a sound, were enveloped entirely by its behind. Phew! The Xian Kuan Divine Bull wiped its forehead with its hoof, revealing a look of relief. Fortunately, your grandfather the bull is blessed and safe. As it spoke, it felt a slight itch on its rear and rubbed against the ground. What was that just now? Zhang Dong and the venerable Han Yun exchanged astonished glances, their surprise mingling with a hint of joy as they turned to gaze at the tightly shut doors of the tavern. Meanwhile, the flying arrow goddess and the other powerful figures, including Xian Guangji, were also left shaken, their thoughts of battle momentarily forgotten. Their gazes were drawn toward the direction of the Blackwater Xuanwu. At this moment, Jiutian Wanfeng and Ghost Head Zhuang appeared somewhat unsteady, blood trickling from their mouths, their breaths ragged. They had overexerted themselves to counter the Blackwater Xuanwu's might. Yet, it was fortunate that they had managed to muster enough strength, otherwise, the Tianchen Continent would undoubtedly have been plunged into chaos. Huh. Ghost Head Zhuang exhaled softly, just as she opened her eyes. A massive tortoise claw came crashing down toward her. Guitu Jiuhuang stared wide-eyed, her body rendered immobile akin to the previous Nine Heavens Phoenix. Sister! Nine Heavens Phoenix exclaimed in alarm, hastening to rush forward, only to suddenly spew forth a mouthful of blood, her form staggering. Let me. At this critical moment, the old turtle appeared in an instant before Guitu Jiuhuang, standing protectively with his claws shielding her, his back turned to the Blackwater Xuanwu. With a resounding crash, the massive claw of the Blackwater Xuanwu struck the old turtle's colossal shell. It was as if an ultimate attack collided with an indomitable defense. The old turtle's shell radiated a golden glow, seemingly resisting the claw imbued with destructive power. The old turtle gritted his teeth, unable to retreat into his shell in time. Feeling a pang of pain, witnessing his assault thwarted once more by the old turtle, the Blackwater Xuanwu's fury reached its zenith. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, it amplified the force of its right claw. With a deafening bang, although the old turtle's shell remained unbroken. It sent the old turtle and its shell hurtling through the air. It's over. The Xian Kuan divine bull, Zhang Dong, and the Red Cloud ancestor, among others, gasped in astonishment, their hearts sinking with concern for the old turtle. Immediately after, a tremendous crash resounded as the old turtle's massive body flew far, crashing upon the ground and causing it to sink and shatter. The entire Goeishu Tianchi trembled once more. Sister, Nine Heavens Phoenix cried out in terror. Suddenly, the black water Xuanwu rose, its hind legs braced against the ground, towering menacingly before Nine Heavens Phoenix. In such an overwhelming presence, it seemed to suppress her very spirit. Nine Heavens Phoenix gazed at the black water Xuanwu, her eyes quivering, mouth agape as if ensnared by a predator, her mind a blank slate. Then, with a thunderous roar from the black water Xuanwu, it struck her with a claw. In an instant, Nine Heavens Phoenix's pupils dilated. Her mouth opened wide as blood gushed forth, her form hurtling back towards Xuanwu City. This scene unfolded before the eyes of all within Xuanwu City. The Xian Kuan divine bull, the arrow goddess, Zhang Dong, the Red Cloud ancestor, and countless others were taken aback, their gazes trailing the retreating figure of Nine Heavens Phoenix, their pupils widening in shock. With a resounding crash, Nine Heavens Phoenix grazed the top of the Xian Kuan divine bull's head, smashing through the entrance of a tavern, her form disappearing into its depths. Some individuals hastily took to the skies, peering towards the tavern. Although they could not discern the scene within, nor the current state of Nine Heavens Phoenix, they could only imagine the impending tragedy. The claw of a celestial beast bore terrifying power. However, a few astute observers noted something peculiar. How could such a cataclysmic impact fail to demolish the tavern? Even with the protection of special powers in Xuanwu City, it seemed implausible that it could withstand the strike of a quasi-emperor. Ha ha! Xian Guangji suddenly burst into laughter. A mere quasi-emperor dares to overestimate himself. In the presence of Lord Xuanwu, none can prevail. Ha ha ha! The arrow goddess momentarily lost her focus, her brows furrowing as realization dawned upon her. That place is. Xian Wuhao's expression shifted dramatically. Instantly, the memory of a recent encounter within the tavern flooded his mind. What troubles you? Xian Guangji inquired, noticing his son's bewildered demeanor, sensing a hint of fear. Yet, Xian Wuhao appeared oblivious to his father's words, standing there, gazing intently at the tavern's direction, lost in thought. The turtle snake beast that had attacked the tavern had nearly been eradicated. At this moment, Zhang Dong, the Red Cloud ancestor, and the Xian Kuan divine bull all turned their gazes towards the depths of the tavern, not daring to breathe. From the outside looking in, the tavern appeared shrouded in darkness, nothing visible within. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Gradually, footsteps echoed from within the tavern, one step following another. Instantaneously, Zhang Dong and the Red Cloud ancestor snapped back to attention, standing firmly in place. The black water Xuanwu, gazing towards the tavern, suddenly narrowed its eyes, sensing an unfamiliar threat that felt oddly familiar. As the footsteps grew nearer, the sound intensified and became clearer. In an instant, it was as if the entire Xuanwu city reverberated with the echo of those footsteps. The city fell into a hushed silence, with only the footsteps resounding throughout. Even Xian Guangji, usually oblivious, recognized the anomaly, his expression turning grave. The crowd was enveloped in uncertainty. Each resonating footstep tugged at their hearts, stirring their very souls. Gradually, they beheld a figure clad in white emerge from the tavern, cradling a woman in his left arm. It was none other than the previously hurled Nine Heavens Phoenix. At this moment, her head rested against the shoulder of the white-clad figure, her body enveloped in a cocoon of white light, the radiance seemingly healing her. As she slowly opened her eyes, she beheld a stranger's face, murmuring, "What is happening to me?" Without a reply, the white figure continued forward. Palace Master, Palace Master. The Red Cloud ancestor and Zhang Dong bowed respectfully, standing in place and inclining their bodies towards the figure in white. The white figure set down Nine Heavens Phoenix, who appeared momentarily dazed, gazing at him with a look of confusion. Xie Chen advanced a few more steps, then clasped his hands behind his back, directing his gaze towards the black water Xuanwu. Boom! In an instant, the world seemed to fall silent. The arrow goddess, Xian Wuhao, Xian Guangji, and countless others widened their eyes, fixating on the white-clad man, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from him, their pupils trembling in profound shock. Chapter 564. Xie Chen once again confronts the black water Xuanwu. Who is he? Xian Guangji was momentarily taken aback, an inexplicable dread coursing through him, causing his body to tremble. What is this? His presence, and this feeling. What is happening? It is indeed him. Xian Wuhao swallowed hard. Having suffered a significant loss before the three intruders, he recognized that while the two true immortals were formidable, they were not to the extent of instilling fear in him. The true terror lay in this individual. The mere existence of this person rendered him hesitant to act recklessly. This man was undoubtedly the most fearsome of all. The arrow goddess and other powerful figures stared at Xie Chen, momentarily rendered speechless, not daring to breathe. The white-clad man before them was undoubtedly the mysterious powerhouse who had remained concealed within the tavern, and now that he had finally revealed himself. The sight of his true visage struck terror into the hearts of many. Within Xuanwu City, countless inhabitants gazed at Xie Chen with a mix of confusion and astonishment. Wasn't this man one of the 3 outsiders who had previously entered Xuanwu City? What was he doing? It is that esteemed figure. Those who had encountered Xie Chen in the tavern previously wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Undoubtedly, this white-clad man was the leader among the 3, his strength unfathomable. With the emergence of the Black Water Xuanwu, 9 Heavens Phoenix, Gui 2 Jiu Huang, and other quasi-emperor beasts had been successively defeated. What is his purpose for coming out now? Could it be that the Xian Kuan divine bull, upon seeing Xie Chen emerge, instantly shrank its form and dashed toward him? As for the ancient sacred stone king and the heavenly slayer Saint Lord beneath it, the two lay there, their eyes and minds spinning, seemingly having fainted. He, esteemed one. You have finally emerged, the Xian Kuan divine bull said with a cheeky grin as it approached Xie Chen. Xie Chen cast a languid glance at it before resuming his gaze towards the Black Water Xuanwu. It is indeed you. I never anticipated you could escape from there. Which truly surprises me, the Black Water Xuanwu remarked, slightly taken aback upon seeing Xie Chen. That was the Xuanwu Grand Array, capable of ensnaring even the Heavenly Dao and Celestial Emperors, fortified by the powers of the 4 spirits and directly linked to its essence. If there were any disturbances within the Xuanwu Grand Array, he should have detected them. Yet, why was it that he felt no anomalies until the other party revealed themselves? How could they achieve such a feat? Xie Chen spoke with an air of nonchalance. I have already told you. It is impossible to confine me merely with a grand array. Perhaps if the combined powers of the 4 spirits were united, there might be a slight chance. Meanwhile, on another front, the old turtle gently moved its claws away from the ghost head 9 Phoenix, who gradually opened her eyes. Is that you, esteemed old turtle? I am relieved. This fellow truly struck hard. Thankfully, with my invincible shell, otherwise, we would have been in dire straits. The old turtle glanced at the Black Water Xuanwu before looking toward the direction of Xuanwu City. Upon seeing Xie Chen, its eyes sparkled with excitement. It is the master. The master has finally appeared. Master? The ghost head 9 Phoenix followed the old turtle's gaze toward the city. Upon spotting Xie Chen, her heart trembled, and she noticed the Jiutian Wan phone not far from him. Sister. Seeing that the Jiutian Wan phone was unharmed, she felt a wave of relief. With a thunderous crash, the Black Water Xuanwu stomped down, causing the Guishu Tianchi to tremble once more. You have uttered your wild claims too many times today. Heavenly Dao Temple Master, do you also wish to provoke me? As the words fell, the inhabitants within Xuanwu City were momentarily stunned. Hey! The arrow goddess and other powerful figures, along with the exotic beasts, covered their faces with their hands, mouths agape, revealing their astonishment. The Heavenly Dao Temple Master. Xian Guangji and Xian Wuhui were equally shocked, their jaws dropping, overwhelmed by sheer disbelief. The Heavenly Dao Temple Master. That sounds so familiar. As if I have heard it somewhere before. Some felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't place it, pondering deeply. With a resounding slap, one person's head was struck by another nearby. Fool, look at the heavenly ranking in the sky. Do you remember now? The Heavenly Dao Temple Master. He is the Heavenly Dao Temple Master. The Heavenly Dao Temple Master has come to our Xuanwu City, and right inside my tavern. Instantly, waves of shocked and fervent discussions erupted throughout Xuanwu City. The voices reached Zhang Dong and the Red Cloud ancestors' ears, eliciting faint smiles on their faces. Our Heavenly Dao Temple's reputation is indeed resounding, causing tremors wherever it goes. The Xian Kuan Divine Bull proclaimed proudly, as if it were a member of the Heavenly Dao Temple itself. The ghost head 9 Phoenix gazed at Xie Chen, her eyes widening, momentarily frozen in place. The esteemed figure spoken of by the old turtle was actually the Heavenly Dao Temple Master. The Heavenly Dao Temple Master. The Jiutian Wan phone looked at Xie Chen, gradually becoming entranced. Suddenly, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushing as she recalled leaning against his shoulder earlier. When he had held her, Xie Chen addressed the Black Water Xuanwu. Did we not already have no further discussions last time? Since you refused to heed my counsel, do not blame me for being merciless. You intend to strike? If you wish to fight, what do I have to fear? The Black Water Xuanwu stomped again, its authority unyielding against provocation, not even from celestial emperors or the 4 spirits, nor from the Heavenly Dao Temple Master. Roaring fiercely, the Black Water Xuanwu suddenly raised its head, letting out another thunderous bellow. Instantly, The 7 pillars of Xuanwu standing between the shattered mountains and seas radiated divine brilliance. Soaring into the sky, the stars above flickered incessantly, accompanied by a resounding tumult. An infinite divine might emanated from the Xuanwu 7 pillars, manifesting black runes that swirled around the Guishu Tianchi and its surroundings, gradually becoming formless. The entire Guishu Tianchi seemed to be enveloped in an invisible cage. In that instant, the arrow goddess and others, including Xianguangji, felt their spiritual powers suppressed, unable to wield any strength. This realm was sealed by the Xuanwu, and apart from the Xuanwu, no one could escape, bound to this place. Xianguangji remarked, seemingly aware of the intricacies involved. Despite being affected himself, a flicker of admiration shone in his eyes. Seeing this, Xie Chen shook his head. Isn't this quite similar to the Xuanwu Grand Array? Though, in comparison, it is a bit stronger. To think you would attempt to suppress my Heavenly Dao aura with this is rather forgetful of you. Chapter 565, Seeking Assistance. Zhang Dong and the Red Cloud Ancestor also sensed their powers being suppressed, but with Xie Chen present, they felt little worry. My power has vanished. The Xian Kuan Divine Bull checked itself, feeling helpless, its expression turning somewhat frantic. The old turtle, Jiu Tian Luan Feng, and Ghost Head 9 Phoenix felt similarly. It was as if a seal had been placed within them, restraining their ability to harness spiritual power. Let me see what strength you possess that could make me submit. The black water Xuanwu's eyes gleamed with ferocity, letting out another furious roar. The invisible black runes began to coil around them. In an instant, within the Guishu Tianchi, the exotic beasts above the golden immortal realm, alongside the old turtle and Ghost Head 9 Phoenix, felt a force attempting to seize control over their minds. This is bad. Before the old turtle could finish, its eyes turned crimson. The power that had been suppressed within it surged back to life in an instant. The Ghost Head 9 Phoenix experienced the same, her strength returning, but her eyes glowed red, as if her consciousness was being overtaken. Soon, the old turtle and Ghost Head 9 Phoenix stood before the Blackwater Xuanwu, their backs to it, their fierce gazes aimed at Xie Chen within Xuanwu City. Sister, old turtle, were they being controlled? In contrast, the Jiutian Luan Feng remained unaffected. It seemed that the earlier burst of light had healed her. And being an auspicious beast, she could dispel malevolent influences. The Blackwater Xuanwu's power, tinged with a hint of malice, could not dominate her. The Xian Kuan Divine Bull was similarly affected, standing up with red eyes, its hooves arched against its chest as its form began to swell. Before letting out a mighty roar. Before the Xian Kuan Divine Bull could complete its roar, Xie Chen suddenly extended his left hand and smacked it on its forehead. Instantly, the Xian Kuan Divine Bull collapsed onto the ground, its hooves flopped, tongue lolling, eyes spinning, feeling utterly dazed and starry-eyed. Zhang Dong, the Elder Red Cloud, and the 9 Heavens Luan Phoenix, your tactics are utterly superfluous. Are you contemplating utilizing them against me? Xie Chen gazed at the black water Xuanwu, his expression remaining serene, betraying no significant tumult. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Beside the ancient turtle and the Ghost Head 9 Phoenix, a rift in space materialized. From within emerged an elder, adorned with a pair of dark blue horns atop his head, his lower body resembling that of a serpent, while his upper half was distinctly human, with disheveled hair cascading around him. In that instant, an imperial aura enveloped the surroundings. His stature was comparable to that of the ancient turtle, his crimson eyes glaring furiously at Xie Chen. What is that? The inhabitants of Xuanwu City gasped in astonishment. Observing the creature's appearance, it was evident that it was yet another extraordinary beast, exuding an aura that rivaled even the 2 quasi-emperor beasts. The Shega Dragon. The arrow goddess exclaimed in shock, clearly recognizing the identity of this beast. The newly appeared quasi-emperor beast was none other than the Shega Dragon, ranked 5th on the list of extraordinary beasts. Previously, the Shega Dragon had remained aloof, leisurely savoring its dragon essence soup within the Gan Nen immortal domain, while casually eavesdropping on the happenings of the Gue Su Tian Sea, until a sudden force commanded its attention. In a daze, the Shega Dragon overturned its soup and was then summoned to the Gue Su Tian Sea. With the arrival of the Shega Dragon, the ancient turtle, Ghost Head 9 Phoenix, and Shega Dragon now formed a formidable barrier before the Blackwater Xuanwu. 1 celestial emperor beast and 3 quasi-emperor beasts stood united against Xie Chen. Utilize your strengths. Any entity that dares to pry into my affairs shall face divine retribution. The heavy voice of the Blackwater Xuanwu echoed. Xie Chen shook his head. Very well. Since you have enlisted assistance, it would be rather inequitable for me to confront you alone. He feigned contemplation. Then I shall procure a companion as well. Just one will suffice. Companion? Zhang Dong and Elder Red Cloud exchanged puzzled glances. Did the palace master truly require assistance? However, they did not dwell on it further. It was natural to wonder who this companion might be. At that moment, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull regained consciousness and was taken aback. Wow, Lord Shegu, what brings you here? It seemed they had not seen each other for a long time, and Xie Chen remarked nonchalantly, "Come, greet your old friend." As his words fell, a tremendous rumble surged through the Gue Su Tianxi, causing Xuanwu City to tremble. A vast divine presence began to permeate the entire domain of the Gue Su Tianxi. What is happening? Within Xuanwu City, the arrow goddess, Xian Guangji, Xian Wu Hao, and others widened their eyes in disbelief. Even though their powers were suppressed, they could still sense an overwhelming might akin to searing flames igniting their very souls. It felt as though an impending terror was about to descend. Could this power be? Perceiving this divine force, Zhang Dong and Elder Red Cloud's eyes widened in astonishment, their hearts stirring with excitement. The Blackwater Xuanwu's gaze darkened, a grave expression settling upon him. Beneath the starry sky, above Xuanwu City, accompanied by a swirling divine fire, a celestial bird's cry resonated powerfully. A spatial rift appeared, enveloped in flames that blazed without ceasing. The 9 heavens Luan Phoenix, Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull, and all within Xuanwu City turned their gazes toward the rift, feeling an inexplicable fervor surging within them. Then, a formidable figure emerged from the fiery rift. Barefoot, with each step she took, divine flames erupted beneath her feet, radiating outward like ripples. It was a woman, and as she opened her eyes, the divine fire unfurled, transforming into a sea of flames. In an instant, a colossal vermilion bird shadow manifested behind her, spreading its wings wide, accompanied by a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens. "Who is she?" the crowd gasped, their hearts swelling with the same fervor they had felt before. "Zhu Ke, it is truly you." The Blackwater Xuanwu spoke gravely. The figure was none other than Zhu Ke, one of the 4 spirits of heaven, the divine monarch Lingguang. Previously, upon hearing Xie Chen mention Zhu Ke's affiliation with the Heavenly Dao Palace, he had remained skeptical, but now, witnessing her arrival confirmed the truth of those words. Zhu Ke had indeed joined the Heavenly Dao Palace. Roar! The ancient turtle, Shega Dragon, and Ghost Head 9 Phoenix glared at Lingguang, as if asserting their dominance and warning her of their presence. Lingguang, however, disregarded them, her focus directed solely at the Blackwater Xuanwu. Suddenly, a smile graced her lips, her voice resonating with a chilling yet fiery tone throughout the Gue Su Tianxi. "It has been quite some time, Xuanwu. But it seems you are not he." Chapter 566, The Arrival of Zhu Quebec. The Blackwater Xuanwu fell silent, his gaze cast downward upon Lingguang. "What? Zhu Ke?" Xian Guangji stared incredulously at the woman who had appeared so suddenly. It was hard to fathom that this woman was one of the 4 spirits, a being of equal renown to the Blackwater Xuanwu. The arrow goddess, Xian Wu Hao, and all the inhabitants of Xuanwu City were equally astounded. Following the Blackwater Xuanwu, the title of the palace master was already intimidating enough, and now with Zhu Ke's presence, it seemed she too belonged to the Heavenly Dao Palace. With so many formidable figures converging, not to mention the quasi-emperor beasts, this gathering was unprecedented in the annals of the entire Tianchen Continent. Truly, a grand assembly. Zhang Dong and Elder Red Cloud wore expressions of excitement. They had not anticipated the palace master summoning Zhu Ke, which was indeed a delightful surprise. "Grand Lady?" The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull paused, contemplating the title Zhang Dong and Elder Red Cloud had bestowed upon Zhu Quebec. As one of the 4 spirits, Zhu Quebec, the 9 heavens Luan Phoenix lifted her gaze toward Lingguang, gradually entranced by her radiant brilliance. Even she found herself unwittingly immersed in the splendor of the other's celestial glow. "You have joined the Heavenly Dao Palace, which truly tarnishes our 4 spirits' reputation." The Blackwater Xuanwu chastised Lingguang. Yet, Lingguang merely shook her head. "Allow me to clarify, it is not our 4 spirits. You are not the true Xuanwu and lack the standing to be mentioned in the same breath as us. Moreover, the Heavenly Dao Palace was established by the Master, and we inherently belong there, do we not?" With that, Lingguang turned her gaze towards Xie Chen, offering him a smile. Upon hearing her words, Xie Chen felt a sense of relief. As for the matter of titles, although he had previously requested Lingguang to address him as the palace master, her inability to do so was not worth dwelling upon for now. "Master." The inhabitants of Xuanwu City trembled at Lingguang's words, nearly collapsing in shock. One of the 4 spirits, Zhu Ke, had referred to Xie Chen as master? My goodness, this is too terrifying. Especially for Xian Guangji, whose expression shifted drastically. His heart filled with shock and even dread. If even Zhu Ke referred to the palace master as master, it implied that his power surpassed that of the 4 spirits. Thus, Lord Xuanwu, humph. The Blackwater Xuanwu stomped its foot again, a flicker of anger igniting in its eyes. How could the illustrious Zhuke, one of the four spirits, so effortlessly refer to the master of the Heavenly Dao Palace? Such a fall from grace is utterly disgraceful. So, you intend to stand against me? You are merely a semi-emperor now. How could you possibly be my match? The Blackwater Xuanwu regarded Zhuke with disdain. Despite being one of the four spirits, Zhu Chue's current strength was merely that of a semi-emperor, while he himself was an immortal emperor. In the face of his formidable self, Zhuke was indeed no adversary. What does it matter if you are a semi-emperor or an immortal emperor? With the master present, your fate today is sealed, declared Lingguang nonchalantly. Humph. The Blackwater Xuanwu, infuriated, commanded, eliminate her. At its command, the three formidable semi-emperor beasts, the old turtle, the ghost-headed nine phoenix, and the bone-devouring dragon, let out a roar towards Lingguang. Accompanied by a resounding rumble, their overwhelming might descended upon the Goeishu Tianchi as the three beasts charged towards Lingguang in unison. Sister. The expression of the Jiutian Wanfeng shifted. Anxiety creeping into her heart. She will be fine. Just stay there and watch carefully, do you understand? Xie Chen cast a calming glance at Jiutian Wanfeng, urging her to remain composed. Hearing his words, she gradually regained her poise and nodded in agreement. Yes, for reasons unknown. Xie Chen's reassurance instilled in her a profound sense of security, easing her troubled heart. Above Xuanwu City, as Lingguang faced the oncoming trio, her expression remained unperturbed. A slight smile gracing her lips as she advanced forward. Each step she took ignited divine flames that swirled around her feet. The way of heaven, the sound of earth. The sovereign of heaven and earth, referred to as the divine monarch. By the decree of Zhuke, all laws returned to life. Lingguang spoke. And as the divine patterns of Zhuke materialized, the flames beneath her feet erupted outward. Boom, boom, boom. The three divine flames instantly bound the old turtle, the ghost-headed nine phoenix, and the bone-devouring dragon. In an instant, the three beasts were engulfed in flames, their agonized cries echoing forth from the mouths of the ghost-headed nine phoenix and the bone-devouring dragon. This divine fire did not merely burn their flesh. It seared into the depths of their spirits, countering the power of the Blackwater Xuanwu. Gulp observers could not help but swallow hard, astonished by Lingguang's might. In the blink of an eye, the three semi-emperor beasts were ensnared by Lingguang, and they were no ordinary semi-emperor beasts. Truly, as one of the four spirits, even with only semi-emperor strength, who amongst the realm of the Tianchen Continent could stand as her rival below the immortal emperor level. Next, the crowd witnessed Lingguang stride forward to confront the ghost-headed nine phoenix. Sister Jiutian Wanfeng prayed silently for her. The ghost-headed nine phoenix ceased its cries, eyes reddened and filled with rage as it glared at Lingguang in pain. Little one, it is time to calm down. Lingguang smiled gently, extending her right hand. As her hand rested upon the head of the ghost-headed nine phoenix, its previously fierce countenance gradually softened. The crimson glow in its eyes faded, returning to clarity. Soon after, the cries of the bone-devouring dragon also subsided, the red light in its eyes dissipating, restoring clarity to the eyes of both it and the old turtle. With two resounding thuds, the old turtle and bone-devouring dragon fell to the ground of Xuanwu City. What is happening? The ghost-headed nine phoenix gazed at Lingguang, momentarily stunned by her gentle touch and serene smile. Suddenly, a blush crept onto her face as she lowered her head, appearing somewhat bashful. I wish you would pat my head too. The Xian Kuan divine bull sat on the ground, gazing at Lingguang with an enamored expression. Within Xuanwu City, the onlookers from various powerful factions regarded the scene with complex emotions, at a loss for words. The ghost-headed nine phoenix, whom they revered as a great being, now appeared like a helpless little girl in Zhu Chue's presence. Such a scene, if not witnessed firsthand, was indeed hard to fathom. All right, go now. Lingguang gently raised her hand, sending the ghost-headed nine phoenix to Jiutian Wanfeng. Sister. Jiutian Wanfeng immediately embraced the ghost-headed nine phoenix. I'm fine, the ghost-headed nine phoenix chuckled, returning the embrace. Ouch. The bone-devouring dragon also regained consciousness, glancing around in confusion. Where am I? How did I end up here? The old turtle awoke as well, instinctively gazing up at the woman above Xuanwu City, startled. Hey, that's Zhuke. What is she doing here? The Blackwater Xuanwu glared at Lingguang, its voice booming. Not bad. Even as a semi-emperor, you can counter my authority. But this ends here. I shall personally suppress you all. Chapter 567, Zhuke versus Blackwater Xuanwu. Roar. With that proclamation, the Blackwater Xuanwu let out a thunderous roar, unleashing an unparalleled aura of divine might. Its colossal form was enveloped in black radiance, transforming into a black divine light that surged into the starry sky above, vanishing from sight. What is this? The crowd looked up, their expressions filled with trepidation. Rumble, rumble. Above the starry sky, the constellation of Xuanwu suddenly trembled, flickering incessantly. Following this, the 7 celestial bodies that constituted the Xuanwu constellation separated into 7 divine star beings, manifesting in the realm. The wall water Qilan, the room fire boar. The dipper wood Xiang, the lady bat. The 7 celestial beasts of Xuanwu emerged, each exuding an overwhelming divine might. As this phenomenon unfolded, the entire Tianchen continent seemed to spin wildly, the stars shifting in their courses. This is the 7 forms of Xuanwu. I have finally witnessed the manifestations of Lord Xuanwu's 7 forms. My life has not been in vain. Xian Guangji exclaimed, arms wide open, laughing maniacally. Witnessing the 7 forms of the black water Xuanwu, his excitement surpassed that of anyone present. The arrow goddess and others widened their eyes, trembling with awe. Jiutian Wanfeng, the ghost-headed 9 phoenix, and the bone-devouring dragon shared the same sentiment. The 7 divine beasts materialized from the celestial bodies, each radiating a terrifying, awe-inspiring presence, surpassing them in latent power. Such strength was beyond their wildest imaginations. Seeing this, Lingguang declared, "You think I would lose in a battle of celestial powers?" With those words, she closed her eyes, her hands forming a gesture before her chest. Boom! With boundless divine flames swirling around Guishu Tianchi, 7 additional brilliant stars suddenly emerged amidst the celestial bodies that had previously only depicted the Xuanwu pattern. They interconnected, forming a divine bird pattern, the Zhuke constellation. System. How many Dao values are required to temporarily elevate Lingguang's realm to that of an immortal emperor? Xie Chen suddenly inquired in his mind. System. Zhuke has entered the Heavenly Dao Palace. Her realm can be temporarily elevated to immortal emperor. The first time requires a deduction of 1,000,000 Dao values from the host. Only 1,000,000 Dao values. Xie Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated it to be at least 5,000,000 Dao values, but to his surprise, it was only 1,000,000, which was more favorable than he had imagined. This was Lingguang's inaugural battle after joining the Heavenly Dao Palace. Even if she could not secure a victory, she must not suffer a loss. Her reputation must be upheld in full splendor. A mere 1,000,000 Dao values, indeed worth it. Ding! Dao value deduction successful. The realm of Lingguang elevated to immortal emperor, 1 minute. Suddenly, Lingguang was momentarily taken aback. Sensing a change within, he instantly recognized it as the power of Xie Chen. Immediately, Lingguang ignited, transforming into a blazing firebird, vanishing above the Xuanwu city. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by a similar tremor in the shifting of celestial bodies. Above the starry sky, the 7 constellations forming the vermilion bird constellation also transformed into 7 celestial deities. The winged fire serpent, the ghostly golden sheep, the well-wooded beast, and the willow-earth deer exhibited a might comparable to the 7 deities of the black water Xuanwu. This is the power of the vermilion bird. Within Xuanwu City, the onlookers were left in awe. At that moment, they truly witnessed the genuine might of the 4 spirits. Prior to this, they had only encountered legends and tales passed down through ancient texts or teachings. Only upon witnessing this spectacle with their own eyes and feeling the overwhelming shock did they grasp just how formidable and terrifying the power of the 4 spirits truly was. Roar! Roar! The 7 deities of the vermilion bird and the 7 deities of the black water Xuanwu roared at each other, as if declaring war. Then, the 7 deities of the vermilion bird soared upwards, breaching the formation enveloping the Guishu Tianchi, their forms vanishing into the heavens. The 7 deities of the black water Xuanwu followed closely behind. Where are they going? I wanted to see the Grand Sister in battle, the Xiankuan divine bull lamented, sitting dejectedly on the ground. Grand Sister? Zhang Dong and the Red Cloud ancestor exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment and confusion. When did you start calling her Grand Sister? She is our Grand Sister, you know. Observing this, Xie Chen smiled lightly and waved his hand. Instantly, a mirror-like projection appeared above Xuanwu City, perfectly capturing the scene beyond the heavens. Everyone look, it has appeared again. The crowd within Xuanwu City gasped in astonishment. Shaken by this sight, although they were curious about the nature of the celestial mirror, it was of little consequence. What was most important now was to witness the battle between the vermilion bird and the black water Xuanwu. Outside the firmament, the 7 deities of the vermilion bird continued their ascent, while the 7 deities of the black water Xuanwu pursued relentlessly. Suddenly, the 7 deities of the vermilion bird turned back, their furious roars stirring the astrological forces, crashing violently into the pursuing Xuanwu 7. The Xuanwu 7 roared in response. Charging forward, with a resounding crash, the 2 groups of 7 deities collided, unleashing a torrent of energy that obliterated the surrounding stars, leaving not even a trace of dust. The Tianchen Continent, along with the entire universe, quaked incessantly. Why must it always be so loud? Can it be a bit quieter? Xie Chen shook his head, slowly raising his left hand, the aura of the Tao emanating from his fingertips, stabilizing the structure of this continent. Oh my! Within Xuanwu City, the crowd collapsed to the ground, shaken to the core by the spectacle before them. After the clash, the two sets of 7 deities separated. The 7 deities of the Black Water Xuanwu roared in unison, their dark radiance flickering as they merged into one, reverting to the form of the Black Water Xuanwu. The Vermilion Bird's 7 deities likewise ignited in crimson flames, merging into a singular blaze, flapping their wings to reveal the majestic form of the Vermilion Bird amidst the roaring flames. With a resounding clang, the Vermilion Bird vibrated its wings, flames swirling around, leaving trails of divine fire as it traversed the cosmos. The Black Water Xuanwu roared as it pursued, its feet emerging from the weak waters, steeped in myriad Tao laws. The divine fire was continuously consumed by the weak waters, which in turn were set ablaze by the divine flames, an endless cycle of mutual annihilation. Roar! Suddenly, the Black Water Xuanwu threw back its head in anger, its roar resonating throughout the universe. Behind it, an infinite sea of weak waters materialized, surging like a black tide, seemingly capable of engulfing the entire continent. Clang! At that moment, the Vermilion Bird also raised its head, unfurling its wings as the crimson flames surged, causing the heavens to tremble. Behind it, an endless ocean of divine fire appeared, the flames roaring, creating countless patterns of divine birds, as if capable of incinerating everything into nothingness. I shall shatter you. The Black Water Xuanwu bellowed furiously at the Vermilion Bird. I, the Divine Majesty, shall not allow you to act recklessly. The Vermilion Bird retorted, exerting its divine might against the Black Water Xuanwu. In that instant, amidst the overwhelming forces of divine fire and weak water, with the power to stir the stars, the Vermilion Bird and the Black Water Xuanwu charged towards one another. Chapter 568, Fury. Boom! In an instant, the collision erupted across the heavens. The weak water and divine fire dispersed, an immeasurable resonance spreading throughout the cosmos, opening countless vast spatial rifts that obliterated the starry rivers. The Black Water Xuanwu and the Vermilion Bird, accompanied by roars and clangs, were both sent flying backwards. The Tianchen Continent trembled violently. Numerous beings trembled, gazing at the starry sky, witnessing the myriad divine fires and weak waters descend, crashing down upon the earth, transforming into a divine sight. Within Xuanwu City, the arrow goddess, Xianxiaaudiobooks, and others gazed at the celestial projection, as if entranced, their eyes wide with horror and trepidation. Good heavens, the ferocity of their battle is unparalleled, even surpassing my old bull. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull lamented, seated on the ground, its eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. The time is nearly up, Xie Chen mused inwardly, furrowing his brow. The minute was coming to an end, and the Vermilion Bird, as one of the 4 spirits, had showcased its requisite strength before the onlookers. Continuing the battle would likely lead to a stalemate with the Black Water Xuanwu. There was no need for her to persist further. At that moment, outside the heavens, the Vermilion Bird and the Black Water Xuanwu faced each other, locked in a standoff. The spirit serpent coiling around the Black Water Xuanwu hissed at the Vermilion Bird, which prompted the Black Water Xuanwu to lower its head, regarding the Vermilion Bird with grave seriousness. Previously, the Vermilion Bird had been a quasi-emperor, yet its current power was evidently that of an immortal emperor, devoid of any concealed strength. While uncertain of the circumstances, if the opponent's strength was at the immortal emperor level, it would indeed be a formidable challenge. The Vermilion Bird flapped its wings, gazing intently at the Black Water Xuanwu, preparing to launch another offensive. Ling Guang, that's enough. Return. Suddenly, Xie Chen's voice resonated in the Vermilion Bird's mind. Ling Guang, squinting at the Black Water Xuanwu, paused in contemplation. Let us leave it at this for now. The Vermilion Bird addressed the Black Water Xuanwu, subsequently transforming into human form, turning away, intent on departing. Oh, so you recognize you are not my match and plan to flee? The mocking voice of the Black Water Xuanwu reached her ears. Ling Guang was momentarily stunned, then turned her head, her gaze icy and indifferent, fixed upon the Black Water Xuanwu. Within Xuanwu City, the crowd regarded Ling Guang with apprehensive eyes. Suddenly, Zhang Dong, the Red Cloud ancestor, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull, the old tortoise, and the Shega dragon, along with the arrow goddess and Xianxiaaudiobooks, all felt a chill run down their spines, shivering involuntarily. Xie Chen shook his head in resignation. Abruptly, Ling Guang smiled and addressed him. This is not the time for earnestness, but I shall remember your words. As she spoke, Ling Guang vanished from her spot, reappearing in Xuanwu City in the next instant. Her realm had reverted to that of a quasi-emperor. Humph, wretched beings, how could you possibly contend with this divine entity? Blackwater Xuanwu Path. So, how shall I proceed? Suddenly, a voice resonated above him. Blackwater Xuanwu was startled, abruptly lifting his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Xie Chen had appeared above, gazing down upon him. How did you? Blackwater Xuanwu's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a look of incredulity. Wasn't the return to the void heavenly abyss sealed? When did he? Boom. Before Blackwater Xuanwu could finish his words, Xie Chen descended with a forceful stomp upon his head. Instantly, Blackwater Xuanwu shut his eyes, letting out a cry of pain, his limbs bending in submission. Lord Xuanwu. Xian Guangji's expression turned pale, a mix of fury and panic surging within him. This damned master of the Heavenly Dao Palace dared to launch a sneak attack. Just wait. Lord Xuanwu would not let you go. Xian Guangji clenched his fists, his eyes bulging with rage, a grotesque expression twisting his features. Father. Xian Wuhui, witnessing his father's demeanor, felt a shiver run down his spine, swallowing hard. His father's adoration and madness towards Lord Xuanwu had reached an extreme level. Meanwhile, Ling Guang returned to the tavern's exterior. As she sat down, a vermilion imperial throne manifested behind her, adorned with the divine patterns of the vermilion bird. Seated upon the throne, Ling Guang rested her chin upon her hand, one leg crossed over the other, exuding a celestial demeanor that compelled those around her to submit. Zhu Wanfeng and Gui Tu Jiuhuang regarded Ling Guang, having witnessed her prowess, not daring to breathe audibly. The two girls stood there like timid children, silenced by awe. Hee. Big sister, you must be weary. Zhang Dong and Hong Yun Laozu hurriedly approached upon Ling Guang's return, eager to massage her shoulders and knead her back. Ling Guang merely hummed in acknowledgement, allowing them to pamper her. Hee, big sister, I just observed your battle. It was truly magnificent. That Blackwater Xuanwu pales in comparison to you. Xian Kuan Xiniu swiftly prostrated at Ling Guang's feet, a goofy grin on his face. Using his hooves to massage her calves, Zhang Dong and Hong Yun Laozu were taken aback, thinking, this cow has no shame. Not only is he flattering her, but he's also mimicking us, and the big sister doesn't even know him. Ha ha ha, you little calf, you're quite amusing. Ling Guang chuckled lightly, reaching out to casually pat Xian Kuan Xiniu's head. Instantly, the divine bull was taken aback, its face flushing red, tongue lolling out, displaying an expression of utter bliss as it gradually succumbed to the ground. Zhang Dong and Hong Yun Laozu. Is big sister's head-patting technique really that powerful? I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to try it. Within Xuanwu City, the gazes of the crowd were fixed upon the mirrored spectacle. With Xie Chen's foot upon his head, Blackwater Xuanwu abruptly opened his eyes, then tilted his head back, roaring. Xie Chen vanished from above Blackwater Xuanwu, only to reappear before him, gazing at him with calm composure. Master of the Heavenly Dao Palace, you are far too arrogant. Blackwater Xuanwu glared at Xie Chen, fury igniting in his eyes. In all the epochs, when had anyone dared to tread upon his head, such insolence was utterly intolerable. You have yet to witness true arrogance. Xie Chen replied with a smile, nonchalantly stating, my patience is finite, and you have pranced about for long enough. It is high time you restrained yourself. Roar. At Xie Chen's words, Blackwater Xuanwu bellowed, rising to his feet, unleashing the might of his dragon form. Thunderous roars erupted across the vast heavens, divine lightning cascading around, reverberating with overwhelming power. Today, I shall annihilate you. With that declaration, Blackwater Xuanwu raised his claw, shaking the celestial void beneath. Boom, boom, fists descended, shattering the cosmic void and sending countless fragments spiraling into oblivion. Chapter 569, Xie Chen vs. Blackwater Xuanwu. The energy that shook the realms erupted forth, rippling across the vast heavens, extending endlessly, obliterating all in its path. Observing this, Xie Chen lifted a hand, directing it towards the oncoming torrent of energy. Such formidable forces surged forth, but upon touching Xie Chen's palm, they vanished instantaneously. No, they did not merely dissipate. Instead, Xie Chen grasped them, condensing them into a sphere of white radiance, transforming them into energy within his hand. Roar! Blackwater Xuanwu let out another furious roar. At that moment, his form expanded tremendously, resembling the vast cosmos, his feet treading upon half a galaxy. He raised his right claw, an infinite power converging into a spiral, like a stellar system in his grasp, entwined with the waters of the abyss, coalescing within his claw. With this strike, you shall be obliterated. Blackwater Xuanwu looked down upon Xie Chen, his claw descending with ferocity. Let us see. Xie Chen smirked slightly, firmly clutching the energy in his palm, and met Blackwater Xuanwu's claw with a punch. In the next instant, boom! Xie Chen's fist collided with Blackwater Xuanwu's claw. The energies within their grasp erupted, unleashing an unfathomable might, shattering the celestial void into a realm of nothingness. The very fabric of space twisted and quaked, trembling perilously. Meanwhile, within the return to the void heavenly abyss, the 7 pillars of Xuanwu once again radiated with dark light. The black runes that had enveloped the abyss materialized from the formless, scattering and soaring towards the entirety of the Tianchen Continent. As the black runes dispersed, they imprinted upon the void, obscuring the starry sky. Across the realm, boundless energy was siphoned, merging into the black runes. What are these black runes? No, my power. My power is fading away, no? You speak of losing power? Why do I feel my very life essence dwindling? To whom shall I voice my grievances? Be it various races or exotic beasts, they all sense their strength, or even the essence of life, gradually ebbing away. The entire Tianchen Continent lay shrouded in the shadow of the black runes. What is this? The arrow goddess and others gazed at the black runes above, terror and unease gripping their hearts. Lord Xuanwu is gathering power. I am willing to offer all my strength to Lord Xuanwu. Xian Guangji cried out, a hint of madness creeping into his expression. No, my power, I refuse. Come back, return. Xian Wuhui was terrified and in utter disarray. Although he too revered Xuanwu, he could not approach the level of madness exhibited by Xian Guangji. He did not wish for his power to be stripped away and offered so freely to the Blackwater Xuanwu. How dare you? To dedicate oneself to Lord Xuanwu is an honor. Do you not wish to? Have you lost your mind? If you wish to offer yourself, do so. But I will not surrender all my power to Lord Xuanwu. Beast, how dare you? What is happening? These black runes not only suppress our power, but now also drain our energy. Xian Kuan Xiniu, Zhang Dong, and Han Yun Laozu felt their strength diminishing, except for Ling Guang, Jutian Wanfeng, and the old tortoise. The remaining entities, including the ghost head 9 phoenix and the Shega dragon, also felt their powers gradually seeping from their bodies, merging into the black runes. Senior Zhuke, the 9 heavens Wanfeng cast a glance towards Ling Guang, seeking her assistance. Such power surpassed even the cataclysmic forces of 10,000 years ago, a magnitude beyond her capacity to suppress. Ling Guang's lips curled into a slight smile as she rose from the imperial throne and stepped forward. With the master absent, allow me to protect you. As her words echoed, Ling Guang closed her eyes and slowly raised her hands. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding clang of the Zhuke, an overwhelming divine might enveloped the Tianchen Continent, saturating the entire land. What is this? The inhabitants of Tianchen Continent felt a sense of familiarity with this force. Earlier, they had sensed a wave of intense heat emanating from the direction of the Guishu Tianqi, stirring their hearts into an uncontrollable fervor. Now, this sensation of heat had returned. Look up at the sky, what is that? A massive redbird? The crowd gazed upwards. In the heavens, the divine silhouette of the Zhuke appeared, with faint white flames flickering upon it. That was the Zhuchue's most potent divine fire, the South Mingli fire. Simultaneously, the black runes imprinted in the void ignited, consumed by the South Mingli fire. At first glance, the entire sky above Tianchen Continent was illuminated in white, creating a somewhat distorted vision, resembling a vast expanse of pristine white ocean undulating beyond the firmament. Amidst this clash, Xie Chen and the Blackwater Xuanwu continued to counter each other's assaults. The Blackwater Xuanwu furrowed his brow, his colossal form trembling slightly, as if straining against an unseen force. In contrast, Xie Chen, though diminutive in stature, stood tall and composed, his expression devoid of turmoil. Your strength is commendable. This strike is indeed formidable. However, alas, you still fall short of extinguishing me. The Blackwater Xuanwu seethed with anger. To him, such words were a blatant mockery, an affront to his dignity. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he sensed the changes within the grand formation of the Guishu Tianqi on the Tianchen Continent. Cursed Zhuke, the Blackwater Xuanwu's fury intensified. His grand array had been set ablaze by that avian fiend. He relied on that formation to draw upon the source of life, augmenting his power to ultimately vanquish the Xuanwu. Now, she had thwarted his plans. Damnable Zhuke, how dare you sabotage my endeavors? Xie Chen appeared to have noticed this as well, addressing him. Wasn't your grand formation quite formidable, capable of ensnaring the Heavenly Dao? How then has it been reduced to ashes by Ling Guang? I shall eventually slay that Zhuke along with the Xuanwu. Xie Chen shook his head, regrettably. You shall never have that opportunity. Bang! Suddenly, Xie Chen thrust his fist downwards, shattering the colliding energy, and then delivered a swift kick. The Blackwater Xuanwu was caught off guard, and with a thunderous crash, his immense form was sent flying. As he soared backward, the Blackwater Xuanwu's cries of pain echoed, his body gradually returning to its normal size, before he stabilized himself once more. Master of the Heavenly Dao Palace. The black water Xuanwu glared furiously at Xie Chen, followed by another thunderous roar. Immediately, a spiraling mass of black light enveloped his form, resembling a black hole. Swallowing his enormous figure, Xie Chen, unperturbed, awaited the unfolding events. Rumbling. Suddenly, divine might surged forth, permeating this realm. From the colossal black hole, drawn by the weak water, a shadow emerged, barefoot and clad in black armor, akin to a tide of darkness. At that moment, the black water Xuanwu manifested in human form. In the name of the black water Xian Emperor, I descend upon the world. Chapter 570, The Arrival of the Xuanwu. I am the black water Xian Emperor, master of the Heavenly Dao Palace. You are fortunate. For millennia, you are the first person to witness my divine presence. The black water Xian Emperor opened his eyes, the spiraling black light behind him dissipating. In its place, a divine ring composed of weak water radiated an ethereal aura, hovering behind his head. The black water Xian Emperor. Within Xuanwu City, the crowd gazed at the reflection of the black water Xian Emperor, momentarily stunned. It was as if they were awestruck by his divine form. Feeling an icy chill wash over their hearts, a sense of coldness and dread emerging. The title of Black Water Xian Emperor is truly lacking in substance. After incinerating the black runes, Lingguang returned to her imperial throne. The four spirits are divine sovereigns, though the black water Xuanwu is not one of the true four spirits. He is nonetheless significantly linked to them, yet he now claims the title of Black Water Xian Emperor. Lingguang regarded this with a hint of disdain. Black Water Xian Emperor? Did you bestow this upon yourself? Is the title of Emperor a deliberate attempt to distinguish yourself from the divine sovereign of the Xuanwu? Xie Chen smiled faintly, observing him with keen interest. The Black Water Xian Emperor fell silent, as if Xie Chen had struck a chord. The Zhuke is named Lingguang, and the Xuanwu is known as Jiming. He harbored hatred for the Xuanwu and held contempt for its divine title. Even if he were to usurp the Xuanwu, he would never honor its divine name. My path is now manifest. Those who defy my will shall meet their doom today. The Black Water Xian Emperor ceased conversing with Xie Chen and took a step forward. It was as if an immeasurable weight descended, causing the entire universe to tremble. Then, a deafening roar of the Xuanwu echoed across the heavens, accompanied by boundless might, pressing down towards Xie Chen. Boom! The overwhelming force crashed upon Xie Chen. Such might, if unleashed upon any other continent, would shatter it into fragments, rendering it non-existent. Yet Xie Chen remained unflinching, his demeanor remarkably serene, as if a gentle breeze caressed him, stirring no ripples of disturbance. The Black Water Xian Emperor frowned, as if he had anticipated this reaction. I know you're powerful, so I shall borrow a bit of strength. You wouldn't mind, would you? Xie Chen replied nonchalantly, borrow strength? At this juncture, what power do you still have to borrow? The Black Water Xian Emperor remained silent, extending a hand forward. Instantly, a sphere of azure light materialized in his palm. Upon seeing this azure orb, Xie Chen's lips curled into a smirk, seemingly recognizing the origin of the object in his hand. Well, I must thank you. With it, I can swiftly fulfill my grand ambition. The azure orb in the Black Water Xian Emperor's hand contained a spirit of the tortoise snake, swirling within. This was the reward he had obtained from the beast ranking. The spirit of the Xuanwu. The spirit of the Xuanwu soared from the Black Water Xian Emperor's hand, instantly transforming into a colossal azure black hole in the heavens. Rumbling. In an instant, the firmament trembled, infinite divine might radiating throughout this space. Throughout the Tianchen Continent, this divine power was palpable, sending tremors of fear through the hearts of all. The chilling sensation within them intensified. What is that? Within Xuanwu City, the crowd widened their eyes. Expressions of terror etched upon their faces as they gazed at the reflection of the azure black hole. Could it be? Zhang Dong and the venerable Han Yun shared a profound resonance in their hearts, both feeling an overwhelming shock at this moment. Lingguang sat there with an air of serenity, as if sensing something, a slight smile gracing his lips. Is it finally emerging? It has been a long time, Xuanwu. With a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the universe, it echoed across the Tianchen Continent and resonated within the heavens. Following this, a colossal foot, adorned in shades of deep azure, stepped forth from the mysterious black void, revealing a dragon-headed turtle. Accompanied by another mighty roar, it finally unveiled its complete form. This was a gargantuan turtle, the illustrious Xuanwu, one of the four spirits. In this moment, a profound shock gripped the world. This was the true Xuanwu. The arrow goddess gazed at the giant turtle, her eyes filled with astonishment. An entirely different sensation from when she beheld the Black Water Xuanwu. Zhang Dong, the venerable Han Yun, the nine heavens Luan Feng, and the turtle-headed nine phoenix, along with the Xian Kuan divine bull, all fixated upon Xuanwu, their expressions reflecting their own tumultuous emotions. Xie Chen furrowed his brow upon witnessing Xuanwu. Before him stood the genuine Xuanwu, yet it bore only a turtle's form, while the ethereal serpent that once coiled around it was conspicuously absent, a detail that piqued curiosity. Xuanwu turned its gaze towards the Blackwater Xian Emperor, shock evident in its eyes. "It is you?" The Blackwater Xian Emperor grinned widely at Xuanwu. "Long time no see." With those words, he extended a hand towards Xuanwu, from which a wisp of spectral light burst forth. The black void behind Xuanwu shifted, seemingly forming an azure-hued cage that enveloped the great beast within. Instantly, Xuanwu emitted a cry of anguish, shrinking as it flew towards the Blackwater Xian Emperor. Merging with his very being, the Blackwater Xian Emperor felt the surge of Xuanwu's power, his eyes momentarily flashing with a ghostly luminescence. He had not anticipated that the spirit of Xuanwu possessed such capabilities. Initially, he had hesitated, pondering how to express his gratitude to the Lord of the Celestial Dao Temple. By harnessing the power of the Xuanwu spirit, he summoned and bound Xuanwu, allowing for a temporary fusion of its strength with his own. Although the Blackwater Xian Emperor had not intended to pursue this course, wishing instead to summon Xuanwu only to annihilate it, he found himself compelled to relinquish that notion in the face of the Celestial Dao Temple Lord. However, he remained perplexed. The power of Xuanwu was not complete. Even in its current state, he was confident he could defeat it. If that were true, why go to such lengths to orchestrate the 7 constellation formation? It seemed he was worrying unnecessarily. Xie Chen replied with a faint smile, "It is still too early to express gratitude. I, too, have been awaiting your summoning of Xuanwu. While you have merged with its strength, it conveniently spares me some trouble." Upon hearing this, the Blackwater Xian Emperor frowned, falling into silence. Given the present circumstances, how could the other party remain so composed? What was his true intention? Regardless of whether he feigned calmness or not, today, this deity would undoubtedly eradicate you all. As he spoke, the Blackwater Xian Emperor slowly raised his palm. Behind him, accompanied by a resounding roar, a colossal manifestation of Xuanwu emerged. In an instant, an overwhelming divine might spread across the heavens, resonating with the great Tao, echoing thunderously, prostrating beneath the feet of the Blackwater Xian Emperor. Endless icy waters surged forth, undulating through the vast cosmos, crashing towards Xie Chen. What is this? In Xuanwu City, the crowd watched in terror, hearts pounding at this spectacle. Even the sky above the Tianchen Continent had succumbed to darkness, engulfed in chaos. It felt as though the heavens had transformed into a vast sea of black, surging like dark waves, poised to crash down and submerge all life, obliterating existence itself. Senior Zhuke, what is happening? The 9 heavens Luan Feng and the turtle-headed 9 Phoenix were utterly astonished. The terrifying scene before them surpassed anything they had previously witnessed, rendering them pale with fear. Ling Guang, however, remained unfazed, simply stating, "This is the North Mingcan water of Xuanwu, akin to my South Mingli fire. Should one be touched by it, they would instantly be dissolved." Now that the Blackwater Xian Emperor has absorbed Xuanwu, the potency of this North Mingcan water has increased beyond its former strength. Even the two of you would find yourselves eradicated upon contact. Perhaps, even at my peak, I might not stand a chance against such forces. Suddenly, Ling Guang furrowed her brow. She noticed that the 9 heavens Luan Feng and the turtle-headed 9 Phoenix had unknowingly embraced her, their expressions filled with fear, as they nestled against her like frightened little birds. Nearby, Zhang Dong, the venerable Hong Yun, and the Xian Kuan divine bull instinctively inched closer to Ling Guang, swallowing nervously. In the absence of Xie Chen, it seemed that only by remaining near Ling Guang could they find a semblance of safety. "My apologies, Senior Zhuke. We simply couldn't help ourselves." The 9 heavens Luan Feng and the turtle-headed 9 Phoenix offered awkward smiles, rising to leave, appearing somewhat flustered like young girls caught in a bind. This left Ling Guang feeling somewhat speechless. "You are all far too timid. It hardly befits a true emperor. Senior Zhuke, since you deem it so formidable, what of the Temple Lord?" Upon hearing Ling Guang's response, the 9 heavens Luan Feng grew concerned for Xie Chen. Yet, Ling Guang merely chuckled. "You worry needlessly. No matter how powerful he may be, he could never be a match for the master." As the North Mingcan water continued to manifest, the entire sky seemed to transform into a boundless, dark ocean. Xie Chen advanced step by step, facing the surging onslaught of Qin water from all directions, yet he traversed the terrain as if walking on level ground, untouched by the waters. With each step, the Qin water beneath him sublimated, transforming into pearlescent bubbles that gradually dissipated. "What is happening? Why does my Qin water have no effect on you?" The Blackwater Xian Emperor exclaimed in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that, having absorbed Xuanwu's power, he was still unable to contend with Xie Chen. Though Xuanwu's strength was incomplete, it was undeniably that of a celestial emperor, and the potency of the Qin water had ostensibly multiplied several-fold. Why is this so? Suddenly, the Blackwater Xian Emperor's pupils widened as he noticed Xie Chen's white attire. Could it possibly be that garb? It appears your borrowed strength is insufficient to vanquish me. Xie Chen halted, his gaze calm as he regarded the Blackwater Xian Emperor. With hands clasped behind his back, he stood like a deity amidst the vast cosmos. Boom! An immeasurable aura of the celestial Tao erupted from Xie Chen, radiating outward and extending towards the North Ming Qin water, exerting a suppressive force. As a thunderous sound echoed, the previously dark and cold North Ming Qin water suddenly illuminated, emanating beams of white light. In an instant, the entire sky appeared enveloped in a radiant glow, resonating with the great Tao. With a resounding blast, the North Ming Qin water dispersed, exploding across the heavens. How dare you! The Blackwater Xian Emperor's expression contorted with rage, his pupils vibrating with shock and disbelief, myriad emotions flooding his eyes. Boom! Xie Chen raised his hand, unleashing the pressure of the celestial Tao, as the previously exploded North Ming Qin water coalesced into a vast oceanic world, descending upon the Blackwater Xian Emperor with a forceful suppression. The Blackwater Xian Emperor let out a piercing shriek, his anguished cries reverberating throughout the universe, eroded by his own Baiming Kangshui and subjected to the immense power of a realm of weak waters. Even he appeared to be in profound agony. I am a deity. How could I possibly be defeated by you? The Blackwater Xian Emperor forcibly steadied himself, continuously resisting the oppressive weight of the Heavenly Dao while fending off the onslaught of the Baiming Kangshui. As the Blackwater Xian Wu, he had now integrated the essence of Xian Wu within himself, his defensive capabilities reaching a pinnacle of strength. In such a dire environment, he still clung to a faint flicker of combat spirit. Even this meager will to fight was sufficient for the Blackwater Xian Emperor to endure, refusing to be extinguished or to submit. Witnessing this, Xie Chen extended his right hand. The spear of the Heavenly Dao manifested and soared forth from his palm, hurtling toward the Blackwater Xian Emperor, causing the very fabric of space to tremble as the might of the Heavenly Dao shattered the void. The Blackwater Xian Emperor gaped in horror, his pupils wide with dread as the spear of the Heavenly Dao approached ever closer. With a resounding crash, the spear momentarily halted, then shattered the Blackwater Xian Emperor's armor and pierced through his body. Along with that realm of weak waters, everything was obliterated, accompanied by the Blackwater Xian Emperor's agonizing wail. Crack! Crack! The Blackwater Xian Emperor's form began to fissure, then erupted into 7 dark constellations, imprinting themselves upon the firmament. At that moment, the spirit of Xian Wu also manifested. Now was the awaited moment. Xie Chen stretched out his hand, pulling upon the constellations etched in the heavens. With a deafening roar, the constellations trembled incessantly, various beastly roars echoing in resistance, yet unable to counter this overwhelming power. In an instant, they were forcibly drawn down by Xie Chen. Born of the same root, let me assist you in erasing your enmity, he declared. With a twist of his mighty hand, the dark constellations gradually transformed into a radiant white, regaining their sanctity. Subsequently, they were reintegrated into the spirit of Xian Wu. Boom! In that instant, the spirit of Xian Wu expanded, a luminous azure glow bursting forth, illuminating the entire sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, Seeking the Shadows of the Four Spirits, Part 2. Reward: Xian Wu, Quasi-Emperor, 1. The system notification resonated in Xie Chen's mind. Roar! With a mighty roar, the azure glow was dispersed, revealing a colossal tortoise with a dragon's head, raising its neck in a long cry, its feet treading upon the icy waters. In the vast cosmos, ancient landscapes emerged, rising and falling in an endless panorama. At this moment, Xian Wu had finally descended, though the serpentine spirit entwined about it was still nowhere to be seen. Chapter 572, The Curtain Falls. Gulp. Within Xian Wu City, a profound silence descended. The arrow goddess and the others trembled, their eyes wide as if struck dumb, gazing at the scene mirrored before them. They beheld Xie Chen, clad in white and appearing as if he had descended from the heavens. In that moment, they collectively fell silent, their minds seemingly halted. Only shock, terror, and reverence occupied their hearts and souls. The transformation of the Blackwater Xian Wu into the Blackwater Xian Emperor, absorbing Xian Wu in the vast sea of weak waters, was a spectacle of immense shock, dread, and fear. The Blackwater Xian Emperor, originally an immortal emperor, had reached an unimaginable level of power after assimilating Xian Wu. Yet, this once unfathomable figure was subdued by the master of the Heavenly Dao Hall. Witnessing this process left an indelible mark on their hearts and minds, a memory that would forever linger. I told you, with the master here. How could the Blackwater Xian Emperor possibly turn the tide? Ling Guang tilted her head, leaning casually while smiling lightly. With a swift motion, Zhang Dong, the Red Cloud ancestor, and the Xian Kuan divine bull hurried over, massaging her shoulders and kneading her legs. Hee hee, big sister, you are indeed wise. We share your thoughts. Wherever the Hall Master is, he is the strongest presence. Nearby, the Nine Heavens Wan Phoenix and the ghost head Nine Phoenix gazed at the image of Xie Chen, entranced. After a moment, the Nine Heavens Wan Phoenix's lips curled into a gentle smile. My lord is as formidable as ever. The old turtle seemed less surprised, having previously witnessed Xie Chen subduing the Zhu Quebec. Now, even with Xian Wu, subduing it was but a trivial task for Xie Chen. In stark contrast, the Sha Gulong's jaw dropped in astonishment, rendered speechless, much like the inhabitants of Xianwu City, completely dumbfounded. Elsewhere, thud, Xian Guangji knelt, his hands dangling limply. His face ashen. Why, Lord Xianwu? He muttered, as if his soul had departed, his gaze vacantly fixed ahead, beyond the firmament. As the surrounding anomalies gradually faded, Xianwu turned to face Xie Chen. Xie Chen likewise regarded Xianwu. They exchanged glances for a moment. Master, Xianwu suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Xie Chen smiled slightly, realizing that Xianwu had fully returned to the Heavenly Dao Hall. It's good to have you back, Xianwu. It took considerable effort for me to retrieve you. Thank you for your concern, Master. I owe my safety to your rescue, Xianwu replied. Xie Chen nodded, then continued. I am curious about one thing. Logically, Xianwu is a fusion of turtle and serpent, inseparable, yet now only you remain. While the serpent spirit is nowhere to be found. This matter must not be so simple, correct? Xianwu fell silent for a moment before responding. Master, indeed. Some events have transpired. It is a long story, and I shall explain it to you in detail later. Xie Chen, upon hearing this, was not in a hurry and nodded once more. Very well. We will discuss it upon our return to the Heavenly Dao Hall. Speaking of which, Ling Guang is here. You two have not seen each other for a long time, and this reunion should bring much joy. Ling Guang. Xianwu's surprise was evident upon hearing her name. Noticing this, Xie Chen inquired, what? Are you surprised to hear Ling Guang's name? A little. I thought she had already. Had already what? Xie Chen interrupted. Slightly taken aback. Isn't Qing Long, and by who already part of the Hong Yuan Hall? I didn't expect to hear their names from you. It seemed the changes surrounding Xian Wu were closely tied to the Hong Yuan Hall. We shall discuss this upon our return. For now, let's head back to Xianwu City. Yes, Master. With the disappearance of the Blackwater Xian Emperor, the gloom over the Tianchen Continent dissipated, and the starry night curtain vanished, revealing light once more. Xie Chen and Xianwu returned to the tavern's exterior. Hall Master, Zhang Dong, the Red Cloud ancestor, the Xian Kuan divine bull, the Nine Heavens Wan Phoenix, and the ghost head Nine Phoenix rushed forward, and Ling Guang also stood to greet Xie Chen. He nodded in acknowledgement. Zhu Ke? Is that really you? The immense form of Xianwu gazed at Zhu Ke, displaying an expression of curiosity. Ling Guang turned to Xianwu, smiling as she approached him, reaching out to touch him. It's been a long time, Xianwu. Boom. A flicker of divine fire engulfed the black tortoise. Before it could complete its utterance, a pained exclamation escaped its lips, swiftly followed by the dispersal of the vermilion bird's divine flames. Vermilion bird, what are you doing? The black tortoise fixed its gaze upon Ling Guang. Zhang Dong and the venerable Hong Yun cast apprehensive glances at Ling Guang, a shiver coursing through their hearts. Was this truly the manner in which the big sister greeted her old friends? It appeared that without some formidable prowess, one could hardly claim to be an ally of such a formidable figure. Ling Guang scoffed, retorting, that loquacious black tortoise dares to assert that this sovereign fears it and flees. It was born of you and is inextricably linked to you. Now that it has returned to your essence, the transgressions it has committed must naturally be borne by you. The black tortoise remained silent. Xie Chen observed the situation. Zhang Dong, Hong Yun, the divine bull of Xian Kuan, the Nine Heavens Phoenix, and the ghostly head of the Nine Phoenixes all trembled at the thought. The vermilion bird might treat them with kindness, but its capacity for vengeance was equally formidable. My lord, the old tortoise approached Xie Chen. Indeed, you seem to be in good health. Xie Chen glanced at the old tortoise and replied, my lord, you flatter me. With the shell? No black tortoise can harm me. Upon hearing the old tortoise's bravado, the black tortoise turned its gaze toward it. Noticing the attention, the old tortoise met the black tortoise's eyes. A great tortoise against a colossal soft-shelled turtle. In that moment, they regarded each other, and a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. They are not about to clash again, are they? Murmured the divine bull of Xian Kuan, seated on the ground. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed, as the massive form of the Sha Gulong appeared behind it. Lord Sha, The divine bull of Xianxiaaudiobooks turned, startled, thinking it had come to seize him. Yet, the Xia Gulong disregarded the divine bull, bowing with hands clasped in respect to Xie Chen. Xia Gulong pays his respects, my lord. Xie Chen nodded in return. Rise. You too are a victim of circumstance, summoned here against your will while comfortably at home. It seems your ears have brought you trouble. The Xia Gulong momentarily froze, then awkwardly chuckled. How embarrassing, how embarrassing. However, to witness your grandeur makes it worthwhile. After exchanging a few words with Xie Chen, the Xia Gulong added, My lord, I shall take my leave now. I have a broth simmering at home. I shall visit you again later. The urgency in its tone prompted Xie Chen to refrain from further conversation. The Xia Gulong bowed once more to Xie Chen before casting a glance at the divine bull of Xianxiaaudiobooks. Instantly, the divine bull shrank back, baring its teeth and offering a sheepish grin. The Xia Gulong shook its head. Never mind, my dragon marrow broth has already been reheated. This time, I shall not trouble you. But you, little bull, must be more cautious next time. Hee. Rest assured, Lord Xia, I promise not to err again. Subsequently, a spatial rift appeared before the Xia Gulong, leading to the gone and immortal realm. With a sigh of relief, the divine bull relaxed. My broth. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air, causing the divine bull's hair to bristle in alarm, and the spatial rift vanished. The divine bull, bewildered, spread its hooves in confusion. Chapter 573. Departure from the Return to the Void. With the departure of the Xia Gulong, the arrow goddess and a host of powerful figures approached, clasping their hands in respect and kneeling before Xie Chen. Under the banner of the Dragon Sovereign Nation, the Mountain and River Dao Sect, we pay our respects to the Lord of the Heavenly Dao Hall. Greetings to the Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise. The arrow goddess continued. We were unaware of the Hall Master's presence earlier. We hope for your forgiveness for any offenses committed. Xie Chen replied, It is of no consequence. You have not transgressed significantly, so there is no need for such formality. As for the others, considering your sincere contrition, I shall not pursue this matter further. Rise. Thank you, Hall Master. Upon hearing Xie Chen's words, particularly the members of the Mountain and River Dao Sect, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. At this moment, the arrow goddess gestured towards the two individuals kneeling behind her, addressing Xie Chen. Hall Master, those two are Xianguangji and Xianwu Hao. They are father and son. Xianguangji is the lord of Xianwu City, and he has long obeyed the commands of the Blackwater Black Tortoise, including participating in the 7 pillars of the Black Tortoise. How should we deal with them, Hall Master? Xianguangji? Xie Chen turned his gaze to the direction indicated by the arrow goddess. He observed a middle-aged man with horns kneeling there, his eyes vacant, seemingly struck by a profound mental shock. Meanwhile, Xianwu Hao trembled uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Hall Master, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I implore you to forgive me and spare my life. As he spoke, Xianwu Hao bowed his head repeatedly before Xie Chen. Seeing this, Xie Chen shook his head. Enough. You may decide their fate. There is no need to consult me. Xie Chen held little interest in these two, considering them mere trifles unworthy of his attention. Understood. Hall Master, replied the arrow goddess respectfully. The assembly of powerful figures glared at Xianguangji, their teeth clenched in ire. While they could overlook Xianwu Hao, the audacity of Xianguangji in deceiving them was intolerable. Even in his current state, he deserved no mercy and would not be spared. At this moment, the 9 Heavens Phoenix and the ghostly head of the 9 Phoenixes approached Xie Chen. Hall Master, as the matter is resolved, we too are prepared to take our leave. Should you find the time, we invite you to visit the Dream Cloud Heavenly Realm, where our doors shall always be open to you. The ghostly head of the 9 Phoenixes spoke to Xie Chen. Xie Chen nodded. You two sisters indeed care for the well-being of the masses. Whenever the Tianchen Continent faces peril, you are always among the first to rush forward. With both of you present, the beings of the Tianchen Continent are truly fortunate. Thank you for your kind words, Hall Master. The 9 Heavens Phoenix and the ghostly head of the 9 Phoenixes felt a surge of joy at receiving such praise from the Hall Master. Subsequently, the two women turned to Ling Guang, hesitating for a moment. Senior Vermilion Bird. Finally, the 9 Heavens Phoenix spoke, appearing hesitant to voice her request. What is it? Ling Guang inquired indifferently. See, could we possibly embrace you once more? We felt so warm when we held you earlier. Upon uttering this, both women lowered their heads, their faces flushed as if they might burst into flames. Hee. Your request is rather amusing. What? Do you wish to be my daughters? Ling Guang teased. Daughters? Zhang Dong, the venerable Hong Yun, and the divine bull of Xianxiaaudiobooks began to ponder. And even the black tortoise could not help but envision a scene. A colossal vermilion bird soaring above, its wings unfurled, painting the skies crimson, while 2 9-headed birds, one black and one white, nestled beneath her, calling her mother, I want a hug. Instantaneously, Zhang Dong, the venerable Hong Yun, the black tortoise, and the divine bull of Xian Kuan shuddered, unwilling to delve further into that thought. Xie Chen cast them a disapproving glance. What were these individuals conjuring in their minds? Though Ling Guang jested, she ultimately allowed the two women to rest their heads against her bosom once more. The warmth of Ling Guang's embrace brought immense comfort to the 9 heavens phoenix and the ghostly head of the 9 phoenixes. Thank you, Senior Vermilion Bird, for your kindness. After leaving Ling Guang's embrace, the two women once again turned to Xie Chen and bowed once more before him. Subsequently, they too entered the spatial rift, returning to the ethereal realm of Yunmeng. Upon witnessing the departure of the two women, Xie Chen addressed the assembly. It is nearly time for us to take our leave. He then turned his gaze toward the old turtle. What about you? What are your intentions? My lord, I plan to remain here for a while. The waters of the Guishu Tianchi are quite splendid, and I deem it suitable as a new stronghold. Xie Chen chuckled, shaking his head. I see you are intent on resuming your old profession. With the Xuanwu absent, you aim to claim this place as your territory and lure some to pay tribute. Ah, nothing escapes your keen insight, my lord. The old turtle replied with an awkward smile. This is indeed the domain where the black water Xuanwu resides, and the spiritual essence here is naturally exquisite. It had already devised a scheme to relocate the dreaming marsh, ultimately employing its old methods to gradually disseminate celestial fortune, persuading the inhabitants of Xuanwu City to shift their faith from the Xuanwu to itself. It had even settled upon a new name for its domain, Tortoise Isle. With the Xuanwu relegated to the past, and the true master extinguished while the essence had entered the Hall of Heavenly Path, it would hardly be concerned, would it? Heh. Xie Chen paid it no mind, intending to depart with the others. At that moment, the Xian Kuan divine bull sidled up to Xie Chen's feet. Grinning broadly, Boss, we're on the same path. Could you give me a ride? So eager to return to Taizu Mountain? Xie Chen inquired. Well, perhaps just a bit. He did not refuse the Xian Kuan divine bull's request, and soon, he led Ling Guang, Xuanwu, Zhang Dong, the venerable Hong Yun, and the tenacious Xian Kuan divine bull back to Zixiao Mountain. Farewell, Hall Master. Farewell, Hall Master. The mighty figures, including the arrow goddess, knelt in reverence as they watched Xie Chen depart. The remaining inhabitants of Xuanwu City also knelt, paying their respects. Ha ha ha, this place will belong to me from now on. The old turtle exclaimed with fervor, leaping into the waters of Guishu Tianchi with a splash. Time passed, and the influential beings of the Dragon Sovereign Demon Kingdom, the Shanhua Dao sect, and various other factions, as well as exotic beasts, began to leave Xuanwu City in succession. Before long, the events surrounding Guishu Tianchi would resound throughout the entire Tianchen Continent, undoubtedly causing a significant stir. Indeed, the Hall Master of Heavenly Path, the Xuanwu, the Zhuke, each one is an entity capable of provoking seismic reactions, especially considering their simultaneous appearance. We are fortunate to witness this firsthand. It will surely evoke envy in those outside. Do you not feel as though something is missing? Am I alone in this sensation? A disciple of the Shanhua Dao sect remarked. I feel it too, but I cannot recall what it is, another responded. Meanwhile, outside the tavern in Xuanwu City, the previously unconscious ancient Saint Stone King and the heavenly butcher Saint Lord had succumbed to slumber, snoring softly. The ancient Saint Stone King rolled over, his big toe resting on the nostrils of the heavenly butcher Saint Lord, who seemed to dream of delectable treats, grinning foolishly in his sleep. At Zixiao Mountain, Xie Chen and his companions returned. The vast form of the Xuanwu was stored away by Xie Chen. The Xian Kuan divine bull lingered outside the Hall of Heavenly Path, gazing toward the direction of Taizu Mountain, then at the hall itself. Observing Xie Chen and the others entering the hall, it chuckled, trotting after them with enthusiasm. Chapter 574, the Xian Kuan divine bull and Taizu Mountain. Isn't Taizu Mountain in that direction? Have you taken a wrong turn? The venerable Hong Yun queried, perplexed as the Xian Kuan divine bull followed them into the Hall of Heavenly Path. There's no rush. Taizu Mountain won't vanish. We can return at any time. There's little point in rushing back now. The Xian Kuan divine bull bypassed Zhang Dong and Hong Yun, approaching Xie Chen. Oh, great one. Might I trouble you with a request? Xie Chen regarded it with a mild smile. Oh? Are you perhaps wishing to join the Hall of Heavenly Path? Join the Hall of Heavenly Path? The Xian Kuan divine bull was momentarily taken aback, then its excitement surged. Really, great one. I am willing. The Hall of Heavenly Path is so formidable. I'd be content even to serve as a mountain guardian. A mountain guardian? Hong Yun raised an eyebrow, her expression curious. Hey, don't dismiss it, it's actually quite appealing. To tether it at the foot of the mountain, letting it graze when hungry, we wouldn't even need to manage it. Zhang Dong jested, stroking his beard. Ling Yu Guang chimed in. Once it's well fed, we could roast it for a feast. I haven't savored roasted beef in ages. I'm quite nostalgic for it. Hearing this, The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull recoiled slightly, casting a wary glance at Ling Guang, then smiled at her. Haha, big sister, I know you jest. Of course, for your sake, I would gladly sacrifice myself. However, my meat is rather unpalatable, if consumed. It might spoil your appetite, and that would be my wrongdoing. Fear not, I shan't consume you, Ling Guang reassured, covering her mouth as she laughed. Oh, then all the better. Xie Chen turned his attention back to the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull. Joining the Hall of Heavenly Path is not a simple matter. Besides, our numbers are already sufficient. We currently have no intention of expansion. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull's disappointment was palpable, yet it quickly regained its composure. No worries. Not joining the Hall of Heavenly Path is of little concern. My Taizu Mountain is nearby, and as neighbors to the Great One, I can visit it any time. Then, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull changed the topic. Oh, Great One, I actually have another request for your assistance. Speak. Haha, Great One, you possess boundless capabilities. Is there any way you could send me to another continent? Xie Chen chuckled. What? Is the Tianchen Continent not sufficient for your escapades? Are you now seeking to wreak havoc on other continents? Of course not, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull replied, sounding somewhat guilty. It's just that I have traversed the entirety of Tianchen Continent. I've encountered all the noteworthy individuals and explored most of the places, including secret realms. Thus, I wish to see what other continents have to offer. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull had roamed every corner of the Tianchen Continent, possessing a restless spirit. Boredom led it to stir up trouble with powerful factions. The revelation of the exotic beasts list had drawn it to Guishu Tianchi. Now that the matter of Guishu Tianchi was resolved, it found itself devoid of entertaining pursuits on the Tianchen Continent. At that moment, Hong Yun remarked, "You have already reached the golden immortal realm. Is it not within your means to travel to other continents? Furthermore, given your background, you must possess a fair share of treasures. Even if you lack the ability to traverse continents, surely you have at least one artifact capable of doing so?" Both Hong Yun and Zhang Dong harbored doubts. Even among the powerful factions, there were artifacts that could traverse continents. Logically, given the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull's temperament and strength, if it desired to travel to other continents, it could simply infiltrate those factions and seize such treasures. The fact that it now sought the Hall Master's assistance perplexed them. That is due to Taizu Mountain, Xie Chen interjected. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong and Hong Yun turned their gazes towards Xie Chen. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull was taken aback. The Great One was indeed formidable. It had yet to voice its true dilemma, yet he had already discerned it. It appeared that this opportunity was significant indeed. Master, does this have any connection to the Taizu Mountain? Zhang Dong inquired. Xie Chen cast a glance at the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox and explained to the gathered crowd. The Taizu Mountain is shrouded in a unique restriction, intrinsically linked to the essence of the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox. One could say that the Taizu Mountain is its lifeblood. Furthermore, this mountain has taken root in this realm. Wherever the Taizu Mountain resides, the ox must remain. Although it can depart from the Taizu Mountain, it is confined to the boundaries of the Tianchen Continent. To venture to other continents, it must first sever the constraints imposed by the Taizu Mountain. Upon hearing Xie Chen's elucidation, Zhang Dong and the venerable Hong Yun instantly understood. No wonder, with the capabilities of the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox, it still sought the Master's assistance. It turned out to be a captive beast after all. Ling Guang, having sensed the situation, opened his eyes. The Master speaks truthfully. I too can feel that powerful restrictive force. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox perked up. Hee, the Master is indeed remarkable. Nothing escapes your notice. Since you are so well informed, surely you possess a solution to my plight? In its journey across the Tianchen Continent, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox had been tirelessly searching for a means to sever its ties to the Taizu Mountain, yet all attempts had ended in failure. The arrival of Xie Chen reignited a flicker of hope within it. Now, it could only place its trust in Xie Chen. Gazing into the expectant eyes of the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox, Xie Chen smiled faintly and consulted the system internally. He then spoke. There are indeed solutions. Currently, 3 methods exist that can resolve your dilemma. 3. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox was taken aback. The prospect of 3 solutions was utterly unexpected and thrilling. Master, what are these 3 methods? It asked eagerly. Xie Chen chuckled softly. The first method is for you to become an immortal emperor, transcending all earthly laws. Once you attain the status of immortal emperor, you shall no longer be bound by the celestial laws of the Tianchen Continent. Thus, the restrictions of the Taizu Mountain will not be able to confine you. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox retorted, becoming an immortal emperor? That is nothing short of a fantasy. Compared to achieving immortal emperor status, severing the ties to the Taizu Mountain is hardly a concern. One is celestial, the other terrestrial, entirely different realms. Master, let's set that aside. What are the other 2 methods? Without hesitation, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox dismissed the first option. The other two are far simpler. Xie Chen continued with a smile. You can either sever your connection to the Taizu mountain entirely, thereby losing any association with it, albeit at the cost of your Dao fruit, or you can absorb the Taizu mountain into your own being, allowing you to control it. From then on, wherever you go, the Taizu mountain will accompany you. Which do you choose? Chapter 575, Stepping into the Outer Continent. Master, I choose the latter, control of the Taizu mountain. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox exclaimed without a moment's thought. The notion of severing its essence was something only a fool would choose. If it meant damaging its own Dao fruit, it was better off remaining as it was within the Tianchen Continent. Xie Chen smiled again, as though he had anticipated this outcome. Although 3 methods were proposed, only one was truly feasible and optimal for the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox. The other 2 were either unattainable or unacceptable. Since you have made your decision, let us commence. Wonderful. After a brief exchange, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox suddenly asked, Master, do you require something in return? Of course. Did you think rewards from the beast ranking were free? Now you wish for me to assist you at no cost? Master, considering how well acquainted we are, could we negotiate? If you put it that way, I can only extend my inability to assist. All right then, I shall yield. After a mental struggle, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox acquiesced. With a resounding crack, it removed its 2 horns. Hey, Zhang Dong and the venerable Hong Yun exchanged startled glances. Old ox, are you truly that ruthless? Even for a trade, there is no need to harm yourself by breaking off your own horns. Hong Yun exclaimed in astonishment. In response, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox proudly declared, Humph, you are unaware. I possess not just this pair, but another as well. Observe. As it spoke, a new pair of horns sprouted from its head, identical to the originals. Zhang Dong and the venerable Hong Yun were left speechless by this display. Is such a thing even possible? The name Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox is indeed fitting. It is truly enigmatic. Master. This pair of horns is undoubtedly a treasure worth a fortune. What do you think? The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox presented the removed horns to Xie Chen. After a thorough scan by the system, the horns were appraised at 2.8 million Dao values. Deducting the 750,000 Dao values needed to resolve the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox's issues and the previous expenditure of 1 million Dao values to elevate Ling Guang to a mortal emperor, Xie Chen ultimately profited 1.05 million Dao values, a rather satisfactory transaction. Ding! The secret of the Taizu mountain has been completed and automatically transmitted to the host. Xie Chen extended his hand, and a plaque resembling a great mountain appeared, which he handed to the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox. Take this. Imprint it upon the Taizu mountain, and it shall align with you. Thereafter, the Taizu mountain will be entirely under your control. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox, holding the plaque, was nearly overcome with excitement. Master, I shall try it at once. Without awaiting Xie Chen's response, it dashed out of the hall, racing towards the Taizu mountain. Xie Chen chuckled at its enthusiasm. Let us also observe the outcome. Ling Guang expressed intrigue, curious about how the items Xie Chen provided would aid the young ox in mastering the Taizu mountain. Upon arrival at the Taizu mountain, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox brandished the plaque. Instantly, the plaque detached and soared towards the Taizu mountain, merging seamlessly with it. A tremendous rumble ensued. The Taizu mountain began to tremble, lifting off the ground and ascending into the air, with the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox rising alongside it. At that moment, both the Taizu mountain and the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox emanated a radiant golden light. As the golden glow enveloped them, the Taizu mountain gradually diminished in size, flying towards the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox before vanishing within its form. Once the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox landed, it began to leap and dance in exuberance, exclaiming, I have succeeded. From this day forth, I can go wherever I please. Outside the hall of Heavenly Dao, Xie Chen and the others observed this spectacle from a distance. Zhang Dong and the venerable Hong Yun felt a sense of nostalgia. Although they had known the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox for a brief time, they felt genuinely happy for it. With the fusion of the Taizu mountain, it will become a formidable weapon for it. The power of this mountain is comparable to that of a quasi-imperial artifact, Xie Chen remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong and the venerable Hong Yun were taken aback once more. The Taizu mountain is so powerful, rivaling a quasi-imperial artifact? Considering this, despite the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox losing a pair of horns, it gained freedom along with a mighty quasi-imperial weapon. In retrospect, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox had indeed profited immensely. Let us proceed. It is time to attend to our important matters. Having resolved the issue concerning the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull, Xie Chen, accompanied by Ling Guang, Zhang Dong, and the venerable Hong Yun, returned to the hall of Heavenly Path. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull frolicked about before suddenly coming to a halt. Now that I have merged with the Taizu mountain, I should be free to traverse to other continents without restriction. Let us see, it mused, producing a treasured artifact. Instantly, A spatial rift leading to other continents manifested before it. The treasures spanning across continents were diverse, many of which had been pilfered from formidable powers. Without hesitation, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull stepped into the rift, unencumbered by any constraints, successfully crossing over with an exhilarating sense of liberation. There's a heavenly ranking here as well. It seems the great figures are truly omnipresent. There's the genius ranking and the wealth ranking. Upon arriving at the new continent, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull immediately spotted the lists suspended in the air. Meng Lin, Meng Xian, Aquan, hurry. This treasure map is unique. We must swiftly head to our destination and unearth the treasure. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull's thoughts. A treasure map? Treasure. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull was momentarily taken aback, but then its eyes gleamed with mischief as it broke into a sly grin. Hee. Welcome back, esteemed ones. Xie Chen flew over from the domain of the Heavenly Path beasts, where Ling Guang resided. Upon seeing Xie Chen, Xie Chen expressed his astonishment. You've reached the mid-stage of the true immortal realm. Impressive. Noticing Qi Yin's advancement, Zhang Dong and the venerable Hong Yun were equally taken aback. Xie Chen smiled softly. I owe it all to my elder sister. Her guidance has enabled my swift breakthrough. Elder sister? Zhang Dong and the venerable Hong Yun turned their gazes towards Ling Guang. Ling Guang replied with a gentle smile. With this monarch present, a mere breakthrough in the true immortal realm is but a trifling matter. At her words, Zhang Dong and the venerable Hong Yun stood in awe, their eyes filled with envy. That elder sister, do you think we could also achieve such a feat? Well, considering your previous performances, I suppose it's acceptable. Come find me later, Ling Guang said. Thank you, elder sister. Zhang Dong and the venerable Hong Yun rejoiced. With the guidance of the elder sister and the Heavenly Path tablet, their breakthroughs would surely be as effortless as drinking water. Where have the others gone? Xie Chen noted the absence of Xianxia and the others. Just then, Xianxia, Tao Wu, Tao Tai, and Han Dun rushed in from another direction. Master, elder sister, you have returned. Xie Chen nodded at them. Palace master, since you have returned, does that mean Xuanwu has also? Xie Chen inquired. Xie Chen smiled faintly and stepped forward. Naturally, Xuanwu has returned. As he spoke, Xie Chen raised his hand and summoned Xuanwu. With a thunderous roar, a massive, dark azure tortoise appeared, its presence commanding the space. Is this Xuanwu? Xie Chen gazed at the colossal tortoise, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, it was one of the four spirits. Witnessing Xuanwu for the first time, she felt its might rivaling that of Zhu Ke, though it seemed to fall slightly short. An existence of the same caliber as the elder sister. I must cultivate a good rapport with him, Xianxia murmured to himself. Tao Wu and Tao Tai shared a similar sentiment, agreeing that one elder sister was sufficient and that another elder brother figure was unwelcome. Just then, Han Dun exclaimed excitedly, Elder brother. This caught the attention of Xianxia, Tao Tai, and Tao Wu, who hurriedly rushed over to cover Han Dun's mouth. Shoo! The three beasts simultaneously gestured for silence, signaling Han Dun to refrain from calling out. Why are you being so talkative? Who told you to call him elder brother? Han Dun, confused, replied, but he is a force spirit just like elder sister. Calling him that should not be incorrect. Fool, even if that is the case, you cannot just offer yourself up. We are already overshadowed by the elder sister. Do you want to diminish our status even further? Oh, understood. While Xianxia, Tao Tai, and Tao Wu whispered among themselves, the others remained focused on Xuanwu, oblivious to their chatter. Master, Xuanwu addressed Xie Chen. Xie Chen nodded. This is the Hall of Heavenly Path. From now on, you may reside here in the domain of Heavenly Path beasts, just as Ling Guang does. Ling Guang smiled at Xuanwu. From now on, we shall be neighbors. Xuanwu had no objections and glanced around. This space is quite peculiar, and I sense a familiar aura here. Turning, Xuanwu's eyes widened upon spotting the grand primordial tree. What is this? That is the primordial tree, Xie Chen explained. After her elucidation, Xuanwu grasped the origins of the primordial tree. In the myriad manifestations of the Tao, such a wondrous tree exists in this world. Today, I have truly broadened my horizons. Much like Ling Guang's first encounter with the primordial tree, Xuanwu was equally awestruck by this extraordinary entity, feeling a profound sense of wonder. At that moment, a resounding hiss emanated from the direction of the primordial tree. Little Meng peeked its head out, seemingly intrigued by something. Upon seeing Little Meng, Xuanwu was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, its eyes widened, letting out a startled cry. The others, including Xianxia, were taken aback. What is with the sudden shout? Have you never seen such a large serpent before? Do you two know each other? Ling Guang inquired curiously, gazing at Xuanwu. It. Xuanwu stammered, pointing a claw at Little Meng, its gaze darting about, overwhelmed with excitement. Sensing Xuanwu's surprise, Xie Chen suddenly had an epiphany, a suspicion forming in his mind. Little Meng, Could it be that Xuanwu has indeed found you again? Could you be the spirit serpent that was lost? Suddenly, Xie Chen spoke, drawing the astonishment of Qi Yin, Zhang Dong, Hong Yun, and the others. Their shock was akin to Xuanwu's first encounter with the primordial tree. Little Meng is the spirit serpent of Xuanwu? Xuanwu is the spirit serpent of Little Meng? Ugh! Old Zhang, you've led me astray. Zhang Dong, Hong Yun, and Xianxia found this revelation utterly bewildering. Little Meng flicked its tongue and tilted its head, seemingly oblivious to their discussion. Xuanwu composed itself and addressed Xie Chen. What the master has said is indeed correct. It is she. This revelation left Qi Yin and the others in utter disbelief. Having faced numerous trials and tribulations, they thought they had seen it all. Yet this revelation rekindled that overwhelming sense of astonishment within them. The origins of Little Meng had always remained a mystery. They only knew that she had been brought back by the palace master. It appears that it was born from a divine stone, possessing immense power that could rival that of a quasi-emperor. As for the others, they remained utterly ignorant. To their surprise, today they learned from Xuanwu about the origins of Xiaoming, one of the four spirits, the Xuanwu serpent spirit. Such an outcome was indeed beyond their expectations. Xie Chen nodded, confirming his previous conjectures. Xiaoming was indeed the spiritual serpent linked to Xuanwu. It was rather fortuitous that he had established a connection with Xuanwu long ago. Master. May I? Xuanwu gazed intently at Xie Chen, his expression brimming with excitement and desire. Xie Chen was well aware of Xuanwu's thoughts. At present, Xuanwu was merely in the form of a tortoise spirit, devoid of the serpent spirit, rendering him incomplete. The 7 stars, which had perished due to Xuanwu's self-inflicted demise, had been purified and returned to him, thanks to Xie Chen's assistance. Now, only the serpent spirit was needed for Xuanwu to achieve his full form and reclaim his pinnacle. With the elusive spiritual serpent now before him, Xuanwu naturally yearned for its return to unite with him once more. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Chen turned to Xiaoming. Beckoning, Xiaoming, come here. Xiaoming excitedly responded, resting her head before Xie Chen. He reached out to touch her, saying, Xiaoming, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Moments later, Xiaoming comprehended everything and directed her gaze toward Xuanwu, examining him as if in deep thought. Xuanwu likewise regarded Xiaoming, reflecting on the long duration of their separation. Suddenly, Xiaoming let out a low roar toward Xuanwu and then shifted her gaze back to Xie Chen. Xie Chen smiled and addressed Xuanwu. She has agreed. You may proceed. Thank you, master. Ling Guang grinned, intrigued. How fascinating. I wonder what transpired between them in the past. I am exceedingly curious. Xie Chen, Ling Guang, Qi Yin, Zhang Dong, Ancestor Hong Yun, and Xianxia all fell silent, their attention fixated on Xuanwu and Xiaoming, awaiting the unfolding events. Then, with a mighty roar, Xuanwu raised his head, his azure-hued limbs standing tall as he roared into the void. Xiaoming echoed a roar of her own, her massive grayish-white form swirling around Xuanwu, stirring the winds and clouds. Chapter 577. The Lord of Clarity, the Heavenly Dao Beast, was a unique space capable of suppressing all forms of energy and might. Thus, the merging of Xuanwu and Xiaoming would not cause any disturbance here. As Xiaoming spun, her enormous serpent body visibly shrank, gradually converging towards Xuanwu, enveloped in ethereal mist with winds and clouds swirling around them. A sphere of azure light illuminated the scene, enveloping both Xuanwu and Xiaoming. Ultimately, the azure light flickered and vanished. With a deafening roar, the might of the dragon form erupted, and Xuanwu's figure re-emerged in this space. It was evident that Xiaoming's serpent body had coiled around Xuanwu's shell, her scales shedding their grayish hue, transforming into a deep azure color. Together, the tortoise and serpent formed a harmonious shape, as if entwined in a celestial dance across the heavens. In that moment, Xuanwu and Xiaoming merged into one, returning to the completeness of Xuanwu's form. Xie Chen and the others gazed upon this spectacle, a smile naturally gracing their lips. Soon after, azure light once again shimmered from Xuanwu, ultimately enveloped by a vast azure-black void. What is this? The onlookers were filled with astonishment. In the next moment, a middle-aged man with closed eyes and flowing black hair, surrounded by the essence of weak water, emerged from the void. He wore a Xuanwu adornment, his azure robe draped elegantly over his shoulder, etched with Xuanwu's divine patterns, and an azure spirit serpent coiling around him, exuding an aura as chilling as ice. He was the Lord of Clarity, the deity of the northern Xuanwu, one of the 4 spirits of heaven. Ling Guang's voice echoed with an ethereal quality, resonating in the ears of the onlookers. That is the Lord of Clarity. Qi Yin and the others stared up at the middle-aged man, momentarily dazed, as if they found themselves in a realm of extreme cold, gazing into the vast, profound depths of weak water. As the Lord of Clarity opened his eyes, The extraordinary phenomena surrounding him were instantly scattered, leaving only his formidable presence, exuding unmatched authority. He looked down upon Xie Chen and Ling Guang, arms crossed, resembling a celestial deity. Suddenly, a smile graced his lips. I am the Lord Boom. Ling Guang's hand gestured in the air, sending the Lord of Clarity tumbling from the sky, crashing to the ground. Master is here. What pretense are you putting on? The Lord of Clarity let out a surprised cry, his earlier imposing demeanor instantly shattered by Ling Guang's intervention. Xie Chen, Qi Yin, Zhang Dong, Ancestor Hong Yun, Xianxi, Tao Dai, and Tao Wu glanced at Ling Guang, swallowing hard. Indeed, the elder sister was the mightiest of them all. The Lord of Clarity quickly regained his composure, standing and swiftly moving before Xie Chen. Master. Xie Chen nodded. How do you feel? Not bad. It has been hundreds of thousands of years since I have regained this state. Now that I have restored my complete form, it feels a bit unfamiliar. Hearing this, Xie Chen smiled gently. Take your time. Now that you have returned to the Heavenly Dao Palace, there will be ample time and opportunities to revive your former glory. The Lord of Clarity nodded. Palace Master, I have a question I would like to ask you. At that moment, Qi Yin suddenly spoke up. Go ahead. Since Xiaoming has merged with the esteemed Xuanwu and become his spirit serpent, will Xiaoming still be Xiaoming? Upon hearing Qi Yin's words, Zhang Dong and Ancestor Hong Yun couldn't help but express their curiosity. That is right. Xiaoming is no longer that large serpent. She has transformed into the spirit serpent of Xuanwu. Does that mean she will forever remain intertwined with Xuanwu? You need not worry about that. The Lord of Clarity explained on behalf of Xie Chen. Although I have merged with her, we are not bound together. She can still separate from me. However, from this point onward, our essences will be connected, sharing a singular source of the great Tao, complementing each other. As he finished speaking, the Lord of Clarity reverted to his Xuanwu beast form. Instantly, Xiaoming slid down from Xuanwu, letting out a cry and swimming to Xie Chen. Xie Chen patted Xiaoming's head, sensing her excitement. Though her size had changed and her color had transformed, Xiaoming remained the same Xiaoming. Besides being connected to Xuanwu's great Tao, nothing else had altered. Moreover, after merging with Xuanwu, she no longer felt any hunger. Even if she could not consume food in the future, nor require energy from the primordial tree, she would not perish. Seeing Xiaoming in this state, the others smiled, feeling reassured. Subsequently, Xiaoming returned to Xuanwu, seemingly fond of her new spot, eager to remain by his side. Xie Chen observed this and turned to Xuanwu. Now that your issue has been resolved, let us discuss the events that have transpired with you. As the words fell, Ling Guang, Zhang Dong, and the venerable Hong Yun all grew serious, falling into a profound silence. Qi Yin and Xianxi echoed their sentiments, unfamiliar with the events that transpired in the Tianchen Continent. They exhibited expressions of bewilderment and curiosity. Upon hearing this, Ximing paused momentarily before reverting to his human form. Master, may I inquire if you are familiar with the Honyuan Palace? Ximing directed his question to Xie Chen. Honyuan Palace. Upon hearing this, Qi Yin, Zhang Dong, and the venerable Hong Yun, along with Xianxi, were taken aback. They never anticipated that the name of Honyuan Palace would emerge from the mouth of Xuanwu. The venerable Hong Yun exclaimed in indignation, we are all too familiar with the Honyuan Palace. Prior to this, we had numerous encounters with it. This group of ruffians has persistently obstructed our Tiandao Palace, opposing us at every turn. However, of course, their ultimate fate was to be annihilated by the palace master. At this juncture, a proud expression graced the venerable Hong Yun's visage. Ling Guang turned to Qi Yin. Honyuan Palace? Is that the force you mentioned earlier that issues the blacklist? Indeed. Elder sister, Qi Yin affirmed with a nod. Ling Guang, you are unaware of Honyuan Palace? Ximing expressed astonishment, seemingly taken aback by Ling Guang's ignorance of Honyuan Palace. Why should I know of Honyuan Palace? Ling Guang retorted. She had always resided in the outer heaven and had never heard of such a place. The implication that her unfamiliarity with Honyuan Palace was somehow a failing on her part puzzled her greatly. Xie Chen, on the other hand, wore an expression of anticipation. Having previously heard Xuanwu speak of Qinglong and Baihu, he had surmised that everything occurring with Xuanwu was likely connected to Honyuan Palace. Now, it seemed his suspicions were indeed validated. Please, continue, he urged. Yes, Ximing continued. Several 100,000 years ago, an immortal emperor sought me out. An immortal emperor from Honyuan Palace? Ling Guang inquired. Precisely, Ximing confirmed with a nod. According to the immortal emperor's account, he was acting on the decree of the so-called Honyuan Tianju, intending to recruit all 4 of us spirits into Honyuan Palace. Prior to that, I was completely unaware of Honyuan Palace. While it may possess some power to command an immortal emperor, it was rather presumptuous to think it could compel us 4 spirits to submit. However, I later discovered that Honyuan Palace should not be underestimated. At this point, An expression of grave concern flickered in Xie Ming's eyes. Regardless of its might, with your disposition, you would undoubtedly refuse, Ling Guang remarked. Naturally, given my status and dignity. How could I possibly join an organization I had never even heard of? Xie Ming continued. Thus, they resorted to various temptations and stratagems to coerce me into submission. Consequently, I engaged in battle with that immortal emperor. As it turns out, the outcome was your defeat, Xie Chen remarked to Xie Ming. Xie Ming fell silent for a moment. What I did not anticipate was that the opponent possessed the power of a forbidden celestial treasure. Forbidden celestial treasure? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Dong and the venerable Han Yuan were immediately astounded. During their time on Tianchen Continent, they had already gleaned some information regarding forbidden celestial treasures. The second-ranked beast on the exotic beast list, the sea-devouring tortoise, also known as the Old Tortoise, was born from a drop of water from the vessel known as the Unfettered Boat. It was evident that such a drop of water could give rise to a formidable beast like the Old Tortoise, highlighting the terrifying power of forbidden celestial treasures. Xie Ming continued. Forbidden celestial treasures are the most powerful and enigmatic artifacts in existence, originating from the primordial times. Comparatively, any imperial artifact pales in significance, akin to mere scrap metal. Qi Yin and the others were left speechless, realizing that even imperial artifacts were considered trivial before the might of forbidden celestial treasures. It was no wonder that Hanyuan Palace's presence was felt across numerous continents, and that the recent quasi-emperor from Hanyuan Palace had the audacity to provoke Tiandao Palace. Furthermore, according to that immortal emperor, Hanyuan Palace possesses not just one forbidden celestial treasure. Not just one forbidden celestial treasure. Xie Ming's words left Qi Yin and the others in stunned silence. Even Xianxia appeared momentarily shocked. The existence of a single forbidden celestial treasure was already formidable enough. The notion that Hanyuan Palace possessed multiple such treasures was truly unfathomable. Ling Guang, observing Qi Yin and the others' astonishment, could not help but be taken aback. What is the matter with you all? Why the excessive surprise? Forbidden celestial treasures exist within our Tiandao Palace as well. Upon hearing Ling Guang's statement, Qi Yin, Zhang Dong, and the venerable Han Yuan gaped in disbelief, while Xie Chen's eyelids twitched. Though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, internally, he was in shock. Tiandao Palace possesses forbidden celestial treasures? How could I, as the palace master, be unaware of this? System, does Tiandao Palace possess forbidden celestial treasures? Xie Chen queried in his mind. Yes, the system replied. Then why didn't you mention it the last time I asked? The host did not inquire about this matter. Thus the system is not obliged to respond. What are the forbidden celestial treasures of Tiandao Palace? The system fell silent, providing no further response. Xie Chen endeavored to calm his racing thoughts. Do not be angry, do not be angry. I am the palace master of Tiandao Palace. How can I allow myself to be enraged? Suddenly, the system's voice resonated again. What the system can disclose to the host is that, thus far, you have encountered the powers of 4 forbidden celestial treasures. For already? Xie Chen felt a surge of disbelief. Besides the last encounter, wherein the death of the quasi-emperor from Hanyuan Palace explicitly revealed the power of a forbidden celestial treasure. The exotic beast list of Tianchen Continent indicated that the Old Tortoise's origin was the Unfettered Boat. Could it be that creatures like the Old Tortoise also counted as a manifestation of the Unfettered Boat's power? If so, then what might the other two be? You are unaware? Ling Guang expressed astonishment. She was quite surprised that Qi Yin, Zhang Dong, and the others were oblivious to the existence of forbidden celestial treasures within Tiandao Palace. Qi Yin, Zhang Dong, the venerable Han Yuan, and even Xianxia all shook their heads. Xie Ming, however, maintained a calm demeanor, as if he had already known about the existence of forbidden celestial treasures within Tiandao Palace. Elder sister, what are the forbidden celestial treasures of Tiandao Palace? Qi Yin inquired of Ling Guang. Seeing their curiosity, Ling Guang suddenly smiled. That is a question for the master. If you wish to know, let the master enlighten you. Upon hearing this, Qi Yin, Zhang Dong, the venerable Han Yuan, and Xianxia all turned their gazes towards Xie Chen, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Eager for him to provide the answer, Xie Chen, feigning calmness, replied, do not await others to provide answers to every question. Sometimes, seeking answers on your own holds greater significance than merely being told by others. However, I can tell you that this forbidden celestial treasure is something you have long since encountered. Although Xie Chen was still uncertain about what the forbidden celestial treasure was, he was certain it was something they had all seen before. Thus, stating this posed no issues. Upon hearing Xie Chen's words, Qi Yin and the others could not help but lower their heads, feeling a twinge of shame. Thank you for your guidance, Palace Master. Xie Chen nodded appreciatively. Maintaining their composure was no simple task. Please, continue. Xie Chen turned to Xie Ming and spoke, indeed. Although that celestial emperor possessed the formidable power of a forbidden treasure, I managed to contend with him, ultimately vanquishing him. However, this victory came at an excruciating cost. I was forced to sacrifice the serpent spirit. With its demise, my essence suffered significant damage. As the celestial emperor perished, his spirit, infused with the energy of that forbidden treasure, entered the spirit of the 7 constellations. Through this conduit, he relentlessly feasted upon my essence, seeking to obliterate it. If this continued, my essence would soon be depleted. In desperation, I had no choice but to sever my own fate, cutting off my connection with the 7 constellations and casting it into the void. In the end, that residual power was annihilated, but the 7 constellations fell as a consequence. Listening to Xie Ming's account, Xie Chen was already somewhat aware of the subsequent events. The fallen 7 constellations coalesced within the void for hundreds of thousands of years, until they finally descended upon the Tianchen Continent a millennium ago. The serpent spirit, having been obliterated, would eventually be reborn in some distant place. In the mirror world of Tianchen Continent, a divine stone emerged, nurturing a life that gradually matured over the eons. Severely weakened, I sealed myself away to avoid attracting the attention of the Hunyuan Palace once more. I remained in this state until I was summoned to an unfamiliar realm by an inexplicable force, without taking a single step. Chapter 579, another fragment of the key acquired. Upon hearing Xie Ming's explanation, Qi Yin and the others, including Xianxia, found themselves deep in thought. The capabilities of the Hunyuan Palace were indeed formidable. Even the 4 spirits nearly fell into their clutches, narrowly escaping thanks to the self-sacrifice. Such tactics are undeniably impressive. Since the Hunyuan Palace is seeking you, I'm curious as to why you reacted so strongly, Ling Guang inquired. Do you think they have also sought me out? Xie Ming nodded slightly and sighed. According to that celestial emperor, among the 4 spirits, aside from myself, the Azure Dragon and White Tiger have already allied with the Hunyuan Palace. The Azure Dragon and White Tiger have joined the Hunyuan Palace? The group was once again astonished. The revelation that the other 2 of the 4 spirits had already entered the Hunyuan Palace was indeed shocking. Xie Chen, however, had already been aware of this and felt no surprise. Xie Ming shook his head. Not quite. It seems there was some form of transaction between the Hunyuan Palace and the 2 of them, which is why the Azure Dragon and White Tiger are willing to assist them. So that's how it is. Xie Chen was unaware of this nuance, having assumed that the Azure Dragon and White Tiger had genuinely submitted to the Hunyuan Palace. The notion of a transaction, however, made it somewhat more palatable. Do you believe I, like the Azure Dragon and White Tiger, have entered into some transaction with the Hunyuan Palace? Ling Guang stated expressionlessly. Well, you're here, aren't you? Look at my state. They truly possess remarkable capabilities. Their intent is primarily focused on the 4 spirits, so it's only natural for me to think this way. Ling Guang let out a cold snort, seemingly displeased with Xie Ming's implication that he had allied with the Hunyuan Palace. However, I find it quite surprising that you have not encountered anyone from the Hunyuan Palace. Are you not in the star constellation realm? The star constellation realm is divided into 4 domains, exclusively belonging to the 4 spirits, a realm only accessible to them. It is said that ordinary celestial emperors cannot even hope to locate its whereabouts, let alone enter. I haven't been there for millions of years. I reside in the outer heaven now, and at present, I am accompanying my master, Ling Guang replied, casting a glance at Xie Chen, a smile breaking across his face. Very well, now that we have clarified the matter of Xianwu, let's put it aside for the time being. As for the Hunyuan Palace, we shall address it when we encounter it again, whether it be forbidden treasures or the Hunyuan Celestial Lord. Anything that stands before the Hall of Heavenly Path shall eventually meet its demise at its hands. Yes, master. Xie Chen then entrusted Qi Yin with 3 Xian immortal pills, 1 for her, and the other 2 to be given to Zhang Dong and Hong Yun once they reached the mid-stage of true immortal realm. Subsequently, he departed from the Hall of Heavenly Beasts. Beep. Congratulations to the host for retrieving the Vermilion Bird and Xianwu. Receiving rewards. All realms of the Guardian Beasts have broken through to the peak of Golden Immortal, Heavenly Path value, 20 million. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a fragment of the key leading to the upper realm, 2, 3. A fragment of the key was indeed an unexpected gain. Xie Chen felt a surge of joy within. Compared to the elevation of Xiangxi's realm and the acquisition of 20 million Heavenly Path value, obtaining a fragment of the key to the Holy Immortal Continent brought him even greater delight. Now he possessed 2 fragments of the key, needing only 1 more to synthesize a complete key and unlock the passage to the upper realm. The path to the upper realm was drawing ever closer. Now, it was time to check if the Heavenly Path Mall had any updates. A day later, outside the Zixiao mountain in the Xianling continent, Ao Jiao pouted, her face displaying clear dissatisfaction. Qi Minglin, Chang Mingxian, and Xiong Kun stood beside her, equally incensed. Just yesterday, they had encountered a bandit. Their treasure map had been forcibly snatched by this bandit, who turned out to be a yellow-furred cow. They were renowned prodigies on the prodigy list. And never had they imagined that one day they would be robbed, especially by a cow. Moreover, this yellow-furred cow was remarkably powerful, even when they banded together. They were no match for it. It was a disgrace, an utter humiliation. The four of them were now en route to Xixiao Mountain, seeking Xie Chen's assistance in tracking down the cow. The treasure map held significant origins, entwined with a great secret, and could not be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Menglan, are we truly going to seek the master for this purpose? It feels so embarrassing. Ao Jiao said to Qi Menglan. Since we are already here, there's no turning back. Are you really willing to let it go without seeking revenge? Of course. I want revenge. Ao Jiao replied, her anger flaring, her eyes glimmering with fiery determination. Just thinking about that yellow-furred cow made her furious. Not only had it stolen their treasure map, but it also made faces at them and patted its backside as it left, an outright provocation. This was a slight they could not swallow. Wow, this is the legendary Xixiao Mountain, Hall of Heavenly Path. Here I come. Upon reaching the foot of Xixiao Mountain, Xiong Akun excitedly bounced around, eager to sprint toward the summit. Akun, come back. I want to be the first to see the master. Ao Jiao followed closely behind. Menglan, let us go as well. Chong Mengxian and Qi Menglan also ascended the mountain. Within the Hall of Heavenly Path, Xie Chen sat at a jade table, casually sipping a cup of spirit tea. In front of him, Qi Menglan, Chong Mengxian, Ao Jiao, and Xiong Akun sat obediently on the mats, gazing at Xie Chen without daring to breathe. Mengxian has broken through to the 5th stage of the tribulation. Quite impressive, Xie Chen remarked. Hearing this, Chong Mengxian felt a surge of joy and responded, Thank you for the praise, master. After returning from the Vermilion Bird Immortal City, I thought I would only reach the 4th stage of the tribulation at most. Unexpectedly, she experienced a series of breakthroughs, reaching the 5th level of tribulation, and advancing 3 minor realms consecutively, which filled her with immense joy. The others, however, showed little change. Their realms were considerably higher than that of Chong Mengxian. Thus their advancement was limited. Nonetheless, their strength had undeniably escalated compared to before. Qi Menglan and Ao Jiao both seemed to harbor a subtle inclination toward breakthrough as well. Did you summon me for something? She inquired. The four exchanged glances, seemingly hesitant to speak. There's no need for embarrassment. Just speak your mind, she encouraged. After a brief silence, it was Qi Menglan who took the lead. Master, it's like this. Some time later, Xie Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The four, upon witnessing his reaction, lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. For prodigies listed on the celestial prodigy roll had been robbed by a mere cow. Such a tale would surely invite ridicule. Yet, according to Qi Menglan, the cow seemed somewhat familiar. Could it truly be the same? After some calculations, Xie Chen arrived at a startling conclusion. The cow had claimed it was headed to another continent, and indeed, it had made its way to the Tianchen Continent, fortuitously crossing paths with the four of them. Given its nature, such an incident was entirely plausible. Your luck is rather exceptional, he remarked. Master, could you assist us in locating its whereabouts? Qi Menglan inquired. Yes, master. That cow is an absolute scoundrel. Once we find it, I shall exact my revenge. Ao Jiao declared, clenching her fists and adopting an expression of fury. However, Xie Chen's next words rendered her momentarily speechless. It is at the Golden Immortal Realm. Even if you find it, you would not stand a chance against it. Golden Immortal? The four gasped in astonishment. The cow was indeed at the Golden Immortal Realm? How could it possess such a high cultivation level, not to mention being a thief? Had the world become so terrifying? Qi Menglan fell silent for a moment before addressing Xie Chen. Master, might you devise a strategy for us? We need not defeat it. We merely wish to reclaim what it has stolen. Xie Chen, intrigued, asked, What is it that you seek? Is it of great importance to you? They all nodded in affirmation. Ao Jiao interjected. Master, it is a treasure map leading to a great secret, the only one of its kind in the world. Should we uncover this great secret, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation across the continent. Given its significance, how did you come by it? Xie Chen inquired. His curiosity piqued regarding the origin of the treasure map rather than the great secret itself. Master, it was passed down from our ancestors, exclaimed Xiong Quan. The Divine Mountain, where the Xiong clan has lived in seclusion for generations. Ao Jiao and the others ventured to the Divine Mountain after departing from the Zhuke Immortal City. There, they discovered a treasure map, abstract yet imbued with an air of divinity. They presented it to the clan chief of the Xiong clan, who revealed that it was crafted by a revered ancestor who had recently passed away. After returning from an expedition, the ancestor had exhibited peculiar behavior, seemingly tainted by some unknown force, before soon entering into eternal rest. Moreover, he had perished by self-immolating his soul. just before his demise. He sketched a map and concealed it, leaving behind a cryptic message. This object pertains to a great secret of the world. Evidently, he had encountered something extraordinary. Yet fear had rendered him mute. The Xiong clan, having withdrawn from worldly affairs, showed little interest in such great secrets. However, Ao Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. And both Qi Minglin and Chang Mengxian were equally intrigued. Was this great secret perhaps a celestial treasure or a genuine artifact of the immortal emperors? If they were to uncover it, they would surely prosper. Thus, the four embarked on a quest for the great secret. Yet, shortly after descending the divine mountain, they were accosted by a yellow-furred cow, which snatched away their treasure map. This humiliation was intolerable. Understanding the circumstances, Xie Chen felt little inclination to involve himself further. Very well, if you wish to find it, let us commence negotiations. Sometime later, Qi Minglin and her companions emerged from the Hall of Heavenly Path. Qi Minglin held a jade slip provided by Xie Chen, containing the location of the Xuanquan divine cow. Chang Mengxian held a golden cow figurine, its likeness identical to that of the yellow-furred cow they had encountered. With it, they could bind the thieving bovine. I have lost a precious dragon clan artifact. I hope this great secret does not disappoint me, Ao Jiao lamented. Fear not, since it is left by our esteemed ancestor, it must possess significant treasures. Xiong Quan reassured her. Are you all here as well? Suddenly, a voice reached the ears of the four. They halted and turned to see a woman accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Are you Mo Xiaoxi? The four recognized the identity of the woman. She was none other than the granddaughter of the Lord of the Divine Strategy House, Mo Xiaoxi. Long time no see, Mo Xiaoxi smiled and greeted them. Indeed. It has been a while. Are you here to see the master as well? Qi Minglin asked. Mo Xiaoxi nodded. Are you too? You seem to have just come down from the mountain. Well, we also have matters to discuss with the master. At that moment, Ao Jiao noticed the elderly gentleman beside Mo Xiaoxi. Oh, who is this grandpa? He seems quite formidable. The elder, dressed in simple garments, with gray-white hair and a weathered appearance, exuded a majestic aura that demanded respect. Mo Xiaoxi introduced, this is my grandfather. I have come along specifically to visit the master with him. Grandfather? The four gasped in surprise. Having spent considerable time in the Tianchen Continent, they were aware of the various powers and their hierarchies. Since Mo Xiaoxi was the granddaughter of the Lord of the Divine Strategy House, her grandfather must be none other than the esteemed Shenguzi. Shenguzi stroked his beard, smiling as he addressed them. Greetings, young friends. Xiaoxi has spoken highly of your exploits in the legacy realm, where you valiantly opposed the first Void Sparrow. Your performance was indeed remarkable. Oh no, Senior Shengu. You flatter us, the four responded, somewhat flustered. Shenguzi was a quasi-emperor, and receiving praise from such a figure left them awestruck and at a loss for words. Mo Xiaoxi said, we shall take our leave now. My grandfather and I will head up the mountain to see the master. The four nodded in agreement, watching as Mo Xiaoxi and Shenguzi made their way toward the Hall of Heavenly Path. Subsequently, Qi Minglin and her companions departed from Xixiao Mountain, setting out to locate the whereabouts of the yellow-furred cow thief. Within the Hall of Heavenly Path, the venerable Shenguzi bowed respectfully to Xie Chen, saying, I, the aged Shenguzi, pay my respects to the master of the hall. Mo Xiaoxi also bowed beside him. Xie Chen nodded, gesturing for them to take their seats. Is this the esteemed Shenguzi, the one who has uttered the prophetic words of destiny? Just as Qi Minglin and her companions departed, Mo Xiaoxi arrived with her grandfather for a visit. Coincidentally, Shenguzi took a seat and once again bowed respectfully to Xie Chen. I have long heard of the illustrious title of the Hall Master. Alas, burdened by myriad affairs, I have only now come to pay my respects, which is indeed my oversight. Upon entering the Hall of Heavenly Dao, Shenguzi was momentarily taken aback, marveling at its extraordinary presence. The melodious celestial sounds enveloped his ears, and it seemed as though a divine essence was safeguarding this hall. Even he, it appeared, could not contend with it. Indeed, the Hall of Heavenly Dao was truly wondrous. Unlike any other. Xie Chen smiled faintly. There is no need for such formality. I must admit, I hold great admiration for you. The ability to deliver such prophecies is nearly unparalleled across other continents. By this merit alone, you stand unrivaled in the realm of divination among all lands. You flatter me. Hall Master, in comparison to your greatness, my modest abilities are but childish play, Shenguzi replied humbly. You are a deity of this age, and only you possess the capacity to guide the future of all beings. Chapter 581. The treasure map put up for sale? In response to Shenguzi's praise, Xie Chen merely smiled, revealing little emotion. After exchanging pleasantries, Shenguzi clasped his hands together and said, Hall Master, besides coming to pay my respects, I also seek your counsel regarding a matter. Oh, you, who can glimpse into destiny, What could possibly elude your foresight to the extent that you require my guidance? Shen Guzi chuckled softly. You honor me too much, Hall Master. Although I can barely observe the threads of fate, there are still matters beyond my reach. Xie Chen gestured for him to continue. Shen Guzi sighed lightly, his expression growing solemn. Regrettably, Hall Master, in recent days I have made another prophecy. Yet this time it has left me restless and anxious. What prophecy? Xie Chen's demeanor remained calm. After a moment of silence, Shen Guzi finally spoke. The onset of calamity. The onset of calamity? Xie Chen remained largely unfazed, responding coolly. Of human origin? Shen Guzi shook his head. I cannot ascertain, but it does not appear to be so. There exists a power beyond my grasp. I glimpsed but a fragment of that realm, and could only discern an ominous thread. Should even a drop of that dark essence descend, it could reduce the Tianchen Continent to ashes. As he spoke, Shen Guzi's expression grew increasingly grave, mirrored by Mo Xiaoxi's concern. Though her grandfather was renowned for his divination, he was still a quasi-emperor. If he felt so powerless, then it must indeed be a force beyond his comprehension, not merely any ordinary emperor's strength, but likely a calamity that even an emperor could not prevent. This prophecy had not been disclosed by the Divine Strategy House. One reason was to avert panic, and the other was the uncertainty surrounding the nature of this impending chaos. Even if they knew, how could they possibly resolve it? After much contemplation, it seemed only the Hall Master of the Heavenly Dao possessed the strength to address such matters. After all, he was someone who could not even be bested by the likes of Zhu Ke and the Yintian Emperor, who had instead faced his retribution. This indeed piqued Xie Chen's interest. With a slight smirk, he turned to Shen Guzi. So, you wish for me to intervene and uncover the nature of this force? Shen Guzi was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled. I am merely curious. As this is a power even I cannot fathom, I am eager to witness it. Of course, should you be willing to assist, I would be immensely grateful. Whatever your requirements, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. With that, Shen Guzi produced a precious item, evidently intended as an offering to Xie Chen. Though he was not fully aware of the customs of the Hall of Heavenly Dao, he understood enough to realize this was premeditated. This was fortuitous, as it spared Xie Chen the need to request anything. Upon a casual inspection, Xie Chen discovered it was worth a staggering 8 million in Dao value. This exceeded the worth of the floating pagoda wall provided by the Yintian Emperor by more than half. Xie Chen regarded Shen Guzi and nodded. It is rare to encounter such a thirst for knowledge. It is indeed commendable. With that, he accepted the item before him. In light of your intellectual curiosity and my favorable impression of Xiaoxi, I shall assist you this once. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoxi couldn't help but lower her head. Her cheeks faintly flushed. Why, all of a sudden, was the Hall Master speaking of me? Shen Guzi felt a surge of joy in his heart and bowed deeply. I am grateful to you, Hall Master. Xie Chen began his calculations. Ding, deducting 3 million Dao value. System calculated. 3 million Dao value? Such an expenditure is rather substantial. It appears that Shen Guzi's prophecy is indeed extraordinary. Moments later, Xie Chen received his answer and addressed Shen Guzi. I have discerned the specifics of your prophecy. What? Shen Guzi was momentarily stunned by Xie Chen's sudden proclamation, left speechless. Surely he had not misheard. Xie Chen claimed to know the precise details of that prophecy. Although he had surmised that the Hall Master possessed a calculation ability, perhaps even superior to his own, the rapidity with which Xie Chen had unraveled it was astonishing. He had spent several days merely to glimpse some aspects and formulate his own prophecy. Yet, within mere moments, Xie Chen had grasped it entirely, as if it were a simple drink of water. Such speed was nothing short of miraculous. Mo Xiaoxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Her expression filled with astonishment. Only those who had ventured into the realm of divination could comprehend the magnitude of what Xie Chen had just articulated, especially considering it likely entailed the power of an emperor. Even her grandfather, after expending so much time, could only discern a fraction. Now it seemed, in the blink of an eye, Xie Chen had mastered it all. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Both Shen Guzi and Mo Xiaoxi had no doubt regarding Xie Chen's assertions, which only heightened their astonishment. Meanwhile, Xie Chen appeared oblivious to their reactions, instead intrigued by the revelations of his earlier calculations. He had not anticipated the involvement of so many figures, even the forbidden celestial treasures. A day later, following the directions indicated by the jade slip, Qi Minglin and her companions arrived at the foot of a mountain. Numerous cultivators frequented the area, including some from powerful factions. Where was that bull? Just wait until you meet my grandmother. She will teach it a lesson. Ao Jiao exclaimed, filled with indignation, clutching the golden bull figurine and scanning the surroundings for the Xian Kuan divine bull. Strangely, Chong Mengxian observed the surrounding cultivators, noting that each of them held a map that seemed remarkably familiar. What is this? Xiong A Quan intercepted one individual and seized the map from his grasp. Upon closer examination, his eyes widened in shock. What are you doing? In broad daylight, are you attempting a robbery? Don't think that just because you resemble a bear, I am intimidated by you. The stout bear-like figure, Xianxiaquan, paid no heed to the man, turning instead to summon Ao Jiao, Qi Menglan, and Chang Mengxian. Upon seeing the map in Xianxiaquan's possession, the three women gasped in astonishment. Isn't that our treasure map? How did it end up in your hands? Ao Jiao exclaimed in disbelief. What do you mean, your treasure map? This is something I purchased. The man snatched the map back from Xianxiaquan's grasp, hastily tucking it into his bosom. Qi Menglan interjected, Esteemed brother, we have no intention of taking your belongings. However, you mentioned that you bought it. Might we inquire where you procured it? If you venture a few steps further, you shall encounter a yellow-haired cow peddling its wares. It possesses many such maps, and I acquired this one from it. A yellow-haired cow. Upon hearing this, the four women were taken aback. It was evident that this yellow-haired cow was none other than the rogue who had pilfered their treasure map. Could it be that the thief has the audacity to sell our map? Without a moment's hesitation, they hurriedly advanced onward, disregarding everything else. What a perplexing bunch. Yet, why does it feel as if I've seen them before? Chapter 582, The Great Deceiver, the Xianxiaquan Divine Cow. The four women pressed on, and soon they beheld a throng of people congregated, obstructing the wide mountain path. Clap, clap. At the center of the crowd, a yellow-haired cow sat upon the ground, its hooves striking a stack of yellow paper resembling maps, which were rolled together against a wooden table. Commence. Silence, everyone. Listen closely as Grandpa Cow shares an extraordinary tale. The Xianxiaquan Divine Cow proclaimed with a mysterious smile, addressing the gathered crowd, Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all familiar with the master of the Heavenly Dao Palace? Of course, in the present realm of Tianchen Continent. Who does not recognize the master of the Heavenly Dao Palace? They are a being so formidable that even the combined might of Zhu Ke and the Emperor of Intian cannot rival them. Indeed, though I have never witnessed the grandeur of the master of the Heavenly Dao Palace, those who have entered the sacred ground speak of them as a figure of divine stature. Exactly. The crowd nodded in agreement, their expressions shifting to one of reverence and admiration at the mention of the master of the Heavenly Dao Palace. Well then, this will be a simple matter. Today, what Grandpa Cow is about to reveal is intricately linked to the master of the Heavenly Dao Palace. Is that truly the case? Do you possess some secret knowledge regarding the master? Listen carefully, for in a distant era, within our very own Tianchen Continent, there existed a celestial turtle of immense power wreaking havoc. This is no exaggeration. This was a genuine celestial beast of imperial caliber, its strength rivaling that of the Zhu Ke. In those times, it commanded the elements, invincible and unparalleled, leaving no one capable of subduing it within the Tianchen Continent. Surely you jest. A celestial beast? I have lived on the Tianchen Continent for over 100 years and have never heard of such a tale. In merely a century, what could you possibly know? What I speak of are ancient secrets that span eons. If you do not wish to listen, then be gone. The man promptly fell silent. The Xianxiaquan Divine Cow cleared its throat and continued. During that epoch, due to the mischief of this celestial turtle, the Tianchen Continent was filled with lamentations, leaving the various factions with no recourse. Fortunately, shortly thereafter, a celestial being clad in white emerged and slew the turtle. The battle was one that shook the heavens and moved the spirits. Although the celestial turtle was powerful, this white-clad immortal was even mightier before them. The turtle was akin to an ant, utterly defenseless. An imperial-level celestial beast rendered powerless? How terrifying. Could it be that this immortal is? Indeed, it is none other than the master of the Heavenly Dao Palace. The Xianxiaquan Divine Cow struck the table once more. After vanquishing the celestial turtle, the master refined its remains, for even in death, the value of a celestial beast of imperial caliber is unfathomable. To benefit future generations, the master sealed the refined remains in a highly confidential location. That place remained undiscovered for several epochs, awaiting a fated individual to gain entry. As the crowd absorbed the Xianxiaquan Divine Cow's narrative, they found it hard to believe, their hearts overwhelmed with astonishment. So the Heavenly Dao Palace has long existed within the Tianchen Continent, and it once eradicated a celestial turtle, saving countless lives. With the master of the Heavenly Dao Palace among us, it is indeed a blessing for our Tianchen Continent. Alas for the celestial turtle. If only we could locate this secret place. Suddenly, the Xianxiaquan Divine Cow smiled knowingly, sensing an opportunity. This young brother speaks wisely. Indeed, an opportunity now lies before you. With that, the Xianxiaquan Divine Cow displayed the map it held in its hoof to the crowd. Behold this yellow paper. This is the map to the secret location. What? The crowd gasped in shock at the sight of the map in the Xianxiaquan Divine Cow's possession. This map could lead them to the refined remains of the celestial beast. Is this for real? To be honest, I stumbled upon the land of celestial fortune left behind by the master of the Heavenly Dao Palace by mere chance. Everything I have recounted comes from the records of that place. Moreover, I discovered this map there, personally drawn by the master of the Heavenly Dao Palace. I was overjoyed. But upon reflection, I realized that the master, who cared for all beings, destroyed the turtle. How could I, knowing the master's grandeur, keep such a treasure to myself? Thus, I made a decision that defied my ancestors' teachings, to share this map with all cultivators across the realm. Excellent. As the words fell, the crowd erupted in applause, their faces alight with excitement, marveling at the selflessness of the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine cow. Bathed in the glow of their admiration, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine cow feigned a righteous demeanor. Truly, Grandpa Cow is a hero. I am deeply impressed, exclaimed an onlooker, an elder from a prominent sect. However, this map. The elder observed the map with a hint of skepticism. The front bore the words Great Secret at the end point, while the reverse was stamped with the words One of a Kind, albeit in a rather unsightly scrawl. Notably, a paw print reminiscent of a bear's adorned the map. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine cow paused momentarily before waving its hoof dismissively. Pay no heed to these trivial imperfections. What we should focus on is the intrinsic content recorded on the map. However, in order for me to account for this back at the cow family, it cannot be given away for free. Just 10 spirit stones, and you may take this map home. Only 10 spirit stones? So affordable. I shall purchase it. I want one too. Count me in. The crowd clamored, eager to procure the map from the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine cow. As the spirit stones poured in, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine cow reveled in delight. What a bunch of simpletons, no matter the continent. These people are eternally naive. Ha! In the distance, Ao Jiao, Qi Minglin, Chang Mengxian, and Xiong Aquan watched this spectacle unfold, their eyes aflame with fury. You wretched beast, not only have you stolen our treasure map, but you dare to flaunt your deceit here. Ao Jiao scolded the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull loudly, startled by her voice. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull turned to see Ao Jiao and her companions, a flicker of alarm crossing its mind. What brings you here? It would be wise to retreat, it thought, perhaps feeling guilty and fearing exposure. In a flurry, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull hurriedly gathered its belongings and dashed away. Don't run. Ao Jiao and the other three immediately pursued it. Maps scattered into the air, fluttering around. One of these maps was caught by a delicate jade hand. What is this? Chapter 583, Entering the Burial Lake of Immortals. The speaker was Mo Xiaoxi. At that moment, amidst the chaotic scramble for maps, no one paid her any heed. Staring at the map in her hand, Mo Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback. She then hurried towards two figures behind her, an elderly man and a man in white robes. Palace Master, take a look at this map, she said, presenting it to Xie Chen. At that moment, Xie Chen had adopted a different appearance. The elderly man was, of course, Shen Guzi, appearing unremarkable, like an ordinary mortal. Xie Chen glanced at the map. To his astonishment, the location it depicted was identical to the one calculated by the system the previous day. The burial lake of immortals, as legend has it, is a remnant of epochs past, entombing countless beings of various eras. They were indeed not mistaken. This was entangled with a grand secret. Xie Chen remarked. Shen Guzi wore an expression of doubt. Having visited the hall of Heavenly Dao yesterday, he had finally grasped the prophecy he had made a few days prior. He did not expect that a map would now lead there. Could it be mere coincidence? Yet, such a coincidence seemed too far-fetched. Let us proceed, Xie Chen said, showing little interest in the map as he headed towards the burial lake of immortals. Shen Guzi and Mo Xiaoxi followed closely behind, their curiosity piqued, yet they refrained from overthinking it since Xie Chen had not offered any further explanation. A day later, in an ancient mountainous region, this was the entrance to the burial lake of immortals, as noted on the map. Many had arrived here, guided by the map. You are cheating. You've gone and found a powerful ally. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull grumbled beside Qi Minglin and the others, its face a mask of displeasure. Here it was, a proud divine bull, subdued by three young maidens and a scruffy bear clan lad. Thankfully, it was not in the Tianchen Continent. If acquaintances had seen it, the embarrassment would have been monumental, rendering it unable to show its face there again. Humph. Ao Jiao retorted. You brought this upon yourself, stealing our unique treasure map and splitting it into multiple copies to sell. Do you realize that it is a one-of-a-kind treasure map? Now that you've made it widely known, I truly wish I could slap you into oblivion. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull scoffed, utterly unconcerned. I've robbed countless individuals. What are a few young maidens to me? You, however, you have indeed come here. I've seen the treasure map you possess, and it resembles something a child would draw. Do you really believe it hides some grand secret? Qi Minglin chuckled. Didn't you say it was personally drawn by the palace master of the Hall of Heavenly Dao? Are you now doubting the palace master's abilities? Chang Mengxian nodded in agreement. Meng Lin is correct. When I return to the Purple Cloud Mountain, I will recount every word this bull has said to the palace master without omission. At her words, the Xianxiakuan divine bull felt a pang of panic. Shoo! You little girl, don't speak carelessly. The powerful ally could be right here. If he hears you, I will be in serious trouble. Seeing the Xianxiakuan divine bull in such a state, Ao Jiao and the others couldn't help but laugh heartily. Everyone, we meet again, suddenly. A familiar voice reached their ears. Miss Mo, what brings you here? Qi Minglin inquired. Turning to look, they saw it was indeed Mo Xiaoxi. Ah yes. I acquired a map as well, and came here following its guidance. Really? I don't recall selling you one, the Xianxiakuan divine bull remarked skeptically. Mo Xiaoxi squinted her eyes and forced a smile. She had no choice. Her grandfather forbade her from accompanying them, as the burial lake of immortals was a remnant of epochs past, and her abilities were insufficient to delve deeper with them. May I join you? Mo Xiaoxi asked. Join us. Qi Minglin was taken aback by her request. No problem, Bear Quan replied without hesitation. Having an additional friend was a delightful prospect for him. After expressing her gratitude, Mo Xiaoxi approached them. Although Ao Jiao and the others felt puzzled, they didn't dwell on it. They had encountered Mo Xiaoxi a few times before, and she had left a very favorable impression on them. In the distance, some gazed towards Mo Xiaoxi's direction. Did you see that? That is the immortal Miss Mo from the Divine Strategy Bureau. Even she has arrived, which means this map is undoubtedly accurate. There must be treasures of the immortal emperor hidden within. Indeed, but how do we enter the burial lake of immortals? The map indicates this location but does not detail how to access it, they discussed. Not far behind them, an elderly man followed a young man like a servant. It was Xie Chen and Shenguzi. Palace Master, the burial lake of immortals is a burial site left by epochs past, appearing in the Tianchen Continent only once every few 10,000 years. However, I surmise that 3 days from now will mark the reappearance of the burial lake of immortals, at which point we shall be able to enter. Shenguzi informed Xie Chen. Hearing this, Xie Chen chuckled and shook his head. There's no need for such complications. As he spoke, Xie Chen extended a finger. A strand of ethereal Heavenly Dao essence emanated from his fingertip, flowing forward like a thread. Meanwhile, Qi Minglin, Chang Mengxian, and the others pondered how to enter the burial lake of immortals, finding themselves at a loss. The Xianxiakuan divine bull, already skeptical of any great treasure, simply lay on the ground, its hooves propped behind its head, lounging leisurely. We just need to wait, it remarked. Suddenly, Mo Xiaoxi smiled and interjected. It seems we are about to witness something. Qi Minglin and the others turned to her. Seeing her confidence, they wondered if she possessed some foreknowledge. The Xianxiakuan divine bull scoffed. If I can't discern anything special here, what can a mere child like you possibly see? Waiting is futile. It has appeared. It has appeared. Before the Xianxiakuan divine bull could finish its sentence, the crowd erupted in excitement. Before them loomed a massive entrance resembling a wormhole, as if it intended to engulf the entire ancient mountain. No way, you actually anticipated this. Could the map be genuine, truly concealing some grand treasure? The Xianxiakuan divine bull's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, Xiaoxi, you're incredible. You truly predicted this. Ao Jiao exclaimed, her expression brimming with excitement as she looked at Mo Xiaoxi. Qi Minglin, Chang Mengxian, and Bear Quan also began to admire her greatly. However, upon reflection, it is quite reasonable. After all, he is a descendant of the Divine Strategy Bureau, endowed with the ability to divine outcomes, and undoubtedly has foreseen all of this. Mo Xiaoxi merely smiled, saying little. This was not something she had predicted. She simply knew that Xie Chen was present. And with the Hall Master here, unlocking the burial immortal lake was merely a matter of time. Shenguzi was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't there still 3 days remaining? The burial immortal lake was forcibly opened, which seemed rather too simple. If such matters could be so easily controlled, the Hall Master's strength was indeed formidable. Once he regained his composure, Shenguzi nodded in bewilderment. He truly could not fathom the extent of Xie Chen's power. Chapter 584, The Corpse of the Elder. As the entrance to the burial immortal lake opened, Mo Xiaoxi, Qi Minglin, and the others stepped inside. Within the burial immortal lake, 10 full moons hung high in the sky, resembling twilight, filled with an aura of deathly silence, gloom, and darkness. So this is the burial immortal lake, the fabled relic of epochs past. Everyone, feel free to explore here, but the corpse of the celestial emperor's great turtle is mine. None shall covet it from me. What a joke. Who do you think you are? I am a disciple of the foremost family. That great turtle's corpse undoubtedly belongs to my esteemed lineage. No sooner had they entered the burial immortal lake than tensions flared among the group. Qi Minglin produced a map, and proceeded forward according to its guidance. These fools actually believe in the existence of a celestial emperor's great turtle. The Xian divine ox reveled in the sight of the crowd spinning in confusion. You have the gall to say that? Initially, only we knew of this. In such a short time, you have attracted so many rivals. It's infuriating. Ao Jiao shot at a glance, her face a picture of displeasure. What are you afraid of? Didn't you bring your grandpa, the ox, with me here? Who would dare vie with you for that so-called great treasure? Aquan, I didn't expect your ancestor to have entered such a place. Long Mingxian remarked. Xiong Aquan proudly replied. Naturally, my ancestor from the bear clan is incredibly powerful. Mo Xiaoxi cautioned, everyone, be vigilant. This is a relic of epics, fraught with many unknown dangers. Even we, if not careful, could meet our demise here. Mo Xiaoxi's words were not mere alarmism. The burial immortal lake entombed the sages of the past, and remnants of their powers lingered. Merely these residual forces could be insurmountable for them. Suddenly, a sound akin to a dragon's roar resonated throughout the area, startling everyone. They beheld a colossal dragon soaring in the dim canopy, its horns shattered, body decayed, resembling a dragon corpse, seemingly lifeless. My goodness, that's a dragon. Look at its body. It is highly decomposed. Even the bones are exposed. It must be dead. Is it possible that it can still fly after death? Perhaps some force compels it. This is the burial immortal lake, lamented an elder from a major sect. The burial immortal lake has entombed the histories of several epochs, when mighty beings perished. Some chose to inter themselves here. Life and death cannot truly be delineated here. As long as there is a breath, one can continue to exist. The only downside is that one's consciousness will gradually be eroded by the burial immortal lake, rendering them unable to leave, eternally bound to it. Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd fell into silence. To survive, even the faintest glimmer of hope would compel countless individuals to strive. Yet, if consciousness were lost, wouldn't that render one a mere shell? What would be the difference from being dead? In such a case, it might be better to embrace true death. Xie Chen and Shenyuzi also witnessed the decayed dragon corpse. Shenyuzi couldn't help but exclaim, this dragon, in its prime, I have seen, it was once a formidable being. I never anticipated that after death, it would be corrupted by the power of the burial immortal lake, becoming a mere puppet. Xie Chen remarked. Reluctant to enter the cycle of reincarnation, ultimately yearning to establish oneself in this life. In the end, one merely becomes bait for others. Shenyuzi nodded in agreement. Wow, a genuine dragon corpse. I have never seen one before. Ao Jiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the sight of the dragon corpse soaring above. Qi Minglin, Long Mingxian, and Mo Xiaoxi exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of peculiarity. After all, you are of the dragon lineage. Shouldn't seeing your kin's corpse evoke sorrow instead of excitement? Everyone, look over there. Suddenly, someone pointed towards the direction of a vast lake. The group turned in unison. In the murky mist above the lake, a shadow of a black boat became discernible. Upon closer inspection, they saw a figure standing at the bow, seemingly with arms crossed, slowly approaching them. Who is it? Has someone from the burial immortal lake come to guide us, a sage of the past? However, as the crowd discerned the figure's visage, a chilling dread enveloped them. It was a visage resembling that of a corpse-like elder, his cheeks long decayed, grayish-white beard stained with dried blood. His eye sockets were void of sight, leaving behind only hollow orbs, deep and dark, as if they were drawing the onlookers into an abyss. A wave of cold washed over the crowd, causing them to hold their breath. Suddenly, the Xian divine ox stepped in front of Qi Minglin and the others, extending its hooves to turn them away from the sight. Hey, what are you doing? Ao Jiao protested. Do not gaze into his eyes if you wish to live. The Xian divine ox warned, its expression unusually grave. Instantly, Ao Jiao froze. Qi Minglin, Long Mingxian, Mo Xiaoxi, and Xiong Aquan all stiffened in response. Soon, horrified screams erupted among them. They witnessed some individuals in the crowd begin to dissolve, followed by a resounding explosion as they transformed into clouds of blood mist. Those around were paralyzed with shock by this sudden turn of events, standing dumbstruck. Everyone, do not look into his eyes. The elder from the major sect seemed to realize the source of the issue and quickly turned away, shutting his eyes. The crowd followed suit. They observed that behind the elder on the black boat, numerous corpses emerged, their faces decayed, similarly devoid of eyes. The appearance of these individuals mirrored those who had just perished among them. Have they become his puppets? Xie Chen mused aloud. At this moment, Shenyuzi also closed his eyes. He seemed to sense an immense pressure. Such power was something he did not wish to endure. As the shadow of the black boat drew closer, it felt as if from the depths of their hearts, numerous ominous hands reached out, caressing their very cores. A shiver coursed through the crowd as they trembled, lips quivering, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. It was as if he sensed something. Suddenly, the elder on the boat gradually turned his head, fixing his gaze upon Xie Chen. The hollow eye sockets met Xie Chen's gaze. The expression of that terrifying, decayed elder momentarily froze. In the next instant, boom! The corpse of the old man exploded, shattering along with the ominous black ship. Camille's eyes flew open, and he turned his gaze towards Xie Chen, exclaiming, "Master." Xie Chen's expression remained calm and unruffled, as if he had merely dealt with a bothersome insect. "My goodness, I nearly perished." Gradually, the others also regained their composure. Collapsing onto the ground, their chests heaving as they gasped for breath, visibly shaken. They had scarcely entered the tomb of immortals when they had encountered a decaying dragon corpse soaring through the air. Subsequently, they faced a terrifying, putrid old man. Nearly losing their lives in the encounter, it was truly horrifying. Chapter 585, The Source of Chaos, arising from the forbidden celestial treasure. Is that creature dead? The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull released the 5 individuals from its grasp. Although puzzled as to why the old man had suddenly exploded, he was unconcerned as long as he remained unharmed. "Thank you." Qi Minglin expressed her gratitude, looking at the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull. It stood up abruptly, chest puffed out, hands on its hips, exuding an air of self-importance. "Now you recognize the prowess of your grandfather bull. Having saved your lives, you ought to show me proper gratitude." "You are so kind," Ao Jiao exclaimed, leaping forward to embrace the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull from behind. Hey, you little girl, get down, get down." "Who? That was truly perilous just now." Xiong Akun exhaled a sigh of relief. "Indeed," Zhang Mingxin agreed. "Thank goodness for that bull. If it weren't for it." "Little girl, I heard you. You should refer to me as grandfather bull, not some bandit bull. That is quite disrespectful. What was that decaying corpse of an old man about?" Mo Xiaoxi pondered deeply. "That must be a sage from the previous era, buried here, who harnessed the power of the tomb of immortals to sustain its existence," an elder from the crowd remarked. "This place is too perilous. I want to go back. Whatever that alchemical celestial turtle is, I no longer desire it. Preserving my life is paramount." "Return? What nonsense. Can you even go back? The entrance to the tomb of immortals is already sealed. Even if you wish to return, it is impossible. What shall we do then? So many have already perished just after entering the tomb of immortals. If we proceed further, will even more lives be lost? Fellow Taoists, this place is fraught with danger. We should refrain from internal strife and collaborate instead. What do you say?" "Your words ring true. I also believe it would be wise for us to act together." "Master, that person just now, he..." Camille's face was filled with suspicion. That old man's power was indeed formidable. Yet, it seemed there was a particular force within him. It was this force that instilled fear in him, causing him to dread any direct confrontation. Xie Chen remarked. "He has been infected." "Infected?" Camille's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed," Xie Chen replied. "Do you recall the ominous thread you glimpsed in the prophecy?" "Ominous?" Camille pondered, suddenly realizing. "Master, are you saying that the corpse we just encountered was resurrected by that very force?" Camille could discern that the old man had long since passed. Now merely a corpse. Unlike the previously seen dragon corpse, which, despite being eroded by the tomb of immortals, still retained a semblance of life. It was unclear why that old man was still animated. Ordinarily, the tomb of immortals should not have the power to resurrect the dead. Indeed, that entity has leaked out, infecting this place. The old man was merely the first to succumb to this infection. There must be more lurking within. As he spoke, Xie Chen's gaze shifted towards the lake. The dark mist loomed within the waters, and it appeared that deeper within that mist, more shadows were on the verge of emerging. Upon hearing this, Camille felt a tremor within, gripped by fear. Just that one old man, with the power emanating from him, had already exerted such pressure that he dared not confront it lightly. Now, Xie Chen claimed that deeper within the tomb of immortals lay even more individuals. Like that old man, infected by the ominous force. Camille shuddered to contemplate the calamity that would ensue if such a group were to reach the Tianchen Continent. "Master, what on earth is that force, capable of corrupting even the deceased sages interred here?" Camille couldn't help but inquire. Xie Chen smiled lightly, no longer keeping him in suspense. "That force is indeed formidable, an entity that no one in this world can withstand, not even some celestial emperors. It originates from a forbidden celestial treasure, the unmoored vessel." "What?" Camille's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xie Chen. "Master, did you just say? The forbidden celestial treasure?" His voice trembled, clearly shaken. Indeed, with Xie Chen's affirmative response, Camille stood momentarily stunned. The forbidden celestial treasure was known to him as the most powerful artifact in existence, whether in the lower realms or the upper celestial lands. The forbidden celestial treasure was always the mightiest presence, incomparable even to peak emperor artifacts. However, he had only heard of it in tales. Those who had witnessed it were exceedingly few. Now, Learning from Xie Chen that the source of this chaos stemmed from the forbidden celestial treasure left him astounded. Yet, Xie Chen added, although this thing originates from the unmoored vessel, it is somewhat different. Different? Do you mean to say? Xie Chen smiled again. You will understand once you see it. Come, we should delve deeper. Camille paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Soon after, Xie Chen and Camille's figures vanished from sight. Suddenly, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull gazed towards the direction from which Xie Chen had disappeared. Strange. I distinctly felt the presence of someone there. Could it be my imagination? As Xie Chen and Camille strolled across the surface of the Tomb of Immortals, it appeared as though they were merely walking, yet each step transcended infinite distances. Although it was a lake, it was indeed vast beyond measure, more expansive than the ocean itself. Roar! As the duo traversed the lake, various exotic beasts emerged from the depths, relentlessly attacking them. However, Xie Chen and Camille seemed oblivious to the onslaught, continuing their advance. Boom, boom. Fragments of the exotic beasts and rotting corpses plummeted onto the lake's surface, dark blood spreading and staining it black. Eventually, Xie Chen and Camille arrived at the shore and set foot on solid ground. Master, where are we? Camille inquired, puzzled by Xie Chen's actions. Weren't we headed to the source of the chaos? Why have we stopped here? The place resembled an island, yet it exuded a chilling and eerie aura, devoid of any signs of life, not even the scent of decay. Xie Chen smiled lightly. We have come here to meet someone. Meet someone? Camille was momentarily taken aback, yet he said nothing further. He sensed that it seemed as though everything was within Xie Chen's control. Such matters would simply take time to grow accustomed to. One wonders how the other members of the Heavenly Path Temple feel when they are in the presence of Xie Chen. Perhaps they have already grown numb to it. Chapter 586. The Master of the Burial Immortal Lake. Xie Chen and his companions stepped onto the island, and soon found themselves entering a cave. Within, it resembled a secluded realm, dark and eerie, filled with scattered skeletons, and the remains of strange beasts were ubiquitous. In that cavern lay a copper coffin, ancient and crumbling, exuding the remnants of an era long past. Xinguzi felt a surge of unease within. He sensed an unusual aura. From the moment they set foot on the island, an invisible, sinister force seemed to weigh heavily upon him, instilling an inexplicable sense of oppression. Upon entering the cave, that feeling intensified. Surely, the person they sought must be located here. Shouldn't someone come out to welcome guests? Xie Chen said flatly. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. After countless millennia, it was unexpected that someone had come here again. Suddenly, a voice, ancient and frail, emanated from the copper coffin. The coffin stood upright, its lid creaked open, and an elderly man emerged, his eyes fluttering open. Xinguzi felt a chill run down his spine. This elder, garbed in simple robes like himself, bore a face that, while not decayed, was unsettlingly pale, resembling that of a true corpse. In an instant, Xinguzi, a quasi-emperor, was engulfed by a profound sense of danger. His instincts warned him that this elder's identity was anything but ordinary. Master, may I inquire who this is? Xinguzi asked. Xie Chen cast a glance at Xinguzi before turning his attention back to the elder in the copper coffin, smiling gently. Just a half-dead old fellow. But he is also the master of the burial immortal lake. Once, he could be deemed a figure who barely qualified as an immortal emperor. The master of the burial immortal lake? Xinguzi gasped, as if a legend had suddenly come to mind. The world knew only that the burial immortal lake was a remnant of an era, yet it was created by a formidable being. This being had personally buried an entire epoch, employing supreme techniques to refine it into an independent realm, thus forming the burial immortal lake. Could it be that this elder before them was the very one? The elder in the copper coffin gazed at Xie Chen and remarked, "It is rare in this world to find someone who remembers me. Your strength is remarkable. I wonder what matters have brought you to seek out this relic of mine." Xie Chen smiled faintly and replied, "I have come today to speak with you about the Tianchen Emperor and the Yuyang Immortal Emperor." Upon hearing the names of the Tianchen Emperor and the Yuyang Immortal Emperor, the expression of the elder in the copper coffin visibly faltered. Tianchen Emperor? Yuyang Immortal Emperor? Xinguzi, too, was taken aback. He had some recollection of these two immortal emperors. The mere thought of the Yuyang Immortal Emperor made Xinguzi sigh, a hint of regret and helplessness flickering in his eyes. The Tianchen Emperor was the ruler of the Tianchen Immortal Mansion, while the Yuyang Immortal Emperor belonged to the Spirit Tree clan, kin to the Spirit Tree clan Xie. However, for reasons unknown, the Yuyang Immortal Emperor had vanished without a trace hundreds of thousands of years ago. As for the Tianchen Emperor, it was known that he had ascended to the sacred Immortal Continent. Yet, no news had ever surfaced regarding the Yuyang Immortal Emperor. To this day, within the Xianling Continent, there were no records of him, as if he had never existed. Aside from a few figures of the older generation, most were scarcely aware of his existence. Hee hee. The elder in the copper coffin suddenly chuckled. You jest, my friend. I am merely a remnant left over from an era, having never left this place. How could I possibly be related to the two immortal emperors you mentioned? Xie Chen regarded him with indifference. Do not tell me you have completely forgotten the transaction made between you and the Tian and Yuan emperors? The elder fell silent. A transaction? Shen Guzi was taken aback. Looking at the elder in the copper coffin, what kind of dealings had this elder engaged in with those two immortal emperors? Xie Chen continued, long ago. The Tian emperor and the Yuan immortal emperor sought you out, leaving that ominous power within the burial immortal lake. In return, you demanded an immortal emperor's true treasure to replenish your waning fate, ensuring your power would not dissipate. They agreed to your request, yet now, you dare not acknowledge this matter? The elder in the copper coffin remained silent, before finally letting out a deep sigh. Indeed, I did engage in a transaction with those two immortal emperors. Shen Guzi regarded the elder in confusion. If a transaction had indeed taken place, why had he denied it earlier? The elder replied, in the past, when the Tian emperor and the Yuan immortal emperor entrusted that ominous power to me, I too was taken aback. That force emanated from a forbidden treasure, dark and immensely powerful, capable only of being restrained by the power of the burial immortal lake. Thus, I sealed it deep within the lake, promising them I would guard it, ensuring it would never leak out. However, at this point, the copper coffin elder fell silent once more, his head bowed slightly. However, you violated the agreement and sought to usurp that power, Xie Chen said, his expression unchanging. The elder looked at Xie Chen, sighing softly. I had no choice. Although they provided me with an immortal emperor's true treasure, it merely delayed the inevitable decay of my power. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and now, that treasure is no longer sufficient to sustain me. If this continues, soon, both I and the burial immortal lake shall be obliterated. Xie Chen, unfazed, replied coolly. Thus, you turned your attention to that ominous power, attempting to use its strength to mend your lost fate. The elder remained silent for a moment before nodding. Regrettably, I failed. That power is far too formidable. It is beyond my control. Moreover, it has since leaked out, and now I have no means to rectify the situation. Is that so? Shen Guzi grasped the situation entirely. The source of the predicted calamity was indeed caused by this elder before them. The power of the forbidden treasure was something even high-ranking immortal emperors struggled to control, let alone this elder who lacked a complete fate. I must say, you are quite arrogant and foolish. Xie Chen shook his head. In the past, the Tian emperor also became tainted by that ominous power, and in the end, he only managed to transfer it at the cost of a dear friend's sacrifice. With your current strength, how could you have been so presumptuous as to think you could control it? The elder said nothing, gazing at Xie Chen for a while before sighing. Alas, it is too late for regrets. I wonder if you might possess a method to resolve this matter? Chapter 587. The future speculated by Mo Xiaoxi. Xie Chen smiled and looked at him, saying, what do you think? Upon hearing this, the elder in the copper coffin paused. Contemplating, I dare not presume to speculate upon your thoughts, my friend. However, this matter is of great significance. If that power continues to leak and cannot be contained, not only the burial immortal lake, but also the Tianchen Continent, and even other realms shall suffer dire consequences. Should you possess a means to avert this calamity, I would willingly sacrifice this broken body without a hint of resentment. The elder of the copper coffin clasped his hands and bowed to Xie Chen. After a moment of scrutiny, Xie Chen remarked, I shall remember your words. Very well, I have come here for this purpose, so lead the way. The copper coffin elder felt a surge of joy in his heart, bowed once more to Xie Chen, and stepped out of the copper coffin. After some time, Qi Minglin and others, along with several cultivators, ventured towards the burial immortal lake, flying for quite a distance. What a foul stench. Why are there so many carcasses of strange beasts here? Ao Jiao gazed at the floating fragments of the creatures on the lake's surface, the acrid smell assaulting her nostrils, causing her to pinch her nose. Qi Minglin remarked, these beasts are formidable. Their blood has yet to dry. It seems they have only just perished. So many powerful beasts. Who could have slain them all? Chang Mingxian expressed her astonishment. Even in death, she could sense the might of these creatures in their prime. The fact that so many formidable beings were slain instantaneously indicated an overwhelmingly terrifying power from their assailant. Xiong Quan scratched his head. Could it be that the rotting corpse elder did this? Xiaoxi, what are your deductions? Ao Jiao turned her gaze towards Mo Xiaoxi. At that moment, Mo Xiaoxi floated in the air, her eyes closed, calculating the potential dangers they might face at the burial immortal lake. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, her expression turning grave. Xiaoxi, what did you find? Is it serious? Please don't scare me, Ao Jiao said, feeling her own anxiety rise in response to Mo Xiaoxi's demeanor. It's nothing. Mo Xiaoxi shook her head. I did foresee some matters, but they pertain not to the burial immortal lake, but rather to the Tianchen Continent. The Tianchen Continent? What has happened there? Mo Xiaoxi fell silent. In her calculations, she glimpsed a vague future. It appeared that soon, the Tianchen Continent would undergo some upheaval. She, along with Ao Jiao, Qi Minglin, Chong Mingxian, and other prodigies, would unite to confront a single individual, one who seemed to be the first Void Sparrow. Moreover, during this confrontation, 3 unfamiliar, yet immensely powerful individuals would be present. Suddenly, Mo Xiaoxi glanced towards Qi Minglin and Chong Mingxian. The two, caught off guard by her gaze, froze momentarily. Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Qi Minglin inquired. Mo Xiaoxi smiled softly. It's nothing. I will tell you both once we leave this place. Xiaoxi, I want to know too. Ao Jiao pouted, addressing Mo Xiaoxi. In response to Ao Jiao's request, Mo Xiaoxi merely smiled in return. I saw all of you in that fragment of the future, which suggests that our expedition to the burial immortal lake should allow us to survive. That's splendid. Does that mean we can indulge freely? Xiong A Quan exclaimed with excitement. Mo Xiaoxi shook her head. The future is inherently fraught with uncertainties. Even if one foresees their fate, deliberately seeking death leads only to premature reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Xiong A Quan fell silent once more. Young ladies, there are abundant treasures beneath. Come down quickly. The Xian Kuan divine bull emerged from the lake, its hooves clutching 2 glowing spirit pearls, seemingly having discovered many valuable items below. Even some surrounding cultivators jumped into the lake, exclaiming joyfully while clutching various treasures. Treasures! I'm coming. Ao Jiao exclaimed, diving into the lake, entirely forgetting her earlier remarks about the lake's foul odor. We should join her. Qi Minglin, Chong Mingxian, and Mo Xiaoxi followed suit, leaping into the water. Aren't we supposed to be uncovering a great secret? Why is everyone jumping in? Xiong A Quan lamented, ultimately following them into the lake. Deep within the burial immortal lake, the distance from Qi Minglin and the others was immeasurable. Here, the eerie atmosphere had thickened to an indescribable degree. Those lacking sufficient strength would find their minds invaded merely by sensing a hint of this aura, rendering them devoid of consciousness. Xie Chen, Shen Guzi, and the Copper Coffin Elder arrived at this location. Before them, a swirling mass of chaotic black water hovered in the air, flowing like an abyss. Surrounding it were layers of celestial emperor runes entwined, which, along with the power of the burial immortal lake, managed to suppress this chaotic black water. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a small gap in one of the celestial emperor runes, insignificant indeed, almost imperceptible. Yet, it was precisely this minute opening that leaked an ominous essence capable of eroding the entirety of the burial immortal lake, leading it to ruin. Fellow Taoist, this is the source of that power. My haste once led to an irreparable calamity. I humbly request your assistance. The Copper Coffin Elder clasped his hands and bowed deeply again to Xie Chen. It's not entirely dire. It is troublesome, yet solvable, Xie Chen remarked, glancing at Shen Guzi. You have seen enough. For now, depart and seek your granddaughter. Master. Shen Guzi wished to stay and observe how Xie Chen would resolve the black water. However, Xie Chen shook his head, signaling him to leave. Reluctantly, Shen Guzi sighed, bowed to Xie Chen, and departed. The Copper Coffin Elder watched Shen Guzi leave before retracting his gaze, focusing back on the task at hand. Let us commence. Xie Chen smiled at the Copper Coffin Elder, then extended his hand towards the hovering black water. Immediately, the layers of celestial emperor runes began to detach from the black water. Xie Chen did not seek to repair the celestial emperor runes, but rather intended to strip them away entirely, seemingly planning to restore them with his own power. The Copper Coffin Elder stood quietly by, observing. Once all the celestial emperor runes had fallen away, the chaotic black water was fully exposed within this space. The Copper Coffin Elder's lips curled into a smile upon witnessing this. Fellow Taoist, your strength is truly remarkable, with several layers of celestial emperor runes. I never anticipated they would be so easily obliterated by you. His tone had shifted from before. Xie Chen replied with a faint smile. It's adequate. However, the question now is how to deal with it. Allow me to assist you. The Copper Coffin Elder exclaimed, leaping forward to grasp the chaotic black water, then swallowing it whole. In the next moment, the Copper Coffin Elder emitted a heart-wrenching scream, a dark energy erupting from him, unleashing a terrifyingly ominous aura. Within his pupils, a twisted liquid resembling black water could be distinctly seen flowing. Such a vast, ominous presence was infinitely stronger than the malevolence he had felt when controlling Ling Guang. Observing this, Xie Chen nodded. Indeed, you have aided me. Now I know how to resolve this. Chapter 588, The Rupture with the Master of the Burial Immortal Lake. Boom. Accompanied by the Copper Coffin Elder's anguished cries. An endless wave of ominous energy erupted from him, sweeping forth from the depths of the burial immortal lake in an instant. On the Tianchen Continent, the crowd beheld the once bright sky suddenly distorted by a chaotic, murky black tide anomaly. What is happening? This phenomenon in the sky is truly malevolent. Here it comes again. Not long ago, the ominous omens of the Tianchen Emperor and the vermilion bird manifested, and now yet another portent has emerged. The Tianchen Continent is indeed in a state of chaos. This truly aligns with the prophecy from the Divine Strategy House. The Grand Era begins, the new emperor arrives. Currently, various manifestations abound across the Tianchen Continent. Surely, these are signs foretelling the imminent arrival of the so-called Grand Era. Witnessing such phenomena, many influential figures exhibit a flicker of concern, while some others appear rather exhilarated, treating these omens merely as harbingers of the Grand Era, failing to draw deeper connections. The first Void Sparrow, the Corpse Extinction Immortal, the Yueshan Dynasty, the Brahma Sovereign, Lin Moran, and a host of other prodigies have all taken note of the ominous signs in the sky. The Corpse Extinction Immortal furrowed his brow, being of the corpse race. He is particularly sensitive to various malevolent presences. The twisting phenomenon in the sky resembles a dark tide. Such evil, even at the peak of their clan, remains unattainable. The immortal sea of all spirits, there lies the burial immortal lake. Could it be that the power emanating from the forbidden celestial treasure has gone awry? Xia's expression grew grave. First, the Tianchen Emperor's place of inheritance, and now the burial immortal lake, after hundreds of thousands of years. The endeavors of the Tianchen Emperor and the Yuyang Immortal Emperor are now facing issues. After so many years of effort, have we finally reached the end? The first family's patriarch chuckled coldly. Coming from the burial immortal lake, this is undoubtedly the power of that forbidden celestial treasure. With such manifestations appearing, it signifies that their fortune has run dry. It is time for our first family to take action. The first Void Sparrow gazed at the sky in silence, seemingly troubled. Recalling the warning uttered by Xie Chen back in the Vermilion Bird Immortal City, within the depths of the burial immortal lake, Shun Guzi paused for a moment. Turning back to glance, his brow furrowing slightly. With the temple lord present, there should be no issues, right? Xie Chen stood motionless, expressionless, as he watched the copper coffin elder. Gradually, as the elder's cries ceased, the chaotic aura surrounding him began to subside, as if he had managed to suppress the ominous power. The copper coffin elder turned to Xie Chen and smiled faintly. I must thank you for your assistance. Without your help, I would have been unable to resolve the Celestial Emperor's runes above. Long before, a drop of black water had leaked from a corner of the Celestial Emperor's runes, already corroding him. The eerie aura emanating from the island stemmed from this. A drop of black water was sufficient to suppress the dissipating power within him, replenishing the celestial mandate he was missing. Naturally, he desired more. Yet, with his current strength, he could only barely open a small gap in the Celestial Emperor's runes. Anything beyond that was beyond his reach. Xie Chen chuckled. You indeed reaped a benefit. But do you not fear that a moment's carelessness might lead to your consciousness being overtaken? Haha, my friend, you worry too much, the copper coffin elder replied. I am aware of this power's strength. Though it is perilous and a slight misstep could lead to my utter destruction, if I can master it, it could also grant me a new lease on life. It appears that events are unfolding just as I anticipated. To the world, it may seem inauspicious, but to me, it is a blessing. A blessing, you say? Xie Chen's tone turned icy. Do you truly believe you can control a force that even the Tianchen Emperor could not escape? In reality, you have already been overtaken by it, yet remain oblivious. A fool indeed. Humph. The copper coffin elder snorted coldly. The Tianchen Emperor was indeed formidable. But he had his limitations. He was not ruthless enough to ascend to the pinnacle of the great Tao. For his own sake, he buried an entire epoch. Given any chance to replenish his celestial mandate, he would not hesitate to consume this ominous power or bury another era. Xie Chen suddenly smiled. You should be grateful that the Tian and Yu Yang did not slay you back then. They trusted you, but little did they know you would ultimately betray them. I have abided by this agreement for hundreds of thousands of years. It is time I collect some interest. The copper coffin elder remarked, alas. The Tian Emperor is no longer here, and the Yu Yang Immortal Emperor is dead. Even if they were present, I would not fear them now. The elder narrowed his eyes at Xie Chen. My friend, considering the significant assistance you have provided, I will not make things difficult for you. It is time for you to take your leave. Upon hearing this, Xie Chen chuckled, though his laughter was somewhat frigid. Not make things difficult for me. No one in this world dares to speak to me in such a manner. The copper coffin elder sneered. Now you have heard it. I advise you to boom. Before the copper coffin elder could finish, Xie Chen delivered a kick to his cheek. The elder's face contorted, fracturing under the impact, revealing a rotting visage beneath his pallid features. The copper coffin elder's pupils quivered in shock as black blood mixed with fragments of flesh erupted from his mouth. Casting a glance at Xie Chen, this person dares to. With a thunderous crash, the copper coffin elder was sent flying, crashing into the depths of the lake. The entire burial immortal lake trembled violently in response. In the distance, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox, Ao Jiao, and Chong Mingxian, who were joyfully scavenging treasures at the lake's bottom, suddenly felt the ground quaking beneath them. Instantly, countless treasures surged forth from the depths of the lake. Wow! We have truly struck it rich. Ao Jiao exclaimed excitedly. Grandpa Nyo is here. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox rushed forward, eager to gather all the treasures in its grasp. What is happening? Shinguzi felt a jolt of alarm. The tremor just now had originated from the depths of the burial immortal lake. Could something have gone awry? Boom! The copper coffin elder burst forth from the lake's depths, his decaying features and shadowy eyes towering above, glaring down at Xie Chen. Xie Chen looked at him and smiled. Now you understand how to speak to me, don't you? The copper coffin elder regarded Xie Chen in silence, his eyes betraying anger, shock, and disbelief. Suddenly, his gaze darkened, and he spoke coldly. My friend, this is not a place for you to linger. Allow me to escort you out. Chapter 589, Exile Xie Chen. As his words fell, the copper coffin elder's gaze sharpened, and a dark aura erupted from his eyes, spreading outward in all directions. Boom, boom. The once twilight-like sky darkened at that moment, becoming even more sinister under the flickering of 10 full moons. The buried corpses of the sages within the burial immortal lake suddenly stirred, each one rising from the depths, breaking free from their coffins. With so many treasures, I truly did not come in vain. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox, scavenging at the lake's bottom, suddenly felt a tremor in its pupils. Sensing something amiss, it hurriedly gathered the treasures it had clutched in its hooves into its bag. Then, with a mighty leap, it seized Qi Minglan, Chong Mingxian, Ao Jiao, and Mo Xiaoxi, and Xiong propelling them all towards the lake's surface. What are you doing? I still haven't retrieved my precious treasure, Ao Jiao exclaimed. Extending her hand and gazing at the treasure that seemed to drift further away, her desperation nearly bringing her to tears. Treasure? Nonsense. If we don't flee now, our lives will be forfeit, the stern Xianxiaaudiobooks, the divine bull, admonished. The group fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed through the air as a celestial realm cultivator was pierced through by a decaying hand of a corpse. What is happening? Mo Xiaoxi thought, shock filling her heart. In the next instant, the lake's depths began to tremble, and countless corpses emerged from the ground. This is dire. These are the remains of the ancients buried here, and they have awakened. Everyone flee, an elder from a prominent sect urged. In their horror, the group abandoned their pursuits of treasures and hastily rushed towards the lake's surface. As the ominous aura of the copper coffin elder spread, a copper coffin materialized before him, adorned with ancient divine runes. It appeared even more decrepit and mysterious than the previous coffin he had encountered. Are you preparing for your imminent demise by bringing your own coffin? Xie Chen remarked with a faint smile. Unfazed by Xie Chen's mockery, the copper coffin elder maintained his composure. This is the epic burial coffin, forged from the essence of an entire era. Even some artifacts of celestial emperors cannot compare. An artifact of an era? I am intrigued to witness its true prowess, though I suspect it is merely grandiose boasting, Xie Chen replied nonchalantly. How ironic that you once labeled me arrogant. It is clear now that the truly arrogant one is you. The epic burial coffin can entomb even celestial emperors. How could you possibly resist it? The copper coffin elder declared, recalling that he had once buried an entire epic. The artifacts of epics are twofold, the burial lake for immortals and the epic burial coffin. The elder doubted Xie Chen's ability to contend with the might of an entire epic. Should you wish to test your mettle, I welcome the challenge. Xie Chen replied, his expression inscrutable. As you wish, my friend. The copper coffin elder coldly snorted, unleashing the epic burial coffin. The coffin's lid and body separated, enclosing Xie Chen within as they moved apart. With a thunderous rumble, the entire burial lake for immortals seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse. Even with the suppressive force of the burial lake, the tremors caused by the epic burial coffin were still profoundly intense. As the coffin body and lid gradually converged, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Xie Chen. It felt as if the weight of an entire epic bore down upon him, immense and unyielding. Even celestial emperors would struggle to withstand such force. The power of an entire epic is indeed formidable, Xie Chen acknowledged, feeling the pressure, though it posed no true threat to him. Suppress. The copper coffin elder bellowed. As the lid closed, the epic burial coffin began to envelop Xie Chen. Immediately after, the elder invoked supreme powers, manifesting a river of spatial energy that spanned from the heavens above the burial lake to the Tianchen Continent. The inhabitants of the Tianchen Continent were left in awe, their minds racing with questions. What is this phenomenon? First, the dark tide. And now this spatial river. Could such wonders exist in our realm? No, this is not a natural occurrence. It is the result of a powerful being manipulating the path of space. Impossible. If this is indeed a deliberate act, then the strength of the wielder must be beyond comprehension. Surely, only a celestial emperor could command such power. Various speculations echoed throughout the Tianchen continent. At this point, few still believed it heralded the arrival of some grand era. It felt more like a clash of titans. The Xiu clan, the first family, and the Beast Alliance were equally astounded by the spatial river that unfolded in the sky. Such power was beyond their reach. Could it be that the master of the burial lake possesses such mastery of the path? The head of the first family pondered aloud. Exile. The copper coffin elder opened a void space and thrust the epic burial coffin, along with Xie Chen, into it. Once this was accomplished, the elder sealed the void space and stroked his blood-stained beard. Falling into the void space makes it nearly impossible for even a celestial emperor to return. Fear not as you depart, my friend. He sensed Xie Chen's formidable prowess. The ease with which he erased celestial emperor runes and the impact of a single kick attested to this. Even having consumed the black water, the elder felt uncertain about suppressing Xie Chen. Thus, from the very beginning, the copper coffin elder had intended to use the epic burial coffin to exile Xie Chen, ensuring that even if he survived, he would not return for at least 100,000 years. Meanwhile, at a distance above the lake's surface, Qi Minglin and the other cultivators gazed at the sky, seemingly still in shock. What was that just now? Chang Mingxian exclaimed. The group appeared dazed, having just emerged from the lake when they noticed the change in their surroundings. A spatial river now graced the sky, filled with the profound resonance of the path. Such a stunning spectacle left them in awe. Forget about what that was. We are in grave danger. There are countless corpses beneath the lake. We must retreat. Ao Jiao urged. She is right. Let us not linger here any longer and press on. Qi Minglin agreed with a nod. You young ladies should not recklessly seek your demise. Formidable beings lie ahead. Xian Kun, the divine bull, warned, his expression grave. They are coming. At these words, Qi Minglin, Chang Mingxian, Ao Jiao, Mo Xiaoxi, and Xiong Quan were taken aback, turning their gazes towards the depths of the burial lake. From the dark mists above the lake's surface, shadows of black ships emerged. Countless figures stood aboard these vessels, their faces decayed and garments tattered, resembling skeletal remains of once mighty cultivators. As they approached, the sounds of their eerie arrival filled the air. Chapter 590. The Might of Xian Kun, the Divine Bull. These individuals were once the revered ancients buried here. How is it that they have all returned to life? An elder from a prominent sect gasped in horror, watching the relentless tide of ancient vessels advance towards them. Panic spread across their faces, a collective dread taking hold. This is it. We are doomed. I should never have entered this cursed burial lake. I sought the corpse of the celestial emperor, yet instead, I find myself surrounded by a horde of resurrected corpses. We shall all perish at their hands. It is all that damned bull's fault. Were it not for its lure, we would never have ventured here. Indeed, it is to blame. Xian Kun, the divine bull, furrowed his brow and turned to the speaker. You dare utter such words again? I assure you, you will not need those wretched beings on the ships to lay waste to you. I could do so myself in an instant. Upon hearing those words, the speakers were abruptly silenced. They almost forgot that the formidable bull was present. This bull possessed an awe-inspiring strength. Even some powerful factions had suffered at its hands during its previous venture of selling maps. If it claimed it could annihilate them, it could indeed fulfill that promise. A gaggle of blind fools dared to boast with such limited prowess. Should they provoke the esteemed bull again, a single stomp would suffice to end their existence. The Xian Kun divine bull did not hold back in chastising them. Qi Minglin interjected, let us not dwell on such matters. We must devise a means to extricate ourselves from this predicament. Mo Xiaoxi remarked, it seems these ruffians are not as terrifying as the withered old corpse we encountered earlier. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant and exercise caution. The Xian Kun divine bull smirked with confidence. Fear not, my dear girls. With your grandfather bull here, you shall remain unscathed. Suddenly, the lake trembled, and the remains of the ancient sages began to surface from the depths. The group gasped and swiftly took to the air above the lake. The morning sage lake was now teeming with spectral remnants, densely packed, leaving no place for footing. Accompanied by a cacophony of roars, the corpses began to charge toward them. They're coming for us. Ao Jiao exclaimed. It is time for your grandfather bull to shine. Pay close attention, girls. The Xian Kun divine bull grinned, descending towards the oncoming corpses. Instantly, the approaching ancient sage remains were once more suppressed back into the lake. The Xian Kun divine bull submerged into the water. In the next moment, it bellowed, its immense form erupting from the lake's surface, casting a shadow over the land as it raised its head and roared. Numerous ancient sage corpses were reduced to mere fragments, with countless others being violently thrown aside. With a fierce glare, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull lifted its hoof, commanding the waters of the morning sage lake to surge forth and struck at the advancing fleet of ancient sage vessels. A thunderous boom echoed as countless black ships were obliterated, along with the ancient sage corpses aboard, burying them beneath the waves. Wow, you are truly incredible. So powerful. Ao Jiao and Xiong marveled at the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull's display of strength, their eyes alight with admiration. The other cultivators were equally astounded. Although they knew the bull was formidable, they had not anticipated such overwhelming might. One strike had decimated so many fearsome vessels. Such power was terrifying indeed. Perhaps only a handful in the Tianchen Continent could rival it. Let us go all out, with so many of us here. Are we truly afraid of these corpses? Someone declared. Indeed, let us unite. Since these beings are already dead, let us ensure they remain so, erasing their very existence. Ha ha. With Boss Bull here, victory is assured. Witnessing the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull's prowess, the group felt a renewed fervor for battle. Even those who had previously criticized the bull now referred to it as Boss Bull. These characters are quite adept at shifting allegiances. Chong Mengxian observed with a sidelong glance at the crowd. Dreamlin, Mengxian, Ao Jiao, and Aquan. Take these, Mo Xiaoxi said, distributing several talismans to the four. Could it be? Qi Minglin gasped in surprise. Aren't these the talismans used by Mo Xiaoxi against the first Void Sparrow in Zhuke Immortal City? She managed to repel the first Void Sparrow with them. Are these talismans of the same kind? Mo Xiaoxi smiled reassuringly. I came well prepared for our venture to the Morning Sage Lake, so feel free to utilize them. Fantastic. I've longed to employ the talismans from the Divine Strategy Bureau. Ao Jiao exclaimed, excitement radiating from her. You are all but mere shadows of the past. Allow me to guide you to your final rest. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd, eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. It was him, the Saint Son of the Great Mountain Sect, a prodigy of remarkable renown. The Saint Son readied himself to showcase his prowess. The onlookers admired the formidable presence of the Great Mountain Saint Son. He brandished his sword and targeted a powerful ancient sage corpse on the lake's surface, delivering a decisive strike. Perish! As his blade descended. It bore the weight of a cataclysmic force. Yet, in a mere encounter, the ancient sage's hand pierced through his body, casting him into the lake. The crowd fell silent. Ahem, I retract my earlier statement, someone coughed. It is crucial to recognize one's own limitations. Do not incessantly pursue battles against foes beyond your capabilities. Life is singular. Once extinguished, it cannot be rekindled. After a moment of somber reflection, they too surged forth, each selecting their targets among the encroaching ancient sage corpses. Prepare to meet your end, once more, at the hands of your grandfather bull. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull roared, raising its hooves and preparing to strike down upon the black vessels ahead. At the bow of one vessel, a mid-stage golden immortal corpse rose, poised to engage. Clenching a decayed fist, it unleashed a formidable force towards the bull's hoof. With a resounding crash, the corpse's anguished scream echoed as its body was obliterated into fragments. Roar! The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull's roar resonated, its might undiminished. Amidst the violent tremors, the morning sage lake quaked as countless vessels and corpses were annihilated. Humph! A bunch of pathetic fools. Do they dare to challenge your grandfather bull? They ought to return and train for several million years. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull boasted, its gaze fixed fearlessly upon the relentless tide of black ships approaching. Witnessing the advancing forces, the ancient sage corpses began to scatter, parting to reveal a figure stepping forth from the lake's depths, a decayed elder exuding an overwhelming aura. Who is that? Among the crowd, an elder from a great sect recognized the apparition, his expression shifting dramatically. That visage was unmistakable. It was the legendary ancestor of the first family, First Hongtu. First Hongtu was supposed to be missing. He is here in the Morning Sage Lake, and he appears to be dead. The elder was struck by the realization of something utterly unfathomable. First Hongtu, the former ancestor of the first family, had vanished without a trace hundreds of thousands of years ago. The disappearance of a quasi-emperor, particularly one from the first family, had sparked widespread speculation at the time, yet ultimately yielded no conclusions. What the world did not know, however, was that First Hongtu had not simply gone missing. He had perished in battle. Once, he had fought against a quasi-emperor woman from the Spirit Tree clan, ultimately defeated and slain, buried within the Morning Sage Lake. Yet, for reasons unknown, the first family had proclaimed that First Hongtu was missing. A formidable presence has emerged. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull narrowed its eyes, an expression of grave concern dawning. This decayed elder was undeniably powerful. Even in death, lacking the peak strength of his living days. The aura he exuded remained profoundly terrifying. In life, his realm had undoubtedly been that of a quasi-emperor. Upon hearing the words of the ancient patriarch, several individuals involuntarily swallowed hard. Even the disciples of the foremost family felt a chill in their hearts at the sight of the decaying elder. They fervently prayed that the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull would eradicate their ancestor, preferably leaving no trace behind. The first Hong-Tu gazed at the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull, his hollow eyes resembling those of a malevolent spirit, instilling a sense of dread. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull, in turn, fixated on the first Hong-Tu, letting out a cold snort as its heavy breath billowed forth. Suddenly, the first Hong-Tu leaped, emitting a ghastly roar akin to that of a corpse. Unleashing an unparalleled might, he extended his hand, energy coalescing in his palm like a black hole, aimed directly at the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull. This is dire. We must retreat. Mo Xiao she was seized by fear and hurriedly called for Qi Minglin and Ao Jiao to withdraw. The others, realizing the imminent danger, abandoned their battles with the ancient corpses and fled backward, distancing themselves from the scene. Come forth. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull bellowed, its eyes blazing red, muscles rippling with power, its aura surging to its zenith. As the decayed hand of the first Hong-Tu trembled, the black hole of energy erupted from his palm like a beam of light. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull tightened its hooves, swinging its horns and charging with all its might and the strength of the divine wilderness towards the first Hong-Tu's day. A thunderous boom resonated as the black energy beam struck the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull. In an instant, the burial of a mortal's lake erupted with a deafening roar, its immense power causing the waters to explode. Amidst the violent shockwave, the surrounding black vessels and countless ancient corpses were obliterated, reduced to dust. While Qi Minglin, Ao Jiao, and the others fought off the advancing army of corpses, they couldn't help but worry for the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull. They had managed to retreat just in time, shielded from the impact by the power of the burial of a mortal's lake. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull gritted its teeth, its massive form rooted in place, refusing to yield, as if straining against the onslaught. Roar! Suddenly, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull let out a tremendous roar, seemingly breaking through its limits, pushing back against the black energy assault. With renewed vigor, it charged once more at the first Hong-Tu's day success. Ao Jiao and the others rejoiced. However, the first Hong-Tu summoned yet another wave of immense energy upon it. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull let out a piercing cry. Unable to withstand the relentless assault any longer, its colossal body toppling backward and sinking into the lake, gradually reverting to its original form. A chill ran through Qi Minglin, Ao Jiao, and the others, their expressions shifting dramatically. Before they could react, the first Hong-Tu dove down, its enormous hand aimed at the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull's head. A deceased cannot be allowed to run rampant. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the realm. Boom! An aged hand clashed with the first Hong-Tu, thwarting its attack. In that moment, imperial might surged forth, sweeping across the area, only to be gradually suppressed by the force of the burial of a mortal's lake. Grandfather! Mo Xiao she exclaimed joyfully. Qi Minglin, Chong Mingxian, Ao Jiao, and Xiong Quan felt elated as well. The one who had blocked the first Hong-Tu was none other than the elder they had encountered on Zixiao Mountain, the head of the Divine Strategy House, Xinguzi. Indeed, it is Xinguzi. What a relief. He is a quasi-emperor, and now we have hope. The group was filled with delight upon seeing Xinguzi. Although they were unsure of why he was present, it mattered little. Having a quasi-emperor among them significantly increased their chances of survival. Xinguzi's palm met the first Hong-Tu's hand, locking them in a stalemate for a brief moment before they withdrew. Xinguzi stood suspended in the air, hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at the first Hong-Tu, who mirrored his gaze with a rotting visage devoid of any emotion. Long ago, the first family claimed their ancestor. The first Hong-Tu had gone missing. It appears he has taken refuge in the burial of a mortal's lake, Xinguzi remarked. However, it seems the truth is far more complex. His knowledge of the events that transpired over several tens of thousands of years was limited, as he had been in seclusion, unraveling the mysteries of the universe, until he emerged 5 years later. He had gleaned fragments of knowledge through his calculations, but the specifics eluded him, seemingly entangled with powers beyond the celestial emperor level, which he could not decipher further. Mo Xiaoxi, Qi Minglin, and the others flew over to assist the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull. Is it truly you here, grandfather? Mo Xiaoxi inquired cautiously. Qi Minglin, Ao Jiao, and the others were momentarily stunned. What did she mean by asking if it was just him present? Xinguzi offered no response, but cast them a glance. Hasten your departure from this place. Mo Xiaoxi paused briefly before nodding. She quickly joined Qi Minglin and the others in escorting the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull to safety. Are you all right? Mo Xiaoxi asked the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull. With such a powerful grandfather, Why didn't you summon him sooner, putting me through all this trouble and nearly losing my life? The Xian Kuan divine bull, being carried by the group, appeared somewhat fatigued, yet seemed to be in no grave danger. Its hide remained robust. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoxi chuckled. Ao Jiao, Chongming Xian, and Xiong A Quan felt reassured to see the Xian Kuan divine bull still able to speak. Qi Minglin, however, regarded Mo Xiaoxi with suspicion, sensing that she was concealing something from them. The first Hong Tu scrutinized Xinguzi for a moment, its menacing aura intensifying. Then, with another roar, its decayed visage quivered as it charged toward Xinguzi. Xinguzi's gaze darkened, and he too sprang into action to meet the oncoming threat. Chapter 592, Xinguzi vs. First Hong Tuesday. Boom. Boom. As Xinguzi clashed with the first Hong Tu, a violent surge of energy erupted, infused with imperial might, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. Within the burial of a mortal's lake, countless ancient corpses were annihilated, and innumerable black vessels were ground to dust, while the 10 full moons in the sky seemed to tremble and sway. Xinguzi was truly formidable. After all, he was the ancestor of the first family, capable of engaging in a back-and-forth exchange with his opponent. It was astonishing that Xinguzi not only possessed powerful predictive abilities, but also remarkable strength. The ancestor of the first family was not so extraordinary after all. He could never be Xinguzi's match. How outrageous. What nonsense are you spouting? A disciple of the first family rebuked, unable to contain their anger at such disparagement of their ancestor, despite secretly hoping for Xinguzi's victory. I'm merely stating the truth. The other muttered, turning their head away. At that moment, Qi Minglin turned to Mo Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, did you imply that besides Xinguzi, there is someone else present? Ao Jiao, Chongming Xian, and Xiong A Quan all directed their attention to Mo Xiaoxi. It seemed that, according to her statement, there was indeed someone else who had yet to reveal themselves. As the crowd's gaze fell upon her, Mo Xiaoxi momentarily froze, before breaking into a smile. Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives, and shall not bring any harm upon you. As for who else is present, I trust you will soon discover the answer. With a playful smile, Mo Xiaoxi evaded a direct response to Qi Minglin's inquiry. Qi Minglin scrutinized Mo Xiaoxi, pondering silently. Her demeanor suggested she was not here to exploit us, yet it was evident she was not merely seeking treasure. What secrets was she concealing? Moreover, when she mentioned someone, Qi Minglin recalled their encounter on Xixiao Mountain, leading her to speculate. Xixiao Mountain, could it be? I implore you, young ladies, to remain vigilant against your adversaries, the Xian Kuan divine ox remarked weakly. Below them, more ancient corpses emerged from the lake's surface, roaring as they charged toward Qi Minglin and her companions. Beware! The group hastily released their grip, discarding the Xian Kuan divine ox to fend off the approaching undead. The Xian Kuan divine ox plummeted, splashing into the lake with a resounding thud. Ungrateful little rascals, it grumbled, eyes rolling back as bubbles escaped its mouth, sinking further beneath the surface. Boom! The first Hong Tu and Xinguzi separated once more. Xinguzi ascended into the air, sitting cross-legged, fingers forming a seal as boundless runes materialized. First Hong Tu, you have long since perished, yet now you exist as a mere shell of your former self. Today, allow me to guide you to the afterlife. A golden aura emanated from Xinguzi, his eyes shimmering with divine authority, surveying First Hong Tu like a judge. First Hong Tu raised his head and let out a bone-chilling roar. In an instant, the previously dim sky grew even more foreboding, the 10 moons above dimming slightly, infused with an eerie and subtle energy. Xinguzi furrowed his brow. This sensation was reminiscent of what he and Xie Chen had encountered on the island of the Copper Coffin Elder. However, the energy emanating from First Hong Tu was exceedingly faint, yet it still ignited a sense of foreboding within him. Pearl calculation, heavenly transformation array. Xinguzi cast aside his thoughts. As the symbols rippled, the boundless runes entwined the surrounding space, forming a golden runic celestial disk. The disk appeared adorned with countless luminous pearls, glowing like stars, dazzlingly brilliant. This is my grandfather's profound divine ability. I have never witnessed him utilize this technique. Mo Xiaoxi exclaimed in amazement. The immense runic celestial disk illuminated the sky, wielding the might of divine symbols and imperial authority as it descended to suppress First Hong Tuesday. First Hong Tu's decayed visage twisted with fury, his incessant roars mingling with the dark aura that radiated a chilling imperial might. With both hands thrust forward, he charged toward the runic celestial disk. Boom! As the celestial disk descended, First Hong Tu's hands struggled to support it, his rotting form gradually shedding flesh to reveal withered bones beneath. The celestial disk halted, trembling ominously. This ancient being remains formidable even in death. Xinguzi marveled at First Hong Tu's strength. The celestial disk represented years of accumulated karmic power, yet it was astonishing that First Hong Tu could withstand it. Even in death, his strength was remarkable. Though I have attained enlightenment through the heavenly mechanism, my strength is not something a deceased entity like you can rival. Xinguzi's eyes sparkled with determination, his divine presence growing ever more imposing. Rumbling. The runic celestial disk shook and began to descend once more. First Hong Tu howled in desperation, his supporting arms bending, cracking sounds echoing as they crumbled into black ash. As the celestial disk lowered, a thunderous explosion erupted, unleashing a torrent of energy that swept across the entire burial lake, causing it to tremble violently. In that moment, First Hong Tu disintegrated, his decayed form vanishing without a trace, reduced to nothingness. We did it. The onlookers cheered, their voices ringing with elation. Long live Elder Xinguzi. He has finally defeated our ancestral foe. The disciples of the first family leapt with joy, their expressions revealing a fervor surpassing that of anyone else. The surrounding crowd, however, appeared utterly perplexed. Had these individuals lost their sanity? Just moments ago, they were fiercely defending their ancestors' honor, yet now, with his demise, they rejoiced. Wait, where has the Xian Kuan divine ox gone? Qi Minglan, Chong Mingxian, Emo Xiaoxi, and Xiongakun suddenly realized the absence of the creature. Your grandfather the ox is below. Came a voice from the lake's surface, where the Xian Kuan divine ox had surfaced, its eyes rolled back and belly swollen, evidently having ingested a copious amount of lake water. My apologies, Xinguzi replied, his expression turning grave. Although he had vanquished First Hong Tu, numerous questions lingered in his mind. How had First Hong Tu been resurrected? And that aura he had just emitted, what was it? Boom. Suddenly, Xinguzi's expression shifted dramatically, beads of sweat cascading down his brow as his body trembled violently. What is happening? That aura. Fear gripped Xinguzi, his heart racing with dread. Chapter 593, the one fitting for burial in the burial lake. Not only Xinguzi, but also Mo Xiaoxi, Qi Minglan, and the other cultivators felt a chill run down their spines, their faces reflecting sheer terror, a suffocating sensation enveloping them. What is this? This aura is beyond worldly principles. An elder from a prominent sect stammered, his voice quaking. In an instant, the Xian Kuan divine ox's pupils dilated in alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. It swiftly flew forward, positioning itself before Mo Xiaoxi, Qi Minglan, and the others, shielding them behind its bulk. What on earth is happening? Ao Jiao's face was etched with shock. She and her companions trembled, their earlier composure utterly shattered. This is dire. You all must exercise caution. The Xian Kuan divine ox warned gravely, its own body quaking slightly. Xian Kuan, Chong Mingxian expressed concern. Even when First Hong Tu had appeared, the Xian Kuan divine ox had not exhibited such distress. Yet now, it quivered in fear, its apprehension palpable. If even the Xian Kuan divine ox was so shaken, one could only imagine the terror embodied in that aura. The Xian Kuan divine ox's gaze turned vacant, its limbs quaking, struggling to maintain its footing. Then, with a burp, I've drunk too much water. Rumbling, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure of terror, the burial lake trembled violently. Next, the crowd beheld a black portal materializing in the sky. A presence of ancient decay emanated an overwhelming aura, seemingly belonging to an era far removed from this one. What could it be? Before anyone could ponder further, a figure emerged from the portal, revealing its true form. With a domineering aura, it descended upon this realm. Boom. In an instant, an immense force unfurled, enveloping the entire immortal burial lake. Then kneel. Xinguzi, the Xian Kuan divine bull, Mo Xiaoxi, Qi Minglan, and all the other cultivators, compelled by an unseen force, dropped to their knees in the void. The immortal emperor, the ancestors of the great sect exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes fixed upon the figure in the sky, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. All present widened their eyes and gaped, struggling to articulate any words, as if their voices were lodged in their throats. It is you. Xinguzi gasped in shock. It was the elder of the copper coffin. At this moment, his overwhelming might was unparalleled, and the eerie aura surrounding him reached an unprecedented level. Yet, wasn't he supposed to be with the Hall Master? Why was he here now? And where had the Hall Master gone? The elder of the copper coffin gazed down at Xinguzi, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. So that's why there's such a commotion. It appears you have come to battle the deceased here. Xinguzi was taken aback and asked, is it just you? The elder chuckled, stroking his beard. Naturally. At his words, Xinguzi's eyes widened, his heart pounding fiercely. Where is the Hall Master? Where is he? Do not panic. My friend, the other ally has already been sent away. If you wish to find him, I can guide you on the path. What path? The path of reincarnation. Xinguzi's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded the elder of the copper coffin. Do they know each other? Long Mingxian exclaimed in surprise. Qi Minglin turned to Mo Xiaoxi and asked, Xiaoxi, could this be the other person you mentioned, a true immortal emperor? Mo Xiaoxi remained silent, seemingly stunned, merely shaking her head in disbelief. It appeared she too had not anticipated encountering an immortal emperor in this place. The immortal emperor, truly an immortal emperor. Could it be that this was the great turtle refined by the Hall Master, as Bosnio had said? But wasn't he dead, refined by the Hall Master? Why was it still alive? Among the crowd, some trembled at the sight of the elder of the copper coffin. Recalling the stories they had heard from the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull the day before, it truly was an immortal emperor. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull was utterly astonished. He had fabricated a tale of an immortal emperor turtle merely to deceive those fools for amusement. He never expected an immortal emperor would actually exist in the immortal burial lake. Of course, he surely was not the so-called immortal emperor turtle. There must have been an immortal emperor hiding in the depths of the immortal burial lake all along. Fool, do you know what you're saying? Such blasphemy. You are courting disaster. Shun Guzi rebuked the elder of the copper coffin. Suddenly, it was as if Shun Guzi had suffered an excruciating pain, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Grandfather, Mo Xiaoxi cried out in alarm. Mind your demeanor. When addressing an immortal emperor, one must retain the necessary respect. The elder of the copper coffin regarded Shun Guzi with cold, indifferent eyes, devoid of empathy. Gasping, Shun Guzi's gaze trembled as he stared at the elder. Although the other was an immortal emperor, the Hall Master had declared him devoid of the heavenly mandate, which should mean he could no longer possess such formidable might. Yet, at this moment, his aura was far more terrifying than when Shun Guzi had first encountered him. The overwhelming life essence emanating from him was boundless. What on earth was happening? Is that one of your juniors? The elder of the copper coffin queried, directing his gaze at Mo Xiaoxi. What do you want? Shun Guzi cried out in panic. Fear not. I have no interest in quarreling with an ant. That would be beneath me. You all have intruded upon my tranquility without invitation. Since I have already sent that ally away, you ought to follow him. Shun Guzi locked eyes with the elder of the copper coffin, and, within the depths of his pupils, he discerned a swirling mass of distorted black water. That thing. What could it be? Roar. Suddenly, from the depths of the immortal burial lake, numerous corpses and monstrous beasts surged forth, breaking the surface of the water. In the dim forest, beneath the lake, countless decaying hands reached out from the ground. A myriad of dark ship silhouettes emerged from the depths of the immortal burial lake, shrouded in an inescapable fog, once again drawing near. This time, upon the prow of the ship stood an even more formidable figure, leading a horde of decayed corpses at the quasi-emperor realm. Upon witnessing this, the crowd nearly plummeted from the air, crashing into the lake below. We're doomed. Many faces revealed expressions of despair. With such a formidable army of ancient sages and an immortal emperor present, survival seemed impossible. Bosnio, can you withstand this? Long Mingxian looked toward the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull narrowed his eyes. Don't mention me. Even if there were 100 more of me, today we would perish here. No way. Are we truly going to die here? Ao Jiao exclaimed in panic. Qi Minglin said. But didn't T Xiaoxi's prophecies say she saw us in the future? This implies we must have survived. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Long Mingxian, Xiongakun, Ao Jiao, and even the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull turned their gazes toward Mo Xiaoxi. Mo Xiaoxi paused for a moment, looking at everyone, and then smiled. Since I saw you all in the future, I believe we will certainly survive. Qi Minglin gazed at Mo Xiaoxi, as if confirming something, and smiled in return. I understand. Mo Xiaoxi nodded at Qi Minglin. Shun Guzi watched the approaching black fleet. At this moment, under the watchful gaze of the elder of the copper coffin, he felt utterly helpless. He could no longer defend against this army of corpses. The elder of the copper coffin declared, this place is, after all, the burial ground of the epics. Since you have all arrived, you shall be laid to rest in this immortal burial lake. Shun Guzi remained silent, lost in thought. Perhaps it is more fitting for you to be buried here. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. What? The elder of the copper coffin exclaimed in astonishment, staring incredulously towards the depths of the immortal burial lake. Then, with a resounding boom, an invisible attack struck, distorting the elder's face, sending him flying backward. The crowd was taken aback. In that instant, Mo Xiaoxi, Qi Minglin, Long Mingxian, Ao Jiao, Xiongakun, and the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull all changed their expressions, their pupils trembling in shock. Shun Guzi also turned to gaze into the depths of the immortal burial lake. Through the dense black ship silhouettes, behind them, within the ever-present fog, there seemed to be a figure standing upon the surface of the lake. Time appeared to come to a standstill. Upon the surface of the lake, on the dark vessel, the corpses of ancient sages turned their heads, countless obsidian pupils gazing into the depths of the burial immortal's lake. As that figure drew nearer, the mist upon the lake parted on its own, completely dissipating, allowing the crowd to finally discern his visage. He was a silhouette clad in white, hands clasped behind his back, slowly advancing from the depths of the burial immortals lake. Suddenly, a portion of the decaying corpses and grotesque beasts upon the lake widened their eyes in terror, frantically plunging into the water, fleeing as if their lives depended on it. Who is he? A venerable ancestor among the crowd, Zhang, exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, everyone held their breath, as if their hearts had ceased to beat, too awestruck to utter a sound. The palace lord, Shen Guzi shouted with excitement. Boom! Xie Chen halted in his tracks, an invisible aura radiating from him, sweeping outwards in all directions. In an instant, the surface of the lake, amidst the dense forest, the myriad dark vessels, and the countless corpses of sages, as well as the grotesque beasts, were reduced to mere dust. There was no warning, no sound of explosion. Even the remains of those semi-imperial corpses disintegrated under this overwhelming force, obliterated into nothingness. The vast expanse of the burial immortals lake was instantly cleared, leaving no decaying remains afloat upon its surface. Xian Kuan, the divine bull, Chang Mingxian, Ao Jiao, and Xiong Kun gazed at Xie Chen, their eyes wide with astonishment. Mao Tsagape, Mo Xiaoxi smiled gently. Qi Minglan was momentarily taken aback, but gradually regained her composure, murmuring softly, "Indeed, as I suspected. The master is actually here." Xian Kuan, the divine bull, exclaimed in surprise, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. "It's the palace lord." Ao Jiao shouted joyfully. "Is that truly the palace lord of the Hall of Heavenly Dao? It's real. I've seen the palace lord's visage in the Vermilion Bird Immortal City. That is indeed him. My goodness, the palace lord of the Hall of Heavenly Dao is here as well. It seems my guess was correct. That old man is indeed an immortal emperor, and Boss Nyo did not deceive us." Hearing the words of the crowd, Xian Kuan, the divine bull, was momentarily stunned before he tilted his head back, revealing a proud expression. "Humph, naturally. When has your grandpa Nyo ever spoken falsehoods? In my business, honesty is paramount. My virtue spreads across the land." Chang Mingxian shot Xian Kuan a disdainful glance. Boom. After being sent flying by Xie Chen, the copper coffin elder surged back up again. Struck by Xie Chen's blow, his pallid face once more revealed its decaying countenance. The copper coffin elder stared at Xie Chen, trembling in disbelief. "How could this be? Were you not banished by me? How could you return?" The copper coffin elder found it hard to accept. That was a void space. Even an immortal emperor would take eons to return from there. To ensure Xie Chen was thoroughly suppressed, he had even sacrificed an epic burial coffin. With the suppression of the epic burial coffin, Xie Chen had been exiled to the void space, yet he still returned, and so swiftly at that. Such an unfathomable occurrence left him utterly stunned. Xie Chen replied with a faint smile, "Banished? No one in this world can banish me. Throughout the eons, with myriad paths to traverse, should you wish to banish me, perhaps you could attempt it with that forbidden celestial treasure." The copper coffin elder fell silent, still in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. "Palace lord." Shen Guzi approached Xie Chen. Xie Chen glanced at him. "Quickly go to your granddaughter's side. Today, the burial immortals lake cannot be preserved." Hearing this, Shen Guzi's heart sank. The implication that the palace lord intended to? "Yes, palace lord." Shen Guzi uttered no further words, immediately heading towards Mo Xiaoxi and the others. "Grandfather." Mo Xiaoxi rushed forward. "Let us not discuss that now, everyone. Swiftly distance yourselves from this place." Shen Guzi gathered Mo Xiaoxi, Qi Minglan, and the others, including Xian Kuan, moving away from Xie Chen's vicinity. He understood that a battle of immense proportions was imminent. "We too must hurry." The other cultivators, seeing Shen Guzi depart, followed suit. The copper coffin elder observed, but did not impede them. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Xie Chen. "Friend, your abilities are remarkable. Even the void space cannot contain you. In this world, it seems you are the only one capable of such feats." At this point, the copper coffin elder ceased pondering how Xie Chen had returned. Xie Chen's strength indeed surpassed his imagination. However, he must defeat Xie Chen, otherwise he might very well perish at his hands. Xie Chen chuckled softly, regrettably. "Today you shall find your demise here. From the moment you made that decision, your fate was sealed. Humph, this is the burial immortals lake, my domain. Fellow Taoist, you have humiliated me twice. Now you dare utter such presumptuous words. Do not think for a moment that I fear you." The copper coffin elder glanced at his own decaying visage. Having had his face shattered by Xie Chen twice, once being publicly humiliated, he was left wondering where to save face as the master of the burial immortals lake. The copper coffin elder continued, "Since I cannot banish you, I shall bury you within the depths of this burial immortals lake." As his words fell, the copper coffin elder's eyes dimmed, and he spread his arms wide. Above his head, dark waters coalesced, twisting into a mass that grew larger, exuding an endless, eerie aura. In an instant, the waters of the burial immortals lake surged violently, seemingly resonating, gathering like a dark tide into that twisted mass of shadowy water. Xunguzi and the others had retreated to a sufficient distance when they witnessed the lake's tumultuous movements, their expressions instantly turning to shock. "He is siphoning the power of the burial immortals lake," Xunguzi exclaimed. "Grandfather, what should we do?" Mo Xiaoxi inquired. Xunguzi produced an immortal disc, casting it into the air, whereupon it expanded, enveloping him, Mo Xiaoxi, Qi Minglin, Ao Jiao, and the others. "With this immortal disc, we can ensure our safety for now. Everyone, take heed. Do not touch the lake water." Xian Kuan, the divine bull, glanced at the immortal disc, exclaiming, "Remarkable. This immortal disc is a wondrous item. How I wish I could steal one." Xunguzi shot Xian Kuan a sidelong glance. In an instant, Qi Minglin, Chong Mingxian, Ao Jiao, and Xiongakun swiftly moved to cover Xian Kuan's mouth. The four exchanged awkward smiles with Xunguzi. "Ahem, my apologies, Senior Xunguzi. Our Nyo has been a bit indiscreet. Please do not take it to heart. Senior Xunguzi, please save us." In the distance, other cultivators flew over, urgently calling for help. Some had come into contact with the waters of the burial immortals lake, their strength dissipating as they were drawn into the depths. Xunguzi sighed and shook his head, reaching out to pull the other cultivators into the immortal disc as well. "Phew, we are saved. Thank you, Senior Xunguzi." The crowd expressed their gratitude. Xunguzi paid them no mind, his gaze fixed ahead, directed towards Xie Chen. Chapter 595, Xie Chen versus Copper Coffin Elder. "How can this be? The burial immortals lake is being drained." The crowd gasped in horror. As the waters of the burial immortals lake converged, more than half of its expanse dried up, all flowing into the dark waters above. In the blink of an eye, the dark waters atop the Copper Coffin Elder had swelled immensely, obscuring much of the sky, then transforming into a colossal black vessel. Upon it rests a vessel laden with the inky waters of the lake of the immortals' burial, as if the entirety of this lake were encapsulated within. What manner of craft is this black ship? The crowd gazes upwards, their eyes fixed upon the imposing black vessel, an overwhelming sense of suffocation descending upon them, pressing heavily upon their hearts, rendering them breathless. Even the venerable Xunguzi is not exempt, his teeth grinding audibly, his expression one of profound alarm. This great ship exerts dominion over the heavens and earth, an eerie aura swirling and rippling throughout the realms, permeating the lake of the immortals' burial. The shadow of the black vessel even casts its reflection upon the continent of Xianling. The unmoored vessel. The patriarch of the foremost family suddenly rises, his gaze filled with horror as he fixates on the silhouette of the black vessel in the sky. The unmoored vessel. How can this be possible? It cannot be the unmoored vessel. Such a phenomenon should never manifest. Unless... The patriarch squints, directing his gaze towards the direction of the Sea of 10,000 Spirits. Contemplating the shadow of the black vessel above, Xie ponders, murmuring to herself, has the power of the lake of the immortals' burial spiraled completely out of control? Within the lake of the immortals' burial, Xie Chen regards the Copper Coffin Elder with a faint smile, dismissively saying, "You don't truly believe that by merely shaping it into the form of the unmoored vessel and augmenting it with the lake of the immortals' burial, you could harness the might of a forbidden heavenly treasure, do you?" The Copper Coffin Elder sneers. "My friend, you jest. I humbly acknowledge that my cultivation is insufficient to command such power. I merely sought to mimic its form as an exercise. Nevertheless, it is derived from a forbidden heavenly treasure and constitutes a fragment of its might, so I hope you can withstand it." With that, the Elder's gaze grows cold as he propels the unmoored vessel forth. Boom, boom. As the black vessel shifts, an inexorable force cascades outward, causing the lake of the immortals' burial to tremble violently. The 10 moons in the sky dim entirely, devoid of any radiance. The black vessel descends ominously upon Xie Chen. Like a colossal beast from primordial times, it emits a mournful roar. Should such a vessel land upon the continent of Xianling, it would undoubtedly obliterate the entire land, for no force could withstand its might. Yet Xie Chen merely raises his gaze, a smirk curling upon his lips. "Very well, let me test the power you have imitated." Confronting the descending black vessel, Xie Chen raises his right fist and strikes directly against its surface. Boom! The clash of two unparalleled forces erupts, unleashing a ferocious might and tumultuous roar. The black vessel hesitates for a moment before shattering with a resounding bang, reduced to fragments. Infinite waters of the lake evaporate, with droplets of black cascading down like rain. The violent shockwave spreads, accompanied by a deafening crash that reverberates in all directions, annihilating all in its wake. In the distance, The celestial disk enveloping the onlookers quakes, teetering precariously. Xianxiu hastily exerts his strength, attempting to stabilize the celestial disk. Everyone quickly, steady the power of the celestial disk. Mo Xiaoxi calls out to all those behind her. Instantaneously, Qi Minglan, Chang Mingxian, Ao Jiao, Xiong Aquan, Xian Kuan the Divine Ox. And all the cultivators pour forth their utmost efforts, casting spells to channel their strength into the celestial disk. The lake of the immortals' burial continues to rumble tumultuously, fracturing and shattering. Even the continent of Xianling trembles momentarily. My heavens! Countless onlookers witness the immense shadow of the black vessel explode in the sky, causing them to shudder in terror, collapsing to the ground in shock. What? The copper coffin elder gasps in disbelief. He cannot fathom that the power he had merely imitated could be so easily dispelled by Xie Chen's punch. Bang! Suddenly, Xie Chen delivers a kick to the elder's other cheek. The elder's face contorts once more, and one can faintly hear the sound of bones and joints dislocating. The copper coffin elder is sent flying, crashing to the lake bed, whereupon the earth of the lake of the immortals' burial shatters completely, fracturing into ruin. Within the celestial disk, the onlookers, witnessing the devastated lake of the immortals' burial, instinctively retract their necks, shivering in fear. Boom! The copper coffin elder bursts forth once again. His hair is disheveled, his face marred by putrid flesh and dark blood, a visage of terror. My friend, you have gone too far. The copper coffin elder glares at Xie Chen, the darkness in his pupils roiling ever more violently. 3 times, he has been struck, each time a slap to the face. He is, after all, an immortal emperor, a being who once entombed an entire epoch. When did he ever endure such humiliation? This is intolerable. Xie Chen, however, merely shakes his head lightly. This is not yet excessive. Wait until I have severed you, and then we shall discuss excess. Enraged, the copper coffin elder throws back his head and roars. In an instant, the might of the immortal emperor radiates from him, accompanied by a bizarre and ominous aura rippling throughout the realms. His voice transcends boundaries, echoing in the ears of those within the lake of the immortals' burial and the continent of Xianling. What is this voice? Upon hearing the copper coffin elder's furious howl, the likes of the first void sparrow, Shi Juexian, and Yu Qichao feel a tightening in their hearts, a sense of inexplicable dread overwhelming them, causing them and countless others to tremble and kneel. Despite their desperate struggles, they find themselves unable to resist, compelled to submit. The copper coffin elder regards Xie Chen, raising a hand, a heavenly axe materializing within his grasp. With this axe, one could cleave the heavens, slay emperors, and obliterate an entire era. Then, behind the copper coffin elder, a sun seems to rise, radiating dazzling brilliance that illuminates the entire lake of the immortals' burial. Even the continent of Xianling is bathed in the light of the copper coffin elder, a sensation of comfort and tranquility enveloping all. Xianxiu, Mo Xiaoxi, and the others bask in this resplendent glow, seemingly unable to believe that such a terrifying figure, exuding an ominous aura, could also emanate such a force of light. Xie Chen, witnessing this, cannot help but lament. Once, he too was a revered emperor, but alas, a single misstep led to his downfall. The copper coffin elder replies, the path I cultivate is also one of light. I once safeguarded a realm's denizens. Yet, when light abandoned me, I turned to another path. For as long as I can attain this world, even if shrouded in ominousness, what do I have to lose? Golden sun slays the immortal. As the words leave his lips, the copper coffin elder raises the heavenly axe and strikes down upon Xie Chen. Chapter 596, The Copper Coffin Elder's Final Strike. Boom. The heavenly axe descends, cleaving open a chasm in space that resembles an endless river of chaos, unfathomable and profound. Even the skies of the continent of Xianling bear witness to this spatial rift, the entire firmament appearing as if it has been severed. A tremendous force, a wave of annihilation, sweeps forth. With a thunderous crash, the lake of the immortals' burial is utterly shattered, splintered into countless fragments by the copper coffin elder's axe. Xianxiu and the others strive to withstand this residual power. The celestial disk trembles incessantly, emitting quaking sounds, as though it might shatter at any moment. Such a terrifying strike has reduced even the lake of the immortals' burial to ruin. Yet Xie Chen merely smirks, extending his left hand to press against the blade of the copper coffin elder's heavenly axe. Threads of celestial energy begin to flow forth, devouring the might of the axe. You dare! The copper coffin elder gasps in astonishment. It seemed unexpected that Xie Chen effortlessly caught his axe with bare hands. The ease with which he did so appeared almost mocking, inciting even greater fury within the copper coffin elder, whose expression gradually morphed into a menacing scowl. This technique is truly impressive. You have mastered it to the pinnacle of the great path. With such prowess, it is no wonder you could bury an entire epic. However, you ought not to direct it at me, Xie Chen remarked with a calm demeanor. With a casual gesture, his right hand fell behind him, while his left hand suddenly grasped the edge of the heavenly axe, producing a series of cracking sounds as fissures began to form within the weapon. No, the copper coffin elder exclaimed in panic, attempting to withdraw the axe, but finding himself utterly immobile. With a thunderous explosion, the heavenly axe shattered, sending the copper coffin elder hurtling away, crashing heavily against the fragmented void, stirring a residual aura of the celestial emperor. The entire shattered space of the burial of Immortals Lake trembled once more, a testament to the power of the master of the Hall of Heavenly Dao. In the distance, an elder from a great sect spoke in a daze. Such is the might of the master of the Hall of Heavenly Dao. The onlookers within the celestial disk stood frozen, gazing in the direction of Xie Chen, as if stunned into silence. For a moment, they were all rendered speechless. The formidable copper coffin elder, wielding such terrifying power, was effortlessly neutralized by the master of the Hall of Heavenly Dao, who even shattered the heavenly axe. Fools, stop standing there like idiots. Steady the celestial disk. Be wary of old bull kicking your backsides. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull suddenly turned, bellowing at everyone. Startled, they snapped back to reality. Almost forgetting that they had yet to extricate themselves from this predicament, they needed to stabilize the celestial disk. And you, old man, why are you still standing there? Wanting to slack off? Me? I'm merely providing commentary, the elder of the great sect replied, momentarily taken aback as he pointed to himself. Commentary? Who cares for your commentary? Do you believe old bull 1T make your backside bloom right now? The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull retorted. The copper coffin elder staggered to his feet, pausing for a moment before fixing his gaze upon Xie Chen. In that moment, the anger in the copper coffin elder's eyes had dissipated, replaced by a calm demeanor that bore a hint of reverence. Powerful indeed. Throughout the myriad realms and the cycles of epics, I have encountered countless mighty beings. Yet, my friend, you are the most formidable I have ever encountered in this lifetime. The copper coffin elder reflected. Xie Chen responded with a faint smile, to vanquish you is sufficient. The copper coffin elder squinted at Xie Chen for a long while before suddenly laughing. It seems today, I am destined not to leave here unscathed. If I must perish at your hands, it would not be a disgrace for me. However, I still possess one final strike, and I seek your guidance. Oh, even now? What capability do you possess to reverse the tides? Xie Chen inquired. The copper coffin elder gazed at the shattered burial of Immortals Lake, as though witnessing the past when he buried epics within its depths. He had rested here for several epics, and ultimately, he himself had destroyed this lake, arriving at the end of his journey, poised to conclude his existence here. With a heavy sigh, the copper coffin elder stated, I once yearned for the light. Although I am as I am now, my original path remains the path of light, even at the end of my road. I wish to witness my own curtain call in this radiant form. Xie Chen regarded the copper coffin elder with a tranquil gaze. Although the elder had been tainted by that ominous black water, which corroded his spirit, fortunately, the duration was brief, allowing him to maintain his core essence. In the end, for the copper coffin elder to articulate such sentiments, one could not discern if they were genuine or merely an expression of his unyielding spirit. Regardless, at this juncture, Xie Chen still offered a modicum of due respect to the copper coffin elder. The dialogue between the copper coffin elder and Xie Chen reached the ears of Shunguzi and the others. Shunguzi, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull, Xiaoxi, and Qi Minglin, upon witnessing this scene, could not help but feel a profound sense of reflection. There are countless paths to pursue. Yet the initial imprint remains an indelible great path in the hearts of humankind, Shunguzi sighed. Master often tells us to refine ourselves and pursue our own Dao heart. Thus it is crucial to adhere to one's Dao heart, Long Mingxian remarked. Dao heart. What flavor is that? Is it delicious? Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull dismissed with indifference. Meanwhile, the others continued to exert their efforts. Upon observing the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull, Qi Minglin and the others halted, feeling a bit aggrieved. They had been urged not to stand idly, yet here they were, lost in contemplation. How unfair. My friend, behold my final strike. With that, the copper coffin elder spread his arms wide, and once more, a golden sun appeared behind him. Boom. In an instant, the might of the celestial emperor enveloped the space, illuminating the chaos, with every corner of this realm, devoid of any gap, bathed in the radiance of the copper coffin elder. Under such illumination, the elder's decayed visage began to fade bit by bit. What is this light? The onlookers of Tianchen Continent gazed at the brilliance seeping from the heavens, their faces etched with disbelief. The imprint upon the sky, resembling a cosmic rift like a long river, was obscured by this very light. This is Xiu extended her hand, feeling the light cascade upon her palm, momentarily lost in thought. Such luminosity was supremely pure, seemingly imbued with a unique, great path within. Even she could not replicate it. Undoubtedly, this was a power unique to the Celestial Emperor. Path of the Sun's extinction. The copper coffin elder lamented, his voice echoing as if transcending epochs to resonate with the past, reverberating throughout this realm. This is my body, my great path is vanishing. No. Panic and disarray enveloped the crowd. Chapter 597. A thought of the great path, the body of Heavenly Dao. No, Great One, quickly intervene and save us. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull cried out in alarm to Xie Chen. As the surrounding space, including Xunguzi, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull, xianxiaaudiobooks, and others, along with the celestial disk enveloping them, began to grow transparent, it appeared as if they were merging with the sun behind the copper coffin elder, gradually dissipating. Excellent technique. With this move alone, you have earned my respect. Xie Chen smiled. Since you offer your body to the Tao, to show my reverence, allow me to reveal to you the true essence of the great path. With that, Xie Chen closed his eyes and spread his hands wide. Boom. Suddenly, behind Xie Chen, accompanied by the roaring of the great path, a colossal human-like Dharma form materialized. It was an elder resembling a Taoist, holding a whisk, clad in a bagua robe, emanating the aura of Heavenly Dao from every pore. Xie Chen's thought of the great path manifested as a body of Heavenly Dao. The essence of the Heavenly Dao spread forth, and in an instant, various powers of the great path surged forth, entwining around Xie Chen, prostrating at his feet. How is this possible? The copper coffin elder's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the scene. Such a multitude of great paths converging upon a single individual, each nearly reaching its zenith, was indeed unprecedented, unseen throughout the ages. The harmonious manifestation of so many great paths seemed to evoke a resonance among all the great paths within the realms. Even within the corporeal vessel of the copper coffin elder, the destiny, completed by the dark waters, subtly shifted, as if being drawn, trembling with a newfound agitation. In that very moment, Xie Chen opened his eyes. The white-robed figure behind him also awakened, waving his whisk. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, echoing across this realm. Throughout the Tianchen Continent, unceasingly resounding. Under such immense pressure of the great Tao, the copper coffin elder's power was obliterated in an instant, his might and brilliance utterly dissipated. The energies and corporeal forms of the crowd returned once more. With a resounding crash, the sun behind the copper coffin elder shattered. The elder seemed to lose his senses. His mind a blank, mouth agape, his gaze trembling with boundless dread. At this juncture, Xunguzi, Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox, xiaoxiaaudiobooks, Qi Minglan, Ao Jiao, and others all knelt in submission beneath the overwhelming weight of the myriad paths of the great Tao. Xie Chen looked down upon the copper coffin elder. As the resounding echoes of the great Tao intensified, the figure behind him extended a colossal hand, gathering the essence of countless paths within its grasp, descending upon the copper coffin elder in a crushing motion. Was this truly the pinnacle of the great Tao? The copper coffin elder gazed upon Xie Chen's divine silhouette, witnessing the hand of the Tao descending upon him, seemingly relinquishing his struggle. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the vast chasm separating him from Xie Chen. Suddenly, deep within the copper coffin elder's pupils, the distorted dark waters swelled even more, darkening his already shadowy gaze. The copper coffin elder bellowed. Seemingly stripped of fear, his power surging once more, the might of the celestial emperor resonating, instigating tremors in the great Tao. His visage, revealing bone, began to crack. Yet, even this was futile. Just as the copper coffin elder exhausted his life force for one last stand, the hand of the old Taoist grasped him firmly, holding him in its grasp. With a deafening explosion, the hand shattered, akin to countless paths of the Tao bursting forth, directly creating a colossal void in the fabric of reality. The anguished cry of the copper coffin elder echoed as the dark destiny within him was obliterated, his form crumbling to ash, dissipating into nothingness. The dark waters then manifested, twisting more violently, as if in a desperate struggle, before erupting with a resounding bang. An eerie, ominous aura erupted, cascading outward, only to be extinguished by Xie Chen's power of the great Tao. This time, there would be no opportunity for a return. Xie Chen gazed impassively at the dark waters, watching as they were obliterated. After concluding this act, he withdrew his overwhelming presence. The aura of the great Tao gradually settled, and the figure of the old Taoist behind him vanished. Xunguzi, Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox, Qi Minglan, and the others looked on in astonishment, their eyes trembling, rendered speechless, collectively mute. Suddenly, the space of the burial immortal lake trembled, contorting and surging towards the massive void that had erupted. This immense chasm seemed to possess an insatiable pull, drawing in everything shattered from the burial immortal lake, consuming it utterly into oblivion. This is bad, Xinguzi exclaimed in alarm. Even with the presence of the celestial plate, it appeared they could not resist such power. They, along with the celestial plate, were being drawn toward the chasm. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Just as they were about to be sucked into the vast void, Xie Chen grasped the celestial plate with one hand. Instantly, the celestial plate halted in place, no longer advancing an inch. Master, Mo Xiaoxi turned to Xie Chen. Xie Chen glanced at them, then directed his gaze toward the gaping void, extending his hand to seal it shut. Phew, that was close. Xianxiaaudiobooks Divine Ox exhaled in relief. Suddenly, a few treasures fell from its form, flying toward the chasm. Hey, my treasures, come back. Xianxiaaudiobooks Divine Ox hurriedly extended its hoof, attempting to retrieve them. Yet, the treasures vanished into the vast void, and immediately afterward, the chasm sealed shut. Xianxiaaudiobooks Divine Ox sat there, its large belly puffed up, drooping its hooves, as if on the verge of tears. All those were treasures it had scavenged from the lakebed, and now so many had flown away in an instant. So much for all that effort. Master. Xie Chen stepped into the celestial plate, and Xinguzi hurriedly approached, cupping his hands in respect. Xie Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. We pay our respects, Master. We pay our respects, Master. Mo Xiaoxi, Qi Minglin, Ao Jiao, Xiongakun, and all others knelt before Xie Chen. Chang Mengxian knelt beside Xianxiaaudiobooks Divine Ox, tugging at its side. Stop crying. The Master has arrived. Quickly kneel down. With a swift motion, Xianxiaaudiobooks Divine Ox knelt, raising its hooves high in reverence towards Xie Chen. Boo-hoo, we pay our respects, Great One. The nearby Chang Mengxian, Qi Minglin, and others shot it disapproving glances. It's just a few lost treasures. Is it really necessary to be so dramatic? Xie Chen smiled faintly, addressing everyone. Rise. The crowd stood up. At this moment, most of their faces still bore expressions of lingering shock, compounded by the proximity of the Master of the Celestial Hall. Excitement and anxiety quickened their heartbeats, their hands fidgeting without rest. Observing this, Xie Chen refrained from elaborating further. With a flash of white light, the group found themselves seemingly enveloped in a dream, awakening to discover they had arrived at the Heavenly Continent. Chapter 598. The three individuals mentioned by Mo Xiaoxi. Outside the burial immortal lake, on the Heavenly Continent, Xie Chen and Xinguzi departed from the crowd, arriving at a cliffside. Hee, Great One, we truly share an extraordinary affinity. Wherever I go, I encounter you. Xianxiaaudiobooks Divine Ox approached Xie Chen, grinning broadly. Xie Chen nodded, playfully remarking, Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Even before meeting you, I had already heard tales of your exploits. Speak of the Celestial Emperor's great tortoise corpse and the treasures of the Celestial Emperor. You have recounted them well. When you have time, come to the Celestial Hall and share the details with me. Xianxiaaudiobooks Divine Ox paused, forcing a laugh. Great One, you jest. You know well that was merely a jest to amuse those fools. Such trivial matters should not intrude upon your time. It shrank its neck slightly, visibly feeling guilty. Nearby, Ao Jiao and Chang Mengxian stifled their laughter at this scene. This bold robber ox, fearless and confrontational, was unexpectedly timid in front of the Master. At this moment, Xinguzi respectfully approached Xie Chen, cupping his hands. I must extend my gratitude once more to the Master for your assistance in resolving a crisis for the Heavenly Continent. Xie Chen smiled. Although that dark water has been dealt with, the true peril facing the Heavenly Continent has yet to fully manifest. Xinguzi was taken aback. Does the Master imply you are aware that the dark water originates from the forbidden celestial treasure? Have you pondered why the power of the forbidden celestial treasure appears in the Heavenly Continent? This, Xinguzi contemplated for a moment. He had not considered this question. What he knew was that this item was entrusted to the Master of the burial immortal lake by the Celestial Emperor Tian and the Celestial Emperor Yang. As for how the two Celestial Emperors came into contact with the power of the forbidden celestial treasure, and how they obtained that dark water, he could not ascertain. I hope the Master can provide guidance. Xie Chen offered a faint smile as he gazed at Xinguzi and remarked, with your abilities, it must not be difficult for you to deduce the answer. Xinguzi pondered for a moment, and suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his gaze turned towards Xie Chen with a look of astonishment. Could it be? Xie Chen replied, as long as you understand. Xinguzi paused, then nodded in acknowledgement. Playing a game of charades here, muttered the Xianxiaaudiobooks Divine Bull. Yet, it mattered little. The affairs of the Heavenly Continent were of no concern to it, as it was merely here for amusement, indifferent to such matters. Meanwhile, Qi Minglin, Chang Mengxian, Ao Jiao, and Xiongakun were left bewildered, utterly unaware of the conversation unfolding between the two. Master, there is something I wish to inquire. Ao Jiao suddenly mustered her courage and addressed Xie Chen with a polite demeanor. Go ahead, since you have also ventured to the burial immortal lake. Did you happen to encounter the great secret marked on the map? Ao Jiao could no longer contain her curiosity, although they had discovered some treasures during their visit. The nature of that great secret remained elusive. Before they could delve deeper into the burial immortal lake, they were besieged by a horde of ancient corpses. To their dismay, an elder of the immortal emperor appeared and obliterated the entire burial immortal lake, leaving them to wonder if the great secret had been destroyed along with it. Qi Minglin, Chong Mingxian, and Xiong gazed at Xie Chen, their eyes reflecting their intrigue. Xie Chen smiled gently and replied, in truth, you have already encountered that great secret. Moments later, Ao Jiao exclaimed in astonishment, wait, the great secret has already been destroyed by you, master. Qi Minglin pondered for a moment. So that is the case. The great secret refers to the dark waters brought by the emperor of Tian, as you previously mentioned. They had not fully comprehended the conversation between Xie Chen and Shenguzi earlier, but now it began to make sense. Mo Xiaoxi interjected, however, I am curious as to how such matters could be recorded on this map. The group turned their attention to Xiong'akan. He shook his head, don't look at me. You should direct that question to my ancestor. By the way, master, do you know the story behind this? Xie Chen chuckled softly and replied, this can be considered a coincidence. In the past, when the burial immortal lake opened, your ancestor also entered and happened to witness the scene where the emperor of Tian and the emperor of Yuyang sealed the dark waters below. However, during the sealing process, the emperor of Tian was eroded by that power. Although he managed to temporarily suppress it, a faint trace of its essence escaped and entered your ancestor's body. Consequently, your ancestor became tainted, ultimately leading him to choose the path of self-destruction to eradicate it altogether. Fortunately, that trace was minimal, and your ancestor successfully expelled it through his self-destruction. He preferred to perish rather than become a puppet, which is not something ordinary individuals can achieve. Hearing Xie Chen's words, Qi Minglin and the others felt a shiver run down their spines. Merely a minuscule trace of essence had forced an ancestor-level figure to self-destruct. Such a phenomenon was truly terrifying. So that is how it was. He was indeed quite unfortunate. Xiong'akan finally grasped the truth about his ancestor, feeling a mix of sympathy and admiration for him. It is fortunate we did not encounter it. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. Ao Jiao sighed in relief. Little girl, worry not. With your limited abilities, even if you wish to seek it out, you would lack the strength. Your concerns are wholly unwarranted. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull remarked dismissively as it shot Ao Jiao a sidelong glance. In response, Ao Jiao puffed out her cheeks, glaring at the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull in displeasure. Now that matters here have concluded, I must take my leave. You all should continue your cultivation, Xie Chen stated. Before he could finish, he had already vanished from the scene. The master always departs so swiftly, murmured the others. At that moment, Mo Xiaoxi approached Qi Minglin and Chong Mingxian. Minglin, Mingxian, please follow me for a moment. Taken aback, they soon fell in step behind Mo Xiaoxi. During their time at the burial immortal lake, Mo Xiaoxi had mentioned she had something to discuss with them after they exited, seemingly concerning the future she had glimpsed. They were about to uncover another secret. Ao Jiao watched as the three moved aside, once again puffing up her cheeks in frustration. Xiaoxi, do you have something to tell us? Qi Minglin inquired. Mo Xiaoxi looked at them and said, do you recall me mentioning at the burial immortal lake that I saw our future in the Tianchen Continent? The two nodded in affirmation. Mo Xiaoxi solemnly continued. The future I witnessed is connected to the first void sparrow. The first void sparrow? Qi Minglin and Chong Mingxian were taken aback. Would their futures still intertwine with the first void sparrow? After a brief recounting by Mo Xiaoxi, they began to grasp the situation. Xiaoxi, since we will inevitably clash with the first void sparrow again, how should we respond? They recalled their previous encounter in the Zhuke Immortal City, where even a multitude of them had proven no match for the first void sparrow. If they were to face it again, would they not be destined for defeat once more? Mo Xiaoxi smiled. That is precisely why I sought you both out. It seems there are three exceptionally powerful prodigies in your continent. After some time, Mo Xiaoxi returned to the group alongside Qi Minglin and Chong Mingxian. Well then, Xiaoxi, an esteemed Shenguzi, we must take our leave. Qi Minglin and her companions bid farewell. Thieving bull, we are off, Ao Jiao called out, noticing the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull still lingering. What, do you wish for Grandpa Bull to accompany you? It retorted. Naturally, our matters remain unresolved. Honestly, little girl, relying on the gifts from powerful beings, you seem to underestimate Grandpa Bull, it continued. Oh, come on, let's go, Grandpa Bull, Ao Jiao urged playfully. Well, calling me Grandpa Bull is futile, but since I'm in a good mood, I shall accompany you for a while longer. With that, Qi Minglin, Chong Mingxian, and Xiong'akan departed alongside the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull. As they watched their figures fade into the distance, Imo Xiaoxi turned to Shunguzi. Grandfather, could it be that the dangers previously mentioned by the master pertain to? Shunguzi nodded gravely. If I am not mistaken, it relates to the first aristocratic family. Tianchen Continent, Hall of Heavenly Dao. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, Forbidden Calamity, earning 10 million Heavenly Dao points. Upon returning to the Hall of Heavenly Dao, the system's notification echoed. 10 million Heavenly Dao points were quite satisfactory. However, Xie Chen felt a twinge of regret for not acquiring the fragments of the key to the sacred immortal continent. Nonetheless, accumulating 10 million Heavenly Dao points was still commendable. With the recent reward, Xie Chen now possessed over 100 million Heavenly Dao points. It would be ample to purchase some formidable divine abilities. I shall peruse the Heavenly Dao Mall shortly, he mused. With that thought, Xie Chen began to inspect the system space. Beside the magnificent wheel of the divine miraculous, a small coffin rested, a relic from the Copper Coffin Elder's epic burial coffin. This epic burial coffin possessed considerable power. Xie Chen refrained from destroying it or converting it into Heavenly Dao points, opting to keep it instead. Since the Copper Coffin Elder had willingly gifted it to him, Xie Chen graciously accepted this grand present. As a gesture of gratitude, he had already offered the Copper Coffin Elder an appropriate return gift, maintaining a sense of reciprocity. Immediately afterward, Xie Chen opened the Heavenly Dao Mall. The last time he accessed the mall, he purchased nothing. This time, he anticipated a refreshing of its offerings. Inside the Heavenly Dao Mall, a dazzling array of items awaited him. Golden Immortal Pill can elevate one from mid-Xuanxian to early Golden Immortal 4, 5 million Dao points. Xianling Continent Cultivation Rankings, 50,000 Dao points. Ancient Continent, Great Dao Destiny Rankings, Immortal Emperor, 500 million Dao points. Xie Chen glanced over, and his gaze fixed upon the ranking list priced at a staggering 500 million Dao points. The rest seemed rather ordinary. Yet this particular list left him wide-eyed. What sort of ranking could possibly demand 500 million Dao points? Surely, the system must have mispriced it. System, what exactly is this Great Dao Destiny Rankings that it costs such a fortune in Dao points? Xie Chen inquired mentally. System, this ranking is the pinnacle of the system's creations, allowing only one individual to be listed at a time. When this ranking appears, destiny descends. And the one who acquires this destiny shall become the new immortal emperor. Xie Chen suddenly comprehended everything. The current continent had long since lost its great Dao destiny. It had been far too long since a new immortal emperor had been born. Xie Chen had been contemplating this plan after releasing the rankings of these continents. He aimed to usher in a new era and cultivate a new immortal emperor before heading to the holy immortal continent. However, he had yet to devise how to accomplish all of this. As it turns out, the system had anticipated his needs. Xie Chen couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, the system understands me best, but is 500 million Dao points not a tad exorbitant? He had only recently felt that having over 100 million Dao points made him rather affluent. Yet, upon seeing the price of the Great Dao Destiny Rankings, he felt as though his Dao points had plummeted into the negatives, as if he had lost 400 million Dao points. Achieving 500 million Dao points seemed a distant dream. With a sigh, Xie Chen proceeded to purchase several items from the Heavenly Dao Mall. He certainly intended to acquire the ranking list in its entirety. He also bought 3 golden immortal pills. Qi Yin's cultivation had already reached mid-true immortal, and after consuming a xianxian pill, she should now have attained xianxian. Zhang Dong and old ancestor Hong Yun, under Ling Guang's guidance, should also be on the verge of breaking through to xianxian. It was time to pave the way for their next steps. After completing these purchases, his Dao points swiftly dwindled to just over 85 million. Xie Chen cast one last glance at the Great Dao Destiny Rankings before closing the Heavenly Dao Mall. Having acquired the ranking list, he planned to distribute it, intending to call Qi Yin, Zhang Dong, and old ancestor Han Yun over. However, upon reflection, he assumed they were still in the midst of their training. Perhaps it would be best to wait until they had successfully broken through. At that moment, coincidentally, Qi Yin, Zhang Dong, and old ancestor Han Yun emerged from the Heavenly Dao Beast origin. Xie Chen looked at the three. As expected, their cultivations had all reached early xianxian. They had all broken through rather quickly. Zhang Dong stepped forward, saying, "Master, we owe it all to Big Sister. With her presence, we have shattered our usual limitations in such a short time. Indeed, Master, Big Sister is truly extraordinary. Her guidance surpassed our ordinary training in the Heavenly Dao Palace by 100-fold, old ancestor Han Yun echoed. At this moment, Qi Yin nudged old ancestor Han Yun, signaling him to be cautious with his words. Old ancestor Han Yun snapped back to reality, flustered, and said, "Apologies, Master. I did not mean to speak ill of the Heavenly Dao Palace. What I intended to convey is that all of this is your merit." Without your supervision and support, I would not have achieved this. Xie Chen smiled and interrupted. No need to be so tense. The important thing is that you have all broken through. I rarely have time to guide you, so I am delighted to see you achieve success under Ling Guang's tutelage. At this rate, you are one step closer to becoming emperors. Upon hearing the term becoming emperors, the three felt their hearts race with excitement. Xie Chen continued, perfectly timed. Since you have all broken through, it is time to take action. Qi Yin stepped forward and asked, Master, are we to issue rankings again? Xie Chen nodded. With a grand gesture, dozens of ranking lists floated into the air. He handed the lists to Qi Yin, Zhang Dong, and old ancestor Han Yan. Since you have only just broken through, return to consolidate your gains. We shall issue the rankings tomorrow. Yes, Master. Chapter 600. The release of the Tianchen Continent cultivation rankings. A day later, the first family, the master of the burial immortal lake, has perished. The head of the first family was utterly astonished. The cataclysmic phenomenon from the previous day was undoubtedly caused by the master of the burial immortal lake. Yet, he had not anticipated that he would fall in battle, and that the combatant would be none other than the master of the Heavenly Dao Palace. Now, upon hearing the report from disciples returning from burial immortal lake, the emergence of an immortal emperor who was vanquished by the master of the Heavenly Dao Palace, resulting in the destruction of burial immortal lake, was truly shocking news. The master of the Heavenly Dao Palace, the first Xianxiaaudiobooks, wore a grim expression, his demeanor noticeably tense. At this moment, his heart was anything but tranquil. During his time in the Zhuke Immortal City, he had already sensed a warning from Xie Chen. Now, hearing news of the master of the Heavenly Dao Palace slaying an immortal emperor stirred an inexplicable fear within him. Are you afraid? The head of the first family furrowed his brow at the sight of Xianxia's demeanor. Xianxia fell silent for a moment, then turned to the head of the first family. What if the day comes when the master of the Heavenly Dao Palace stands in opposition to our first family? The head of the first family pondered for a moment and replied, if that day truly arrives, we will have no choice but to accept it. Moreover, the master of burial immortal lake was merely a remnant immortal emperor. He seemed gravely injured, and his strength was not on par with a typical immortal emperor. His demise at the hands of the master of the Heavenly Dao Palace is entirely reasonable. Our first family, however, is different. Should we succeed, we will not only dominate the Tianchen Continent, but even hold sway over the holy immortal continent in the upper realm. Xianxia nodded in agreement, well aware of the historical legacy of the first family, seemingly endorsing this sentiment. Furthermore, according to what the disciples reported, Shen Guzi even annihilated the corpse of Hong Tuesday. Humph, that old fool. One day, our first family will settle accounts with Shun Su Fu. Meanwhile, news of the events at Burial Immortal Lake spread across the Tianchen Continent. My goodness, a crowd gathered around an individual, captivated by the recounting of the Burial Immortal Lake incident. Is this truly real? The terrifying phenomenon in the sky yesterday was actually caused by an immortal emperor beast. No wonder I was terrified on the Tianchen Continent. If it was indeed an immortal emperor, everything makes sense now. The immortal emperor turtle of Burial Immortal Lake was vanquished by the master of the Heavenly Dao Palace. Such an unbelievable event. Why had I never heard of this legend before? This is an ancient mystery. If you know it, can it still be called an ancient mystery? I witnessed it with my own eyes, and Senior Xingu also witnessed it. The remains of the sages, the celestial emperor's great tortoise. What a perilous affair this is. That you all managed to survive is indeed a miracle of the ages. Alas, how I wish I had been present, even if I gained nothing. To witness the grandeur of the Hall Master would have sufficed. What a pity it is. Yet, how curious it is that the inheritance of the Hall Master of the Heavenly Dao was fortuitously discovered by a mere cow. Truly, it defies reason. Do not speak thus. Master Cow is indeed selfless, having defied ancestral wishes to share this secret for the sake of all beings on the Tianchen Continent. Moreover, he sold us the map for a mere 10 spirit stones. Can there be another benevolent soul, like Master Cow, in all the world? I must admit, I am not yet of such high caliber. Nearby, the discussions of the crowd caught the attention of Ao Jiao, Qi Minglin, and their companions, who could only feel a wave of exasperation. Are these people fools, having diligently cultivated to the point of dulling their wits? Ao Jiao sighed and shook her head gently. Ha! The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine cow lay upon the ground, kicking its hooves and laughing heartily. You've made me laugh to the point of tears, Master Cow. It seems it will not be long before your name, as the great benevolent cow, resonates throughout the continent. The four cast a disdainful glance at the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine cow. Chang Mingxian turned to Qi Minglin and asked, Minglin, what do you think of what Xiaoxi mentioned yesterday? Qi Minglin paused for a moment before replying. It should not be wrong. We have already experienced the might of the first void sparrow. Perhaps only Qingyi can match it. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed from the sky, interrupting Qi Minglin's words. Startled, he quickly looked up. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine cow ceased its laughter and also gazed upwards. What is happening? Could it be that yet another celestial emperor has made a move? The surrounding crowd gasped, recalling the disastrous events of the previous day. Upon hearing the thunderous sound, they instinctively believed that yet another powerful celestial being was engaged in battle. Within the first family, the patriarch and the first void sparrow stepped out, tilting their heads towards the sky. This sensation, the first void sparrow's eyes darkened, as if sensing something amiss. Across the Tianchen Continent, discussions regarding the burial of immortals lake ceased, as all were drawn to the booming sound from above. The likes of Xie Chen, Xiaoxi, Yu Qichao, Lin Modin, and Shi Yuanxing, all elite figures on the talents list, simultaneously looked up towards the direction of the heavenly list. At the Tianchi Merchant Association, Tang Niu was sprawled in a chair, deep in slumber, when a sudden roar jolted him awake, causing him to tumble from his seat. What is happening? Do you not know that your Lord Tang is asleep? Tang Niu scrambled up, staggering to the window to gaze into the sky. What is this? His pupils contracted in shock. With the resounding noise from above, a golden heavenly list descended from the heavens, radiating brilliance as it landed beside the wealth list and the talents list. Accompanying it was the familiar voice of the Heavenly Dao. The third list of the Tianchen Continent. The cultivation ranking will officially be released today at noon. This cultivation ranking will feature the 16 most powerful individuals on the Tianchen Continent, with rewards for all who make the list. On Zishao Mountain, Xie Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his white robes fluttering, gazing at the sky as cultivation list. Once the cultivation list is released, the Tianchen Continent will surely be abuzz with excitement. A smile crept upon Xie Chen's lips as he seemed to foresee the far-reaching impact this announcement would have, surpassing all previous ones. At the Wanling Immortal Sea, Xie gazed at the resplendent golden list in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. The cultivation list has indeed arrived as expected. According to the rules of the heavenly list, each release encompasses all beings across the continent. After the previous two lists, the wealth list and the talents list, Xie understood that the rewards for those who made the list were extraordinary. This time, the Hall of Heavenly Dao is unveiling the cultivation list. She knew well that once this list is publicized, tranquility on the Tianchen Continent would be shattered. It may even disrupt the plans she and the Yuyang Immortal Emperor have set in motion. Yuyang, Intian, it seems our agreement is destined to be broken. Chapter 601. The cultivation ranking of the Tianchen Continent is released. The third list has arrived. The cultivation list. This time, the Hall Master has released the cultivation list. Hooray! People across the Tianchen Continent erupted in excitement and jubilation. How exhilarating! The last time the Hall of Heavenly Dao released the talents list. And now the cultivation list. Does this not mean that the peak powerhouses of our Tianchen Continent will be revealed? Indeed. Not only will we witness the pinnacle talents of our continent, but we shall also behold the mightiest beings among us. What incredible fortune! The crowd was in a frenzy. Their previous discussions regarding the burial of immortals lake instantly forgotten. If only I could make the list. Some influential figures felt a flicker of hope upon seeing the new list descend, yearning for the possibility of being included. At the distant Beast Alliance, a voice boomed, "Ha! This time, my name shall surely grace the cultivation list." Get real. With your meager skills, do you really think you can make it? You'd need to improve by dozens of ranks for that chance. Humph, do not underestimate me. I am at the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. If I make it onto the list, what then? If anyone should be on it, it should be the Lion Roar Saint King. He is at the peak of the golden immortal realm and the strongest among us. I wouldn't dare, huh? The Lion Roar Saint King attempted to feign humility, yet the smile on his face betrayed his pride. If he truly made the list, it would be a grand spectacle indeed. At the true dragon abyss, a thunderous roar echoed as a colossal dragon manifested into human form. It was a middle-aged man, adorned with two black horns, exuding an imposing presence. With the strength of my dragon clan, we should have numerous individuals making the list this time. The Dragon King stroked his dragon beard, speaking unabashedly. Indeed, considering the Tianchen Continent, even the first family cannot surpass our dragon clan. Let the world see the true strength of my dragon clan. My daughter will surely take pride in this. The cultivation list. The great beings truly understand me. Just as I arrive, they are already bestowing rewards upon me. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine cow beamed with excitement, as if already envisioning its name on the cultivation list alongside the rewards. Qi Minglin and the others cast a disapproving glance at him. Do not get ahead of yourself. While you are impressive, your mid-stage golden immortal cultivation still falls short, Ao Jiao remarked. Indeed, Chang Mengshin concurred. Moreover, you are not a being of the Tianchen Continent, so you will not be ranked on the cultivation list. Otherwise, Minglin would have made it onto the talents list last time. What? There is such a rule? Then how could your grandpa cow have any chance? The Xianxiakuan divine cow was left dumbfounded, its limbs going limp. The fantasy of reward shattered, leaving it with a pang of sorrow. At the Tianchen Merchant Association, Tang Niu exclaimed, "Another list has come. Make it known. If anyone from our Tianchen Merchant Association makes it onto the cultivation list, they shall receive a great reward." Ah, young master. The individuals who make it onto the cultivation list are likely beyond our means to reward. That may be true, Tang Niu pondered, but it doesn't matter. As long as no one from Wang Fugui's side makes it, I certainly don't wish to lose to him again. The cultivation ranking remains an enigma, leaving Wang Baoyuan in deep contemplation. Despite the slim chances, a flicker of hope lingers within him. It seems this matter does not concern me, he muses, but observing the formidable beings of this continent could prove to be quite enlightening. Shiju Xian shakes his head in agreement, while the other prodigies share a similar sentiment, gazing at the cultivation ranking with a sense of detached curiosity. Within the halls of the Shin's house, Mo Xiaoxi turns her gaze towards Shinguzi. "Grandfather, your name will undoubtedly grace this cultivation ranking," she asserts. Shinguzi strokes his beard and chuckles softly. "I possess confidence in that. Yet I am uncertain of my exact placement. Furthermore, I hope that not too many from the first family make it onto the list." As this thought crosses his mind, a solemn expression overtakes Shinguzi's countenance. At the first family, the patriarch exclaims with exuberance, "The cultivation ranking. Truly, heaven has favored us." He revels in the unexpected honor bestowed upon them by the Temple of Heaven's will, envisioning a glorious future for the first family. While they hold a healthy respect for the Temple of Heaven's will, the patriarch is confident in their own strength. The Temple's fairness in issuing the rankings leaves them with no grounds for complaint. First Shuchue remains silent, his gaze fixed upon the cultivation ranking. Gradually, noon approaches, and the Tianchen Continent falls into a hushed anticipation. The crowd fixates on the ranking, their breaths held in suspense. It begins. A sudden surge of golden light radiates from the ranking, accompanied by the resonant sound of the Tao. The Tianchen Continent cultivation ranking is officially unveiled. Tianchen Continent cultivation ranking. 16th place. Lion Dominator, Sacred King of Lion Roar. Realm, Pinnacle of Golden Immortal Realm. Race, Lion Clan. Physique, 9 Spirit Yuan Body. Affiliated Power, Distant Beast Alliance. One of the 6 esteemed Beast Kings. Reward, a single exchange of the ancient era's 9-headed Lion Emperor bloodline, with a slight chance of reverting to ancestry. Boom. Upon the announcement of the 16th place, the crowd of the Tianchen Continent is struck with astonishment. The 16th place is a Pinnacle Golden Immortal? They exclaim in disbelief. While the presence of quasi-emperors exists on the continent, the number of those who have reached the Golden Immortal realm is exceedingly rare. To witness a being of such caliber, the Sacred King of Lion Roar, occupying the last position, is indeed surprising. You jest. The last position is a Pinnacle Golden Immortal. Xianxiakuan, the Divine Bull, exclaims, his eyes wide with shock. Ao Jiao chuckles, "I told you so. Though you are formidable, you still fall short of making it onto this ranking." Xianxiakuan, momentarily taken aback, pouts defiantly, "Humph, what of being a Pinnacle Golden Immortal? I, old bull, am a relic of the era, in terms of strength. I refuse to concede to him." Within the Distant Beast Alliance, the Sacred King of Lion Roar blinks in astonishment, seemingly questioning whether that name belongs to him. "Congratulations, Lion King," they exclaim. "I knew it. It was bound to be the Sacred King of Lion Roar on the list. How remarkable that his son ranks among the prodigies. And now the Sacred King has made it onto the cultivation ranking. What a proud moment for our alliance. A child reflects the parent, they say, and indeed, the phrase rings true now. Yet in that moment, the Sacred King of Lion Roar appears lost in a trance, entirely absorbed in his own thoughts, oblivious to the surrounding congratulatory remarks. Suddenly, he erupts into a hearty laugh, his face flushed with excitement. "It's real. I truly made it onto the cultivation ranking." His exhilaration overwhelms him, and in a fit of joy, he abruptly gasps, his eyes rolling back as he collapses. "Lion King, are you all right? Lion King." Panic ensues as they realize he has lost consciousness. Chapter 602, The Gradual Unveiling of Pinnacle Golden Immortals. The inclusion of the Sacred King of Lion Roar on the ranking leaves many from the major powers disheartened. If even those at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm occupy the lowest tier, most of them have yet to even reach the mid-level of the Golden Immortal realm. It seems this heavenly ranking has once again eluded them. Boom. As discussions ripple through the crowd, the cultivation ranking emits another wave of golden light. Tianchen Continent Prodigy Ranking. 15th place, Carefree Celestial River. Realm, Pinnacle of Golden Immortal Realm. Race, Human. Physique, Fire Cloud Dao Body. Affiliated Power, Master of the Tianxiao Cloud Palace. Reward, Repair of the Tianxiao Cloud Palace's broken melding sword, elevating it to quasi-emperor grade. Carefree Celestial River ranks at the 15th position. Despite the precedent set by the Sacred King of Lion Roar, the crowd expresses surprise at this ranking. Carefree Celestial River has held the position of master over multiple generations in the Tianxiao Cloud Palace, being the second master to do so. Having achieved the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal Realm long ago, his strength is unquestionable. Following him, the Tianxiao Cloud Palace has witnessed 3 successive masters, each with a brief tenure, either deceased or severely incapacitated. The specific reasons remain unknown to outsiders. Carefree Celestial River has long been in seclusion. Yet after the 5th master abdicated, he was once again called upon to restore order within the Tianxiao Cloud Palace. Thus, his ascent to the cultivation ranking is well-deserved. Rumored to be the father of the esteemed Vanishing World Master. What? Vanishing World Master is the illegitimate child of Carefree Celestial River? Is that true? Indeed. Or else why do you think the previous masters of the Tianxiao Cloud Palace have vanished? It is said this was Carefree Celestial River's scheme, all to pave the way for Vanishing World Master. This is truly shocking news. I had never heard of this before. Within the Tianxiao Cloud Palace, having a quasi-emperor artifact matters little if one remains a coward. Vanishing World Master furrows his brow, his tone heavy with disdain toward Carefree Celestial River. The world perceives the abdication of the 3 successive masters as a mere fact, yet few grasp the underlying strife instigated by the first family. In the past, a conflict arose between the Tianxiao Cloud Palace and the first family, leading to the tumultuous abdications. It was only through Carefree Celestial River's intervention that the turmoil was ultimately resolved, albeit at the cost of a compromise with the first family. While this decision was wise given the first family's formidable power, it left Vanishing World Master feeling humiliated. The mere thought of the first family and first xianxiaaudiobooks clenches his fists tighter. In the shadows, an elder observes Vanishing World Master, then shifts his gaze back to the cultivation ranking. Perhaps this ranking will reveal to you that my concession to the first family was born of necessity. Rank 14 on the Tianchen Continent's cultivation leaderboard, xianxiao. Realm, Peak Golden Immortal. Race, Giant Serpent Clan. Physique, Heavenly Dragon Physique, Pseudo. Affiliation, Rogue Cultivator. Reward, Advancement of Heavenly Dragon Physique, Pseudo, to True Heavenly Dragon Physique. The revelation of the Heavenly Dragon Physique sent shockwaves through the various factions upon the announcement of the cultivation leaderboard's 14th rank. Even the patriarch of the foremost family exhibited a moment of bewilderment. The Heavenly Dragon Physique is a trait exclusive to the dragon kin, and those who possess it are exceedingly rare within the dragon lineage. Historical records reveal that only one individual has ever possessed such a physique, the great emperor of the dragon clan, the Sea Sword Dragon Emperor. This raises an intriguing question. How could such a singularly unique draconic physique be found in someone who does not belong to the dragon race? Who exactly is this Jin Jiao, and how did he come to inherit the physique of the illustrious Sea Sword Dragon Emperor? Could it be that he discovered the dragon bones left behind by the Sea Sword Dragon Emperor? It is said that the Sea Sword Dragon Emperor once visited the desolate sea city. This remark ignited a stir among the onlookers, many recalling the legend that in his youth, the Sea Sword Dragon Emperor had left his dragon bones in the desolate sea city after achieving his golden form. Now, with the reappearance of his physique, it is plausible that those very bones were found and utilized by another. How intriguing. Little girl, are you not incensed that a member of an outsider tribe has seized your dragonkin's physique? The Xiankuan divine bull gazed at Ao Jiao, a hint of mockery in his smile. Oh, what does it matter? Whoever finds it owns it. If they have the ability to acquire it, it signifies their fortune. Ao Jiao replied nonchalantly. I did not expect you to be so magnanimous. At the Tianchi Merchant Guild, Tang Nio's eyes widened in astonishment as he recalled the powerful elder who had entrusted him with a piece of dragon bone for auction. Initially believing that it was merely a coincidence that someone had obtained dragon bone, he was now astounded to learn that they had also acquired the physique of the Sea Sword Dragon Emperor. It must be said, his luck was exceedingly fortuitous. At this moment, somewhere on the Tianchen Continent, Jin Jiao laughed heartily as he beheld the cultivation leaderboard. Now, the physique of the Sea Sword Dragon Emperor shall perfectly merge with mine. The next immortal emperor shall undoubtedly be none other than myself. Ha ha ha. Crack. The sound of a rib breaking echoed. Damn it. Had I known, I would never have sold that bone. My body can no longer withstand it. Jin Jiao knelt on the ground, clutching his chest in agony, gazing at the leaderboard as he tremulously extended his hand. Leaderboard, could you bestow my reward upon me now? I fear I may not endure much longer. Boom. In response, the leaderboard did not grant him his reward but instead announced the next ranking. Rank 13 on the Tianchen Continent's cultivation leaderboard, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Realm, Peak Golden Immortal. Race, Bear Clan. Physique, Sacred Body of the Immortal Path. Affiliation, leader of the bear clan at the illusory Divine Mountain. Reward: ancient era iron-eating divine bear spirit. Wow, it's the clan leader. Xiong Quan exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Xian Kuan Divine Bull turned to Xiong Quan. Is there such a formidable individual within your clan? Of course. The bear clan is a hidden great clan, and our leader is the most powerful figure among us. Who would have thought that old bear was so impressive? Qi Minglan, Chong Mingxian, and Ao Jiao simultaneously envisioned the elderly bear, leaning on a cane, with a gentle demeanor, appearing somewhat unsteady as he walked. It was unimaginable that he was a peak golden immortal, now gracing the cultivation leaderboard with such formidable power. Chapter 603, The Two Great Merchant Guild Leaders. Within the Far Beast Alliance, the various beast kings, upon witnessing the lifeless lion roar Saint King, momentarily disregarded him upon seeing Xiong Jiuxian's name on the leaderboard. With a clang, the lion roar Saint King's head struck the ground once more. Xiong Jiuxian has made it onto the leaderboard. When did he reach the peak golden immortal realm? How could it be so swift? Damn it, that clan's prodigy is already so formidable. Who would have thought this old fellow has also surpassed us, ranking above the lion roar Saint King? Are we, both young and old, incapable of competing with them? This is utterly preposterous. We are the united 6 great beast clans. The 5 beast kings displayed expressions of reluctance, their emotions complex. At the time of the prodigy rankings, the Far Beast Alliance's individuals fell short of Xiong Quan. Now, with the cultivation leaderboard's announcement, they found themselves outclassed by Xiong Jiuxian. The prowess of the bear clan was truly remarkable. Regrettably, such strength was cloistered away, leaving them with a sense of lament. Not only in the Far Beast Alliance, but throughout the Tianchen Continent, the might of this bear clan expert was widely acknowledged. Albeit with little familiarity regarding his tales and connections, those were as rare as a morning star. Rank 12 on the Tianchen Continent's cultivation leaderboard, Tang Jingfeng. Realm: peak golden immortal. Race: human. Physique: primordial saint body. Affiliation: second-generation founder of the Tianchi Merchant Guild. Reward: Tianchi Merchant Guild seal, enhanced by celestial fortune, ensuring the guild's prosperity. It is the enigmatic mastermind behind the Tianchi Merchant Guild. Upon the announcement of the 12th rank, exclamations erupted. To be ranked 12th on the cultivation leaderboard. Does the Tianchi Merchant Guild's leader possess such formidable strength? Of course. The Tianchi Merchant Guild is the largest merchant guild on the Tianchen Continent. Without substantial power, how could one safeguard such a vast enterprise? Tang Jingfeng is indeed an extraordinary figure. He was once a close companion of the Yintian Emperor. An elder from a prominent sect remarked. What? He was a friend of the Yintian Emperor? Indeed, when the Yintian Emperor first arrived on the Tianchen Continent, he met Tang Jingfeng, who was then also learning the ways of commerce. The two formed an instant bond, and Tang Jingfeng introduced the Yintian Emperor to the Tianchi Merchant Guild. One could say that the Yintian Emperor's remarkable achievements and establishment on the Tianchen Continent owe a debt of gratitude to Tang Jingfeng's assistance. The crowd nodded in understanding. They had heard of the Yintian Emperor's time at the Tianchi Merchant Guild, but were unaware of this story, which broadened their perspectives. At the Tianchi Merchant Guild, upon witnessing their leader's name on the leaderboard, smiles filled the faces of the onlookers. Naturally, Tang Yo was not surprised. He is on the leaderboard. A member of the Tianchi Merchant Guild has made it. Ha ha ha. Tang Yo laughed exuberantly, turning to his subordinates. Bestow him a generous reward. Bring him to me. I wish to honor him appropriately. Ha ha ha. Those around him appeared somewhat awkward. Young master, we cannot reward him. Did you not see? That is your father. Tang Yo's smile froze. Oh, it seems so. I was so focused on the words Tianchi Merchant Guild that I completely overlooked his identity. Cough cough, what of it? He is still my father. I can reward him with a cup of chrysanthemum tea. It symbolizes prosperity and the arrival of fortune. Hurry, go. The remaining individuals continued to wait. Some could not help but speculate, since the owner of the Tianchi Commerce had made the list. Might the proprietor of the Tianbao Commerce also boom? Just as they were pondering this, yet another name was announced on the cultivation rankings. Tianchen Continent Cultivation Ranking. 11th place, Wang Dian. Realm: pinnacle of golden immortal. Race: human. Physique: purple sun battle body. Affiliated power: second-generation founder of Tianbao Commerce. Reward: seal of Tianbao Commerce. Blessed by the heavens, it ensures the prosperity of the commerce. Indeed, it was Tianbao Commerce. The crowd was astonished yet unsurprised. Given that the owner of Tianchi Commerce had made the list, it was only natural that the owner of the equally renowned Tianbao Commerce would also be included. However, was Wang Dian truly that formidable? His position ahead of Tang Jingfeng suggested that his strength surpassed that of the latter. Naturally, as the largest commerce in the Tianchen Continent, Tianbao Commerce must possess significant power to safeguard such a vast enterprise. Didn't you just say that Tianchi Commerce was the largest? Why the sudden change of heart? Did I? When did I ever say that? Don't spread falsehoods, or I might just sue you for defamation. Tianchi commerce. No. Tang Nio's anguished cry reverberated throughout the commerce, startling everyone. Why is Tianbao commerce ranked higher than us? Tang Nio shouted defiantly. Within Tianbao commerce, Wang Baoyuan sat cross-legged, laughing heartily. Isn't this quite normal? It was as if his words were a direct response to Tang Nio's plight. Although Wang Dian was a merchant, what many did not know was that in his youth, his father was a top-tier prodigy. In the past, Wang Baoyuan had heard his father boast of having battled the Yintian emperor. Though he had been defeated, his talent and strength far surpassed that of Tang Jingfeng. Even the Yintian emperor acknowledged his prowess. While Wang Baoyuan held reservations about his father's claims, he was indeed powerful. Had the prodigy rankings existed back then, Wang Baoyuan firmly believed his father would have undoubtedly made the list. This conviction filled him with confidence. Even individuals from prominent factions were currently reflecting, with Tang Jingfeng and Wang Dian among them, coupled with the rewards bestowed by the rankings. It seems that neither Tianchi commerce nor Tianbao commerce can be shaken. However, the strength of these two was not to be underestimated. If even they had not entered the top 10, who could possibly be in the top ranks? Boom. Just as the discussion simmered, the 10th name on the cultivation rankings was finally revealed. Tianchen Continent cultivation ranking, 10th place, Long Beiming. Realm, pinnacle of golden immortal. Race, dragon. Physique, sacred dragon spirit phoenix body. Affiliated power, true dragon abyss, dragon queen. Reward, complete spirit of dragon and phoenix. Sacred dragon spirit phoenix body advances to true dragon yuan phoenix body, the dragon queen of the dragon clan. Upon witnessing the announcement of the 10th position, yet another member of the dragon clan was unveiled. Following the previous dragon princess's ascent to the prodigy rankings, now the dragon queen had emerged as well. Remarkable strength, indeed. The pinnacle of golden immortal alone overshadowed many strong contenders on the list. The dragon clan was truly formidable. Sacred dragon spirit phoenix body. As a member of the dragon clan, could she possibly wield phoenix power as well? Yay! Ao Jiao exclaimed excitedly. Everyone look. That is my mother. Xian Kuan. The divine bull glanced at Ao Jiao. Are all you little ones backed by such powerful figures? Of course. Ao Jiao and Xiong Akan chimed in unison. And what about you two? Surely you don't have some extraordinary backing as well. Xian Kuan directed his gaze at Qi Minglin and Zhang Mengxian. Qi Minglin replied nonchalantly. I hail from the Yintian immortal mansion. That immortal emperor's lineage is no small matter. All right, I'll grant you that. And you, little girl? Zhang Mengxian shook her head. I have nothing, no extraordinary background, nor a powerful family. Phew, that's a relief. Xian Kuan sighed, appearing somewhat comforted. Mengxian resides near the Purple Clouds Mountain, beside the Palace Master, you know. At this moment, Qi Minglin added with a smirk. Oh, the Palace Masteress. Xian Kuan dismissed it nonchalantly, his eyes widening in surprise. Hey, Chapter 604, the top 10 of the cultivation rankings unveiled. True Dragon Abyss. As expected, Beiming's physique was exceedingly rare. Even some physiques of our great emperors could not compare. Within this realm of golden immortal, she was indeed an invincible entity. Congratulations to the Dragon King. The Dragon Queen's ascent to this cultivation ranking is truly a blessing for our Dragon clan. In the future, the Dragon Queen will surely ascend to the threshold of emperorship. Listening to his subordinates, the Dragon King remained unimpressed, with Beiming already appearing. Did this not imply that other strong members of the Dragon clan would have no chance of making the list? Beiming was only ranked 10th. It seemed the strength of the contenders on this continent was unfathomable. With the announcement of the Dragon clan member, it once again stirred up a tremendous commotion throughout the Tianchen Continent. The dual cultivation of dragon and phoenix powers, such a formidable Dragon clan powerhouse. As the crowd marveled at the might of the Dragon clan, they were filled with both awe and curiosity. If even the Dragon Queen only just managed to enter the top 10, what kind of strength did those ranked ahead of her possess? With this thought, the crowd looked up, gazing at the heavens above, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Boom. The 9th name on the cultivation rankings was finally revealed. Tianchen Continent cultivation ranking, 9th place, Qi Wushan. Realm, quasi-emperor. Race, human. Physique, divine winged Dao body. Affiliated power, master of Yintian immortal mansion. Reward, divine ability. Heartless slashing immortal sword, one of the divine abilities created by the Yintian emperor. As the final words echoed, the Tianchen Continent fell into a brief silence as everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Wait, did I see that correctly? Is that truly a quasi-emperor? Indeed. It's real. That is Qi Wushan, the master of Yintian immortal mansion. It truly is him. My goodness, a quasi-emperor appears at 9th place. This is utterly outrageous. In an instant, the Tianchen Continent erupted like a boiling cauldron. A cacophony of voices filled the air, reverberating powerfully as if threatening to shake the very earth. Almost everyone was no longer calm at this moment. The ninth place on the cultivation rankings had revealed a quasi-emperor. The implications of this outcome shocked countless individuals. How could Qi Wuxian appear now? This is unbelievable. The representatives of various factions stood up abruptly, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the cultivation rankings. It was expected that Qi Wuxian would make the list. However, his position being merely ninth. He was a quasi-emperor, and yet he ranked only ninth. Did this not suggest that, on the Tianchen Continent, at least 8 quasi-emperors existed? Quasi-emperor. Qi Minglin gazed at the name on the cultivation rankings, her heart trembling. The master of Tian Immortal Mansion had indeed reached the realm of quasi-emperor. In contrast, her own master was still at the heavenly immortal stage. While she was on the verge of a breakthrough, the gap was undeniably vast. As Qi Minglin pondered, she couldn't help but think, "My lord, you must strive harder. While others have ascended to the threshold of the emperor, you remain at the celestial realm. It's time to show some spirit." A sudden sneeze interrupted her thoughts. Coming from afar on the moonlit continent, where Luo Yusin involuntarily sneezed. How curious, I can still sneeze. Could it be that Minglin is thinking of me? Haha. When she returns and sees that I have reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, she will surely be astonished. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox turned its gaze towards Qi Minglin. Little Qi, your elder has made it onto the list. That's not really Minglin's elder. Well, perhaps it could be counted as such. Minglin hails from another continent, and although we share the same lineage, the connection is rather tenuous. Ao Jiao interjected. Ah, I see. That is rather unfortunate. You cannot bask in your own family's glory, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox chuckled, just as she was recovering from the shock of Chongmingxian. The little girl was indeed living beside a formidable figure, which was quite an intimidating background. It appeared that Qi Minglin was the most unassuming among them. Do not underestimate Minglin. She has significant connections with the Hall Master, Ao Jiao added. Oh, what sort of connection? Don't tell me she also resides beside a powerful figure. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox replied, a knowing smile playing on its lips. Chongmingxian remarked, although Minglin does not dwell by the Hall Master's side, she has received the inheritance from the esteemed Zhu Ke, who resides within the Hall of Heavenly Dao. Huffed, isn't that just the inheritance from the big sister? The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox was momentarily taken aback, its eyes widening in disbelief. Observing this, Chongmingxian, Ao Jiao, and Xiongakun couldn't help but chuckle softly. Qi Minglin, however, chose to ignore the astonishment of the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ox and instead focused on the cultivation rankings. At that moment, her mind drifted to Yu Qichao, who was also gazing at the cultivation rankings within the Tian Celestial Pavilion, yet was filled with unease. To his astonishment, the Hall Master was only ranked 9th. Such a result was unexpected, as one would assume the leader of the Tian Celestial Pavilion would at least be among the top 5. Instead, he barely secured the 9th position, which was difficult for him and the members of the Tian Celestial Pavilion to accept. Little did they know there were so many formidable figures hidden within the Tianchen Continent. Boom. Before Yu Qichao could finish his thoughts, the cultivation rankings once again erupted with golden light, revealing the 8th place. Tianchen Continent cultivation ranking 8th place. Xingguzi. Realm, semi-emperor. Race, human. Physique, heavenly mechanism, sacred body. Affiliated power, master of the divine strategy pavilion. Reward, enhancement of heavenly mechanism divination, a glimpse into the future once, without backlash. Grandfather, you made the list. Mo Xiaoxi exclaimed, filled with joy for Xingguzi. Xingguzi's eyes widened in disbelief. He stood there, seemingly oblivious to his ranking, instead entranced by the reward. For him, the art of heavenly mechanisms was foundational. The prospect of enhancing his divination skills thrilled him far more than receiving an imperial artifact. Moreover, the opportunity to glimpse into the future without any repercussions was an incredibly enticing reward. Mo Xiaoxi smiled, gently holding Xingguzi's trembling hand. Understanding that he was overwhelmed with excitement, Xiaoxi quickly thanked the Hall Master. Xingguzi, grasping Mo Xiaoxi's hand, spoke with a tremor in his voice. The grandfather-granddaughter duo immediately knelt in the direction of the cultivation rankings. Senior Xinggu has also made the list. The elder Xinggu was a renowned semi-emperor. His mastery of heavenly mechanisms unparalleled. His ascent to the cultivation rankings was hardly surprising. Indeed, yet even Senior Xinggu only ranks 8th. This is... The crowd fell into silence once again. Qi Wuxian and Xingguzi were both well-known semi-emperors across the continent. Yet neither made it into the top 5 of the cultivation rankings. Just how many hidden powerhouses and extraordinary beings existed on the Tianchen Continent that they were unaware of. The onlookers turned their attention back to the cultivation rankings, their silence profound as they awaited the next announcement, their hearts racing with anticipation. Finally, The next name on the cultivation rankings was revealed. However, this ranking sent shockwaves throughout the Tianchen Continent, instilling fear and awe in all who beheld it. Chapter 605, Shocking the Continent, the First Family. Tianchen Continent Cultivation Ranking 7th Place. First Qingtian. Realm, Semi-Emperor. Race, Human. Physique, Heavenly Dao Body. Affiliated Power, First Family. North Divine Ancestor. Reward, Divine Ability, Infinite Heavenly Fall, one of the divine abilities created by the first immortal emperor. Tianchen Continent Cultivation Ranking 6th Place. First Huiming. Realm, Semi-Emperor. Race, Human. Physique, Blade Resonance Sacred Body. Affiliated Power, First Family, West Divine Ancestor. Reward, Divine Ability. Emperor's Extreme Heavenly Abyss / one of the divine abilities created by the first immortal emperor. Tianchen Continent Cultivation Ranking 5th Place. Chidu Minglan. Realm, Semi-Emperor. Race, Human. Physique, Flower God Blood Body. Affiliated Power, First Family, South Divine Ancestor. Reward, Divine Ability, 10,000 Trees Ceiling, a divine ability inherited from the first immortal empress. Boom. In an instant, the Tianchen Continent fell silent. The crowd gaped, their lips trembling, their faces etched with horror. Beads of sweat streamed down their terrified faces. Ziju Xian, Mo Xiaoxi, Yu Qi Chao, Qi Minglan, Ao Jiao, Chong Mengxian, Xiongakun, Lin Moen, and others all widened their eyes, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. The revelation of 3 consecutive names, all semi-emperors from the first family, was utterly astounding and left them in awe. Even Xinguzi furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Indeed, what was bound to happen has come to pass, he sighed, as if resigned to the inevitable, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Thud, thud. Countless individuals collapsed to the ground, trembling as they pointed at the cultivation rankings above, muttering words about the first family. Members of various powers wore expressions of trepidation, truly shaken by the revelation of the 3 ancestors from the first family. Was this the depth of their foundation? Tang Niu gazed at the cultivation rankings, momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Baoyuan experienced a similar shock. In the Tianxiao Cloud Palace, how could the first family? Fan Shizuan also stood agape, eyes wide, staring at the rankings in disbelief. The first family is truly this formidable. Sighing, the elusive Xiaoyao Tianhe cast a glance at Fan Shizuan. Now you might understand. The first family is not something our Tianxiao Cloud Palace can contend with. Fan Shizuan clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing as his expression morphed from shock to a fierce scowl, his eyes brimming with unwillingness. In the distant Beast Alliance, members of the first family have made the list. With a swift motion, the Lion Roar Saint King sprang up from the ground, his eyes wide open, startling the remaining Beast Kings. Lion King, you're alive? The Lion Roaring Saint King paid them no heed. His gaze fixated on the names of the 3 individuals atop the cultivation ranking. The first family, those scoundrels, mark my words, vengeance shall be ours one day. The Lion Roaring Saint King declared with a grim countenance. The other Beast Kings fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly recalling their own encounters with the first family, where they had been silenced and threatened. Oh dear, my head seems to be aching slightly, the Lion Roaring Saint King suddenly remarked, rubbing the back of his skull. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, the other Beast Kings glanced at him with indifferent expressions, as if it were of no concern to them. Meanwhile, the Xian Kuan Divine Bull lay sprawled on the ground, his mouth agape, seemingly still in shock from recent revelations. 2 young maidens, one residing beside a powerful figure, and the other inheriting the legacy of their leader. How enviable. I desire such fortune for myself. Ao Jiao patted his side. Get up, don't lie there. Look at the cultivation ranking. What for? The Xian Kuan Divine Bull rose to his feet, directing his gaze towards the ranking. Wow. 3 quasi-emperors, all from that first family, impressive indeed. But what of it? Your grandpa Bull fears them not. A flicker of irritation danced in the bull's eyes. Having been bested by a quasi-emperor from the first family at the burial of a mortal's lake, he felt an impulse to teach them a lesson. One day, he would reclaim his dignity. As for the first family, the family head chuckled coldly. Now that the 3 ancestors of my first family have been revealed, surely the world now quakes beneath our might. His gaze sharpened suddenly. However, the shock we bring is far from over. The first Void Sparrow cast him a sidelong glance, a smile gracing his lips. In a mysterious cavern belonging to the first family, an elder spoke, his white hair tied back, a scar etched across his face, emanating an aura of both age and authority. This man was none other than the North Divine Ancestor of the first family, First Qingtian. The divine powers of the first immortal emperor. What a delightful surprise. With this, I shall be greatly empowered. Another elder chimed in, his black hair cascading loosely, exuding an intimidating presence, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He was the West divine ancestor, first Hui Ming. Alas, if only Hong Tu were still alive. How fortunate it would be. Chidu Minglan emerged as well. Should anyone from the outside world recognize her, they would be utterly astonished. For her visage was identical to that of the deceased first immortal emperor's consort. The connection between the two was undeniable. First Qingtian scoffed. Hong Tu was slain by Xie. We shall have our revenge one day. Soon. First Hui Ming replied coldly. Little Sparrow has retrieved the ancient stone. In a few days, we shall hunt her down. At that moment, both First Qingtian and Chidu Minglan's eyes darkened, radiating an intense murderous intent. Above the Wanling immortal sea, Xie calmly regarded the names of the three on the ranking, her expression devoid of emotion, seemingly unconcerned with them. Boom. Despite the world being shaken by the might of the three quasi-emperors from the first family, the cultivation ranking pressed on, announcing the next name. Fourth on the Tianchen Continent's cultivation ranking, Ao Kuan. Realm, quasi-emperor. Race, dragon. Physique, 4-battle true dragon body. Affiliated force, true dragon abyss dragon king. Reward, the former dragon body of the 3 generations dragon emperor, replicated, after refining, can condense a strand of immortal emperor's true fate. True dragon abyss. Congratulations to the Dragon King. Hail to the Dragon King for ascending the cultivation ranking. Upon seeing their king's name on the list, the crowd hurriedly offered their praises. Prostrating themselves, Ao Kuan remained silent, a frown creasing his brow. The existence of 3 quasi-emperors within the first family was utterly beyond his expectations. Even their dragon queen only reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, ranking merely 10th. Yet, the first family boasted 3 individuals among the top 10. Although his ranking surpassed theirs, in terms of overall strength, the Dragon clan was undoubtedly inferior to the first family. As a lineage of 2 emperors, Ao Kuan felt a sting to his pride. The first family, I shall remember this, he stated expressionlessly. Unbeknownst to him, the first family had unwittingly provoked yet another formidable figure. However, this reward was commendable. The ability to forge an immortal emperor's true fate would undoubtedly elevate his status. Chapter 606, the son of the immortal emperor. Everyone look. That is my father. Ao Jiao exclaimed, her interest piqued once more. Another one. First your mother. Now your father. Your entire family is renowned. The Xian Kuan divine bull remarked. Naturally, being the princess of the Dragon clan, her parents' strength is formidable, Chang Mengxian noted. The Xian Kuan divine bull feigned a sigh. Each of you has such powerful figures backing you. As your elder brother, I feel an immense pressure. When did you become our elder brother? Qi Minglan, Chang Mengxian, Ao Jiao, and Xiongakun all cast him incredulous looks. The Xian Kuan divine bull huffed. At the burial of a mortal's lake, in the face of life and death, it was I who shielded you, ensuring your safety. From that moment, you have all been my little brothers and sisters. Hey, that doesn't sound too bad. Gathering a group of prodigies as my little brothers, in the future, wouldn't that make me the greatest among them? He chuckled. The Dragon King of the Dragon clan. The people of the Tianchen Continent breathed a sigh of relief. With 3 quasi-emperors from the first family having already made the ranking, if the next name announced was yet another from the first family, it would be utterly despairing. How could other great powers possibly survive? It would be better to submit to the first family entirely. Yet the Dragon clan, with its might, overshadowed the 3 quasi-emperors of the first family, a display of extraordinary power. Indeed, we are fortunate to have the strength of the Dragon clan. The Tianchen Continent shall not fall entirely under the dominion of the first family. The trembling hearts of the crowd calmed somewhat. Suddenly, one individual spoke up, igniting a wave of tension once more. I say, have you all forgotten someone? Who? They recalled that aside from these 3 quasi-emperors, there was yet another leading figure from the first family. Boom. At that moment, the cultivation ranking shimmered with golden radiance once more. The third name was revealed. Third on the Tianchen Continent's cultivation ranking. First Songhong. Realm, quasi-emperor. Race, human. Physique, Wultun divine body. Affiliated force, head of the first family. Reward, imperial artifact. Primordial towning tower. Boom. With the announcement of the third name, the entire Tianchen Continent was once again engulfed in astonishment. The first family. Yet again, it was the first family. Once again witnessing the illustrious first family's ascent to prominence on the rankings has undoubtedly left many in a state of shock, their expressions transforming from astonishment to sheer terror. The first family boasts not 1, but 4 quasi-emperors throughout the annals of history on the Tianchen Continent. And from the accounts of those who have traversed to other realms and returned, there has never been a single faction known to possess 4 quasi-emperors. Quasi-emperors are not as common as cabbages, particularly in the lower realms. Even the mightiest prodigies have only a minuscule chance of achieving such status. Yet now, this singular faction alone, the first family, claims 4 quasi-emperors on the cultivation rankings, occupying nearly half of the top 10 slots. Such a reality is utterly astounding and deeply despairing. What manner of entity is this first family? Their abundance of quasi-emperors seems excessive. The Xian Kuan divine bull furrowed its brow. Although it felt a twinge of displeasure at the first family's reemergence on the rankings, it couldn't help but admire their formidable strength. With so many quasi-emperors, even in the vast expanse of the Tianchen Continent, they would be invincible. Considering the number of quasi-emperors on the rankings, it seemed that the combined might of all factions on the Tianchen Continent would still fall short against the first family, excluding the aberrant beasts. The various factions on the Xianling continent gazed in astonishment, their expressions betraying a mix of shock and complexity. First Songhong. He is astonishingly powerful, surpassing even the three ancestral figures of the first family. Otherwise, how could he ascend to the position of the first family's leader? A lineage of 4 emperors is no trivial matter. What sect could possibly rival such an imperial lineage? Indeed, if it were not for this cultivation ranking exposing him, we would remain oblivious to the extent of First Songhong's formidable prowess. At the Shunsa mansion, grandfather, the first family's members have once again made it to the rankings, exclaimed Mo Xiaoxi, her gaze filled with trepidation as she looked at Shun Guzi. After a brief moment of silence, Shun Guzi replied solemnly, "It is no surprise that First Songhong has made the list. After all, he is the son of an immortal emperor." The son of an immortal emperor. Mo Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, Shun Guzi confirmed with a nod. He is the descendant of the 4th immortal emperor of the first family, the ancient flame immortal emperor. What? Mo Xiaoxi's heart quaked once more. She was well aware of the ancient flame immortal emperor, who had thwarted the invasion of the Corpse clan on the Xianling continent 1,000,000 years ago, rendering him a revered figure for his exceptional contributions. The current head of the first family is, astonishingly, a descendant of that esteemed emperor. Being the son of an immortal emperor, his strength is certainly not something an ordinary quasi-emperor could rival. Ha 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 ha. First Songhong chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. See this? This is my stature. Even the cultivation rankings acknowledge my prowess. This reward is quite fitting. As an imperial scion, it is only reasonable that I receive an imperial artifact. First Suke, without offering congratulations, maintained a stoic demeanor and remarked, "However, the family head ranks only 3rd. There are still 2 individuals ahead of you, seemingly stronger." At these words, First Songhong's expression darkened, a cold smile playing on his lips. 2 individuals, you say? That may be so, but soon enough, one of them shall cease to exist. As he spoke, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, revealing his ruthless nature. Boom. Just as the Xianling continent was ablaze with excitement, the cultivation rankings stirred once more, radiating ethereal blue-green light, akin to the twinkling of stars, bursting forth with boundless vitality. Amidst this enchanting glow, the identity of the second-ranked individual was unveiled. Xianling continent cultivation rankings, 2nd place, Shiyu. Realm, quasi-emperor. Race, spirit tree clan. Physique, azurewood immortal body. Affiliated force, soul of the spirit tree clan, master of the 10,000 spirits sea. Reward, imperial artifact, eastern mirror of celestial guidance. Upon hearing this, the expressions of First Songhong, First Qing Tian, First Hui Ming, and Shi Du Ming Lan from the first family all darkened simultaneously. Shiyu. First Songhong suddenly let out a chilling laugh, his profound gaze shrouded in darkness. Chapter 607. The Immortal Lady Shiyu. On the Xianling continent, the crowd fixated on the cultivation rankings, gradually becoming entranced. Shiyu, she is the first on the wealth rankings. My goodness, not only is her wealth immense, but her strength is equally formidable. Even the head of the first family and the Dragon King rank behind her. What does it mean that she is the sole representative of the Spirit Tree clan? Does this imply that she stands alone? Who is this formidable figure? Ever since the last wealth rankings were published, I have tried to investigate, but strangely, I could find no trace of her, not even regarding the Spirit Tree clan. I did inquire with my family elder, who seemed to possess some knowledge, but what? Speak up. However, when my elder heard her name, his expression changed drastically, as if he were terrified, and he scolded me severely. He warned me never to mention this matter again, or I would be expelled from the sect. Is it so sinister? Could there be some taboo involved? The immortal Lady Shiyu. Aokuin, upon seeing Shiyu's name once more, couldn't help but feel a tinge of reverence. Is this the esteemed Shiyu? She ranks 2 places above our Dragon King. The members of the Dragon clan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. They recalled hearing Aokuin mention that a great emperor from their clan had been defeated by this individual named Shiyu before he attained the status of an immortal emperor. At that time, the emperor he lost to was the Sea Sword Dragon Emperor, who became an immortal emperor after the Yingtian Emperor. Had it not been for Shiyu's seclusion, It was uncertain whether the Sea Sword Dragon Emperor would have achieved his status. However, they had only crossed swords once, which left the Sea Sword Dragon Emperor with a lingering sense of regret for not having vanquished Xiu before ascending to immortality, a regret that haunted him for life. Another wealthy magnate has made the rankings. Ao Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Xiu's name, utterly captivated. To possess an immortal body is truly rare. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull marveled at her physique. In this world, individuals with immortal bodies are exceedingly rare. Once one possesses such a physique, their future achievements are boundless. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, those endowed with an immortal body are likely to attain at least quasi-emperor status and have a significant chance of seizing destiny and becoming immortal emperors. Who is this woman? Do you know her? The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull turned its curious gaze toward Qi Minglin and the others. Not at all. The four shook their heads in unison. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull shot them a disapproving glance, eager to hear the opinions of those around them. Yet it seemed that no one else was any more informed. This left the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull feeling a wave of disappointment. Lady Xiu, alas. Suddenly, nearby Qi Minglin and her companions, an elder from a major sect passed by, sighing in contemplation. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull smirked and quickly pulled him over. Old man, your tone suggests you know this woman named Xiu. Hurry up and tell us who she is. You must have misheard. I know nothing, absolutely nothing. Be honest. If you don't confess, Grandpa Bull will deliver some severe punishment. I'll kick you 100 times on your backside first. The venerable ancestor of the great sect hesitated, seemingly gripped by fear. Very well, I shall divulge this to you. Consider yourselves fortunate to have encountered me. Had it been any other ancestors, they would not dare to share such knowledge. Enough of this trivial chatter, let us proceed. The esteemed ancestor paused before continuing. The Fairy of the Tides, Xie, is an immensely powerful quasi-emperor. During her time on the Tianchen Continent, nearly no one could rival her. However, several 100,000 years ago, all traces of her existence were obliterated, rendering her a taboo subject no one on the Tianchen Continent would dare to discuss. Who was responsible for this erasure? Qi Minglin inquired. The first family. Again, the first family. Qi Minglin and the others were taken aback. How is it that the first family is implicated everywhere? They seem to evoke considerable animosity. In truth, I only possess a general understanding. A conflict arose between the first family and Fairy Xie, leading to a fierce battle, during which an ancestor of the first family was slain by Xie herself. Ultimately, it appears that Fairy Xie emerged victorious, and the first family, having promised her something, allowed her to remain unharmed. Strangely, despite the first family's defeat, Fairy Xie vanished from the world thereafter. Shortly after, the first family obliterated all knowledge of her existence. Anyone, including major factions and the Beast clan, who dared to speak of Fairy Xie faced annihilation at the hands of the first family. Once, 2 Beast Kings perished in a single day for opposing the first family's decree. With the Beast clan's intimidation, the other factions dared not continue the discussion. Thus we too have refrained from mentioning Fairy Xie, lamenting in silence. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull, Qi Minglin, and the others nodded in understanding. So that is how it is. Unbeknownst to them, the surrounding crowd had gathered, captivated by the elder's narration. Chang Mingxian remarked, "Is Fairy Xie truly so formidable that even the first family is no match for her? Who can say? However, I have heard whispers of an unparalleled force at play in this matter." An unparalleled force, what might that be? Ao Jiao inquired with childlike curiosity. The Celestial Emperor. I see. Within the halls of the Divine Strategy House, Mo Xiaoxi absorbed her grandfather's account of the tale involving Xie and the first family. Yet, grandfather, if this is indeed a victory for Fairy Xie, why does she remain secluded in the Wanling Immortal Sea? Why does she turn a blind eye to the actions of the first family? Xianxiaaudiobooks did not respond, instead gazing towards the ranking board. Perhaps we shall soon find out. In the Wanling Immortal Sea, Fairy Xie noted her name on the rankings, yet did not exhibit any signs of elation. Instead, her expression grew grave, and her heart fluttered with unease. Is this truly the case? Xie sighed, as if she had already discerned the identity of the individual in first place. Gradually, the Tianchen Continent fell into a hushed silence. Soon, the announcement of the first place would be made. The crowd held their breath, their heartbeats quickening to the point of feeling as though they might burst forth from their chests. Tang Niu, Wang Baoyuan, the corpse exterminating immortal, Yu Qichao, venerable fan, Mo Xiaoxi, Qi Minglin, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull, Ao Jiao, and others fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the ranking board, patiently awaiting the revelation. Xie, the first celestial Hong, the first void sparrow, Aokoan, Shenguzhi, and others were also intently focused on the ranking board, not even daring to blink. The individual who had overshadowed the 8 quasi-emperors of the Tianchen Continent, seizing the first position on the rankings, was about to be unveiled. Here it comes. On Mount Xixiao, Xie Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, the crowd observed the ranking board beginning to sway, signaling the imminent announcement. As the frequency of the board's undulations quickened, the spectators gasped, their hearts racing violently, a suffocating sensation washing over them. Boom! An overwhelming aura radiated in rippling waves of golden light, seemingly traversing the cosmos and suppressing the heavens. The first place on the rankings was finally revealed. Tianchen Continent ranking first. First Huanyi. Realm, Celestial Emperor. Race, Human. Physique, Forbidden Celestial Body. Affiliated Power, Second Celestial Emperor of the First Family. Reward, Celestial Emperor's Flag, capable of summoning 3 true spirits of Celestial Emperors, with strength equivalent to the 7th layer of the original body. Chapter 608. First place on the Tianchen Continent rankings. Boom. The revelation of the first place on the rankings stunned everyone, their expressions akin to being struck by lightning. Qi Minglan, Aojiao, Chong Mingxian, Yu Qichao, Xiong Akun, Emo Xiaoxi, Tang Niu, Wang Baoyuan, and others displayed shock and disbelief, their eyes wide with terror. Their trembling gazes accompanied their quaking bodies. What the hell? Even the Xian Kuan Divine Bull widened his eyes, unable to suppress an expletive. The likes of Xingxia, Aokuan, and Qi Wushan, all quasi-emperors, resembled startled birds, their faces etched with astonishment. How could this be? It is actually First Huanyi, grandfather. Mo Xiaoxi gazed at Xingxia in shock, noticing his expression of disbelief and panic, which stirred a flicker of fear within her own heart. First Celestial Hong scoffed once more. This is the shock that the first family brings to the world. Just as he anticipated, the first place on the rankings indeed belongs to their Celestial Emperor. Gradually, as time passed, the crowd began to recover from their initial shock. The Celestial Emperor of the First Family. Suddenly, the Tianchen Continent erupted once more. Does the First Family still have a Celestial Emperor among them? Holding 5 positions across the rankings is terrifying. The First Family occupies 5 spots, with the first being a Celestial Emperor. First Huanyi, the second Celestial Emperor of the First Family. No wonder they dominate the world. Who can challenge the First Family with a Celestial Emperor in their midst? The First Family is invincible, the undisputed sovereign of the Tianchen Continent. This may not bode well. A voice from a powerful faction expressed deep concern. The First Family already holds supremacy over all factions. And now that the rankings have been revealed, it is evident that they possess a Celestial Emperor. This is certainly not a favorable development for the other factions. With a thud, Venerable Fan collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, hands resting limply, as if a heavy stone had landed upon his heart, suffocating him. The Celestial Emperor. The corpse-exterminating immortal chuckled darkly, licking his lips, his eyes devoid of fear, instead brimming with excitement. Old man, you seem to know quite a bit. How much do you know about First Huanyi? The Xian Kuan Divine Bull addressed the elder of the great sect. The elder furrowed his brow, his demeanor serious as he replied. As you can see, First Huanyi is a Celestial Emperor, and he is also the second Celestial Emperor of the First Family. With a sudden thud, the Xian Kuan Divine Bull kicked him, causing the elder to yelp in surprise and rub his backside. This is merely a warning. If you continue to speak nonsense, my next kick will show no mercy. The elder cast a somewhat aggrieved glance at the Xian Kuan Divine Bull. He then cleared his throat, adopting a more serious tone. The First Family is a lineage of 4 emperors, and among these 4 Celestial Emperors, First Huanyi can be said to be the strongest, to the extent that even the first Celestial Emperor is no match for him. What? Even the first Immortal Emperor is no match for him. The crowd around him was struck with astonishment. Could it be due to his physique? The Xian Kuan Divine Bull seemed to have gleaned some understanding. The ancient ancestor of the great sect nodded. Indeed. The forbidden immortal body is one of the most formidable physiques in existence, inherently terrifying due to its very nature of being forbidden. It is said that those who possess such a physique can even wield the power of the forbidden heavenly treasures. The mention of the forbidden heavenly treasures sent shockwaves through the crowd, prompting exclamations of disbelief. Are you all familiar with the forbidden heavenly treasures? Ao Jiao, Qi Minglan, and the others expressed their surprise. They were entirely ignorant of what the forbidden heavenly treasures entailed. Not only had they never heard of them, but they also had no idea what they were. Moments later, everyone shook their heads in confusion, murmuring their lack of knowledge. Qi Minglan and her companions felt a sense of exasperation. Why were you all still so astonished? Are you merely here to contribute to the ambience? Could it be that the first Huanyi? Shen formed a hypothesis. He was well acquainted with the first Huanyi and understood the sheer terror of his forbidden immortal body. Therefore, he instinctively recalled what Xie Chen had mentioned earlier about the threats from the First Family. Moreover, during the incident at the Grave of Immortals, the ominous item entrusted to the Master of the Grave by the Intian Emperor and the Yuyang Immortal Emperor seemed to also stem from the power of the forbidden heavenly treasures. Tian Emperor, Yuyang Immortal Emperor, and now the first Huanyi. I should have pieced these clues together earlier. Mo Xiaoxi gazed silently at the cultivation rankings. In her mind, the vision of the future she had witnessed at the grave of immortals resurfaced. The first family, Huanyi Immortal Emperor, first Qin Tian, first Huiming, and Qi Du Minglan looked at the names on the cultivation rankings, their eyes shimmering with excitement. This time, we must rescue the Huanyi Immortal Emperor. Humph. Had it not been for the Tian Emperor and the Yuyang Immortal Emperor, the Huanyi Immortal Emperor would not have been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years. This is a disgrace to our first family. A hint of murderous intent flickered in Qi Du Minglan's eyes. She recalled how the Tian Emperor had treated the first family back in the day, showing them no respect whatsoever. As the Immortal Emperor patrolled, the first family stood powerless before him, forced to bow their heads and allow him to inspect their domain. That was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation since the establishment of the first family. In the Wanling Immortal Sea, Xie stood still, her expression relatively calm. Regarding the Huanyi's ascent to the rankings, she seemed to have mentally prepared herself. Was it worth sacrificing the chance to become an immortal emperor for a mere agreement with Tian and Yuyang, enduring here for hundreds of thousands of years? Suddenly, a voice reached her ears. Xie gently closed her eyes, then opened them faintly, saying, "It matters not whether it is worth it. Since I have already guarded this place for hundreds of thousands of years, what is another few 100,000 years to me?" After a brief silence, she continued, "I know you harbor hatred towards me. The Yuyang Immortal Emperor was your only kin. He and Tian joined forces to thwart me, expending all of their heavenly fate in an attempt to suppress me here. Although he succeeded, it ultimately led to his demise, which is rather regrettable. However, you must also understand, I cannot be confined here forever. I will break free from this cage. Now that Tian is gone and Yuyang has passed, who can stop me upon my return?" In response, Xie smiled faintly. "If that is the case, then it is indeed the will of heaven. But until then, you shall remain here, first Huanyi." Xie made her final response to that voice, which gradually faded into silence. If anyone were to know, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. The first Huanyi was trapped, suppressed alongside the Tian Emperor and Yuyang Immortal Emperor in the Wanling Immortal Sea, guarded by Xie. This suppression endured for hundreds of thousands of years. Chapter 609. In the name of the Divine Strategy Bureau, assemble talents of the talent rankings. The cultivation rankings of Tianchen Continent have been released, and those on the list should prepare to receive their rewards. As the words fell, 16 streams of light erupted from the cultivation rankings, soaring across various locations in the Tianchen Continent. In one place, the 14th-ranked Jin Jiao lay motionless on the ground. His bones shattered, reduced to a mere skin-and-bones figure, unable to move. Upon the distribution of rewards from the rankings, the nearly lifeless Jin Jiao felt a surge of joy. Watching his reward approach, it grew larger in his vision, drawing ever closer. His heart raced with exhilaration. "Rewards, my rewards, finally." Before Jin Jiao could finish his thought, darkness suddenly enveloped his eyes. In an instant, the stream of light veered sharply, retracting back into the rankings. How peculiar! Why is a stream of light returning? As the crowd pondered in confusion, a voice emerged from the rankings. Due to the death of Jin Jiao, the 14th ranked, the reward has been retracted and will not be distributed. A brief silence enveloped the Tianchen Continent. What is happening? Jin Jiao has actually died. How unfortunate. He possessed the physique of the Sea Sword Dragon Emperor. How could he perish without receiving his reward? Was he slain by someone? But who could possibly kill him? Being the 14th ranked on the list? Jin Jiao's demise sparked a momentary uproar among the crowd, but soon it was overshadowed by the shock brought forth by the first family. Within the first family, the news of his death, unable to even enjoy the rewards from the rankings, was met with disdain. First Songhong glanced dismissively at the name of Jin Jiao on the list, then picked up the primordial suppressing heaven tower, carefully assessing it. The rewards from the cultivation rankings are indeed extraordinary. Such an imperial weapon is undoubtedly of high quality. Subsequently, he stowed the primordial suppressing heaven tower away, his gaze turning cold. Now that the cultivation rankings have been released, the first family must prepare for an assault on the Wanling Immortal Sea soon. First Songhong's voice reverberated throughout the first family. On the Tianchen Continent, a tempest of blood and carnage is about to unfold. Meanwhile, after the announcement of the rankings, Xie Chen returned to the Tianchen Continent. Ding! Side quest activated. Shortly after the release of the cultivation rankings, Shenguzhi, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, returned to the Hall of Heavenly Dao. However, this time, for reasons unknown, no matter how he called, Xie Chen did not appear. Just as Shenguzhi grew anxious, a flash of light illuminated the hall, and Sheen appeared. Seeing her, Shenguzhi hurried forward, and, with a respectful gesture, said, "I presume the young lady is from the Hall of Heavenly Dao. May I inquire where the hall master is? I have urgent matters to discuss." "Young lady." Xian forced a smile. This marked the second time she had been addressed in such a manner. The last time, she had been called a little girl by an old tortoise, and now this elder referred to her as a young lady. Despite being an ancestor among the demon race and the heavenly demon race, she never expected to be perceived as so young in the eyes of these individuals. Well, who could blame them for being so formidable? Xian brushed aside her concerns. She was here at Xie Chen's behest. "This esteemed elder. I am unworthy of such praise. Simply refer to me as the aged Shinguzi." "Ah, very well, esteemed elder Shinguzi. The Lord of the Hall is aware of your arrival and understands your intentions. However, the Lord does not intend to meet with you. Not intending to meet me. May I inquire as to the reason?" Shinguzi expressed his confusion. Xian continued. "The Lord has instructed me to convey a message to you. Esteemed elder, the ways of heaven are constant. What you seek at this moment should simply unfold naturally." Unfold naturally? Shinguzi found it somewhat difficult to comprehend. The genuine peril the Lord spoke of earlier undoubtedly referred to that foremost family. According to the publication of the cultivation rankings, the true source of danger is likely to emerge from that first Wanya. Now that the source is beginning to reveal itself, the Lord has chosen to avoid an audience. Could it be that he has foreseen something? Shinguzi pondered for a moment, unable to arrive at a conclusion, and ultimately nodded in resignation. "Very well. Since the Lord has issued his decree, I shall dutifully comply with his instructions." Shinguzi once again performed a respectful bow to Xian before departing from the Hall of Heavenly Dao. In the Tianchen Continent, within the Hall of Heavenly Dao, Xian returned to Xie Chen's side. "My lord, I have conveyed your words to the elder, and he has now taken his leave." Xie Chen nodded. He was well aware of Shinguzi's request. It was merely a desire for him to intervene and subdue the foremost family or seek a means for the Xianling continent to avoid calamity. While Xie Chen held an interest in the foremost family, his true objective lay not with them nor with the first Wanya, but rather with the force behind them, stemming from the forbidden celestial treasure. To this end, both the foremost family and the first Wanya were indispensable components. After all, just moments ago, the system had issued another side quest. Side quest, Forbidden Power, acquire the forbidden celestial treasure, unmoored vessel. Success, fragments of the key to the upper realm, X1. Failure, deduction of half the host's heavenly Dao value. Time limit, none. Thus, with this quest in play, even if I were reluctant to seize the forbidden celestial treasure, it would be impossible to refrain. Nevertheless, even without this quest, Xie Chen had already intended to obtain this forbidden celestial treasure. After all, it is a true treasure of paramount significance. Xie Chen genuinely wished to witness the true power of this forbidden celestial treasure. In the Xianling continent, within the Divine Strategy Mansion. "Grandfather, how did it go?" Upon seeing Shinguzi return, she hurriedly approached him with a question. Shinguzi shook his head. "The Lord has advised us to let things unfold naturally." Let things unfold naturally. She was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze filled with uncertainty and confusion. She had assumed that her grandfather would meet with the Lord, and even if the Lord would not take action personally, he would at least provide a solution to their predicament. She did not anticipate such an outcome. How could the Lord suggest that they simply let things unfold naturally? "Grandfather, does this mean we shall do nothing?" "Certainly not." Shinguzi shook his head once more. "Though the Lord has said so, there must be a deeper meaning within his words. I believe the Lord's intention is not that we refrain from action, but rather that we should act as we see fit. After all, the foremost family has yet to make any moves. What we observe is merely speculation about the future, not reality. Speculation about the future, not yet reality." She murmured, pondering for a moment. Suddenly, as if enlightened, her eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed, "Grandfather, I understand now." Shinguzi responded with a soft hum, instinctively nodding. "It seems I must also alert the other significant forces. You focus on your endeavors. And I have a plan of my own," she said with a mysterious smile. "Oh, what plan do you have?" Shinguzi inquired with curiosity. She turned her gaze skyward, toward the direction of the Tianjiao ranking. With a slight smile, her eyes sharp, she proclaimed, "In the name of the Divine Strategy Mansion, gather the elite of the Tianjiao ranking." Chapter 610, The Assembly of Elites, Part 1, 2 days later. Outside the Divine Strategy Mansion. What is the Divine Strategy Mansion up to? The one who just entered was Yuqi Chao, right? Along with others. Nearly half of the elites from the Tianjiao ranking seem to have arrived. Who knows? However, I heard that the Divine Strategy Mansion appears to be brewing something significant. Something significant? What could it be that draws so many elites? They aren't planning a competition among the elites, are they? A disciple of the foremost family questioned. No. It seems to be related to the foremost family. The foremost family? Shoo, lower your voice. This is confidential and must not reach the ears of anyone from the foremost family. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Divine Strategy Mansion, a throng of individuals had gathered. Yu Qichao occupied a position on the left side, glancing around. Fan Shizun, Zhen Hong Yulong, Lin Mo Ran, Shi Yuan Sheng, Eli, Blood Wu Ming, Situ Chung Feng, Wang Bao Yuan. All the elites from the Tianjiao ranking were present, with the exception of one unfamiliar man whom Yu Qichao had never seen before. Are you Xianxing? Yu Qichao inquired. The unfamiliar man nodded in acknowledgement. Yu Qichao understood. Nearly everyone present was from the Tianjiao ranking, so this person was not unexpected. Thus far, the only individuals from the Tianjiao ranking he had not encountered were Xianqing and Jiantaiyin. The other exuded an elegant demeanor with a hint of scholarly fragrance, revealing no trace of any swordsmanship intent. Surely, only the 7th-ranked elite on the Tianjiao ranking, Xianqing, could possess such an aura. It is surprising to find someone whom even the 2 major trading houses could not locate here at the Divine Strategy Mansion, Fan Shizun remarked to Xianqing. Xianqing smiled faintly. My ancestors had dealings with the Divine Strategy Mansion. Our 2 families share a favorable relationship. Why has Mo Xiaoxi summoned us here? Claiming there is a significant matter to discuss, yet she has yet to appear? Shi Yuan Sheng expressed some impatience. Thank you all for your regard towards the Divine Strategy Mansion. I have gathered you all here today for a discussion. At that moment, Mo Xiaoxi stepped forward, taking her seat at the main position in the center of the hall. Everyone turned their attention to Mo Xiaoxi. Mo Xiaoxi, why have you called us all to the Divine Strategy Mansion? Yu Qichao inquired. Mo Xiaoxi smiled. Please do not rush. A few more individuals have yet to arrive. Once they are here, I shall clarify everything for you. The great Tianjiao has arrived. Everyone make way. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed, reaching the ears of those present. The elites present were startled, turning their heads in unison towards the entrance. There stood not just one person, but a divine bull. With 4 legs crossed and exposing its muscular abdomen, it stood tall and proud, adorned with a tattered gray linen cloak, exuding an air of majesty. Who else could it be but the Xian Kuan divine bull? Qi Mingling, Ao Jiao, Chongming Xian, and Xiong A Quan stood behind the Xian Kuan divine bull, feeling a mix of embarrassment and helplessness. The Xian Kuan divine bull, hands on its hips, strutted forward with a flamboyant gait towards Mo Xiaoxi's position, radiating confidence as the others followed behind, covering their faces. The onlookers gazed at them with mixed expressions. Mingling, I feel utterly humiliated. Chongming Xian whispered to Qi Mingling, lowering her head. So do I, Qi Mingling replied, equally mortified, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Suddenly, Qi Mingling's gaze met Yu Qichao's. The 2 exchanged glances. You have arrived, said Mo Xiaoxi, rising with a smile. The Xian Kuan divine bull approached her, leaning in closer and playfully flicking its horns. Little girl, why not relinquish this spot to me, the great prodigy? Mo Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Since Senior Bull wishes to sit, I shall yield my place to you. She stepped aside and joined Qi Minglin and the others. You rogue bull, that is quite rude of you. Ao Jiao admonished. It's quite all right, Mo Xiaoxi replied, her face beaming with joy. The Xian Kuan divine bull settled into the grand seat, placing its hooves upon the armrests, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembled prodigies. Clearing its throat, it proclaimed, let me introduce myself. I am the hidden number 1 on the prodigy list, the strongest prodigy across all realms. From this moment on you, my fellow prodigies, shall be my little brothers and sisters. What? Are you out of your mind? Someone exclaimed, incredulously. What lunatic bull is spouting such nonsense? Laughter erupted as Yu Qichao, Xianqing, and others regarded the Xian Kuan divine bull with amusement, treating its words as mere folly. Silence! Silence! The Xian Kuan divine bull stamped its hoof. You little rascals, this is an opportunity being offered to you by your elder bull. Do not be so ungrateful. I tell you, Qi and Mo have already pledged allegiance to me. They are my little siblings, and you shall not be exceptions. Lion Yuan Sheng, Ao Lai. And the others were momentarily startled. Could it be that even Mo Xiaoxi has become a little sibling to this bull? When did I become its little sibling? Mo Xiaoxi blinked, glancing towards Qi Minglin. Qi Minglin forced a smile, saying, Xiaoxi, don't mind it. Just treat it as if it's gone mad. The Xian Kuan divine bull cleared its throat once more and interjected, ahem. Yu Qichao, rather than paying heed to me, why not inquire with Mo Xiaoxi? Everyone is present now. She can share what the matter at hand is. Upon hearing this, the other prodigies fell silent, turning their attention toward Mo Xiaoxi, disregarding the Xian Kuan divine bull. The bull, clenching its hoof, felt a surge of indignation. How dare you little brats ignore your elder bull? Esteemed ones, I appreciate your patience, a sudden voice interjected. The crowd turned to see a man draped in a black robe, exuding a ghastly aura. With traces of blood on his face, none other than the second-ranked prodigy on the list, the corpse exquisite immortal. Mo Xiaoxi stood and greeted him, Brother Exquisite. Now that you have arrived, we are all gathered. Please, take a seat. Ah, yet another little sibling has joined my ranks. My entourage is growing ever larger. Just as the corpse exquisite immortal was about to sit, an untimely voice rang out. The corpse exquisite immortal's gaze darkened as he turned towards the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull seated at the head of the table. Was it this bull that was speaking? His brow furrowed. What are you, a mere beast, daring to occupy that seat? Before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically as he gasped in shock, clutching his backside and leaning forward. Unbeknownst to him, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull had vanished from its seat and now stood behind him, one hoof perfectly wedged at the center of the corpse exquisite immortal's posterior. Yuqi Chao, Fan Shizun, Xianxing, and the others felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively shivering and tightening their posteriors. After a refreshing sensation, a loud thud resounded as the corpse exquisite immortal fell backward, mouth agape and eyes rolling. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull blew on its hoof. When addressing your elder bull, you must show due respect. The others swallowed hard, astonished by the bull's might, especially considering it had just bested the second-ranked corpse exquisite immortal with a single blow. Qi Menglin, Mo Xiaoxi, Chong Mengxian, and Lin Mo Ran found it hard to watch. What kind of move was that? It's utterly disgraceful. Yet Ao Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. That was incredible. What a remarkable technique. The corpse exquisite immortal sat off to the side, pale and trembling. The Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull wore a mischievous grin. The assembly exchanged glances, pondering the true origins of this formidable creature. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we are all present, let us commence, Mo Xiaoxi declared, rising. The crowd quieted, listening intently as she spoke. With a serious tone, Mo Xiaoxi addressed them. The purpose of gathering you all here is to hope that we can unite once again to confront the first Void Sparrow. The first Void Sparrow. The mere mention of its name sent a tremor through the assembly, their expressions growing grave. Goodness, the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine bull chuckled. It seems you've all had a taste of that first Void Sparrow's prowess. The crowd fell silent, recalling their previous encounter in the Zhuke Immortal City, where, despite their combined efforts, they had been decisively defeated. Though the first Void Sparrow was undeniably powerful, they couldn't shake the feeling of dissatisfaction. For they were all prodigies on the list, each with their own pride. To be bested by the first Void Sparrow was a bitter pill to swallow. Why? Yuqi Chao pondered aloud. His desire to defeat the first Void Sparrow mingled with confusion. What compels Mo Xiaoxi to oppose the first Void Sparrow? After a moment of contemplation, Mo Xiaoxi replied, because this battle is crucial for the future of the Xianling continent. The others, save for Qi Menglin and her companions, were taken aback by her words. What is going on? How does a battle with the first Void Sparrow relate to the future of the Xianling continent? Is it truly that serious? However, after Mo Xiaoxi elucidated her reasoning, they gradually grasped the gravity of the situation. Is it true? The first family poses a genuine threat to the Xianling continent? Ao Lai questioned skeptically. The calculations of the divine strategy manner are unparalleled. If even Senior Shingu speaks thus, it cannot be false, Xianxing asserted. The assembly fell into silence, contemplating the implications. If that is the case, Yuqi Chao remarked, then this is beyond our capacity to resolve. We should seek assistance from those great powers. Before Mo Xiaoxi could respond, Qi Menglin interjected, they have their own strategies. And we too have our part to play. As prodigies on the list, we must contribute. Yuqi Chao frowned. You are not from the Xianling continent. Why are you so eager? Qi Menglin smiled. Though I am not a native, Xiaoxi, Ao Jiao, and Aquan are my friends. If they require assistance, I cannot stand idly by. Furthermore, having been defeated by the first Void Sparrow, I am eager for a rematch. Mo Xiaoxi smiled at Qi Menglin, seemingly grateful for her support. Yuqi Chao remained silent, merely observing Qi Menglin. I concur. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Fan Shizun. As the crowd expressed their astonishment, it was not entirely unexpected. It seemed that in the past, the esteemed Fan Shizun had a significant competitive relationship with both Yuqi Chao and the first Void Sparrow. He had always harbored ambitions of defeating Yuqi Chao, and even more so, surpassing the first Void Sparrow. However, what they were unaware of was that the Tianxiao Cloud Palace had a long-standing feud with the first family. The disgrace that the first family had inflicted upon the Tianxiao Cloud Palace was a stain that Van Shizun had longed to cleanse. Now, with a chance to battle the first Void Sparrow once more, he certainly would not let it slip away. Mo Xiaoxi nodded at Van Shizun. I shall join as well. The second to speak was Xianxing. The last battle you fought against the first Void Sparrow has become a famous tale throughout the Xianxiang Continent. And I cannot afford to miss this opportunity again. Yu Qichao smiled. Since everyone is so keen, I certainly cannot exclude myself. Gradually, others joined in, including Lin Muron, Zhen Hongyalong, and Shi Juexian, who all agreed to participate. Qi Minglin, Chang Mingxian, Ao Jiao, and Xiong Aquan, who were already aware of the matter, naturally consented as well. Eli paused for a moment before speaking. I believe that, yes. At that moment, the Xian Kuan Divine Bull yawned and playfully nudged the rear of Shi Juexian with its hoof. Eli, startled, instinctively tightened and quickly added, I think that after our previous defeat to the first Void Sparrow, we must unite our efforts this time to ensure we defeat him. Mo Xiaoxi smiled. Very well. Since everyone has made their decision, I shall inform you all later. Indeed, my younger brothers are quite resolute, the Xian Kuan Divine Bull remarked, stroking its non-existent beard with a nod of approval. Humph, if you are so formidable, why not deal with the first Void Sparrow yourself? Shi Juexian frowned at the Xian Kuan Divine Bull. What a naive thought. You, Bull Lord, are a being of great stature, never lowering yourself to contend with those weaker than you. If I were to intervene, wouldn't that be an act of bullying, tarnishing your esteemed reputation? But you just implied. Shi Juexian retorted. It is well known that hooves are hooves, and hands are hands. You, Bull Lord, are using your hooves. Which of your eyes saw me striking? After a while, in the first family. Oh, the Divine Strategy Bureau has summoned the prodigies of the talent ranking. The first Void Sparrow listened intently as a subordinate reported. Indeed, my Lord Void Sparrow. It is said they aim to confront the first family, and seemingly, to challenge you. Upon hearing this, the first Void Sparrow fell silent for a moment, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The vanquished are of no concern. When they were defeated by me in the Zhuke Immortal City, they merely set themselves up for another round of failure. The first Void Sparrow gazed towards the sky, in the direction of the talent ranking. The Divine Strategy Bureau, is it? Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. 3 days later, on the Xianxiang Continent. 5 days had passed since the release of the cultivation ranking, and a rumor began to spread across the continent. Have you heard about the grudge between the first family and the second on the cultivation ranking? You mean the one who tops the financial rankings, Xie? What connection does she have with the first family? You are unaware? That Emperor Xie slayed a patriarch of the first family and was later ostracized by them. Slain a patriarch of the first family. Indeed. You must have noticed there are only 3 patriarchs on the cultivation ranking. However, there was another, the Eastern Divine Patriarch, who perished at the hands of Emperor Xie long ago. Is that true? Why would Emperor Xie kill him? It is said that the patriarch pursued Emperor Xie, but she rejected him. Consumed by love turned to hate, he sought to die alongside her, only to meet his end by her blade. That is not what I heard. I was told that Emperor Xie consented to his advances, but the other 3 patriarchs opposed, as they too were infatuated with her. They banded together and killed the patriarch. Preposterous. Among those 4 patriarchs was a woman. Are you suggesting she too fancied Emperor Xie? This is absurd. Ao Jiao and her companions overheard the conversation and could not help but lament how ridiculous the rumors had become. You have quite the audacity to openly defy the first family's decree. Are you tired of living? Suddenly, a group of first family members arrived, surrounding those discussing Xie, including Ao Jiao, Qi Minglin, and the Xian Kuan Divine Bull. No. The expressions of those nearby shifted dramatically as they thought, this is bad. Seize them. Leave none alive. A group of disciples from the first family advanced, poised to annihilate them all. Die, you scoundrels. At that moment, the Xian Kuan Divine Bull stomped down. Instantly, screams erupted as rows of first family members were reduced to mist. What? The previously vocal member of the first family was taken aback. The Xian Kuan Divine Bull seized him by the head, speaking without courtesy. You, young man, possess quite the courage to strike before your Bull Lord. Now tell me, how would you prefer to meet your demise? You first family members are so tyrannical in the Xianxiang Continent, Qi Minglin remarked, furrowing her brow. Ao Jiao, Chang Mingxian, and Xiong Aquan's expressions darkened. Humph, do not take pride. The first family has an emperor among us. Offending us will yield dire consequences. Boom. The Xian Kuan Divine Bull did not waste words, smashing him into a blood mist with a single stomp. Still daring to threaten your Bull Lord? Do you think I jest? Qi Minglin felt a sense of unease creeping in. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the skies of the Xianxiang Continent, accompanied by a surge of energy that swept across the land. This is imperial might. The Xian Kuan Divine Bull widened its eyes in suspicion, looking towards a particular direction in the sky. Where does this imperial might come from? Simultaneously, across the Xianxiang Continent, various factions were taken aback. They too recognized the imperial might, which felt unusual. Some venerable figures sensed a familiar aura, seemingly emanating from Qi Minglin, Chang Mingxian, Ao Jiao, and Xiong Aquan. While Qi Minglin and her companions were momentarily stunned, the voice of Mo Xiaoxi rang out. After departing from the Divine Strategy Bureau, Mo Xiaoxi had provided each of them with 2 talismans for communication and transportation. Upon receiving her notification, Qi Minglin and the others likely deduced the situation. Divine Strategy Bureau. Has the first family finally taken action? The Divine Strategy Bureau narrowed its eyes, frowning as it gazed towards a specific area in the sky. In the sea of 10,000 spirits, Xie stood alone, gazing ahead. Before her, 3 figures loomed in the void. The first Qing Tian, the first Hui Ming, and the weeping Du Minglan. After countless years, how fares the esteemed Xie? The first Qing Tian inquired, his eyes darkening. Xie is unbothered by your presence. She replied with a nonchalant smile. I am remiss in my welcome. May I inquire the purpose of your visit today? Humph. Weeping Du Minglan coldly interjected. Xie? Cease your pretense. The crimes you committed alongside the Yintian Emperor and the shame you brought upon our first family should not be forgotten. For countless eons, we have allowed your existence to persist, but today, it is time to bring this to an end, declared the first of the Hamais. Furthermore, we shall also seek retribution for the enmity of Hongtu. The first of the Qingtian echoed, his gaze betraying a chilling ruthlessness. Upon hearing this, Xie remained unfazed, merely offering a gentle smile. You have intruded uninvited, thereby violating the ancient accord between the first family and the Emperor of Yintian. Do you presume that in the absence of the Emperor, the first family can act with impunity and dare to exhibit such insolence before me? Or do you believe you possess the courage to surpass me? At this juncture, Xie's gaze grew icy. Reacting to her words, the first of Qingtian, the first of Haimei, and Chidu Minglan all felt a chill run through them, their eyes glinting with burgeoning malice. The fairy Xie is indeed formidable. Yet the first family is not to be trifled with. Just then, another voice resonated throughout the sea of all spirits. As the space before Xie warped and a rift materialized, from which emerged a powerful figure, the head of the first family, the first of Songhong. Fairy Xie, it seems we meet again. Following the arrival of the 3 quasi-emperors from the first family, Songhong had now joined the fray. Xie regarded Songhong with a subtle smile. It appears you have come prepared, and after countless years of waiting, you can no longer contain your impatience to strike. Songhong chuckled softly. Do not misunderstand. Fairy, we are merely fulfilling what must be done. Long ago, the Emperor of Huanai was summoned here by the Emperor of Yintian and the Emperor of Yuyang, and after so many years, it is time to welcome the Emperor of Huanai back. Songhong, why waste words on this woman? Just slay her and rescue the Emperor of Huanai. Chidu Minglan exclaimed. Even with Songhong's arrival, Xie remained unperturbed. She coldly remarked, do you think you can save the first of Huanai? Dream on. Songhong regarded Xie with a cold smile. Then let us put that to the test. The first family should not be so brazen. At that moment, another voice echoed. Songhong and the others frowned. Unexpectedly, someone else had dared to intervene. As the words fell, another figure materialized in the sea of all spirits. It was none other than the head of the Divine Strategy Bureau, Xinxiaaudiobooks. I thought it was someone significant. But it is merely you, old man. After you desecrated Hongtu's remains in the burial valley, I had yet to settle the score with you. What? Does the Divine Strategy Bureau also wish to wade into these murky waters? Songhong glared coldly at Xinxiaaudiobooks. Xinxiaaudiobooks scoffed. I had long anticipated that the first family harbored ulterior motives. Who would have thought that the Emperor of Huanai would be suppressed in the sea of all spirits? Since the Emperor of Huanai is trapped, you shall not be permitted to free him. Chidu Minglan retorted angrily. You old fool, do you think you can stop us? Ha ha, I am merely doing my utmost. Yet the first family now finds itself surrounded on all sides. What? The expressions of the first of Qingtian, the first of Haimei, and Chidu Minglan shifted drastically as an ominous premonition crept into their hearts. Songhong's brow also furrowed. At this moment, within the first family, a multitude of figures emerged as a vast army activated the teleportation talismans from the Divine Strategy Bureau, encircling the first family. Leading the charge were the forces of Yintian Immortal Mansion, alongside the Beast Alliance, the Tianxiao Cloud Palace, and other formidable factions, including several members from 2 major merchant guilds. Renowned figures such as Xiaoyao Tianhe, Tang Jingfeng, Wang Dian, and the Lion Roar Sacred King were also present. What is happening? Why are the Yintian Immortal Mansion and so many powerful factions surrounding the first family? Could it be that these factions are about to wage war against the first family? Unthinkable. The first family is so powerful. How dare they? Indeed, judging by this formation, an assault on the first family is imminent. What could have transpired for so many formidable powers to unite against the first family? Onlookers were left in shock at the sight of such a massive military assembly. Are they truly prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the first family? In the hall of Heavenly Dao, Xie Chen observed the mirrored image before him. monitoring the situation involving the first family and the Sea of all spirits in real time. Qi Yin, Zhang Dong, the ancestor Han Yun, Ling Guang, Zhi Ming, and the four beasts of Qiongqi were also present in the Grand Hall. My lord, is the forbidden celestial treasure you spoke of truly about to appear? Ancestor Han Yun inquired, his expression tinged with excitement. Ling Guang smiled. I am quite eager to witness that emperor, possessing the forbidden celestial body. His strength must have reached unfathomable heights by now. Xie Chen's lips curled upward. Now, we merely await the unfolding of events. Song Hong gazed towards the direction of the first family, then turned his attention back to Shen Yuzi. It seems you have foreseen something in advance. Shen Yuzi replied, as a member of the Tianchen Continent, I cannot turn a blind eye to the impending crisis. Song Hong scoffed, alas. All your efforts shall prove futile. What a lively gathering we have here. At that moment, another person arrived with a hearty laugh. It was the head of the Yintian immortal mansion, Qi Wushan. Qi Wushan arrived at the Sea of all spirits. First glancing at the members of the first family, then turning his gaze towards Xie. I am Qi Wushan, and I pay my respects to Fairy Xie. Qi Wushan bowed respectfully to Xie. Xie offered a faint smile. The once young Wushan has grown so much and has even become a quasi-emperor. If the emperor of Yintian were to know, he would surely feel immense satisfaction. You flatter me, Fairy. It is thanks to you and the ancestor that I have achieved my current status, Qi Wushan replied, rising and then turning his attention back to Song Hong, his expression growing stern. First family, you brazenly defy the decree of the emperor of Yintian and dare to step into the Sea of all spirits. Such transgressions are utterly unforgivable. Hearing this, Song Hong and the others burst into laughter. Song Hong stated, you have arrived just in time. Today, the deeds of the emperor of Yintian against the first family shall be repaid by you, this junior. With that, Song Hong turned his gaze towards Shen Yuzi. Do you think that gathering this rabble will suffice to attack my first family? The foundations of the first family are beyond your imagination. Meanwhile, outside the first family, the efforts of the elder Shen Yuzi were indeed commendable. It seems that only he could rally such a multitude of forces to stand against the first family. The lion roars, sacred king mused. Today, we shall avenge the deaths of our beast king at the hands of the first family. The other beast kings also felt a surge of excitement. After enduring the first family for so many years, the time for their counterattack had finally come. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming imperial might erupted from within the first family, startling everyone. What is this imperial might? Could it be that the first family still harbors a quasi-emperor? Did not Elder Shen Yuzi say they had all departed? Xiao Yao Tianhe speculated in astonishment. Tang Jingfeng's expression grew grave. No. This emanation of imperial might seems to be far more ancient than that of the few quasi-emperors from the first family. Wang Dian murmured, this power. Boom. Another wave of imperial might surged forth from the first family. In the skies above the first family, a dazzling golden radiance flickered. As the golden light rippled outward in concentric circles, an immense force from all directions coalesced around the center of the brilliance, gradually manifesting into a figure. It was a woman, a strikingly beautiful and formidable woman. Who could she be? The onlookers were momentarily entranced by her presence. No, how could this be? Suddenly, an elder from a great sect exclaimed in terror, as if he had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. Do you recognize her? Who is she? The elder swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he uttered, she is the empress of the first-generation immortal emperor. Boom. In an instant, the crowd gasped in shock, frozen in place. The empress of the immortal emperor. This woman was indeed the empress, the spouse of the first-generation immortal emperor, and she was still alive. Is it really the empress of the first-generation immortal emperor? I thought she was dead. How could she possibly still be alive? Tang Jingfeng exclaimed. No, that is not the true empress. It is merely a manifestation formed by pure power, yet this power undeniably originates from her, Wang Dian observed closely, seemingly discerning some hidden truths. It is you. Shen Guzi withdrew his gaze from the first family, turning towards Qi Du Minglan, whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the empress of the first-generation immortal emperor. Qi Du Minglan smirked coldly. Did you not expect this? My first family possesses such a trump card. Within the first family, numerous formidable beings emerged, gazing at the coalition with disdainful smirks. These individuals were quite audacious to dare challenge my first family. The first Void Sparrow also took flight, casting a calm glance at the coalition before directing her gaze toward the visage of the empress in the sky. Has the ancestors' mastery over the empress's power reached such an astonishing level? Suddenly, a voice called out, and the first Void Sparrow turned her head, a smile gracing her lips. You have finally arrived. The first Void Sparrow looked down, where she beheld Mo Xiaoxi, Ao Jiao, Xiong Aquan, Shi Juexian, Yu Qi Zhao, Fan Shizuan, Xian Qing, Lin Moran, and a total of 14 prodigies from the prodigy rankings, including Qi Minglin and Chang Mingxian. 16 individuals lifted their heads, staring defiantly at the first Void Sparrow. Chapter 614, A Battle Unfolds. There is Mo Xianxi, along with a multitude of prodigies from the prodigy rankings. What are they here for? Are they challenging the first Void Sparrow? Observers from afar quickly noted Mo Xiaoxi and her companions. Their expressions were a mixture of astonishment and excitement. Not only those from the cultivation rankings, but even the prodigies from the prodigy rankings have arrived. Hey, little brothers. Work hard on your own. I shan't join your play today, Xian Kuan Xinyo remarked, casting a greedy glance at the Empress of the first-generation Immortal Emperor. This power is truly alluring. If only I could obtain it, he. The first Void Sparrow descended, her gaze remaining indifferent as she addressed them. I hear you are dissatisfied and wish to challenge me? Mo Xiaoxi furrowed her brow and stated, First Void Sparrow, regardless of what your first family is plotting, the outcome will undoubtedly bring calamity to the Tianchen Continent. The consequences of this will be beyond what your first family can bear. I implore you to recognize this. The first Void Sparrow laughed heartily, her gaze icy as she replied, Those from the Divine Strategy House speak with great righteousness, yet. Has my first family ever needed your approval to act? Do not forget who holds the reins in the Tianchen Continent. As she spoke, the first Void Sparrow surveyed the crowd. You think you can stand against my first family? At this moment, Shi Juexian interjected, Do not misunderstand. I have no interest in what you do. However, should I defeat you, I would find great delight in that. Shi Juexian licked his lips, a frenzied glint in his eyes. The first Void Sparrow's lips curled slightly as she drew forth her imperial sword, her ethereal form exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. Come at me together. Let me see how much your strength has grown since the Zhuke Immortal City. In that instant, Mo Xiaoxi, Qi Minglin, Yu Qizhao, and the others narrowed their gazes. You arrogant fool, Grandma Long will avenge the last kick. Ao Jiao roared, transforming into her dragon form. Boom. The group surged forward. 16 figures charging toward the first Void Sparrow. What shall we do? Xian Yao Tianhe turned to Tang Jingfeng and the others. Faced with the overwhelming might of the Empress of the first-generation Immortal Emperor, fear was evident on the faces of the coalition. What shall we do? At this juncture, can we still retreat? The Lion Roar Saint King remarked. Fear not, since she is not the true Empress, merely a manifestation of power. Perhaps we still have a chance to triumph. Wang Dian added. There is no turning back now. Today, it is either the end of the first family or our demise. Those from the Far Path Beast Alliance, forward. In Tian Xinfu, charge. Kill. Kill. The crowd ceased hesitating. The cultivators from the Far Path Beast Alliance, In Tian Xinfu, Tian Shao Yundian, and other great powers surged forth, racing toward the first family. Overreach. The formidable beings from the first family, witnessing this, resolved not to remain idle. Today, let the people of the Tianchen Continent know that the position of the first family is unshakable. Roar. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars from various exotic beasts erupted from the first family. Countless powerful beasts broke through the earth, their numbers in the tens of thousands. Creating a thunderous spectacle, each step seemed to shake the very ground. The first family had indeed raised such a multitude of exotic beasts. The sheer size of these beasts sent cold sweat down the backs of the distant onlookers, who fled in terror from the scene. Kill. The disciples of the first family also charged forward, meeting the oncoming coalition of cultivators. We shall join in. In an instant, Xian Yao Tianhe, Tang Jingfeng, Wang Dian, the Lion Roar Saint King, and other beast kings soared into the air, their expressions grave as they raced toward the Empress of the first-generation Immortal Emperor. Wanling Xianhai had already erupted into chaos. The first Songhong withdrew his gaze, turning toward Shiyu. What will you do? Shidu Minglan furiously pointed at Shiyu, declaring, Shiyu, step forth to battle. Today, I Shidu Minglan shall slay you. Humph. Before Shiyu could respond, Qi Wushan stepped forward. There is no need for Shiyu Xianzi to intervene. I, Qi Wushan, can thwart you. Shidu Minglan, infuriated, retorted. How dare you speak when it is not your turn? A mere junior who has just recently attained quasi-emperor status dares to be so arrogant. Do you truly think I would hesitate to slay you? Ha 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 ha. Qi Wushan laughed heartily. Although you are indeed powerful, I do not fear any strong opponent. Today, let this junior experience the prowess of the esteemed Minglan. With that, Qi Wushan soared upward, casting a provocative glance at Shidu Minglan. This is outrageous. Shidu Minglan's eyes flashed with killing intent as she unleashed her quasi-emperor might, pursuing him. After Qi Wushan and Shidu Minglan departed, the first Qingtian set his sights on Shunguzi. Old fool, you have eliminated the corpse of Hong Tu. Today is the perfect opportunity to settle our score. If you have the courage, come forth for a battle. First Qingtian soared into the air, beckoning Shunguzi to follow. He, even if your rank is higher than mine. What have I to fear? Kamaya stroked his beard and let out a hearty laugh, swiftly following the first pillar of heaven. In the blink of an eye, the four quasi-emperors departed, leaving only Xie, First Songhong, and First Huaiming behind. First Songhong gazed at Xie and remarked with a cold smile. It seems we must resort to a 2-on-1 strategy. Xie responded with a faint smile, unconcerned. Do not speak of a mere 2-on-1, even if you were 4 against 1. Have you ever bested me? First Huaiming retorted angrily. Xie, do not flatter yourself. Times have changed. After several 100,000 years, do not presume you are still invincible. However, in the face of First Huaiming's fury, Xie merely smiled indifferently. While I may not be invincible, I am certainly more than a match for you. If you disagree, let us settle it in combat. You. First Huaiming was infuriated. Ha ha ha. Xie, you are truly formidable. I, the old dragon, admire your spirit. As he spoke, another voice resonated, accompanied by a dragon's roar, and a figure appeared beside Xie. Alcuin, I pay my respects to the esteemed Xie. Alcuin intruded uninvited, clasping his hands and bowing deeply to Xie. The Dragon Clan. First Songhong was taken aback, astonished that even the Dragon Clan had come to intervene. Years ago, when Xie bested our clan's great emperor, I was profoundly impressed by such power. Our Dragon Clan holds Xie in the highest regard. Xie chuckled lightly. You flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck. I am delighted to see Hai Jian ascend to the ranks of the immortal emperors. Alcuin nodded, then turned his cold gaze towards First Huaiming. First Huaiming, how dare you speak disrespectfully to the esteemed Xie? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. First Huaiming sneered, gripping a massive blade in his hand. I fear you not. My heavenly blade has yet to taste dragon blood, and it seems fortuitous that you have arrived. For your flesh shall serve as its offering. As the words fell, Alcuin and First Huaiming shot into the air, engaging in battle. Watching the two depart, First Songhong shifted his focus back to Xie, scrutinizing her intently. Xie met his gaze with equal intensity. In the next instant, boom! First Songhong appeared before Xie in a flash, striking her with a palm. In that moment, Imperial might surge forth, causing the myriad spirits of the immortal sea to swell and tremble violently. Chapter 615, The Celestial Ranking, Celestial Versus. First Void Sparrow. Outside the First Family Estate, a thunderous clash erupted. Mo Xiaoxi and her 16 companions mounted a relentless assault on the First Void Sparrow, launching coordinated strikes without granting him a moment's respite. Yet, in the face of their sustained onslaught, the First Void Sparrow remained unfazed, his aura steady, devoid of any hint of panic. With a resounding thud, Aojiao emitted a cry of anguish, her colossal dragon form once again sent flying by the First Void Sparrow. This is untenable. The First Void Sparrow is far too powerful. Even united, we are no match for him. It was the same as it had been in the Vermilion Bird Immortal City. And now it appeared that the outcome of this final battle would be no different. In the distance, onlookers shook their heads in dismay. Though the Celestial Ranking had assembled all its members, their opponent was the First Void Sparrow. Setting aside strength, there was an undeniable disparity in realms. The First Void Sparrow was at the 6th level of divine transformation, while the highest among them barely reached the 2nd level as a corpse exterminating immortal. Even though they lasted longer than last time, defeating the First Void Sparrow remained an exceedingly arduous task. Again, is it because of my size that I am targeted? Aojiao lay on the ground, wailing in pain. Cursed fiend! Van Sherzuan bellowed in rage, unleashing the life and death blade to engage in repeated assaults alongside the corpse exterminating immortal, Yueqi Zhao, and Xiong Khan. Yet, each of their attempts was thwarted by the First Void Sparrow wielding the Imperial Sword, sending them sprawling with each kick. No matter how many times they charged, the result remained unchanged. The First Void Sparrow spoke expressionlessly. Suddenly, Qi Minglin closed her eyes, rising into the air, her hands partially clasped before her. The First Void Sparrow turned his gaze towards Qi Minglin. Behind her, an ethereal manifestation began to materialize, accompanied by the resounding cry of the divine bird. Crimson flames ignited the surrounding space, gradually coalescing towards the First Void Sparrow. Within the Hall of Heavenly Path, Lingguang observed Qi Minglin unleashing her divine fire, a smile blooming on his face. Nearby, Zhang Dong and the Elder Red Cloud widened their eyes in astonishment, their hearts racing. Even Xiongqi and Tao Wu were momentarily stunned. What is happening? That is the Big Sister's divine fire, yet a mere girl has managed to wield it? Is this truly the Big Sister's divine fire? Meanwhile, Xian Kuan, the divine bull, who had been contemplating how to seize the Empress's power, was equally taken aback upon witnessing Qi Minglin harnessing the Vermilion Bird's abilities. Though her power was limited, it was undoubtedly the strength of the Vermilion Bird. That girl from Yintian Immortal Mansion, she actually. In the distance, those observing were also struck by disbelief, astonished that Qi Minglin, at the tribulation stage, could wield such extraordinary power. The strength of the vermilion bird? The first void sparrow paused momentarily before a smirk graced his lips. Indeed, the power of the vermilion bird is formidable, yet with your current strength, your imitation of the divine fire is inadequate. As the words fell, the first void sparrow bellowed, swinging the imperial sword, unleashing an overwhelming force that crushed the flames encircling him. In an instant, the vermilion fire conjured by Qi Minglin was extinguished by the might of the imperial sword. A cry of despair echoed as Qi Minglin was hurled backward. Within the hall of Heavenly Path, Ling Guang's expression darkened. The smile that had adorned his face vanished in an instant. In that moment, Xiongqi and the four beasts, along with Qin and Zhangdong, felt a surge of heat coursing through their bodies, a foreboding sense of dread creeping in. That girl, Minglin's current strength, is insufficient. Her imitation of the vermilion bird's power is naturally lacking. Your strength is indeed formidable, Minglin. It is only natural that you cannot fully grasp it yet. Qin hastily comforted Ling Guang. Damn it! Qi Minglin glared at the first void sparrow, clutching her chest as she slowly rose to her feet. Minglin. Chang Mingxian also pressed her hand to her chest, leaning on her sword, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Minglin, Mingxian, the time has come. Suddenly, Mo Xiaoxi's voice resonated in their minds. Qi Minglin and Chang Mingxian exchanged bewildered glances, but they quickly grasped what Mo Xiaoxi meant. Following this, both women drew out a divine talisman from their bosoms. It was the same talisman that Mo Xiaoxi had given them when they were outside the Tomb of Immortals. A precious medium for traversing between continents, crafted personally by Shinguzi. Inscribed upon it was a heavenly mechanism rune, enabling precise location targeting. It was a treasure of immense value. Holding the divine talismans, the two women looked towards Mo Xiaoxi. She nodded at them, signaling them to act immediately. Without hesitation, Qi Minglin and Chang Mingxian activated the talismans while the others were still preoccupied with the first void sparrow. In a flash of golden light, a spatial rift opened, and with a swift motion, the two women vanished from sight. On the Tianchen Continent, at the Five Elements Mountain, Hui Qingyi sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Her aura surging, hinting at a breakthrough to the fifth level of divine transformation. Suddenly, within the confines of the room, the space before Hui Qingyi became distorted. Qingyi. A voice resonated, causing Hui Qingyi to open her eyes and gaze forward. Is it Dreamland? Meanwhile, on the side of the first void sparrow, the crowd had scarcely noticed the departure of Qi Dream Lin and Chang Mingxian, as they were wholly engrossed in confronting the first void sparrow. The top of the heavenly talent rankings indeed lives up to its reputation. Xianqing produced the sage brush, deftly wielding it through the void, inscribing characters with remarkable speed. In an instant, rows of golden Dao characters materialized, exuding ethereal Dao rhythms. Dao characters? Could it be? An elder from a great sect discerned the origin of Xianqing's technique. Recognizing that the ability to condense one's own Dao characters seemed to be the legendary technique of the Dao Yin Emperor. With a resounding shout, Xianqing unleashed his Dao characters. The golden Dao characters spiraled around the first void sparrow like a lengthy scroll. Yu Qichao also unleashed the Nine Skies Cloud chant, striking at the first void sparrow. Having inherited the legacy of the Tian Emperor in the Vermilion Bird Immortal City, his power had surged significantly. Simultaneously, the likes of Shi Ju Xian, Xiong A Quan, Ao Jiao, Mo Xiaoxi, Fan Shizun, Lin Mo Ran, and others launched their formidable assaults. Such a multitude of attacks converged upon the first void sparrow. Even the most composed of beings would furrow their brows at such an onslaught. Indeed, your strength has improved considerably since the Vermilion Bird Immortal City. Just as the collective strikes were about to land upon the first void sparrow, it spoke once more. But you have yet to truly witness my power. With a thunderous roar, the first void sparrow's eyes suddenly turned crimson, radiating an overwhelming might. Faintly, the sound of divine phoenixes resonated throughout the realm. This is. The expressions of Mo Xiaoxi and the others shifted. At that moment, the imperial sword in the first void sparrow's grasp was once more swung, and with the force of annihilation, a divine phoenix manifestation emerged, transforming into a sword force that swept forth. Boom! In an instant, the collective attack shattered. The Dao characters and various techniques aimed at the first void sparrow exploded into fragments. Xianqing, Shi Ju Xian, Yu Qichao, Xiong A Quan, Ao Jiao, Mo Xiaoxi, and others were sent flying, crashing to the ground. The first void sparrow descended once more, its cold gaze surveying the fallen Mo Xiaoxi and others. Now you understand the vast chasm that separates us, do you not? The voice of the first void sparrow echoed in their ears, starkly jarring to them. Is this the end? In the distance, the onlookers shook their heads in lament, secretly acknowledging their own limitations. Damn it, the crowd was filled with unwillingness. For the second time, their combined efforts had proven insufficient against the first Void Sparrow. Was he truly that formidable? Mo Xiao, she regarded the first vermilion bird in silence, seemingly awaiting something. The atmosphere fell into a sudden stillness. The first Void Sparrow, wielding the imperial sword, took a step forward towards the fallen group. Just then, a voice rang out. I heard someone here dares to bully my sister. Instantly, the first Void Sparrow halted, its gaze flicking towards the source of the voice. Shizhu Xian, Yu Qichao, Ao Jiao, Xiong'e Quan, Fan Shizun, Lin Mo Ran, Xian Qing, and others all froze, turning to face the void behind the first Void Sparrow. Mo Xiao Shi's countenance brightened upon seeing the newcomer. They have arrived. Chapter 616. Hui Qingyi and the Trio versus the First Void Sparrow, Part 1. In the void behind the first Void Sparrow stood two figures, one of whom was Qi Dreamlin. In front of her stood a woman of elegant and transcendent demeanor, exuding an air of dominance. Who is she? Yu Qichao? Fan Shizun, Xian Qing, and the others were all taken aback, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. The sudden appearance of this unfamiliar woman radiated immense strength, her presence rivaling that of the first Void Sparrow. How did Dreamlin end up there? Ao Jiao had yet to notice Qi Dreamlin's departure. Seeing the unfamiliar woman before her left her utterly bewildered. Within the hall of Heavenly Dao. Oh, Xie Chen curled his lips in a smirk. Little did I expect Qi Dreamlin to have invited Hui Qingyi. This is rather intriguing. Will a battle between the top of the heavenly talent rankings unfold once more? The first Void Sparrow turned to regard the unfamiliar woman, its expression impassive. I have not seen you before. A fourth-tier transformation. Your strength is passable. Hui Qingyi gazed down upon the first Void Sparrow, her demeanor tranquil as she spoke with a voice imbued with icy authority. You are the one who bullied Dreamlin. As she spoke, she emanated the aura of an upper echelon, manifesting the demeanor of a sister leader. At her words, the first Void Sparrow let out a cold laugh, casting a disinterested glance at Hui Qingyi. Oh, are you her hired help, seeking to stand up for her? Hui Qingyi remained silent, her gaze fixed on the first Void Sparrow, gradually turning from indifferent to frigid. I heard there are masters here. Suddenly, another voice emerged, accompanied by the appearance of a spatial rift through which a figure stepped forth. More arrivals? The crowd turned to look. The newcomer was a man, his eyes sharp as a blade, yet also imbued with a hint of ferocity, radiating profound strength. This was Xing Huang. Where are the masters? I can hardly wait for a match. Shortly thereafter, another man emerged behind Xing Huang, wielding a sword, his aura nearly indistinguishable from that of the previous man. He was Chu Tianming. Chang Mengxian exhaled in relief, noting the timely arrival of both individuals. Who are they? Yu Qichao, Fan Shizun, and the others gazed at Xing Huang and Chu Tianming with wide eyes, astonished. Each of these two newcomers exuded an aura of immense power, their ages seemingly comparable to theirs, yet their strength was unparalleled. Mo Xiaoxi smiled, addressing the crowd. I have brought the top of the heavenly talent rankings from Dreamlin's side. Since the first Void Sparrow ranks first, we can also summon the top talents from other continents to confront him. I see. Ao Jiao, now returned to her human form, seemed to grasp the situation, pouting slightly. Xiaoxi, was this the secret you spoke of to Dreamlin last time? You didn't tell me, making me worry for nothing. Mo Xiaoxi remained silent, merely smiling mischievously at her. Dreamlin. Chang Mengxian approached Qi Dreamlin, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Hui Qingyi. Sister Qingyi. Hui Qingyi smiled faintly and nodded. It seems that those little girls have brought me 3 new little brothers. The Xian Kuan Divine Bull, observing Hui Qingyi and her companions from afar, entertained thoughts of taking them as his subordinates. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the clash between the Xianyao Tianhe and the imperial forces sent shockwaves that erupted around him. The Xian Kuan Divine Bull let out a cry of distress, being flung aside. Fortunately, its tough hide rendered it largely unscathed. Rising to its feet, the Xian Kuan Divine Bull glared angrily at the combatants high in the sky. Dare to strike at your grandpa bull? Looking for a fight, are you? With that, the Xian Kuan Divine Bull charged fiercely towards the heavens. In the distance, the onlookers surrounding were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the arrival of Hui Qingyi and her companions. Earlier, when they saw Qi Minglin and Chang Mengxian depart, they presumed the pair had fled. Little did they know they were seeking reinforcements. Yet, could these 3 truly contend with the first Void Sparrow? The first Void Sparrow cast a fleeting glance at Hui Qingyi, Xing Huang, and Chu Tianming, and suddenly, a smirk graced his lips. Indeed, the trio, each at the 4th stage of divine transformation, boasted formidable strength. However, even with such prowess, you are far from my match. The first Void Sparrow's eyes reflected no fear, but rather a hint of provocation. Whether or not they were adversaries would soon be revealed. Hui Qingyi spoke, her gaze cold and unyielding. In an instant, the eyes of the first Void Sparrow, Hui Qingyi, and the trio fixed with intensity. The impending battle was about to erupt. Let us engage. With a diagonal swing of his sword, the first Void Sparrow's aura surged, magnifying beyond previous limits, exuding an overwhelming might. Yet, Hui Qingyi, Chu Tianming, and Xing Huang remained undaunted, exhibiting no trepidation in the face of the first Void Sparrow's imposing presence. They too unleashed a powerful aura, pressing down upon the first Void Sparrow. Subsequently, the first Void Sparrow ascended into the sky. Observing this, Hui Qingyi and her companions soared from their positions, charging toward him. Qi Minglin and Chang Mengxian watched Hui Qingyi depart, silently offering their prayers for her success. Below, Imo Xiaoxi, Ao Jiao, and Yu Qizhao, along with Shi Juexian and others, gazed at Hui Qingyi and Xing Huang. Could these newcomers truly defeat the first Void Sparrow? Huh! The first Void Sparrow bellowed as he noticed Hui Qingyi and her companions pursuing him. With a flourish of his imperial sword, he unleashed a vast arc of crimson sword energy. The space trembled as it shattered, cleaving through the air, hurtling straight towards Hui Qingyi and her companions. Impressive. Faced with such a formidable strike, Xing Huang and Chu Tianming grasped their long swords and retaliated, cutting down the crimson sword energy, obliterating its force entirely. Hui Qingyi was even more audacious. She raised her fist and struck the incoming crimson sword energy with a resounding blow. The energy shattered under her might, the residual force surging toward the first Void Sparrow, only to be intercepted by him. Not bad. You are far superior to those self-righteous fools, the first Void Sparrow remarked, a note of appreciation flickering in his eyes as he recognized worthy opponents. Hui Qingyi narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the first Void Sparrow before leading the charge once more, followed closely by Xing Huang and Chu Tianming, who swung their swords at him. Bring it on. The first Void Sparrow's gaze turned cold as he raised his imperial sword, unleashing a might that seemed to break the heavens, slicing toward the advancing trio. Boom! The collision of Hui Qingyi and her companions' onslaught with the first Void Sparrow's imperial sword erupted in a cacophony of sound, shaking the space. As a torrent of energy dispersed, creating an unparalleled force that swept outward. These three are astonishingly powerful. The distant spectators were left agape, astonished by the strength of the first Void Sparrow, who had previously proven too formidable for all the top talents combined. Yet now, 3 individuals stood against him, unwavering. Although it was 3 against 1, their resilience left the onlookers in disbelief, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. As the battle raged on, Qi Minglin and Chang Mengxian returned to Imo Xiaoxi and the others. Ao Jiao rushed over, her enthusiasm palpable. Wow, Minglin, you know such formidable talents. Who is that woman? She is both beautiful and powerful. Qi Minglin replied with a smile. That is Hui Qingyi, the one we mentioned earlier. I must make her acquaintance. Ao Jiao exclaimed. And what about the one wielding the sword? Is he from our beast clan? Xiaomekun inquired. Chang Mengxian shook her head. You mean Xing Huang? No. He belongs to the beast human clan. He was quite arrogant in the past, but he seems more subdued now. At this moment, Imo Xiaoxi interjected, with these 3 present. The first Void Sparrow has indeed met his match, perhaps even more. As she spoke, Imo Xiaoxi gazed up at the trio battling in the sky. Although she had not foreseen the outcome of their confrontation, she trusted that their presence here was significant and believed in their victory. Nearby, Shi Juexian, Yu Qizhao, and Fan Shizuan listened to their conversation, understanding Imo Xiaoxi's sentiments. The onlookers watched the 4 combatants in the sky, each consumed by their thoughts. Boom! Another explosion resounded as energy erupted, separating Hui Qingyi and her companions from the first Void Sparrow. The first Void Sparrow closed his eyes, positioning his sword across his chest, his flowing hair ascending as a golden aura enveloped him. Is he serious now? Chu Tianming's expression turned grave. From their earlier exchanges, the first Void Sparrow was undoubtedly the strongest opponent he had encountered among the younger generation. In a one-on-one scenario, any of his companions would stand no chance against him. Suddenly, the first Void Sparrow's aura surged once more, his imperial sword igniting with golden flames, darkening the space behind him. With a clang, a colossal golden phoenix emerged, unfurling its wings, its golden feathers shimmering like flames, radiating divine brilliance. Upon witnessing this, Hui Qingyi too closed her eyes, her hands partially clasped as she drew upon the elemental forces of the universe, channeling them into herself. Behind her, a translucent silhouette of a woman began to materialize. Any from the holy immortal continent would be astonished, for the woman's visage bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the 5 elements immortal emperor. At that moment, Xing Huang's eyes gleamed, his golden hair flowing, his body adorned with yellow scales, emanating an aura of divine might. With a roar reminiscent of a wild beast, he unleashed a thunderous challenge. Let me experience your power. Chu Tianming raised his soaring sword, its hilt manifesting a radiant ring that condensed into a force of overwhelming dominance. As the space continued to shatter, a tempestuous might erupted from his sword, sweeping across the heavens. In the next instant, the first void sparrow opened his eyes, the golden phoenix converging upon his imperial sword. He swung it toward Hui Qingyi and her companions, unleashing a strike that reverberated with the words, "Ancestral Phoenix's Veil, Abyssal Descent." A massive golden-red sword energy cleaved through the air. Accompanied by the cry of the golden phoenix, the might of the divine bird darkened the space, transforming it into an abyssal void. 5 elements seal the heavens. Flood of beasts. Celestial extermination. In that moment, Hui Qingyi, Xing Huang, and Chu Tianming launched their counterattack simultaneously. Their mighty hands, beastly forms, and sword energy converged, striking against the oncoming golden-red sword energy. Boom! The collision of these 4 formidable forces unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, sweeping outward in all directions. Even the first void sparrow, Hui Qingyi, Xing Huang, and Chu Tianming were unable to withstand the force, collectively propelled backward through the void. With a sudden spurt, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, sinking to one knee. Hui Qingyi, Xing Huang, and Chu Tianming similarly faltered, their breaths becoming erratic, crimson trickling from the corners of their mouths. The first virtual sparrow has spat blood. The onlookers below were taken aback. The indomitable champion of the celestial rankings, injured in battle against peers, this appeared to be an unprecedented event in history. Qi Minglin and Chang Mengxian felt a tightening in their hearts, concerned for the trio's condition upon witnessing Hui Qingyi and Chu Tianming's injuries. Damn it, should we intervene? Some formidable figures from the first family contemplated stepping in to eliminate Hui Qingyi and her companions, only to be promptly halted by those nearby. Do not act rashly. This is the battle of Lord Virtual Sparrow. Should you meddle, you may find your heads on the ground. The first virtual sparrow gritted his blood-stained teeth, his hair disheveled, glaring furiously at Hui Qingyi and the others. You wretched bastards. The first virtual sparrow's expression twisted in agony at the humiliation of being wounded, especially at the hands of those whose realms fell short of his own. It was a disgrace, an unparalleled humiliation. Xing Huang gazed at the first virtual sparrow, the blood at the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk. That girl was certainly not lying. Kid, you truly possess remarkable strength. It has been ages since I encountered an opponent as formidable as you. The fury in the first virtual sparrow's eyes intensified, and with a chilling gaze, he declared, "Today, I shall slay all 3 of you." With that, the first virtual sparrow tightened his grip on the imperial sword and charged at Hui Qingyi and her companions. In response, they too advanced to meet him. Bang, bang, bang. The clashing of swords echoed as the first virtual sparrow simultaneously defended against and launched attacks on Hui Qingyi and her companions. Suddenly, he swung his sword, slicing a gash into Xing Huang's abdomen. Instantly, a beastly howl erupted from Xing Huang. Observing this, the first virtual sparrow smirked, yet Xing Huang, gritting his teeth against the pain, retaliated with a strike that pierced the first virtual sparrow's waist. The first virtual sparrow's pupils dilated in shock as pain shot through him. Bastard! With a fierce kick, he sent Xing Huang flying. At that moment, Chu Tianming also struck the first virtual sparrow's back with his sword. Ah! The first virtual sparrow cried out in pain, blood vessels visible in his eyes. He swiftly turned and delivered a fierce blow to Chu Tianming's chest, following it up with a powerful kick. Chu Tianming coughed up blood again, flying backward. In the next instant, Hui Qingyi hurled a punch towards the first virtual sparrow's chest. Bang! The first virtual sparrow raised his sword to block, yet the residual force still caused his body to tremble, with his ribs threatening to crack. Blood once more spilling from his mouth. The first virtual sparrow shakily lifted his head, his expression contorted with rage, fixating on Hui Qingyi's indifferent gaze. Suddenly, he reached out, seizing Hui Qingyi's shoulder. With a forceful grip, a sickening crack echoed as her shoulder bone shattered. Hui Qingyi let out a piercing scream. No! Qi Minglin and Chang Mengxian gasped in shock, attempting to rush forward, only to be restrained by Mo Xiaoxi, signaling from a distance. The powerful figures of the first family also watched intently. Get off me! The first virtual sparrow bellowed madly. However, despite the torment, Hui Qingyi quickly regained her composure. Enduring the pain, her eyes bloodshot, she swung her other fist at the first virtual sparrow's sword-wielding hand, shattering his bones with a sickening crunch. Ah! The first virtual sparrow's face contorted in agony as the imperial sword slipped from his grasp, releasing his hold on Hui Qingyi's shoulder, driven by an indomitable will. He summoned what little strength remained to deliver a punch to Hui Qingyi's abdomen. Die! Die! He rained down blows upon her. Hui Qingyi's eyes turned red as blood gushed forth, valiantly enduring the first virtual sparrow's onslaught. A torrent of power surged within her, seemingly on the verge of breaking through her limits. Facing death to embrace life, she thought, without destruction, there can be no creation. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Hui Qingyi. Fifth stage of transformation. Having reached the precipice of a breakthrough, she finally transcended in that moment. What? The first virtual sparrow was taken aback, astonished that Hui Qingyi had achieved a breakthrough at such a critical juncture, momentarily losing focus. Bang! Hui Qingyi's crimson eyes glinted with fierce determination as she retaliated with rapid punches to the first virtual sparrow's chest. Blood streamed from his mouth as the sound of cracking ribs echoed around them. Yet the first virtual sparrow still had strength left. He lunged forward, seizing Hui Qingyi by the neck. Hui Qingyi's expression was a mix of rage and anguish as she used her remaining strength to grip the first virtual sparrow's throat in turn. No one can defeat me. Blood gushed forth. Her face flushed as she summoned the last of her strength, driving the first virtual sparrow down towards the ground with immense force. Damn woman. As they fell, the first virtual sparrow's face too turned crimson, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to escape. Yet he lacked the strength to resist Hui Qingyi's grip. Boom. Finally, the two crashed into the earth, shattering the ground beneath them. Chapter 618. The Celestial Bull of Salvation, the Mysterious Kuan Bull. The first virtual sparrow landed on his back, a wave of intense pain surging through him, causing his eyes to roll back as blood spattered from his gaping mouth. Meanwhile, Hui Qingyi was drenched in blood, her hair a tangled mess, arms hanging limply, her trembling body a pitiful sight. Yet she still managed to stand, albeit with great difficulty. You. The first virtual sparrow shakily lifted his head, his expression twisted with rage as he glared at Hui Qingyi. This madwoman. Overcome with fury and unwillingness, the first virtual sparrow's head drooped once more, falling silent. Upon seeing the first virtual sparrow motionless, Hui Qingyi finally could not hold on any longer. She closed her eyes and fell backward. Qingyi, Lord Virtual Sparrow, Qi Minglin, Chang Mingxian, and the powerful figures of the first family rushed over in a flurry. Xing Huang and Chu Tianming, who had been sent flying by the first virtual sparrow, clutched their blood-soaked chests as they struggled to rise again. Gazing at the fallen Hui Qingyi and the first virtual sparrow, they could not help but feel a mix of emotions. This woman truly gives her all. Xing Huang recalled how Hui Qingyi had fought desperately during the trials at the Tower of Heavenly Mirrors. Now, facing an opponent even stronger than herself, Hui Qingyi remained fiercely resilient, nearly taking down the first virtual sparrow with her. As he sighed, his respect for her only deepened. The first virtual sparrow has been defeated. In the distance, the multitude of onlookers appeared dazed, their mouths agape, eyes trembling in disbelief. Even figures like Yu Qizhao, Fan Shizuan, Ao Jiao, and Xiong were momentarily stunned, frozen in place. It cannot be dismissed that the first virtual sparrow was beset by the trio. Combined with the prior exertions against Yu Qizhao and others, his downfall seemed only natural. However, the prowess of the three was undeniable. Having forced the first virtual sparrow to such an extent, it appeared to be his first defeat. Who was that woman? Her talent is truly formidable, rivaling that of the first void sparrow. Within the Hall of Heavenly Dao, it is indeed rare to encounter such unwavering resolve in a young girl. Ling Guang, witnessing the clash between Hui Qingyi and the first void sparrow, could not help but express a hint of admiration for Hui Qingyi. Qi Yin remarked, Hui Qingyi is undeniably powerful. In her realm, I have yet to witness her defeat. Even the Hall Master holds her in high regard. Xie Chen smiled, saying, I have high hopes for many, but Hui Qingyi stands out among my favorites. Qingyi, Qi Minglin, and Chang Mingxian helped Hui Qingyi to her feet. As she gradually opened her eyes, Mo Xiaoxi approached her side, producing a talisman and infusing it into her chest. Fortunately, although gravely injured, her life is not in peril. Hearing Mo Xiaoxi's reassurance, Qi Minglin and Chang Mingxian gradually felt relieved, exhaling a sigh of relief. Those despicable scoundrels dared to treat Lord Void Sparrow in such a manner. I shall ensure their annihilation. Following the battle, the powerful figure from the first family could no longer restrain himself. His colossal hand descended from the heavens, aiming to suppress them all. Die! With a single strike, he sought to obliterate everyone, including Hui Qingyi, Qi Minglin, Ao Jiao, Yu Qizhao, and Xiong. Panic ensued among Mo Xiaoxi, Qi Minglin, Ao Jiao, and Yu Qizhao. This is bad. Xing Huang and Chu Tianming's expressions shifted, but they found themselves powerless. Setting aside their severe injuries, such immense power was beyond their capacity to withstand. Dare you bully my little brothers? Do you think the esteemed bull grandpa does not exist? Suddenly, above the gigantic palm, a mountain materialized, crashing down upon it. With a thunderous roar, the giant hand shattered. and the mountain barreled towards the formidable being of the first family. What? The powerful figure of the first family was taken aback. Before he could react, with a resounding crash, he was transformed into a mist of blood by the mountain's impact. What is happening? Mo Xiaoxi, Qi Minglan, Xing Huang, Chu Tianming, and the others were momentarily stunned. The Xian divine bull emerged in the air, hovering before Taizu Mountain, its hooves crossed, gazing down imperiously upon the crowd. I am the savior divine bull. Upon my arrival, why do you not kneel in reverence? The Xian divine bull spread its hooves wide, its voice resonating in the ears of all present. Mo Xiaoxi, Qi Minglan, Chang Mingxian, and Ao Jiao twitched their lips, bearing expressions of disbelief. Xing Huang and Chu Tianming gazed at the Xian divine bull in shock. A mere bovine possesses such might? Moments passed, and seeing no one pay heed to it, the Xian divine bull felt a twinge of embarrassment. It swiftly turned its ire towards the remaining powerful figures of the first family. Hey, you rascals, do you not recognize that they are under the protection of Bull Grandpa? To dare strike against them is to show utter disrespect for your esteemed bull. The powerful figures of the first family, witnessing this, pointed at the Xian divine bull and shouted, "Presumptuous! A mere beast dares to provoke my first family? Do you seek death? How dare you?" The Xian divine bull snorted heavily. Having been stoked with fury at the grave of immortal sages, it decided to make sport of you, pathetic first family. As it spoke, the Xian divine bull enlarged its form, delivering a powerful strike towards the figures of the first family. Take this hoof from your bull grandpa. The powerful figures of the first family, undeterred, advanced to meet the charge. Boom! Accompanied by cries of agony. A host of the first family's mightiest were sent flying. A bunch of worthless fools, daring to engage with your bull grandpa, utterly deluded. Meanwhile, outside the first family's domain, their disciples and otherworldly beasts continued their relentless struggle against the coalition of cultivators. The sounds of clashing weapons and the roars of magical beasts echoed throughout the battlefield. High above the first family skies, a tumultuous clash ensued. Boom, boom. The lion roar Holy King, Tang Jingfeng, and others fought valiantly against the onslaught of the Empress's powers while seeking an opportunity to break through. Where has that bull gone? It was just here helping us. And now it has vanished. Tang Jingfeng exclaimed. Forget it. Finding a way to resolve our current predicament is the priority. The lion roar Holy King bellowed. Although the power of the first immortal emperor and empress was merely a manifestation of pure force, it bore the potency of a quasi-emperor. They themselves were only at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Despite their formidable treasures and abilities, they were still sustaining injuries. In the sea of all spirits, the 8 quasi-emperors were each embroiled in their own battles. Boom. At last, Qi Du Minglan struck a blow against Qi Wushan. Qi Wushan spat a mouthful of blood, observing his chest as his veins swelled and bulged, resembling gnarled roots. A junior dares to provoke me, thinking that because the emperor of the singing sky favors you, I would not dare to eliminate you? Qi Du Minglan glared icily at Qi Wushan. You dare to seek death? Qi Wushan gasped, smiling as he replied, Elder Minglan, you truly are formidable. I have heard that you once pried open the tomb of the first immortal emperor and empress, stealing her corpse and refining it. It seems my information was accurate. You wield the empress's techniques with remarkable proficiency. You seek death, Qi Du Minglan retorted. Mentioning her taboo sent her into a fit of rage. Who is seeking death remains to be seen. Prepare yourself. With that, Qi Wushan unleashed a terrifying force and swiftly fled. Qi Du Minglan, initially expecting another attack, was taken aback when he realized he was simply fleeing. Dare to play tricks on me? You are doomed. Chapter 619. Xiyu versus the 4 quasi-emperors of the first family. Old fool, today you shall surely taste regret. The battle between the first Qingtian and Shun Guzi saw Shun Guzi fall into a disadvantageous position. His breath grew erratic as he cast a grave gaze upon first Qingtian. Though the outcome remained uncertain, continuing the fight would not bode well for him. Resolving this, Shun Guzi ceased his engagement and turned to flee. You cannot escape. First Qingtian laughed heartily, pursuing Shun Guzi as he attempted to flee. Meanwhile, Ao Kuan faced off against First Huaiming. Boom. First Huaiming's heavenly blade struck against Ao Kuan's dragon claw, blood streaming down the blade. First Huaiming chuckled coldly, what dragon clan? It is nothing before my heavenly blade. Suddenly, Ao Kuan roared in fury, raising his other hand to unleash a dragon seal towards First Huaiming with great speed. What? First Huaiming's expression shifted dramatically. With a resounding crash, he spat blood and staggered backward. Clutching his chest, he glared at Ao Kuan before turning to flee. Do not run. Ao Kuan transformed into his dragon form, unleashing a powerful roar as he chased after First Huaiming. Finally, Xiyu confronted First Songhong. With another thunderous crash, they clashed palm against palm, causing First Songhong to withdraw from Shi Yu's presence. Shi Yu, the immortal. At this moment, Shun Guzi and Qi Wuxian returned to Shi Yu's side, while Ao Kuan reverted to his human form. Shun Guzi and Qi Wuxian exchanged surprised glances upon seeing Ao Kuan's presence, but paid it no mind. First Qing Tian, First Huai Ming, and Qi Du Minglan also regrouped near First Songhong. Are you injured? Qi Du Minglan inquired, noticing blood trickling from First Huai Ming's lips, her tone laced with surprise. A minor injury, nothing to worry about. The First Huai Ming nonchalantly shook his head, but his gaze fixed fiercely upon Ao Kuan. The First Songhong turned to Xie and spoke. Xie, why persist in this struggle? We both know that today the celestial emperor of the Huan Night shall inevitably emerge. All your efforts are in vain. Merely a delay of time. Xie responded with a faint smile, saying, whether it is in vain remains to be seen, since I am here. Your first clan shall not pass. Upon hearing this, the expression in First Songhong's eyes darkened. It seems that without exterminating you all, you will not yield. Before Xie could speak, Ao Kuan interjected. First clan, do not flaunt your dominance here. In this Tianchen Continent, besides your first clan, my dragon clan also exists. With that, Ao Kuan attempted to advance again, only to be halted by Xie. Everyone, I sincerely thank you for your goodwill. You have aided me greatly. From now on, leave it to me, Xie declared, signaling to Ao Kuan, Shang Yuzi, and Qi Wuxian that they need not intervene further. The three exchanged glances but nodded in agreement, stepping aside. To face 4 opponents alone, you are indeed quite confident, Qi Du Minglan remarked. Xie smiled. If I lacked such strength, how could I possibly be ranked above you? You. The first Qing Tian and others were incensed. Do you truly believe that being ranked second on the cultivation leaderboard allows you to triumph over our combined strength? If that is the case, we shall put the true power of the second on the cultivation leaderboard to the test. With these words, the might of First Songhong as a quasi-emperor erupted. First Qing Tian, First Haiming, and Qi Du Minglan similarly unleashed their terrifying imperial might, without restraint or control. Witnessing this, Xie's gaze sharpened. Boom. An imperial might erupted from her as well, a powerful aura that pressed against the combined strength of First Songhong and his companions. In an instant, the Wanling immortal sea trembled violently. An overwhelming force spread out, sweeping across the entirety of the Tianchen Continent. Outside the first clan of Tianchen Continent, everyone felt an immense power approaching. The disciples of the first clan engaged in battle, as well as the allied cultivators, halted their skirmishes, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Another imperial might, even stronger than before, Xian Kuan, Imo Xiaoxi, Qi Minglan, and Yu Qichao were taken aback, feeling their spirits tremble in response to such a formidable force. Is there a quasi-emperor battling over there? Xing Huang and Chu Tianming were similarly startled, their gazes fixed in astonishment towards the sky. The unconscious Hui Qingyi, nestled in Qi Minglan's arms, opened her eyes once more, gazing towards the direction of the Wanling Immortal Sea. The might of 5 quasi-emperors surged through the Wanling Immortal Sea, spreading to every corner of the Tianchen Continent. The battle between the 4 quasi-emperors of the first clan and Xie had commenced. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of the rewards from the cultivation leaderboard. First Qing Tian waved his hands, transforming the space into an abyssal starry expanse, stirring the chaotic stars and manipulating the flowing currents of the galactic rivers. Boundless heavens descend. It was as if an entire galaxy was pulled down by First Qing Tian, cascading like a waterfall. Simultaneously, First Haiming raised his heavenly blade for a strike. The extreme heavenly abyss / unleashed a thunderous resonance. A continuous abyssal blade mark emerged, as if the space of the Wanling Immortal Sea was being cleaved open, threatening to devour the sea and Xie within this blade's abyss. The divine abilities of the first clan's celestial emperor were indeed marvelous. Such might even caused First Haiming to exclaim, "Since you all have invoked the rewards from the cultivation leaderboard, I too shall give it a try." Following the activation of their divine abilities, First Songhong also made his move. He produced the primordial heaven suppressing tower, launching it towards Xie. Under First Songhong's force, the primordial heaven suppressing tower expanded tremendously, carrying a destructive aura, pressing down from above Xie. Xie, Qi Wuxian exclaimed with concern. 2 imperial divine abilities and 1 imperial artifact were simultaneously descending upon Xie. If it were an ordinary quasi-emperor, there would be no chance of resistance against such an onslaught. However, facing this, Xie remained unperturbed, her gaze chilling. On my territory, how dare you act so recklessly? A glimmer of divine light flickered in Xie's eyes as she extended a hand, manipulating the grand forces. Boom, boom. From the surface of the Wanling Immortal Sea, countless spiritual tree shadows emerged, breaking through the water's surface. They immediately enveloped First Songhong and the entire space of the Wanling Immortal Sea. It seemed as if a mysterious force was descending to suppress. In an instant, all imperial might and power fell silent. With two resounding thuds, the two imperial divine abilities that had surged towards Set dissipated like mere illusions, vanishing into nothingness. What? First Qingtian and First Hyaming were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how their unleashed divine abilities had been so effortlessly destroyed. It was unbelievable. How could this be possible? This is the Emperor Sealing technique of the Yuyang Celestial Emperor. First Songhong seemed to grasp some hidden truth. The Emperor Sealing technique of the Yuyang Celestial Emperor, created during his lifetime, was specifically designed to suppress various Celestial Emperor divine abilities. It could even bind some Celestial Emperors. And First Huan Yi was sealed here precisely because of the existence of the Emperor Sealing technique. In the past, the Yuyang Celestial Emperor had sacrificed himself to channel all his power into the Emperor Sealing technique, with the assistance of the Yingtian Emperor to successfully suppress First Huan Yi. Apart from the powers of the Spirit Tree clan, or unless your strength is exceptionally formidable, otherwise, under such an Emperor Sealing technique, any imperial might or divine ability would be subdued and rendered unusable. First Songhong felt a surge of shock. The divine abilities of the Yuyang Celestial Emperor, Xie was capable of invoking through the grand forces of this realm. Such an unfathomable occurrence was entirely beyond his expectations. Meanwhile, Shanyuzi, Qi Wushan, and Alcuin stood in stunned silence, equally astonished. Shortly thereafter, Xie raised her gaze towards the primordial heaven-suppressing tower, which had come to a halt in midair. She then appeared before the tower. With a resounding thud, Xie unleashed a punch, sending the primordial heaven-suppressing tower hurtling towards First Songhong and the others. What? The three of them gasped in shock. In the next moment, the tower collided with them, and they spat blood, being flung away by the impact. 10,000 tree suppression. Suddenly, Chidu Minglan appeared above Xie without warning. Under the suppression of the Emperor Sealing technique, she was still able to execute the moves of the First Clan's Celestial Empress. Countless divine trees descended from above, entwined with azure-hued runes, carrying a crushing force as they formed a grand formation, pressing down upon Xie. Die! Chidu Minglan bellowed furiously. Observing this, Xie charged forth to meet the oncoming attack from Chidu Minglan. With a tremendous explosion, Xie struck down the formation composed of divine trees, shattering all the runes into nothingness. What? Chidu Minglan's expression shifted. The moves of the Celestial Empress proved utterly ineffective against her. Had Xie truly grown so formidable? Yet before she could ponder further, Xie appeared before her in the next instant. The two individuals stood merely inches apart. You! Chidu Minglan exclaimed in shock, momentarily thrown into disarray. How dare you show your face before me? Xie glared at her, raising a hand. With a resounding slap, she struck Chidu Minglan's cheek, the force echoing like thunder. In an instant, the heavens and the earth trembled, the roar reverberating endlessly. The Tianchen Continent quaked as if it were experiencing a cataclysmic earthquake. Chapter 620. Decapitation of the First Family's Ascendant Emperor. Good heavens! Many were startled by the tumultuous upheaval of the Tianchen Continent, accompanied by the violent tremors of the earth and the explosive sounds akin to divine wrath from the horizon. The hearts and souls of the onlookers quivered in unison. Hui Qingyi, Qi Minglan, Chang Mingxian, Ao Jiao, and Mo Xiaoxi all felt a shiver run down their spines. For reasons unknown, this sensation filled them with an inexplicable fury, coupled with a strange thrill of catharsis. In the Wanling Immortal Sea, Chidu Minglan's cheek was disfigured from the blow, blood mingled with teeth spilling forth. Suddenly, Shanyuzi, Qi Wushan, and Ao Kuan shuddered, instinctively covering their own faces. The pain was excruciating. Merely witnessing it was agonizing. Who would have thought that the seemingly gentle Xie would unleash such terrifying wrath? With a thunderous crash, Chidu Minglan was sent flying into the Wanling Immortal Sea, causing another tremor to ripple through its depths. Is this the might of Xie? Qi Wushan marveled at her formidable power to send an ascendant emperor, especially one of considerable strength, flying with a single slap was nothing short of extraordinary. Such strength, who else could rival her? The First Family's Empress is also of the Spirit Tree clan, Shanyuzi remarked. Chidu Minglan had provocatively flaunted the visage of the Empress before Xie. Thus it was little wonder that Xie's wrath was ignited. At this moment, the First Songhong and his companions steadied themselves, retrieving the Hunyuan Zhentian Tower. They gazed upon Xie's imperious, unfeeling gaze, as if she were passing judgment upon them, exuding an air of invincibility. The expressions of First Songhong and the others darkened, their brows furrowed with grave concern. With a resounding crash, Chidu Minglan emerged from the Wanling Immortal Sea, her cheek bloodied and festering. One could only imagine the weight behind Xie's strike. Gritting her teeth, her eyes glinted with fury as she glared daggers at Xie. Damnable woman, I will surely kill you. Chidu Minglan nearly roared. Yet Xie remained indifferent, coldly addressing them all. If you do not retreat, then you four shall never leave this place. The eyes of First Songhong and his companions darkened. Given the current circumstances, with the Emperor's sealing technique in play, Xie was undoubtedly invincible. And they could not hope to defeat her. It seemed the time had come to employ that item. Suddenly, a smile graced First Songhong's lips as he remarked, Indeed, Xie, you are formidable, even able to wield the Emperor's sealing technique of the Yuyang Immortal Emperor. I am truly in awe. Xie remained silent, her expression impassive as she regarded him. However, if you think this will intimidate us, you underestimate the first family gravely. Xingzi and the others were taken aback, an ominous premonition creeping into their minds. They beheld First Songhong producing an ancient stone in his palm, its center of vibrant green, translucent like jade, imbued with a trace of imperial essence. That is, Xingzi's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the stone left by the Yuyang Immortal Emperor. Knowing Xie would surely recognize it, First Songhong scrutinized Xie, eager to gauge her reaction. Yet Xie remained expressionless, though internally, she was shaken. She recognized the stone all too well. It was left behind by the Yuyang Immortal Emperor to suppress the first Huanyue after his transformation. The imperial essence contained within belonged to the first Huanyue. As long as the stone remained in the Tianchen Continent, connected to the Wanling Immortal Sea, it would ensure the stability of the Emperor's sealing technique. This ancient stone was both the prison for the first Huanyue and the key to his release. With it, the Emperor's sealing technique of the Yuyang Immortal Emperor could be unraveled. In time, Xie had entrusted this stone to the Yintian Emperor, who then concealed it in the place of inheritance. Ultimately, it was discovered by the first Xuqing, who retrieved it from the sacred site. Even if you have found it, without the power of the Spirit Tree clan, it is but a worthless stone in your hands. Xie appeared unfazed. To activate the ancient stone, one must possess the power of the Spirit Tree clan, requiring at least an ascendant emperor of extraordinary caliber. In the present Xianling continent, aside from herself, no one else could accomplish this feat. Little did she know. First Songhong merely chuckled. You speak truthfully, Xie. Without the power of the Spirit Tree clan, it cannot be activated. Your prowess is unparalleled, and we concede we are not your match. Therefore, suddenly, a rune materialized in the palm of First Songhong, akin to a spell, directing it towards Chidu Minglan. In an instant, a piercing scream erupted as Chidu Minglan's power dissipated, flowing continuously into the ancient stone. The forbidden technique left by the third immortal emperor of my first family can transfer the fundamental source power. Did you not foresee this, Xie? At last, Xie's expression shifted. Xingzi, Qi Wushan, and Ao Kuan were similarly taken aback. Songhong, what are you doing? Chidu Minglan glared at First Songhong with a mixture of fury, shock, and confusion. Ancestor, given the current situation, there is no other choice. It is time for your sacrifice. If we cannot subdue Xie, then your self-offering is the only option left. First Songhong stated nonchalantly. Beside him, First Qingtian and First Huaiming remained unfazed, as if they had anticipated this turn of events. Alone, Chidu Minglan lacked the strength to activate the ancient stone. Thus, they intended to absorb her entire power for the sacrifice. You scoundrel, I am your elder. How dare you treat me this way? Elder? Merely an outsider. Since the ancestor possesses the Empress's power, should you not offer yourself for the sake of Huanyue? You. Chidu Minglan seethed with rage, utterly unprepared for First Songhong's sacrificial intentions. Such an act was a grave crime within the first family. Even their immortal emperors would not dare to commit such an act of ancestral betrayal. Of course, her own desecration of the Empress's corpse was an unforgivable transgression as well. At that moment, Xie could no longer wait. She charged forward, determined to thwart First Songhong. We must go as well. Xingzi, Qi Wushan, and Ao Kuan followed suit. Rushing forward. Do not interfere. First Huaiming and First Qingtian advanced to confront Xie, but under the Emperor's sealing technique, their powers were severely diminished. Get lost. Xie was truly enraged, her powerful hand descending upon the head of the first sky. With a sudden gasp, the first sky spat forth a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in terror as he gazed at Xie. In the next instant, Xie's hand trembled violently. With a thunderous roar, the first sky was reduced to a mist of blood, his very soul annihilated alongside his corporeal form. Damn it! The first Huaiming's eyes blazed crimson as he raised the heavenly blade, striking it towards Xie with ferocity. However, Xie merely extended a hand, effortlessly grasping the blade's edge, thereby halting its advance. What? The expression of the first Huaiming shifted drastically. Almost immediately, Xie exerted her strength, and with a resounding crack, The heavenly blade shattered into two halves. Before the first Huai Ming could process this astonishment, CS seized the broken blade and, with a swift motion, severed his head from his shoulders. This strike obliterated not only his body, but also his very soul. Until the very end, the first Huai Ming's eyes remained wide open, filled with disbelief.